It all begins with the protagonist running through the forest, thinking he shouldn't be late on such an important day. But it doesn't take long for him to find his companions. Down, a C-rank hunter of the Watcher class, the guild's main tank, cannot believe that yet again a rookie is arriving late, remarking that things were different back in his day. Jimin, a C-rank hunter of the Fighter class and the guild's melee dealer, reminds the knight that he also used to be late all the time when he was a rookie, so he shouldn't complain. Shin arrives and awkwardly apologizes for being late. He is a rank 0 support of the Creation class, specializing in weapon crafting for the guild. Together, they walk toward the portal, and Dowan tells the protagonist not to be scared, saying he was just joking and that Shin wasn't that late after all, so it was fine. Jimin suggests they talk on the way, since Hyunwoo and Doyoon are already in position. Shin appreciates his companion's reassurances, but thinks to himself that things aren't looking great, as it's been 3 months since he joined the guild, yet this is his very first dungeon raid, and he's already late. As they pass through the portal, the group chats casually. The protagonist imagines that, being his first dungeon raid as a support, he must prove he's useful. Inside, he meets Doyoon, who asks if it's his first time in a dungeon. Doyoon is a B-rank hunter of the assassin class, a melee dealer, and the guildmaster. Nervous, Shin admits it's his first time as a support but says he's been in some dungeons as an assistant. Doyoon decides to give him some advice. He explains that supports don't have the combat skills of hunters, so they must be careful about positioning. Too close, and they risk getting dragged into the fight. Too far, and they won't be protected. The idea is to maintain a safe distance. The guildmaster tells the protagonist that, as a creator, he can keep a good distance and craft a dagger when Doyoon signals. After the explanation, Doyoon asks if the instructions were clear. Shin says yes, but asks if he should craft any other weapons. The assassin replies that he's the only one who needs extra weapons anyway, but reassures Shin that it's a simple dungeon and there's no need to overburden himself, so he can take it easy. Nearby, Hyunwoo reports sensing mana, indicating a monster is close. Hyunwoo is a C-rank hunter of the mage class and a ranged dealer for the guild. Doyoon tells everyone to prepare for battle and orders them to proceed in formation. He asks the mage if there are any specific observations. Hyunwoo states that he senses 3 small mana sources and 1 large one, likely the boss monster. Doyoon finds this odd, as a boss usually doesn't leave its area, but says it's fine, and that he'll handle the boss while the others deal with the smaller ones. He turns to Shin and asks how long it would take to craft a dagger if he rushed. The protagonist says about 20 seconds, but the weapon would only last for less than a minute. The assassin says that's perfect and tells him to start crafting, assuring him he'll take care of everything in 40 seconds. Soon, they encounter the group of monsters, which, in addition to the boss, includes level 0 crystal lizards. These monsters are born from mana stones that grow in dungeons and have appearances and abilities that vary depending on the type of mana stones they consume. Seeing the creatures approach, Down announces that he's starting. Using his strength, he slams his shield into the ground, creating a massive impact that sends the monsters flying. Jimin wastes no time, charging in to attack while the monsters are still stunned. She lands a powerful strike on the lizard, easily defeating it. However, after attacking the first creature and positioning herself to face the remaining ones, she notices that they heal faster than expected and warns her companions, who were heading toward them. Down was positioned for defense while Hyunwoo prepared his spell. It doesn't take long for the mage to start attacking, launching several fireballs at the lizards. Seeing the attack succeed, he celebrates with the knight, who suggests they help the guildmaster attack the boss now. Shin is impressed by his companion's coordination and admits that this is what a guild in action looks like. Doyoon begins requesting daggers from the protagonist, who, despite being distracted by the combat, had already started crafting, but knows he needs to focus more. The dagger is an F-rank creation, a basic ability of a creator that uses the user's mana to craft objects. The durability and quality of the item depend on the user's mana. Once the weapon is ready, Shin throws it to Doyoon, who catches it and activates his ability to transform it into an A-rank shadow weapon. This skill uses the user's weapon to transform it into a shadow weapon with enhanced quality and mana, depending on the user's mana. After a certain amount of time, it disappears. The assassin approaches the boss, who was about to attack, and with a single strike, easily severs the monster's head before the dagger disappears. Once it's over, Down asks the group if anyone was hurt, and everyone replies that they're fine. Seeing the guild in action up close, Shin thinks they are better than he expected, each one of them amazing, showing perfect teamwork. The protagonist imagines this group could become one of the best guilds with many achievements, but he feels that compared to them, all he had done was create a dagger, which wasn't much help. The protagonist begins questioning whether he deserves to be part of the guild until Doyun approaches and praises his work, asking if he was injured anywhere. Shin says no, but admits he didn't feel very useful. The guildmaster doesn't understand why the protagonist is saying that and explains that now they can save a lot of money by having someone to craft weapons. His ability consumes weapons, so he couldn't afford even the cheapest ones. That's why a creator is essential on the team, as all he needs is a weapon with mana to activate his shadow ability. After explaining this to Shin, Doyun tells him it was a great job crafting the dagger and that he's already looking forward to the next one, so he shouldn't think about leaving the guild. This cheers up the protagonist, who promises to do his best. The knight approaches and says it's time to collect the loot, but suddenly the ground starts shaking. Jimin wonders if it could be an earthquake. Hyunwoo says he's not sure, as it feels like the cave is collapsing after they killed the boss. Shin alerts everyone that the wall is crumbling. The mage looks and says it appears to be a passage connecting to another area. After hearing this, the guildmaster wonders where the passage might lead. Down, thrilled by the prospect of treasure, exclaims that it could be a secret path to hidden treasure, and insists they can't waste time, and must go immediately. Jimin, sharing the knight's thoughts, agrees with his idea. However, cautious as ever, Hyunwoo urges his companions to remain calm, as they shouldn't rush in without studying the situation first. Doyun asks the mage if he can detect anything. The mage replies that he cannot. The assassin then concludes that it's fine, as it doesn't seem like the place will collapse after all, but they should move quickly. Doyun, now excited, charges ahead since the guildmaster has given permission. The mage, despite his doubts, says he will also go. Doyun calls Shin to join them as well. The group, excited, starts walking toward the hole in the wall, but unexpectedly, a massive monster appears, attacking everyone except the protagonist, who manages to run away. As Shin tries to escape, he wonders how this could have happened, since now everyone was dead except him. He can't understand how that monster was there, considering it should only appear in a D-rank dungeon. The protagonist admits he's never even heard of a monster that can't be detected by magic. Looking back, thinking he had managed to evade the creature, he is shocked to see it has already closed the distance. Before he can react, the monster attacks him from behind, hurling him far away. The blow to his back causes him to spit blood. Even so, Shin doesn't give up and tries to get up. Seeing the monster approaching, he thinks he can't die like this. Quickly, he starts crafting a dagger. As soon as the weapon is ready, he throws it at the monster, hoping to defeat it. But the dagger has no effect on the creature, which easily defends itself and counters by punching the ground. The impact shatters the floor, causing the protagonist to fall into a frozen lake. As he sinks, Shin reflects on how things have turned out. A D-rank support who can't even use basic buffs like healing, finally finding a guild that genuinely needed him, only to run away and abandon them when they needed him most, proving how pathetic he is. The protagonist admits that anyone else would have been more helpful, and he regrets ever awakening his abilities. This was a dream Shin should never have reached for. But just when he least expects it, a message appears. He has discovered the Code of Spring. With that, he has fulfilled all conditions to become a player. Following this, the protagonist begins to glow intensely until a welcome message appears, along with a notification of a new reward. Shin is overwhelmed, not understanding what's happening, and grows desperate in the situation. But with no other options, he accepts the proposal. A staircase is created within the water, leading him back to the hole from which he fell. Emerging from the water and facing the monster again, a message appears for weapon creator Shin, stating that he will inherit the experiences from his previous save. Energy radiates from his body, followed by a message confirming the reward distribution is complete. His eyes change, and now he feels stronger than before. Shin creates several swords and launches a relentless attack on the monster, giving it no chance to counter. As the creature lies on the ground, the protagonist feels confused, with unfamiliar memories fixed in his mind. But when he notices the monster moving to attack him again, he creates an immense shield to block the ice golem's powerful punch. He is impressed to see that the creature has sustained almost no damage from his attack, marveling at the golem's durability. It doesn't take long for the shield to shatter. Shin retreats, reasoning that if the information from these newfound memories is correct, the golem-type monster's weaknesses and tactics to destroy it should still be the same. A golem-type monster doesn't have any specific weak points. Even when it takes damage, it has a regeneration ability. Given this, the recommended strategy is to inflict damage from multiple angles simultaneously. Using himself as the ability's center point, he materializes a grid within a certain radius, allowing all creations within the grid to move freely according to his will. Shin crafts several swords and points them all at the monster, then launches a synchronized attack, striking all at once. The massive assault overwhelms and destroys the ice golem. The protagonist approaches the defeated creature and states that he initially thought the spatial grid was just a support ability to help him use his creations faster. But now he realizes that as the proficiency of the skill increases, it can be used as an attack ability in itself. A message appears stating that the boss has been defeated. However, Shin remains confused about why he cannot see the dungeon or monster information. Suddenly, an aura begins to form in front of him, and a message appears indicating that the passive ability, magic absorption, has been activated. An orb of energy gathers in Shin's hand, and he wonders what it could be. He decides to use his memories to try and understand what just happened. In his previous game, he had received the message, "Weapon Creator Shin, you will inherit the experiences of your previous save." After seeing this message, the protagonist wasn't entirely sure what it meant, but now he understands that he is himself from a few years in the future, and in that future, he had already lived. The entire world had fallen, along with horrors too unspeakable to describe. Beyond that, Shin had absorbed all the experiences and knowledge from that time. Knowing this, the protagonist admits that even if this is the future, it is probably not the future of the world he is in now. Too many things are out of place, such as the status window that he managed to summon before him. It displayed a list of his abilities: creation, connection, rent payment, and spatial grid. This was something Shin had never been able to see in his past life. With all this, the protagonist now recognizes that he has become a player, a term for the few who were chosen and underwent an awakening, according to his memories. In that era, players didn't exist in the world yet. Around 2 years later, a small number of awakened individuals were selected to become players, including the assassin Doyun, who was also chosen as a player. A blue screen appeared, visible only to those who had been chosen. In the future, this mysterious thing called the system, which initially seemed like a joke, was enough to shock all the awakened individuals in the world. The system wasn't the only thing given to players. Each player received a unique reward, powers, and abilities separate from those they had as awakened individuals. The system and rewards, these two sudden phenomena, allowed players to grow explosively compared to others. Thanks to the efforts of the guild leader, who was chosen as a player, the Dawan Guild, to which the protagonist belonged, was able to grow into a first-class guild. Shin didn't have direct involvement in this, but it became the catalyst for his growth in his past journey. To keep up with a developing guild, the protagonist repeatedly honed his skills with great effort. Now, Shin can check the abilities he has learned and their proficiency levels in the system window. Before, he felt pathetic when he first heard about this. The protagonist wonders if his skills and abilities from his past life have been transferred. Something feels different, as the abilities he used against the golem involved a skill he didn't even have in his previous life. It's called magic absorption, where he accumulates contaminated mana energy within dungeons. If the accumulated magic surpasses a certain limit, a new reward will be granted. Shin doesn't remember hearing about any player with such a skill, so he assumes it might be a unique reward given only to him. Still, regarding the ability to accumulate contaminated mana, he has a vague idea of how he obtained that magic, but Shin decides to think about it later, as right now, taking care of his friends' bodies is the priority. After some time at the Hunter Association headquarters, a woman looking out the window with her boss asks if she can dismiss Shin. Her boss questions the reason for such a suggestion. The assistant explains that it's suspicious, since a small guild had entered an unconfirmed dungeon, faced an accident, and 4 or 5 people died, leaving only a D-rank support as the sole survivor. Haruto acknowledges that if the support had fled while the other hunters were fighting, it would have been a type of betrayal, but that wasn't the case. The boy had cared for the bodies and even reported the incident to the association. Yuki adds that the portal had already disappeared, so any further confirmation was no longer possible. She seeks her boss's opinion, admitting that she finds the situation strange. Haruto asks if she's suggesting a D-rank support killed a hunter, then lightly smacks her on the head with a folder, telling her to wake up, as this isn't a police matter. Furthermore, he reminds her that, even if something strange happened, events in dungeons cannot be verified, and they can only gather evidence as it surfaces. Yuki recalls what her boss said and agrees that it's true. Haruto asks if she has any other theories, noting that such incidents have been occurring more frequently in recent days. Hunters disappearing after encountering a portal without reporting it. He explains that if they report the portal to the association and it goes to auction, the guild would only receive a cash reward. So instead, they risk their lives and enter secretly. Moreover, it's nearly impossible for small guilds to win a portal auction. As he prepares to leave, the boss tells his assistant to contact the boy if any additional investigation or developments arise. Yuki confirms she understands. While walking, Haruto reviews Shin's file and admits this case is unusual. even after saying all that. He understands the situation but can't shake the feeling that something odd is happening. He recalls his conversation with the boy, noting that Shin's demeanor during questioning was far too calm. Despite having little dungeon experience and witnessing a tragedy, he didn't show any signs of distress, which would have been expected. Additionally, there were some gaps in his explanation, even though he described the incident clearly. Still, Haruto concedes that this could simply be the boy's personality, as he's encountered similar individuals before. Yet, he remains convinced something is off, though he doesn't know what. The investigator finds it frustrating, but decides it's not something he can dwell on at the moment, though he resolves to examine the case more closely. Meanwhile, Shin walks through the city, reflecting on how strange everything feels. He can't understand the unconfirmed portal, especially since the dungeon didn't exist in his previous run-through memories. Moreover, all members of the guild had signed the portal bidding form, which was definitively stamped by the association. The protagonist considers that, with the dungeon listed as an unconfirmed portal by the association, it's possible someone impersonating the association deceived the Dawan Guild, or perhaps the association itself is involved. What troubles Shin even more is that this issue isn't isolated to the Dawan Guild. As the investigator mentioned, unconfirmed portals in cases of missing persons had already become a widespread problem. The protagonist doesn't know the whole story, but all the guilds in the news share one common thread. They involve players like guild leader Doyun and prodigies who would be hailed as heroes in the future. To Shin, it seems someone is behind all of this, trying to erase the existence of these heroes. So he decides that from now on, he must hide his abilities well to avoid becoming a victim, as he is now the sole survivor of a missing persons case that will remain unsolved. If he does anything suspicious, he might get caught. Shin knows he has about 2 years until the first selection of players to prepare. Therefore, he needs to mobilize every one of his abilities and develop them by that time. The protagonist thinks he must find a way to grow without attracting too much attention. He begins to select usable skills and soon finds one that might work. A year later, in the middle of a forest, Vikram fights a monster with his guild. But after striking the creature, his sword shatters against its shield and he suffers a counterattack, being thrown far away. Even so, the warrior manages to stop himself by stabbing the remaining piece of his sword into the ground, but notices the monster approaching, leaping to attack him. Vikram dodges but barely avoids being hit. He retreats near his companions who, like him, are terrified because they have no idea how to defeat the monster approaching them. The creature is a Gnawl Lord with a D-level danger rating. A high-ranking Gnawl has physical abilities far superior to regular Gnawls. Their hide is not only physically tough but also reflective and immune to magic. Despite this, it is still sought after by hunters affiliated with magic. Vikram comments that a Gnawl Lord in an E-rank dungeon should freeze to death, but he quickly recalls that even among D-rank monsters, this one is known to be incredibly hard to kill. The creature charges at them. The guild's knight rushes forward and manages to block it with his shield, struggling to hold it back, and says they won't last long if all they do is defend against attacks. Junseo tells Vikram that no matter what, he has to deal some damage to the Gnawl, but the warrior is paralyzed with fear in the face of the situation. The Reaper of low-level hunters, as Gnawl Lords are called, earned their name not just because of their superior physical abilities. Typically, monsters of this rank are weak to magic, so even the weakest group of adventurers relies on it. However, Gnawl Lords defy this logic. Hunters who confidently rely on low-tier magic face fear for the first time, and the price of their arrogance and foolishness is often the complete annihilation of their group. Now, the protagonist's guild only has a physical damage dealer who is ineffective in melee combat, and his weapon is completely destroyed. Seeing his companion giving his all to defend the group, Vikram grows furious that he has no weapon left while Junseo is pleading for an attack. The dealer admits that if he had known it would be this hard, he wouldn't have been so greedy and would have assembled a larger team. He regrets his decision to minimize the party size and rely on hiring a single mage, which has now backfired. Vikram notices someone collecting crystals while they fight. That person is the helper, someone who doesn't participate in battle but is responsible for gathering and transporting subproducts like mana stones. As long as they have a basic ability to sense mana, anyone can take on this role. Among the awakened, helpers are treated and recognized poorly, essentially the jack-of-all-trades of the group. Vikram doesn't understand why they even have a helper on their team, but notices that his group is about to die, and the guy doesn't seem to care, continuing to focus on his task. Observing the helper, he notices their tool vanishing, and realizes it might be a creation ability. Even though he doesn't expect much in terms of quality, he thinks it might be their only option. The dealer calls out to the helper, who is Shin, and approaches him, asking if he's a creator, and if he can make swords. The protagonist says he can. Vikram replies that anything will do, but requests a sword that's as durable as possible. Shin apologizes and explains that he joined the guild as a helper, not as a support. This angers the dealer, who retorts that this is no time for such nonsense, especially when they're on the brink of death and, if they fail to defeat the boss, they'll all die. The protagonist takes a deep breath, begins crafting the sword, and states that he's willing to help, but under one condition. After they clear the dungeon, they must forget everything about his ability. When it comes time to pay his share, they should only pay the rate for a regular support. If they agree, he will assist. Vikram becomes furious and tells Shin that someone like him, who couldn't find a job as a creator and ended up running errands as a helper, thinking he can solve the dungeon problem just with weapons, is nothing but stubborn. After finishing the weapon, Shin smiles and replies that it's funny because good weapons are a crucial element in clearing a dungeon. The protagonist had crafted better weapons for everyone in the group and assures them that, as long as the dealer has the right tools, everyone will be able to clear the dungeon. Meanwhile, at Overkill Guild, one of Korea's top 3 guilds, the assistant walks into the guild president's office after being given permission to enter. She informs him that the Awakened Association has sent a cooperation request. Taehan asks if it's because of the ranking error in a dungeon. Hisu confirms this, saying that although it's framed as a cooperation request, it seems they're willing to pay any price. The president wonders if the association is out of options. The assistant explains that there are almost no awakened individuals capable of entering a forcibly closed portal. Seeing the report, Taehan recognizes Shin and recalls that he's seen him before. A few weeks ago, a dungeon with a ranking error appeared in Seocho, and Taehan happened to be dispatched to that area. Passing by the scene, he distinctly remembers Shin. According to the report, Shin was listed as a helper. Even if such occurrences are becoming more frequent, problematic dungeons with survivors are still rare, and the number of such cases can be counted on one hand. Taehan knows that this helper participated in a group where everyone survived, not once, but twice, and concludes this cannot be a coincidence. While the president is deep in thought, Hisu mentions that problematic dungeons seem to be appearing more frequently lately. Just a few days ago, a D-rank dungeon was reclassified as B-rank, and the entire group was annihilated instantly. Taehan comments that the Awakened Association must be dealing with quite the headache. Hisu adds that many people are criticizing the association since determining, analyzing, and announcing dungeon ranks is undoubtedly their responsibility. The guild president imagines the head of the association must be under immense pressure right now. He then tells his assistant that those in the guild with invasion abilities are generating more income, so they should take on a few extra commissions for the time being and simply observe the situation. Switching topics, Taehan asks what she found regarding the task he assigned her to investigate. Hisu reports that she couldn't find any weapon creators ranked A or higher, but mentions receiving a rank B weapon from a Japanese blacksmith. She asks if her boss would like to test it. Taehan declines, pointing out that she knows any weapon below rank A would be destroyed immediately upon using his ability, and even rank A weapons don't last very long. Rising from his seat, Taehan instructs her to keep searching for creators who specialize as supports, as he's reaching his limit with how quickly he's burning through weapons. The assistant agrees to continue looking but notices someone approaching. Jun bursts into the room and informs the guild leader that something has happened. Taehan walks toward Jun and asks what happened. The man explains that it's about the association's deployment request. He checked the location, and it was a D-rank dungeon where some rookies entered with a free attack team. The guild leader asks what rank was measured after they entered. Jun replies that it had been reassessed as rank C, which was significantly higher. Taehan states that he cannot risk losing his rookies, especially in such an urgent situation, so he will investigate personally. It doesn't take long for them to arrive at the location where the portal had appeared. There were many reporters, along with members of the association. Everyone was surprised to see Overkill Guild arrive. Reporters immediately bombard the guildmaster with questions about the continued errors in dungeon rankings, speculating that the Awakened Association was cooperating with Overkill Guild to gain access to dungeons. They also ask if his presence there is because members of his guild were part of the attack team in the dungeon. Taehyun says nothing, and approaches an association member who looks concerned about the situation. The woman thanks him for coming, saying she hadn't expected him to show up in person. The Overkill Master asks about the situation. Jin, the association member, explains that the attack team consists of their hunters, 2 supports, and a helper, all qualified beyond the necessary requirements. However, those qualifications mean little since the dungeon was reassessed as rank C. Taehyun asks how long it has been since the team entered. Jin replies that it has been about 2 hours. Surprised by how much time has passed, Taehan comments that he doesn't know how many people might still be alive but promises to do everything he can. Jin thanks Taehan for his bravery. The guildmaster drops the suitcase he was holding and extends his hand toward his assistant, who begins pulling a sword from her bag. She is a B-rank support of the subspace bearer class. The secretary of the Overkill Guildmaster has the ability to create a subspace in enclosed areas. Hisu hands the sword to her master, which ignites as he activates his skill. With a single swing, and using his invasion ability, he cuts through part of the portal that was blocking their entry. This ability allows him to forcefully open paths by breaking through mana barriers, including gates. However, when entering another dimension, the invasion ability is triggered. After using the sword, it breaks, and Taehan hands it back to his secretary, who advises him to be careful. He then picks up his suitcase and steps through the portal into a chamber. Feeling the temperature and humidity, coupled with the foul smell, Taehan deduces that it must be a reptile. He also notices the absence of pollutants on the ground, which suggests a creature with a certain level of intelligence and reasoning. Given the dungeon's classification, the answer is clear. This is a den of lizard men. These monsters are classified as D-level threats. They are humanoid reptiles that live in tribal units. Compared to other humanoid monsters, they have considerably longer lifespans, with intelligence and combat power proportional to their age and experience. As he moves through the dungeon, Taehyun analyzes the size of the group and its combat strength based on the lizardmen corpses and the degree of suffering noted in the report. He concludes that the team might already be dead, as the worst-case scenario cannot be ruled out. However, upon reaching the team's location, he sees something completely unexpected. The group is fighting on equal footing with the lizardmen, holding their ground all this time. Watching the battle, Taehan deduces that something is allowing the group to hold their ground, as the lizardmen's movements and speed indicate they are much stronger. With such a gap in strength, it's unlikely the group would last this long. Taehan soon notices one of the monsters disarming a warrior, leaving him vulnerable to an attack. He admits it's too late for him to intervene. Suddenly, something blocks the lizardman's strike. A sword materializes above the combatant, preventing the attack. Taehan, advancing to assist Young, stops in his tracks upon witnessing this and wonders if it might be magic. He quickly corrects himself, recognizing it as a crafted weapon, and begins to question who made it. Looking back, he sees it's the helper he bumped into some time ago, who is actively creating those weapons. Approaching Shin, Taehan asks how many people are inside the dungeon. Shin replies that, including those in combat, himself, and the guildmaster, there are 10 people. Surprised, Taehan remarks that he remembers only 9 entering, and then asks what Shin is doing there if he's just a helper. Meanwhile, the group struggles to defeat the lizardmen. Akiram is struck and about to be finished off by a monster when Taehan intervenes, using his super speed to assist. Observing this, Shin admits he didn't expect the Overkill Guildmaster to personally join the rescue. He also notices that Taehan carries a weapon he hasn't used yet, suspecting it might be a spare. The protagonist watches the fight closely, acting only when the time is right. Taehan arrives just in time to block the lizardman's attack. Locking swords with the creature, he orders the rookies to retreat. The mage thanks him for the save. Taehan faces the monster with ease, igniting his sword with a flame ability and delivering a series of rapid strikes that leave the lizardman no chance, ultimately defeating it. Without pause, he moves on to the next creature and dispatches it just as easily. Taehan admits to himself that he hasn't even used his full strength yet, but recognizes that the B-rank weapon he's wielding feels far too weak. As he contemplates this, another creature charges toward him. Using his super speed movement ability, Taehan easily cuts down the lizard, defeating it without much effort. Standing next to Shin, Taehan asks if his sword always suffers such severe wear and tear when using his ability, calling it a terrible waste. Shin, unfazed, asks if Taehyun is looking for a fight. Without responding further, Shin creates a new sword for the guildmaster and tells him to use it, but warns him not to break it. Taehan is impressed by how effortlessly Shin materialized the weapon with a single gesture. He realizes that Shin is not just an ordinary weapon creator, but someone exceptionally skilled and competent. However, Taehyun now wonders why someone of such ability is acting as a helper. He recalls hearing about low-class supports often struggling financially and taking on helper roles out of necessity. Shin picks up the master's old sword and sets a condition. After clearing the dungeon, he wants everyone to forget about his ability. Taehyun responds that he won't forget just because Shin asks. However, as Taehyun holds the sword, it begins to dissolve. Shin warns him that if he doesn't want the new weapon, he can go ahead and destroy all his high-level weapons. Even while saying this, Shin internally acknowledges that the weapon he created will likely break as soon as Taehyun uses his ability again. But that's not a problem, as he can simply make more. Now, understanding Shin's intentions, Taehyun promises to forget everything. Satisfied, Shin tells him he can use the weapon however he pleases. Wasting no time, Taehyun charges at another lizard man, activating his fire ability. With a single strike, he shatters the monster's weapon, leaving it completely vulnerable. He is impressed because he had only planned to dodge the attack, but the opponent's weapon broke first. Taehyun admits that his control over the weapon felt far greater than usual, and on top of that, the sword was incredibly strong. Now he is even more intrigued by the weapon creator, who can instantly craft a weapon that is at least above B rank, finding it fascinating. Realizing the monster is about to strike him, Taehyun uses his incredible speed to counterattack first, increasing his strength output to test how much the sword can endure. Taehyun drives the sword into the monster's stomach, unleashing a powerful burst of flames. Pulling the sword out, he rests it briefly on the lizard man's shoulder, moves behind it, and plunges the blade into the creature's neck, igniting it entirely. After retrieving the sword, the monster collapses to the ground, coughing up a large amount of blood. Taehyun examines the sword to check its condition and is astonished to see that it doesn't have a single scratch. This means he would have to use his full strength to damage it. While Taehyun is analyzing the weapon, he is interrupted by a priest expressing gratitude for his arrival, along with Yunseo and Min, who thank him for saving their lives. Taehyun responds that he's relieved no one was injured. They explain that they couldn't fight effectively with their own weapons but managed to hold off the lizard men thanks to the helper. Taehyun looks at Shin, who is quietly placing crystals into his bag, approaches him, and asks his name. The protagonist replies that there's no point in learning the name of a mere helper. The guildmaster insists, saying they should at least know each other's names to communicate, then introduces himself. The weapon creator, noticing the master's keen interest in getting closer, stands up and gives his name. Akaram, overhearing, says he will leave the monastones at the portal entrance. The dealer agrees. Taehyun then tells Shin that they're heading to the boss room and instructs him to leave his things there. The protagonist hesitates, saying he's just a helper and might not be very useful. Even so, the swordsman grabs Shin's bag and hands it to Akiram, stating that since the dungeon's ranking has become erroneous, if they don't defeat the boss, no one will be able to leave, be they helper or support. Shin remarks that Taehyun is more than capable of defeating the boss alone, but Taehyun insists, explaining that no weapon can fully withstand his ability. No matter how skilled he is, breaking the weapon he received would be pointless. The weapon creator confidently states that there's no way a sword crafted by him would break. The master, already heading towards the boss room, tells the protagonist that this is what he had expected, but that dungeon was classified as an error class. The creatures inhabiting that place were monsters far beyond ordinary lizard men, so no precaution would be excessive. Shin agrees to go with the swordsman, leaves the remaining bags on the ground, and starts walking alongside Taehyun. It doesn't take long before they reach the boss room, a place filled with traps. The master and the protagonist face the Lizard King sitting on his throne. This creature had a danger level of C, being the final form achieved by a lizard man after over a century of surviving successive skin shedding. Despite its small size, its strength and speed far exceeded those of a regular lizard man. Taehyun tells Shin that in such cases, the best approach is to disregard all existing danger levels and information, think positively, and aim to finish things as quickly as possible. After activating his fire ability, he adds that if they took too long, the weapon might even break. Hearing this, the protagonist is unimpressed, especially since he had claimed the weapon wouldn't break, and retorts that if the master didn't trust the sword, he should just try it. It doesn't take long for the Lizard King to rise and point his weapon at his opponents, ordering his monster to attack. Fiercely, the creature charges at Shin and Taehyun, who manage to dodge the attack with relative ease. The swordsman wastes no time and attempts a counterattack, but the monster senses it and starts defending itself, using its tail to spin violently. The master steps back to defend himself from the wind attack created by the giant lizard, but quickly reacts and launches another attack. Before Taehyun can get close to the creature, the Lizard King also advances to attack, locking his spear in the air and preventing the master from moving forward. After their weapons clash, the lizard man retreats and mounts the creature. Taking the reins, the giant lizard begins to breathe fire and unleashes a powerful attack. The master is taken aback by this move and doubts he can defend against it, but Shin creates a shield with just one hand, protecting Taehyun. Immediately after, the monster charges at the swordsman, who manages to defend himself and retreat to counterattack. Impressed by the shield Shin created, the master asks if he isn't merely a weapon creator. The protagonist replies that a shield can also become a weapon. Taehyun activates his fire ability and says that once they leave, he has several questions for Shin. He then uses his super speed to attack. The Lizard King throws his weapon, attached to a chain, at the swordsman, who blocks it with his sword. However, the chain wraps around the sword, and the boss attempts to drag the master straight to the demon lizard's mouth. Shin tells Taehyun to stop fooling around and fight properly, making the sword wrapped in the chain appear in his other hand. The swordsman responds that he's just testing the weapon, and with the sword now in his other hand, he successfully strikes the monster, leaving it unable to defend itself. The Lizard King, stunned by this, doesn't expect Taehyun to throw his sword, nearly hitting the boss's neck. They stare each other down closely, and the swordsman, now without his weapon, kicks the creature, sending it flying. After the Lizard King falls to the ground, the master doesn't wait for a reaction. Now armed with his flaming sword, he attacks, leaving his opponent nearly defenseless. Taehyun lands a powerful strike, managing to sever the enemy's arm. Still refusing to give up, the Lizard King notices Shin is retreating and seemingly unarmed. He grabs his spear and charges at the protagonist, only to have his attack blocked by a shield. This leaves the creature bewildered. Shin asks the boss who he thinks he's pointing that weapon at. The monster gets distracted by the protagonist and forgets about Taehyun, who, engulfed in flames, finishes off the opponent. Outside the dungeon, reporters and association agents are gathered. They notice the portal beginning to open and start speculating whether the group inside had succeeded. It doesn't take long before Taehyun and the group of rookies emerge from the portal. Reporters immediately swarm the master, asking about the dungeon's interior and details about the boss. However, he doesn't respond, and instead approaches Hisu, who asks her boss if he's injured. The swordsman assures her he's fine, and smiles as the priest and Min thank him once more for saving them from that situation. Meanwhile, Shin hands over a bag filled with magic stones to the attack group leader, stating that he's leaving since he already received his payment in advance. After delivering the bag, the protagonist glances at Taehyun, who is giving an interview, and slips away before anyone notices him. A reporter asks the master how he managed to clear the dungeon so quickly. Taehyun replies that it wasn't just him, but when he looks for Shin, the latter is nowhere to be found. The protagonist's friends, knowing he dislikes the spotlight, step in and tell the reporters that everyone contributed to blocking the monsters as a team, allowing the master to defeat all the creatures. The archer agrees with Junseo's statement, and the knight adds that all his weapons were destroyed, showing one as evidence, emphasizing how dangerous the situation had been. He praises Taehyun again for arriving and defeating all the monsters. The master turns to the knight, grabs him, and demands to know why he's saying that, insisting that the weapons lasted because of Shin, who kept creating them so they could fight for so long. Junseo feigns ignorance, as if he doesn't know what the master is talking about. Taehyun persists, clarifying that he's referring to the helper, the weapon creator, but the knight still refuses to acknowledge Shin's contribution. Taehyun then asks if they knew that the helper was a support capable of creating weapons. Yoon says she isn't sure if the helper did all that. Taehyun questions others, asking if they saw the helper making weapons, but everyone continues feigning ignorance to protect Shin. The assassin even claims that the helper didn't even have a pickaxe. The master, confused by their behavior, recalls Shin asking him to forget about his abilities once they left the dungeon. This realization frustrates Taehyun further, as he struggles to understand how the protagonist could use skills exclusive to rank A or higher creators. His assistants, noticing his distress, ask if something is wrong. Taehyun tosses his weapon bag to Jun and rushes off to find Shin. The assistants are left baffled, as he says nothing. Taehyun searches everywhere for the weapon creator but can't find him. He eventually stops running, scanning the area and unable to locate Shin, and waits for his assistants to catch up. Hisu asks her boss if something is wrong. The swordsman replies that he needs her to find someone and begins describing the protagonist. A few days later, in the Overkill Guild building, Hisu enters the master's office and reports that she has located Shin. She reveals that around 1 a.m., Shin entered a dungeon near Songpa with a group of 5 members. Taehyun commends his assistant for her good work and notes that the dungeon isn't far from their current location. Hisu, feeling awkward, tells her master that she has a question. She asks why there is so much interest in Shin, considering he is just a rank D creator. Hearing this, the master asks his assistant if that's how it seems, but admits that it's natural for people to think that way without knowing him first. Taehyun begins reviewing the weapon creator's data, including status, history, and all available information, which indeed classifies Shin as rank D. However, the skill rental payment alone disproves everything. This skill, ranked A, allows for the materialization and leasing of objects, and can compel a request from the lessee, with the scope and compulsion depending on the user's capabilities. The master acknowledges that this is a high-rank skill he's never seen in use before. Yet he finds it strange since such a skill could lead to immense wealth, but is being used merely to conceal Shin's identity. Taehyun admits he could never have imagined a weapon maker reaching such a level so easily, but he knows he will only find answers by meeting Shin again. The master reflects that he has never felt anything like what he experienced when wielding a weapon made by Shin, finally being able to use his full power without worrying about the weapon breaking. Having tested swords made by numerous renowned blacksmiths, considered the best in their field, Taehyun recalls how activating his skill against monsters always broke the weapons, often during the first attack. This left the blacksmiths bewildered, unable to craft a weapon strong enough for him. None of them met his expectations, leading Taehyun to believe that creators' crafting abilities were limited to normal-grade weapons. However, the weapons Shin had crafted in the dungeon far exceeded those limitations, as though such restrictions didn't exist. The master speculates that if Shin's abilities truly have no limits, it might finally be possible for him to use his special skill, which he's been unable to utilize due to the lack of suitable weapons. Taehyun knows that clearing a rank D dungeon typically takes a 5-member group about 4 hours, and the creators group is nearing the final hour of their clearance. Eager to meet Shin, the master asks his assistant about the rest of the day's schedule. Hisu informs him that at 7 p.m. he has a meeting with the master of the Hyunmu Guild. As he walks out of the room, Taehyun tells her to cancel the meeting because he plans to leave early, determined to avoid missing any chance of finding Shin. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the knight battling a monster can hardly believe the weapon he's using was crafted by a mere helper. With that sword, he managed to destroy the boss's weapon, meaning it could be of rank B quality. The knight admits that when his own weapon broke into 2 pieces, he thought his group was doomed and never imagined the helper had such a skill. Minho marvels at his new sword, claiming he has never seen a weapon of such quality before. He thanks Shin for helping him, and mentions that if Shin doesn't belong to a guild, they would recruit him. Sujin agrees, expressing that it's a shame someone of his talent is working as a helper. The protagonist, carrying magic stones, overhears the group's conversation and admits to himself that he didn't expect to use so much mana. He hadn't imagined encountering a group that would struggle so much, even though this wasn't an error-class dungeon. As he gathers more magic stones, Shin notes that if he hadn't conserved his mana, the group likely wouldn't have survived. Shin acknowledges that the incredible amount of mana he sensed within the dungeon earlier, after defeating the golem and using all his strength, never truly disappeared. Now, what he feels isn't better than the mana of a rank D awakened. However, it's a relief that he didn't face any major issues while creating weapons. Shin didn't expect that memories from his past life would help him in such a way. Knowing that a creator's basic skill is creation, which assists in producing a specific object, and that the quality is proportional to the mana used, there's another method to enhance the performance of this skill that the protagonist is yet to fully understand. When crafting a weapon, the proficiency level matters, such as when creating a sword through the method of heating metal. The higher the understanding of the object being crafted, the better its quality. The best aspect of this skill is that the quality increases along with mana efficiency. Thus, even if Shin uses the same amount of mana to create the same object, a higher level of understanding results in significantly better quality. After this hidden aspect of the skill was revealed, the protagonist recalls undergoing intense training, researching materials, receiving training from a hunter as a support, working in workshops, and attending weapon crafting classes. He feels like he has more mana than he expected, though he's not entirely sure how much better he has become. Compared to the mana being utilized, the resulting quality isn't just an add-on, it's something beyond normal, even though it still lacks in certain areas. Shin admits it's challenging to use the creation and rental payment skills simultaneously, and mana-related equipment is expensive, so acquiring them is out of reach for now. However, he can at least procure mana potions, the only mana-related item that can be mass-produced. Shin realizes he should request more potions, even though his low pay as a helper makes this difficult. He even considered becoming a creator officially, but no one would accept him as a rank D support, so he decided to remain a helper. Checking his passive skill window, he finds the results promising. His skill, mana absorption, allows him to accumulate contaminated mana energy found in dungeons. If the accumulated magic surpasses the limit, a new reward will be granted. The protagonist notes that he's close to reaching the absorption target, only about 20% away. Shin admits that clearing a few more dungeons won't suffice, as each removal only increases absorption by 1%, which is far too inefficient. The only viable method left is to enter an error-class dungeon to absorb a significant amount of mana at once. Compared to other dungeons, error-class dungeons offer several times the mana absorption rate. Shin already has a location in mind, but the issue is that he can't predict the difficulty of the error or the dungeon's rank before entering. He acknowledges that the previous dungeon would have bbeen challenging without Taehan's presence. To avoid surprises, he knows he must prepare to face at least a rank C boss, and understands that his only path to growth as a rank D awakened is to check the mana absorption reward. It doesn't take long for the group to leave the dungeon. After crossing the portal, they bid farewell, promising to meet again soon. Shin feels satisfied, knowing he erased their memories so they wouldn't recall what he had done. However, when he least expects it, Taehan immediately recognizes him by his voice and turns to face him. The master approaches alongside his assistant and asks the weapon creator if he remembers him. Shin is shocked to see that his memory-erasing skill didn't work on the swordsman, but tries to play it off, claiming he doesn't remember him. Taehan hands a card to the protagonist, just in case Shin truly doesn't recall him. Shin asks what business they need to discuss. The master says it's a serious matter and requests a bit of his time. The protagonist notices that the card is from the Overkill Guild, one of Korea's top 3 guilds. Although tempting, he realizes he can't get involved with such a large guild yet, so he thinks of making an excuse and leaving. After deciding this, he turns and says he doesn't have time, as he already has a dinner planned. Taehan places a hand on his shoulder, saying Shin won't regret the conversation they're about to have, and that it won't take much time. Plus, dinner will be on him. Shin replies that as the guildmaster, Taehan must have a lot on his plate, so he didn't expect him to take time out to talk to a rank D helper. Taehan agrees, but says he has his reasons. Although Shin doesn't like where this is going, he needs to confirm how well rental payment worked, so he brushes past Taehan and says he'll give him a bit of his time, even if it's brief. This excites the swordsman, and they head to a restaurant to talk. While eating, Shin asks what business the Overkill Guildmaster could possibly have with a rank D support like him, doubting it's just idle chatter. Taehan explains that his class is Berserker, and while it boasts overwhelming attack power, there's a limit to how much he can use because no weapon can handle the full force of his strength. He goes on to say that the most critical task for a Berserker is to find a weapon supplier who can match their needs. Taehan has visited countless places to achieve this, both domestically and internationally, starting with blacksmiths renowned as the best in their fields and even the few weapon creators out there. If there was even a sliver of possibility, he would commission weapons without worrying about time or money. Yet, every weapon he's obtained so far has failed to endure his abilities fully, except for one, the sword Shin gave him in the dungeon. Hearing this, Shin realizes one thing for certain: rental payment didn't work on Taehan at all. Furthermore, he admits he was careless, as he didn't expect the Berserker class to have a style-nullifying ability. Now, he recognizes the need to be more cautious when using his skill on high-level hunters. Taehan, speaking directly, asks if Shin would be interested in joining the Overkill Guild, noting that he isn't part of any other guild. If Shin accepts, Taehan promises he'll receive the best treatment, including a signing fee of 10 billion won, plus separate payments for operational expenses and debt repayment. The contract would last 1 year, with a 10% increase in the signing fee for each renewal, and the specific details would be outlined in the contract. Shin apologizes and stands up, stating that he has no plans to join a guild at the moment and will have to decline. He thanks Taehyun for the meal and says that if there's nothing else to discuss, he'll take his leave. Taehyun is stunned to see Shin walking toward the exit after rejecting his offer. Hisu asks her boss why he made such a generous proposal, considering it was unusually high for a rookie, and points out that it's unlike him to make such an offer without a reason. Taehan tells his assistant that if she had experienced what he felt when wielding that weapon, she wouldn't speak like that. He explains it's been a long time since the cry of a weapon reached his fingertips. When he held that sword, he could feel it truly accepting and enduring all his power. But it wasn't just the sensation that was appealing. Taehan also had to consider the sheer number of high-level weapons he had destroyed that year. Hisu acknowledges that the Guildmaster's expenditures on weapons were astronomical. Regardless of the weapons breaking due to their inability to handle the pressure, if they weren't of a certain rank, Taehan's abilities couldn't even be fully unleashed. Thinking about all this, she concludes that, if what the weapon creator had achieved was truly possible, the proposed hiring fee was hardly excessive. However, the problem was that, until then, no one had been able to create such a powerful weapon, not even the so-called best in their fields. Taehan insists that he is certain Shin can craft such a weapon and that, no matter what it takes, he is determined to recruit him at all costs. Outside the restaurant, Shin admits to himself that he never thought the day would come when he'd reject an offer to join one of Korea's top 3 guilds, especially Overkill, led by Taehan, who would undoubtedly be an excellent ally. Still, Shin feels it's too soon for him to join any guild. He reassures himself that it's fine. He can wait patiently because without a doubt, the guildmaster will find him again. A few days later, a dungeon raid is underway. Several goblins have already been slain by a group that is now under attack by an executioner. Of the attacking group, only one knight remains, watching in horror as his companions are killed like they're nothing. Frightened, Sung asks the executioner who he is. The man replies mockingly, saying this is always a memorable moment. By the time he's killed everyone else, most people are usually crying, begging for their lives and losing consciousness. Laughing, Donghae says he is someone who will become a different kind of hero. Sung asks why he's doing this, or if his goal is simply to kill everyone for their trophies. The executioner responds that it's for a rather dull reason, one he won't bother explaining, as it would just be a waste of energy to someone who's about to die. However, he adds with a laugh, he might explain if Sung somehow manages to defeat him. Laughing louder, Donghae tells Sung to attack quickly if he doesn't want to die. The knight realizes his opponent isn't easy to handle and knows that, from a safe distance, he'll be killed for sure. Resolved to lose a limb if necessary, he charges to attack. Sung delivers his strike, but it's blocked by the executioner. Nevertheless, the knight doesn't relent and continues his assault. Donghae, however, deflects the attacks with ease. Eventually, he disarms Sung, knocking his sword from his hand. As Sung stares at his fallen weapon, he fails to notice the executioner closing in for a kick. The attack lands squarely, sending the knight flying into a wall. Stunned and defenseless, Sung clutches his stomach, winded by the powerful blow. The executioner approaches, dragging his sword along the ground, and expresses his disappointment. He says he had been excited, as it was the first hero rank domination in a year, but he never expected his opponent to be such small fry. Looking at the sobbing knight, Donghae remarks that his courage is admirable, and, as a reward, he'll send him off clean. Raising his sword, despite Sung's desperate pleas for mercy, the executioner strikes him down, ending his life. After killing Sung, Donghae muses that he had hoped for a real fight after such a long time, but it wasn't even enough for a warm-up. Looking at the lifeless body, he mockingly says the knight's expression of injustice is priceless. With sarcasm, he adds that Sung shouldn't worry. His death will be reported as a heroic battle against the boss, where he bravely fought and died with honor. As he takes pictures of the bodies, Donghae comments that this is normal for a problematic dungeon. Scrolling through the photos, he smirks, pleased that his collection has grown, and remarks that he truly lives for collecting these images. Suddenly, the executioner feels a chilling energy that sends shivers down his spine. He tells the priestess to tone it down or at least announce her presence when entering. Hana apologizes, explaining that she rushed in because she heard there were some precious ingredients in the area. Donghae sarcastically asks what precious ingredients she's referring to since everyone in that group was just a bunch of fools. As she walks past him, he remarks that he had told her not to listen to those people and to wait a little longer. In a dark tone, Hana asks if the executioner is planning to go against the wishes of the mysterious person they follow. Donghae simply tells the priestess to make sure everything is cleaned up properly. Hana, already using her abilities, assures him that cleaning is her specialty. Still in the room, the executioner reminds her not to forget her promise to let him fight an S-rank hunter, as that promise is the only reason he's sticking around with her. He complains that, because of her damned conscience or whatever it is, he's forced to kill people cleanly and can't even use his full power. While casting her spell, Hana tells him not to worry, promising she'll make contact soon. The executioner says that if that's the case, it's fine, and asks which creature will emerge this time. A massive monster begins to rise from the ground, leaving Hana in awe. Once fully summoned, the creature tells Hana that what the executioner said wasn't wrong. Meanwhile, outside the portal, the association is blocking the passage to prevent people from entering. Shin is already on site, waiting for the right moment to enter, when he spots Taihan wearing a cap and mask to avoid being recognized. They begin talking, and the protagonist asks what Taihan is doing there. The guildmaster jokes that Shin must have sharp eyes to recognize him so easily. Shin replies that there's only one person he knows who carries a weapon bag like that, then asks again why he's there. Taihan explains that he's there to clear the portal. Confused, Shin asks why a guildmaster would be interested in attacking a D-rank portal. Taihan responds that the guild member assigned to this portal got sick, so he's filling in. Shin finds this explanation odd but can't ask more questions as the attack team announces their entry. Even Taehyun calls him to join. Shin didn't expect to run into Taehyun again so soon and realizes he'll have to adjust his plans. After passing through the portal, the guildmaster walking beside Shin asks why he doesn't just join the guild. Shin replies that he's already rejected the offer and doesn't want to discuss it further. As they proceed, Shin overhears a conversation between a knight and a mage discussing a rank C portal auction that took place in Chuchan that morning. The mage, Minji, mentions that her friend attended the auction and said the bid Hyunmu Guild placed was so high that no one else could compete. Shin begins to wonder why Hyunmu Guild would pay such a high price for a rank C portal, and whether they've discovered something. Taehan, overhearing the conversation as well, asks Shin if he's interested in buying portals. He adds that if Shin were part of Overkill, he could easily acquire special portals above rank B. Taehan explains that Overkill members enjoy hidden privileges thanks to the guild's name alone. For awakened individuals, a guild's reputation is significant, as it can bring public admiration and even envy. Beyond that, guild membership provides access to lucrative jobs, unparalleled earnings, and rewards far beyond what other awakened could hope to achieve. Additionally, with these rights, members can claim various benefits. For example, with high-rank special portals, they can even obtain entry tickets. There was significant influence not just through talent, but through the dynamics of politics and structure, which naturally led to rare treasures from such places being confiscated by larger guilds. Taehan tells Shin that he must have some goal he's aiming to achieve as an awakened. Whatever it may be, with Overkill's support, it would be easier to reach. He admits he doesn't understand why Shin is rejecting the offer so vehemently. The weapon creator replies that it's none of his business, and adds that he can somewhat understand Taehyun's persistence, since probably no one has ever refused an invitation to join Overkill. He clarifies firmly that no matter what happens, he will not join any guild. This leaves Taehan deep in thought, considering whether Shin's attitude stems from the trauma of the Daewon Guild's annihilation, or if it's something else he's hiding. Regardless of the reason, Taehyun resolves not to give up. The group delves deeper into the dungeon until spider webs begin falling around them. Kitai announces that they are now entering the monster's territory, and as most of the hunters seem to be rookies, he gives a quick briefing. While everyone should have read the reconnaissance report, the monsters here are legion spiders. Although their individual danger level is low, they have special traits, notably that they live and fight in groups. According to reconnaissance, there are about 50 of them, not too many. Another important detail is their paralyzing venom, so everyone needs to avoid being bitten. As Kitai gives his explanation, Shin notices Taehyun drawing his sword and advising Shin to stay close, as the creatures are approaching. Shin dismisses the concern, telling him not to worry about the helper and focus on preparing to fight. Taehyun counters, stating that all combatants must protect the group's helpers and support members, as it's a rule hunters must follow regardless of skill or situation. When Shin starts to argue that no hunters ever follow such rules, Kitai alerts the group that the spiders are approaching. The team gathers, ready for battle. The giant creatures close in all at once, causing Minky to tremble with fear. Despite his shaking, he urges the group to stay calm, reminding them they can take the spiders down if they stick to what they've learned. Legion spiders, with an individual danger level of E and a group danger level of D, change their threat level depending on the size of their legion. The rookie group grows tense as the spiders get closer, ready to strike. Even though he's scared, Minky is the first to kill one of the creatures, landing a solid blow that splits it in half. Kita uses his shield to create a barrier, blocking the spider's advance, while Minji attacks from a distance using her magic. Taehan observes the rookies fighting and concludes that, for rank D members, they're not bad, so he doesn't need to intervene yet. Shin, looking behind them, is shocked to see a massive swarm of spiders. He remarks that this is far more than just a few dozen. Taehyun readies himself for combat, activating his flame ability before the spiders get too close and launching an attack against the massive group. As he fights, he notes that the durability of Legion spiders is relatively low even among classified monsters. He realizes that, at this pace, he could likely clear the dungeon without breaking his weapon, as he only needs to release a small amount of chi. Mid-battle, the rookie group calls for help after becoming surrounded. Kitai panics upon realizing there are at least a few hundred spiders rather than the 50 they were expecting. Minky says this is going to be harder than he thought. Minji adds that she's almost out of mana and doesn't know how much longer she can hold on. Seeing the group in danger, Taehan starts running toward them to help and calls for Shin to follow. However, the protagonist walks in the opposite direction, telling the master to assist the others and that he would follow once he was done. Taehan, confused, doesn't understand, as there are even more creatures in the direction Shin is heading. As Shin walks, a spider charges at him. Taehan yells for him to duck, worried that Shin might be overwhelmed if he carelessly uses too much chi on his sword. But to Taehan's shock, Shin blinks and, in an inexplicable move, slices the spider in half. Taehan is left speechless, impressed by such skill. Shin, meanwhile, reflects that of all the weapons he could currently create, The sword was the most refined and effective. Ideally, he'd summon multiple swords and launch them all at once against the spiders, but that's impossible with his current mana reserves. Accepting this limitation, he admits that the sword he created is the best option for now. With just a finger, Shin controls his magical sword, guiding it to attack all the approaching creatures without moving from his spot. Effortlessly, he adjusts the sword's direction with a simple gesture, killing every spider regardless of their position. The final creature falls directly in front of Taehan, who is astounded by the large-scale attack and the fact that it took just 10 seconds to completely annihilate the legion of spiders. Taehan, still processing what he witnessed, wonders how Shin managed to use materialization in combat. He realizes he's dealing with a talented support who can also fight. Shin breaks the silence by asking Taehyun why he's standing around when the rookie group is in trouble. Taehyun snaps out of it, seeing the rookies struggling and nearly overwhelmed, and says they'll talk properly after the situation is under control. Before Taehyun charges into battle, Shin casually tells him it's fine and reminds him to come up with an explanation later. No one would believe a helper defeated all those creatures. Taehyun says nothing, activating his skill and heading into the fight. After they finish off the monsters, the knight thanks Taehyun, saying they survived thanks to him. Sitting on the ground, Kitai remarks that he didn't expect Lee to be someone so well known and never imagined he was the master of overkill. Taehyun apologizes for not revealing his identity earlier, explaining that he was there to investigate the dungeon discreetly. Minji, puzzled, asks why he's apologizing when he saved everyone. She begins to flirt with him, saying it was so cool to watch him handle all those spiders, and asks if she can take a picture. Before Taehyun can respond, Minky returns, interrupting her moment. Frustrated at the lost opportunity, Minji glares at Minky. Minky apologizes for the delay and explains that he and Shin were collecting subproducts while making their way back. He also reports that the area seems clear of monsters and mentions they found another path nearby. Kitai then suggests they stop the raid, saying it's bad luck and they shouldn't proceed any further. Minky, confused, asks why his partner is suggesting they quit. Kitai explains that the number of spiders they encountered and the dungeon's geography are entirely different from the reconnaissance report. He elaborates that dungeons exist beyond portals, separate from the real world, and are places filled with bizarre creatures and unique geographical features that don't exist on Earth. At that time, the concepts of dungeons and awakened beings were not yet perfectly established, so the most important thing for those who had just awakened was information about these places. There weren't many awakened who could adapt to dungeon environments they had never encountered before, which often led to failed raids and, in the worst cases, death. This is how the concept of scouts emerged. Awakened individuals with abilities to detect and conceal their presence came together and began taking on reconnaissance commissions for dungeons. The success rate of dungeon clearances started to rise significantly after these reconnaissance efforts, and these individuals became known as scouts. Kiti explains that the accuracy of a reconnaissance report is usually over 98%, so claiming this was just an error is unlikely. However, they also couldn't rule out the possibility that this was a problematic dungeon. Minky grows tense after hearing Kitai's explanation and says that since they have the guildmaster with them, it should be fine to continue. Kite acknowledges Minky's desire to press on, but points out that receiving the guildmaster's help once is already a privilege. If they're not careful, everyone could end up in danger. Even with the knight's insistence, Minky said he really wanted to clear the dungeon, as he needed money. Minji was in the same situation and didn't want to give up either. Kitai asked if this was truly the most important thing in their lives. He reminded the group that once they entered the boss room, they couldn't turn back and should first report to the association. This comment left the team more worried. Unexpectedly, Taehyun reassured them, saying he was fine with it since his purpose there was to investigate, and he still considered himself part of the group. He explained that if he could reach a conclusion by advancing the invasion, there was no reason not to proceed. To complete his investigation, he would need to enter the boss room regardless. Shin stayed silent, observing the group's reaction. Kitai bowed to the knight and thanked him for his help without hesitation, adding that he believed the knight should obviously be the leader due to his greater experience. Taehyun dismissed the matter, urging the knight to continue leading as they had done from the start. Kitai agreed and suggested they move forward, asking everyone to follow him. After some time navigating the dungeon's corridors, they arrived at the door leading to the boss room. The knight began delivering his final briefing, explaining that the boss of this dungeon was the Spider Queen Legion, classified as a D-rank threat. Her combat abilities were generally low, and she was considered an easy boss, primarily spawning legion spiders. As they prepared to open the door, Kitai noted that this was the original intel, but they couldn't be sure what creature lay beyond the door. Once ready, The knight opened the door. Upon entering the dark room, Minji provided light for visibility. Taihan observed the space and noted no unusual signs, which momentarily alleviated their concerns. Kitai, leading the group, warned them to prepare as the boss was approaching. Minky and Minji were relieved to see that it was indeed the Spider Queen they had been briefed about, with no apparent changes. Minji volunteered to strike first. Using a long-range electric attack, she managed to hit all the creatures in one go. However, when the effect of the spell subsided, she was stunned. The boss had died from a single attack. Kitai, astonished, declared he had never seen anything like it and advised the group to fall back. Suddenly, they felt a different presence, freezing the less experienced members in place. Above the fallen Spider Queen appeared a new monster, Arachne, a B-rank threat. Known as the queen of all spider monsters, Arachne possessed high intelligence and cunning. She didn't reproduce but expanded her territory by overtaking other spider monsters' domains, augmenting her legions through raids. Arachne could also share her power with her followers. Her menacing aura terrified the novices. Before they could react, Arachne launched an attack. Taihan countered, activating his flame ability and striking with his sword. The knight was shocked, never expecting a B-rank monster to appear. He admitted that an unrefined sword strike wouldn't even leave a mark, and with the weapon already breaking, he resolved to inflict as much damage as possible in a single blow. Taihan delivered a direct strike to the monster's abdomen, wounding it, but shattering his sword in the process, leaving him unable to deliver a finishing blow. Immediately, Arachne counterattacked. Taihan, defenseless without a weapon, was about to be struck when Shin stepped in, creating a sword to block the attack just in time. Protecting the group, the weapon maker told Taehyun to make do with the temporary weapon while he forged a proper one. However, as the protagonist began crafting the new weapon, he realized he had completely exhausted his mana. While taking a mana recovery potion, Shin admitted that it was incredible he had lasted this long with the low mana level he had. As for mana potions, he could manage to drink 1 bottle a day, since anything more could lead to addiction. However, the effects were still amazing. The time it took for him to drink the potion delayed him in helping Taehyun with the battle, but he still managed to create a sword in time to block the attack and buy some time to forge a more decent weapon. Shin acknowledged that Arachne, a B-rank monster, was a high-level creature, but the real problematic boss that was supposed to appear was the monarch spider, a C-rank. Looking at the novice group, who were terrified by Arachne, he recognized how lucky they were to have Taehyun with them. It would have been difficult to face that boss with such an inexperienced group, especially once the threat level reached B. The monsters changed. Arachne kept attacking the master, who stood firm, blocking all the fast and powerful strikes. Watching the swordsman fight, Shin noted that his pure combat power was equal to that of 5 A-rank hunters. But when considering Arachne's abilities, they couldn't just rely on the master. So, it was up to the novice group to rise, now that Arachne's bloodlust had shifted focus. Kitai, impressed with Shin's weapon-making abilities, asked who he was. Minky and Minji were also surprised, not expecting someone so talented to be acting as a mere assistant. The protagonist replied that there was something more important they needed to deal with first. Creating new weapons for the group, he told them to choose between taking the weapons in front of them and clearing the dungeon by defeating the spiders or retreating and waiting outside until the situation calmed down. Before they made their decision, he said he trusted they would make a wise choice. The novices didn't hesitate for long and chose the weapons, deciding to join the fight. Minky, wielding his new sword, marveled at it, as he had never held a weapon like this before. He found that he was now defeating the monsters with incredible ease, as if he were cutting through paper. This surprised him, as he hadn't expected monster hunting to be so effortless. In the middle of the combat, Minky noticed that Minji had started using her long-range powers, which were impressively strong. Kitai was amazed, realizing that the only change had been the weapons, yet the power of the girl's abilities had increased several times over. Seeing how easily the spiders were being defeated, the knight began to wonder how Shin had created such good weapons so quickly. What intrigued him even more was that Shin was a weapon creator but was calling himself an assistant. Taihan, despite struggling in the fight, managed to wound the creature with great difficulty, but he acknowledged that this was to be expected from a high-level B-rank monster. He also admitted that it was getting harder to find the right moment to strike. The creature started to roar loudly and resumed attacking the swordsman, who activated the flames on his sword to defeat Arachne as quickly as possible. The monster realized that the swordsman was close to striking and attempted a counterattack, but it wasn't enough to stop the master's blow. With an increased strike power, Taihan managed to split the creature in half. Taehan admitted that the sword was better than he had expected, seeing that his strike had increased in power and the sword hadn't broken. However, he soon noticed that smaller spiders were starting to appear. The novices were startled by the massive swarm of monsters, especially since they had no idea where they were coming from or where they were going. Kitai pointed out that the spiders were heading toward the master. Taehan, seeing that the creatures were moving in his direction, ordered the group to retreat, and he recognized that things were getting complicated, especially now that Arachne's ability was being activated. The swordsman observed that Arachne was sacrificing the spiders and transferring their life force to herself. This meant that she would repeat this process every time she was severely wounded. The boss was now healed and surrounded by several spiders, regenerating. Taehan, preparing an attack, thought that he needed to increase his firepower and finish everything in one blow. But before he could strike, his sword, powered only by his chi, broke. Shin told the master that he was even more incredible than he thought, as even with the little mana he had, he never imagined he would actually destroy a sword. Now, the protagonist created an even more powerful weapon and asked the swordsman to use it, even though it wasn't a two-handed sword like he usually wielded. However, it was a more durable weapon. Shin explained that this was the best weapon he could create at the moment. Taehan felt that as soon as he held the new sword, he could defeat all those creatures at once. He admitted that he wasn't familiar with this type of two-handed sword, but it was the most appropriate for the situation they were in. The master gripped the sword and used his explosion skill, further increasing his power. Now fully prepared, he charged at Arachne, and with his immense flame power and strength, managed to defeat the boss and the spider minions in the area. Seeing the explosion skill that the master had used, Shin recognized it as a natural ability of a berserker. It was probably the first time the swordsman had used it correctly. Instead of gaining overwhelming power, this skill resulted in the user losing all rationality. Taehan easily cleaved Arachne in half after releasing all his immense power, causing a massive explosion of flames. It didn't take long for the master to calm down, and once the flames subsided, he admitted that what he had done was extremely dangerous. He acknowledged that if he hadn't released all his power, his reason might have been consumed. Since this was the second time it had happened, after his awakening, he had managed to use the skill correctly. After using the powerful weapon, which had been created with minimal mana, Taehan admitted that he had been wrong. Shin was not a normal awakener. He realized that once the ability Shin had was discovered, everyone would focus on him. The protagonist approached the dead creature and noticed that the immense amount of mana it exuded was unlike any of the other problematic dungeon bosses. He then asked the swordsman if he felt anything from the corpse. The master replied that he definitely didn't feel anything and that it was dead, as he had taken care of all its remains. Arachne would not come back to life. After hearing Taehan, Shin now knew for certain that even a high-level hunter couldn't sense the mana the boss exuded. So he activated his passive mana absorption skill and began draining the energy. As he was absorbing it, a window appeared, indicating that the accumulation of contaminated mana had been completed, and he received a reward, a new skill, demonic weapon creation. This was an active skill that, when using 100% of the accumulated mana, allowed the user to create weapons from the demonic realm. The total amount of accumulated mana was 150, and the number of demonic weapons saved was 0. A demonic weapon created once would be saved and could be materialized without any further mana consumption. This skill could be used once per day, with a duration of 10 minutes. After checking his new ability, Shin wondered what a weapon from the demonic realm would be like, as he couldn't even imagine what kind of weapon it might be. At that moment, he couldn't recall any concepts of the demonic realm, but it could be all the ones he already knew, so it wouldn't be too big of a problem. But the protagonist admitted it was a pity that the reward wasn't related to mana, though it was still fine. He was happy, as looking at the mana absorption skill window, he noticed that, thanks to Arachne, he had reached half the required mana. It also seemed that the rewards wouldn't stop there. Taehan called Shin over and said he had something to say. The protagonist turned around and asked what it was. The master said that first, he wanted to apologize because, despite Shin's rejection to join the guild, he had kept asking him to accept the offer. That was rude, regardless of his duty as a guildmaster. Therefore, he wanted to apologize, as he was truly regretful. Shin didn't understand why Taehan was bowing and apologizing, leaving him speechless. Kitai, who had been watching this scene, couldn't believe the swordsman was bowing to a D-rank helper, but he soon thought that, based on the skills Shin had shown, he definitely wasn't a normal person, and the assistant might be a hidden talent of the Overkill Guild, since creating all those weapons was really difficult. Minky, along with Minji, approached after confirming that there were no more monsters in the area. The young man stated that there were no creatures left, as it seemed the boss had gathered them all. Minky told Minji that the weapon was incredible, as it could kill monsters without using up any energy. Minji said she had never seen a crafter make weapons like that before, and because of it, she was starting to think that Shin might be with the Overkill Guild. While they were talking, the knight was about to urge them to leave and contact the association. Minky, feeling awkward, asked if there was any specific reason they had to leave. The girl wanted to thank Taehan and Shin first before leaving, but Kitai started pushing his companions, telling them to get out of that disgusting place already. While the knight tried to convince his friends to leave, he thought it was certain that the assistant was related to the Overkill Guild, and that it would be best to leave as soon as possible. After all, if they interfered in the affairs of a large guild, things could get troublesome for them. However, no matter the emergency, Shin had fascinating power. Meanwhile, the protagonist told the master that they could talk now, as, even if he used the rent payment, a guild master shouldn't be bowing in front of just anyone. Taehan told the weapon maker that his guild would no longer try to bother him and that he would stop following him, but that didn't mean they were giving up, since this was the first opportunity, and he wanted to know if Shin would be interested in signing a contract, as he was sure he would like the new conditions. After leaving the dungeon, they headed straight to the Overkill building. Shin sat in the office with Hisu, who said it was good to see him again, and introduced herself as the official secretary of the guild. She mentioned that she was in charge of the contractual procedures, and was at his disposal for whatever he needed. The protagonist told Hisu that the master had said he would contact him immediately, but he hadn't expected it to be the very next morning. The secretary explained that Taehan had requested things to move as quickly as possible, which is why there was a sense of urgency. Shin asked where they were, as he felt like he had come from a very distant place. She replied that this was the special reception room inside the Overkill Guild, a location with particularly strict security, and if he was worried about leaks, there was no need. She placed the contract on the table and asked Shin to read it, as it contained the terms the guildmaster had mentioned earlier. And even though it might take some time, they could also change the contents of the contract, so Shin could read it carefully and feel comfortable expressing his thoughts. As he read through the contract, the protagonist realized it was exactly as Taehan had said back in the dungeon, but now it felt real, seeing everything organized in this way. Shin placed the contract on the table and told them to proceed with it as it was. The conditions the master had proposed were for the weapon maker to be an unofficial support member. The swordsman said to the protagonist that he vaguely understood why Shin had been against joining a guild. It was because, for some reason, he needed to hide his identity, and if that was the case, the offer they had could be a great help. Taehan said that Overkill could secretly provide Shin with any materials he needed, equipment, ingredients, and portal rights, no matter what it was. But they needed to proceed with a contract for the sake of formalities, and everything would be kept secret. After hearing these conditions, the protagonist asked the master why he was being so kind. Taehan replied that he was doing this, but not for free, since Shin would need to help fulfill the personal requests they gave him. However, the swordsman added that he wouldn't force anything, and if he didn't like the request, he could refuse it. The protagonist then asked what Taehan would do if he received support but didn't reciprocate. Taehan said it would be fine, since the purpose of the contract in the first place was to establish a connection with the guild and prevent the weapon maker from joining another guild. Accepting a commission was nothing more than a symbol of sincerity. When the master finished making his offer, men from the association's investigation team entered the room and were surprised to see Taehan's state. The swordsman, wanting to remain as discreet as possible, told Shin that they needed to leave and that he would be waiting outside for his answer. Additionally, he hoped it would be a positive response, although there was no need for Shin to feel pressured. Before they left the dungeon, Taehyun's last words to the protagonist were that the skill he possessed was worth more than the value of the contract. Now, about to sign the contract, Shin thought that according to his original plan, he wanted to leave a strong impression on Taehan and maintain a relationship with the Overkill Guild without actually joining them. But now, regardless of that, the agreement between them seemed very good, so he decided to sign it. After signing, Shin asked the secretary when he could start receiving support. Hisu said that he could receive it right away and just needed to let her know what he needed. The girl then took out a gift from the guildmaster as a celebration for the contract signing, mentioning that she had heard it was a useful item found in Arachne's lair. Shin took the box in his hand and wondered what the gift could be. Upon opening it, he was surprised by what he saw, but quickly stored it in his backpack. He then handed Hisu a list of the support materials he wanted. While she was reading the list, the protagonist asked how long it would take to receive all the items. The girl said that the amount was possible to be delivered within a week, though it might be a bit over the limit, but she didn't think those materials would be much help for a support role. Shin agreed, saying that she was right and that he wouldn't use them, instead giving them to someone else. Then, he left. The next day, the protagonist was back at the Overkill building, checking the time on the clock, thinking he might meet someone at that hour. It didn't take long before he ran into Gia, the rank A hunter. Inside a dungeon, this woman could easily defeat high-level monsters. After the player selection, she became a prodigy hunter, known as the Goddess Archer. When Gia arrived at the guild building, she headed straight to the information desk. As she approached, Gia said she was there to request entry into a training portal and handed her card to the attendants. Seeing that she was a rank A hunter, the attendant asked if she could arrange a rank C training portal. Embarrassed, the archer replied that it was better not to, and that she preferred a rank D portal instead. The attendants didn't understand why she would want a lower rank portal, until they realized that it hadn't been long since this hunter was evaluated as a rank A awakened, and that she had very little experience, having entered portals only a few times. As Gia was filling out the paperwork, she mentioned that she had seen lower-ranked awakened ones completely give up being hunters after only using low-rank portals, but she had never seen a rank A hunter like this. While Gia was signing the papers, the attendant thought that this hunter would probably be demoted if she kept going like this. The first rank of an awakened is based on the total amount of mana they possess. When the blue energy poured out from the cracks, the mana flowed into everyone's bodies, but the amount of mana each person could absorb was different. The more mana a person's body can hold, the better their abilities. The association then began analyzing the mana quantities of everyone, creating regulations for those who absorbed more than a certain amount of mana, who were classified as awakened. Furthermore, they began dividing people into ranks based on the amount of mana, but it was clear that the rank wasn't fixed. Even if someone was ranked low, they could improve their performance through dungeon invasions, and if recognized by the association, could be promoted. But of course the opposite could also happen. Gia finished filling out the form and handed it to the attendant, who said she would help her with the application. First, she asked the hunter if she had a partner to enter the dungeon with. Gia replied that she didn't. The attendant said that she would place Gia on the partner recruitment list, as the rules required her to enter with a group of at least 2 people, and since there were no requests for rank D training portals, she would have to wait. Embarrassed, Gia asked if she really couldn't go alone. The attendant said it was possible if she had a permit to solo the portals, but to obtain the permit, she would need to pass a test. She then asked if Gia wanted to register for the test. The archer replied that she didn't need to, and would just wait. Before Gia left the room, the attendant told her that she needed to inform her that the first hunter qualification renewal she would go through would be in a month. She probably saw, through the notifications, that to renew a rank A hunter qualification, one needed multiple experiences with rank C portals or higher, or pass the actual rank A test. The attendant added that, in Gia's case, she would most likely need to take the test, but she would receive a message about it soon. Shin, who had been nearby, witnessed the entire scene and was waiting for the right moment to talk to the hunter, who seemed tense, thinking that even requesting a training portal was complicated and that she should have done it online. Gia didn't like going to places with many people, but she had made the decision to come here with the mindset that she couldn't afford to be demoted, so she needed to pull herself together. After all, it was just a rank D portal, and what happened last time wouldn't happen again. While still in the room, Gia noticed she received a message, but it seemed odd, since the attendant had said she would wait. However, upon reading the message, she realized it was for a rank D portal, as she had expected, so she accepted it as quickly as possible to avoid missing the opportunity. She headed straight to the location where the portal was open, where several people were already gathered. When she arrived, she felt nervous, as it had been a while since she had entered a portal, and every time she experienced an uncomfortable sensation. Before she entered, Shin approached and asked her name, introducing himself as a support and suggesting that they could work well together. She bowed and told the protagonist it was a pleasure to meet him. Embarrassed, the weapons creator apologized for being late and said they could go in now. Shin knew that Gia was a hunter of the archer class, initially estimated to be rank A. However, after her continued failures in tests, she was one of the few awakened individuals who were demoted to rank C. The reason Gia had received the title of Archery Goddess was because, after being chosen as a player, she was able to discover her hidden talent. Shin knew what that talent was, something a person could uncover even without becoming a player, and that was why he was determined to awaken Gia's talent that day. After they entered the dungeon, it didn't take long before they encountered a group of monsters in the middle of the forest. The archer was hiding behind some bushes, observing the movements of the goblins. She was testing a device she had brought with her, which allowed her to sense the mana of a monster. Ready to attack, she apologized to Shin and said she wanted to go alone. She then asked if it would be a problem for her to kill the creatures without his help, but she assured him not to worry, as she would split the loot and compensate him after finishing. The protagonist said it was fine, and that she didn't need to worry, but if she needed help, he could provide her with arrows. Gia thanked Shin and stood up, pointing toward her target. While aiming, she tried not to get nervous like before. Now more focused, she was able to hit the first target, drawing the attention of the other two goblins, who were already armed with bows and arrows, preparing for a counterattack. But Gia was determined to do her best, and before the creatures could attack her, she fired another arrow, successfully defeating another goblin. Watching Gia fight, Shin remarked that it had been a long time since he had seen her in combat, especially after she became a player. Gia possessed pure destructive power, which made her a rank A hunter, but that power was useless because she couldn't aim with precision. While attacking, the archer admitted that out of 3 arrows she shot, she usually hit one, and that was her best record. She thought that, at the pace she was going, she would be able to shoot at least 4 shots in a row and finish things in just 2. But before she could attack again, she noticed the goblin was blowing a trumpet, calling more creatures to the area. Her device, which showed the mana of the monsters, started beeping, making her even more nervous, to the point where she couldn't shoot, and was surrounded by the creatures, paralyzed and doing nothing. She was now lost, unsure whether to shoot forward or backward, or if she should do something else. Frozen in place, she could only watch as the monsters closed in on her. But Shin created several swords around Gia, preventing the goblins from getting any closer. He then approached and asked if she needed help. Seeing this, Gia asked if he wasn't a rank D creator. The protagonist acknowledged that she was right but said he could still help. Gia admitted that she couldn't last long on her own and was in need of assistance. She then asked what she should do in this situation. Shin pointed to the forest and told her to shoot an arrow in that direction, using all her power. Gia listened to the weapons creator, even though she didn't know what he was planning. After she fired the arrow, she asked what she should do next. Shin grabbed her arm and said that she had cleared the way with the arrow. Now they had to run because there was a large group of goblins behind them. The girl didn't understand what was happening, but she began to run. After running for some time through the forest, they arrived at a mountain with an entrance. Exhausted from running, Gia said that she was glad they had survived the goblin attack, but now she wondered where they were, noticing that they hadn't escaped from the creatures. However, looking back, she saw that the goblins couldn't get any closer, as if there was something preventing them from advancing. The archer admits that her mind is overwhelmed and that she can barely keep up with everything happening around her. She also doesn't understand why Shin is so calm in a situation like this and thinks they need to get out of the dungeon as soon as possible. Embarrassed, the girl tells the protagonist that she was supposed to go on this mission, but in return, she'll hand over whatever she said earlier without any problem. Shin tells her they can't leave yet, because since the goblins are still on high alert, they'll likely remain in the area for a while. After explaining this to the archer, the weapons creator says he had dropped the rescue signal while they were running, so they had no choice but to wait until the goblins moved away. This made Gia even more tense, as now they didn't even know when they'd be able to leave the place. The protagonist says it might take a day, but depending on the situation, they could be waiting even longer. This leaves the girl desperate, thinking that they were really screwed now. Shin, seeing Gia in such a state, didn't want to tell her it was all a lie, that the goblins would move away in about half an hour since they weren't very coordinated monsters. He said that although his reasoning was a bit exaggerated, Gia seemed like she would believe everything. But now, the biggest problem was convincing the girl to enter the cave. Given her fear, it was doubtful she would actually go in. While the protagonist was thinking of a plan, Gia approached him and began to apologize, saying it was all her fault. She explained that if she had fought the goblins properly, none of this would have happened. She also said she shouldn't have said she would go alone in the first place, and that's why she was genuinely apologizing. The girl began to tremble and cry, thinking she had caused more trouble, as she hadn't expected to be in this state in a rank D dungeon. She started blaming herself even more, thinking she shouldn't have entered the dungeon at all. Shin told her to pull herself together and said that if she truly felt sorry, she could make one of her requests. Gia asked what request that would be. The protagonist told her they had plenty of time, so they could talk while exploring the cave. As they walked, the girl didn't understand why the weapons creator needed her help. Even though she was rank A, she had little experience with dungeons and didn't fully understand what Shin was saying about the elite monster. Shin explained to the archer that since this was her first time in a training portal, it made sense she didn't know much, especially since this information wasn't very well known. He went on to explain that instead of having a boss monster in the dungeon, there was a monster below that rank, called an elite, and this cave was its habitat. For personal reasons, the protagonist needed to defeat the creature, but up until that point, he had been unable to, and he still couldn't fight it. After explaining this, the protagonist told Gia that she was the first person to accept his support in the group. After saying this, Shin noticed the archer's behavior had changed, and he thought he might have made her uncomfortable. Though she didn't respond immediately, the girl said she would help the weapons creator, if he was okay with it. Gia thought it was the right thing to do to help Shin, because, thanks to him, she had managed to escape the dangerous situation she had been in. Plus, she knew firsthand how painful it was not to be able to join a group, so she was determined to help. Suddenly, her item detected mana from a nearby monster. The protagonist used his lantern and spotted the approaching elite monster. Gia asked Shin to stay back while she prepared to attack. The girl thought that, even though it was an elite, in the end, it was just a monster from a rank D dungeon, and if she could just hit it, maybe once, they could defeat it. The archer fired an arrow directly at the chest of the giant goblin, but it easily blocked the attack with its club. Gia was surprised to see this, as she hadn't expected the monster to defend so effortlessly. Even so, she prepares another arrow, thinking that she had been wrong, and needed to shoot with all her power. But as she aimed, she began to tremble and think negative thoughts. This left her paralyzed, just like every time she started to panic. After a moment of being frozen, she realized the monster was about to attack. Shin, staying alert, grabbed her and threw her back to protect her. The goblin swung its club, and from where the archer was, she couldn't tell how her partner was faring. This made her think of her past, when people from the group she had been part of belittled her for not being able to shoot arrows properly, sometimes even nearly hitting her own teammates. No matter how much she apologized for her mistakes, they didn't understand, accusing her of making excuses instead of genuinely apologizing. The reason for this was that she had been evaluated as rank A. Gia remembered that the members of her old group didn't like her at all, both because of her mistakes and because of the rank she had received. No matter where she went, people treated her like a failure because she couldn't even kill a monster. They also said she was a waste of talent, as she was rejected even in rank D groups. Gia lived with these negative memories, which now made her think she should have given up a long time ago. For this reason, she thought Shin might already be dead. But then, the weapons creator appeared, saying that acting wasn't his part, and wielding a sword, he attacked the monster, drawing its attention. He told the archer that what he was about to say wouldn't make sense, but she needed to listen carefully, because if she calmed down and followed his instructions, they could win. Shin had set the board in a desperate situation, and all that was left was to buy time. He asked Gia to carefully observe the monster, as she would be able to see something. The protagonist was drawing the creature's attention so it wouldn't block the attack. He then told the girl to shoot an arrow with all her power, and that would defeat the monster. But Gia was trembling, as it felt like all her senses were on edge, which was extremely uncomfortable. Even so, she didn't give up, and managed to see something different. Now, she could clearly see where she needed to aim. She prepared the arrow, and when she opened her eye, she was able to aim perfectly to end the situation once and for all. She fired a powerful shot at the monster, which, realizing it, tried to defend itself. Shin realized that the archer had finally activated her abilities properly, as the activation conditions were strict. Without any reason, Gia's arrow pierced the goblin's club, easily killing it. Seeing that, the protagonist thought that this had been a very effective way to help the girl awaken her abilities. The arrow tore off the monster's arm and created a massive hole in its stomach, which was enough to prevent it from continuing to fight. The girl was exhausted after the battle, having to overcome her own senses and use all her strength. Shin approached her and said that the feeling of expanding her senses through her body would be different, and while this method was a bit extreme, it was necessary for that feeling to bloom within Gia. After hearing that, the girl asked the protagonist who he was, because it seemed like he had predicted everything, and besides, she didn't understand anything about awakening. Shin told her not to rush, as they had all the time in the world to talk. Gia asked him not to change the subject and to answer directly, but before she could finish speaking, she felt a sharp headache, to the point where she couldn't stay conscious and passed out. The protagonist didn't let the girl fall, and instead carried her on his back to take her out of the cave. While doing so, he thought that making allies was difficult, but at least he had managed to solve one problem. Outside the cave, Gia regained consciousness and began apologizing to Shin, saying she didn't understand why she had acted that way, as it felt like she wasn't herself. Still, she couldn't believe she had been so rude to someone who had saved her twice. The archer kept apologizing for what she had done. Shin, now feeling a little awkward, reassured her that it was fine since no one had gotten hurt, and moreover, they had defeated the monsters. Now, she could calm down. Despite crying, Gia nodded and told the weapon creator that he was right. Once she had composed herself, Shin asked if she could return the necklace he had given her earlier, before they entered the cave. Gia started searching her pocket, and after a moment, handed it back to him. Shin noticed that the color of the stone had changed, confirming that the girl had definitely used the item. The item was called Meteoric Sensation, a rare item that could only be obtained in the Rank A dungeon, Refuge of the Flaming Harpy. The ability of this item was to enhance the senses. When specific conditions were met, the ability was automatically activated, rapidly increasing the wearer's senses beyond human capacity, allowing them to perceive things from another world. However, there was a catch. The conditions were difficult to meet. The user's emotions had to be pushed to an extreme, which meant that for someone with Gia's personality, the best way to activate the item was by using an intense fear. That was why Shin had orchestrated the situation to make her terrified. Although it was a challenging method, as long as the protagonist could manage it, it would be impossible to awaken Gia otherwise. Despite the high cost of the item, it was rare and hard to find on the market, and Shin had almost given up on this approach. He had decided to ask Taehan for help, but never imagined he would manage to get the item in less than 2 days. Thanks to him, everything had gone smoothly, but this was just the beginning. Gia had only experienced the awakening through the item. Now, she needed more practice to reach the level she had once achieved. Shin asked the archer to listen carefully and explained that her first task was to create a situation where she would need to focus solely on the monsters. To do that, she needed to switch her bow. Since she had considerable power, there shouldn't be an issue with swapping from a short bow to a long bow to shoot from a greater distance. The protagonist told the girl that it was natural for her to interact with fewer monsters until the situations where she felt scared started to diminish. But besides that, there were other things she needed to know. Gia looks at Shin and thanks him for everything he had done, for the necklace that had helped so much. The girl says that when she thought she had died without accomplishing anything, something different happened because of the necklace. It felt like everything around her had stopped, allowing her to hit anything and even see where she needed to aim, as if a target had been marked on the monster. The archer is sincere and says that even though she holds an A rank in name, in terms of personality and everything else, she was no different from a D rank. And even if she tried to change that, she wouldn't be able to, and her disappointment with herself would only grow. Moreover, she felt like she had grown so much in a short period of time after meeting Shin, and that she was now a capable person who could be objective. For the first time, she had become excited for herself. After telling the protagonist all the truth, the girl says she had said too much and really just wanted to say that she needed help. The creator says it would indeed be difficult for her to manage on her own, so he would give her his number, and if she needed him, she could call at any time. Gia thanks Shin for doing this for her and says she will also give him her number. While they were talking, the protagonist receives a message from Taehyun asking to get in touch, saying it was an urgent matter. Shin decides to call him after leaving the room. The master was at the Hunter Association headquarters and had just managed to contact Shin, who had already exited the dungeon. Taehyun says to the weapon creator that he wanted to talk to him more after the meeting he was about to have. The protagonist says he would help, and that the item he had received had been very useful. The master says it's a relief that the item had been useful, and thanks Shin for agreeing to help him. After they finish their conversation, the swordsman waits for his assistant to arrive. It doesn't take long for him to hear Hisu approaching, and after entering the room, the girl says the president of the association has returned, and now they could leave. As they walk down the hallway, the assistant wonders if something unusual is going on, and asks her boss if this is an abnormal situation, since usually the association only sends official documents. It would be unthinkable for the association president to summon them in this way. Taehyun also finds the situation strange, but doesn't say anything to Hisu, who mentions that the commissions the president had sent through official documents were very difficult, and the reason for the summons might be the appearance of an S-rank portal. After noticing her assistant's concern, the master reassures her, saying everything is fine because Shin had agreed to help. Besides, if he fights like he did last time, there won't be any danger at all. The swordsman admits that it was the right decision to form a connection with Shin. Seeing her boss like this, Hisu notices that his mood had improved after the Arachne dungeon attack, and the reason might be because of the creator. The girl remembers that the protagonist had been acting strangely since the moment he signed the contract, as she didn't understand the concept of unlimited support, because she never imagined the guildmaster would give such a shocking condition. Even though he was a berserker, a class that makes it harder to control emotions, he was more intentional and level-headed than anyone. So, for him to be acting this way, the creator might be more capable than she had thought. But she still had doubts because there was no way someone of D rank could create a weapon that would satisfy the master. However, since Taehyun didn't talk about Shin often, the girl decided she should research more about it on her own. After they arrive at the president's office, there is a security guard at the door who says it's a pleasure to meet Taehyun and asks if he is alone. The master doesn't understand what the man is trying to say, so he asks if there's anyone else who should be there. The security guard replies that, from what he had heard, 2 guildmasters were supposed to appear, but if Taehyun was alone, he could go in first. Taehyun asks if he could know who the other master at the meeting was. The man begins to smile and says that the other master had just arrived. The swordsman and his assistant look to see who it could be. It's Yi-hyuk, who, upon entering, tells Taehyun that he knew he had been quite active lately. He soon knew that this was the only person who could make the guildmaster angry. Yi-hyuk approaches the swordsman and says, "I'm the guildmaster of Overkill, you idiot." Seeing the loudmouth like that, Taehyun thinks to himself that this is going to be a hassle. The purple-haired man continues insulting the swordsman, trying to make him lose his temper. But the master of Overkill places his hand on Yi-hyuk's chest and says that he wasn't free enough to tolerate such ridiculous provocations. The loudmouth tells Taehyun that he must be deliberately choosing to wander through low-rank dungeons, and that's why he's like this. Hisu asks the purple-haired man why he's saying that. Yi-hyuk responds, saying she knows, because there were some coincidental cases where problematic dungeons appeared, and Taehyun entered with the intent to participate, not to rescue people. This leaves Hisu irritated, but her master notices and asks her not to do anything foolish. To avoid further insults, the swordsman asks the security guard to open the door so they can enter. The man opens the door and informs the president of the association that both Overkill and Shinhwa guilds had arrived. Cheolmin says he can hear them arguing and that they're the same as always. While the masters are in the room with the president, Hoon asks Hisu if she would like a cup of tea while they wait. The girl says no, that it's fine. In the meeting, Cheolmin tells the masters that there's an urgent task he's assigning to both guilds regarding an unconfirmed portal that appeared 3 days ago, but this portal appeared and disappeared in the suburbs. Taehyun asks if this was a problematic dungeon. The president replies that it hadn't been confirmed yet, since it was impossible to even measure the portal's mana. This surprises even Yi-hyuk, as well as the swordsman, who begins to find it very strange that a portal couldn't even be measured. Normally, the rank of a portal is determined by 2 factors. First, using a special measuring instrument to measure the portal's mana, because the final rank of the portal usually correlates with the rank of the monsters inside it. And second, by combining the reports from the scouts sent by the association. The president says that for problematic dungeons, the mana of the portal typically increases rapidly, but this situation was different because the mana hadn't been measured yet. Taehyun asks Cheolmin if he had tried sending scouts. The president replies that he had already sent 5, but none had returned. Yi-hyuk tells Cheolmin that he didn't know the rank of the portal, had no information, and hadn't informed anyone immediately. To him, it seemed like an attempt to shift the blame. The president responds that, even so, the association doesn't know how long the unknown ranked portal's curtain will remain. So, in this situation, if they let it slide, it wouldn't be surprising if monsters eventually escaped, as there had been similar cases before, and every time, it was a hell to resolve. And even though it's embarrassing, this was an emergency, and he wasn't going to accept a no. That's why he wanted both the Overkill and Shinhwa guilds to work together to deal with the unconfirmed portal. Cheolmin explains that, initially, he wanted to send the Hyunmu guild as well, but because they were suddenly sent overseas, they wouldn't be able to join this mission. However, this was serious enough to involve the 3 largest guilds. The president made it clear that the deadline was 2 days, and that they would provide both a support amount and a reward at the highest rates. But it was clear that if the masters needed anything else, the association would help in any way possible. Taehyun thinks for a moment and asks whether the groups need to be made up only of guild members. Cheolmin says it doesn't matter, but since the portal's existence could cause chaos and panic among the public, he would authorize a small number of people whose identities were verified. Yi-hyuk didn't understand why Taehyun had asked that question, and now, knowing the answer, he wanted to hear Taehyun's response. The swordsman, already with a plan in mind, tells the president that he understood enough. After the meeting at the Shinhwa Guild building, Yi-hyuk arrives, scaring everyone in the building. He takes off his coat and tells his assistant to form a group using only guild members, with ranks A and above. The chosen members must be available to leave within 2 days. The talkative Yi-hyuk was thinking about the smile Taehyun had given, as it seemed like he had a card up his sleeve. But, regardless, the purple-haired man wanted to use this opportunity to crush his rival. He instructs his assistants to include Yuran in the group. Yunya tells her boss that Hunter isn't affiliated with any guild, and, with her personality, She definitely wouldn't accept. Yi-yuk says he knows that, but orders them to bring her by any means necessary, and to place her in front of him. If they couldn't do that, they could prepare to never work again. The executor thinks this is the perfect plan to recruit Yuran, who wasn't part of any guild, and now he would show Taehyun, the association's president, that even among the major guilds, there were different ranks. 2 days later, the Overkill Guild was already ready in front of the portal. Jae-hee asks what time it is, since the Shinhwa Guild hasn't arrived yet. Jun says there are still 5 minutes left, and that they were always like this, showing up at the last minute. The gunslinger grabs her weapon and says that's why she didn't like the Shinhwa Guild, because not only were they arrogant, but they were also rude, and that's why she wanted to teach them some manners by shooting them in the head. Jun punches the girl in the head and tells her he already warned her to watch what she says. With a bump on her head, Jae-hee tells her companion that he was brutally strong. Hearing this, Jun steps forward and asks who's brutal, then starts running toward her to give her a lesson. Watching this, Shin tells the master that the members of the Overkill Guild get along well overall. Taehyun responds that, even though they're fighting, they're reliable during battle, and thanks the weapons maker for agreeing to be there, as he had believed he would refuse. Shin says he used the item he received, and that was part of the reason he agreed, out of honor. As they waited for the other guild to arrive, Jun and Jae-hee kept fighting. The protagonist recalls when he first received this hidden mission about a historical dungeon that had opened, where they had to create an ending for the open portal in order to receive unknown rewards. This system window had appeared 5 days ago for Shin, who was surprised to see it was a mission that only a small number of players would receive. He didn't understand why the selection process hadn't even started, yet he was already being given a hidden mission, but there was no reason to refuse. Despite these missions being extremely difficult, completing them would result in incredible rewards, and some players even awakened new abilities. But even before meeting with the members of Overkill, he didn't think it could be a mysterious dungeon. Taehyun tells Shin that he'll apologize for the rudeness Yi-yuk would be showing from that point on. Jun and Jae-hee immediately stop fighting upon hearing the voice of the loudmouth, who had just arrived. Yi-yuk walks in saying he had a lot of work to do, which is why he was late, unlike Overkill, who apparently had too much time on their hands, with all their members just wandering through low-ranked portals. Jun grabs the gunslinger and tells her not to pay attention. Seeing that the girl wasn't going to listen, the warrior covers her mouth and warns her again to ignore what she hears. Shin realizes that the poor relationship between the guilds hasn't changed. This wasn't just an emotional fight between the guilds, but a topic that all the media outlets were debating. Which guild was the strongest? Yi-yuk, seeing the weapons maker, underestimates him and starts laughing, asking Taehyun if this was his trump card. During the meeting, Taehyun had acted as though he had something surprising up his sleeve, but it seemed like it was nothing at all. The loudmouth said this based on Shin's clothes and the appearance of being a weak player. Yi-yuk was already getting irritated just by seeing the protagonist and tells Taehyun that he was going too far, because dealing with a dungeon wasn't a joke, especially when it seemed like he wanted to be carried through it. Yoonji tells her master to calm down, as they also had a new member. Yuran approaches and tells the purple-haired man that she didn't have time to waste, as she wasn't interested in having a discussion. Jae-hee, seeing the woman, is horrified and wonders what kind of group formation this was, because Yuran was the strongest elemental master in Korea, capable of using all 6 elements, in addition to Yi-yuk, a rank 5 sorcerer. The gunslinger also recognizes Taehyun as a star, thinking that the dungeon would be a piece of cake, and that she would be proudly carried through it. As they walk toward the portal, Shin thinks that this mission won't be easy at all, since this was the same dungeon that had failed to be completed in his past life. Of the 8 members in the group the last time, only Taehyun had survived, and barely, since he had used his invasion skill. After that, the portal suddenly disappeared and remained an unprecedented case, where 7 high-rank awakeners were declared missing, including Yi-yuk, who was one of them. But now, because the association had made great efforts to censor everything, no information about that dungeon existed, so the protagonist thought it would be difficult for them to finish it this time. Once they pass through the portal, they encounter a demonic doll, but the sorcerer easily defeats it. This makes Shin start to wonder why things were going so easily. The group enters a room that resembles a mansion, but without warning, the door where the portal came from closes by itself. Jun tries to open it, but fails, then says they'll have to break it open. Jae-hee joins the warrior and Chan to try and force the door open, but when they strike it, it doesn't even budge. Yi-yuk tells everyone to step aside, as he would try to do something. However, before he can act, he notices several demonic dolls approaching. He turns around and begins attacking them, wondering where these dolls were coming from. After the loudmouth manages to defeat the creatures, Yoonji asks her master why he didn't use his skill. The sorcerer replies that it was unnecessary to use his abilities on them, but the girl notices that the creatures were reviving themselves. Realizing the dolls had a resurrection ability, Yi-hyuk decides to use his skill, creating 2 magical fists and attacking all of them at once. Jun and Jae-hee also begin attacking the creatures, which are difficult to defeat. Chan starts helping the group, attacking with his spear. Meanwhile, Yuran is standing at the back of the room, alongside Shin, who asks her if she wasn't going to fight. The elemental master wants to know if he wasn't going to fight either. The protagonist says he's just a support role. Yuran replies that those creatures weren't a big deal, and that she didn't want to put in any effort for this group. Watching Taehyun fight, she says she's a little excited, because she'd heard that the strongest in Korea would be in the dungeon, but it seemed like they were just proud, since they hadn't managed to kill a single doll yet. Yuran tells Shin that if she knew it would be like this, she wouldn't even be there. The protagonist starts analyzing the creatures and finds something strange, noticing that the corrupted mana emanating from them wasn't normal. Then he realizes they were being controlled by strings, and when he looks up, he sees that all the mana the dolls were using was coming from the same source. Realizing this, Shin figures that if he could just destroy the object distributing the mana, the dolls would be defeated, but he didn't want to reveal his skill just yet. Still, if necessary, he could use his paid rental ability. Before the protagonist could do anything, he notices that Yuran is creating several crystals, so he asks her why she wasn't helping, if she had mana to deal with the bugs. The woman replies that she hadn't explained before that she only kills what she wants to, and then uses her magic to kill a fly. Seeing this, Shin thinks he should learn more about the elemental master. He asks her if she was afraid of insects. Yuran responds that she's not, and that he didn't need to speak to her anymore. The protagonist apologizes and says he doesn't want to intrude, then points upward, telling her there's a monster insect. In reality, Shin had created a shield in the shape of a spider in front of the object that was distributing mana to the dolls. Seeing the giant spider, Yuran uses her skill and fires a huge fireball to attack it. The protagonist removes his creation from the way so the attack could hit the object directly, destroying the mana distribution strings and defeating the dolls. While still fighting the puppets, Yi-hyuk wonders why the elemental master had used her skill when it wasn't necessary. But to his surprise, he notices that the dolls have stopped moving. He picks one up and realizes that, indeed, they were now lifeless. The loudmouth says that now he's warmed up and will defeat them all easily. Meanwhile, Shin approaches the object Yuran destroyed and begins absorbing the corrupted mana. As he does this, he reflects that if he hadn't been able to see the mana chains, he never would have figured out how to defeat those creatures. Seeing how difficult the fight was for the rest of the group, he thinks that this is the reason everyone had failed in his past life. Taehan walks up to Jun and says that the lobby is practically done, but since they weren't sure, they should check the entire first floor. The warrior follows his master's orders, saying he will go ahead and that everyone should follow him. It doesn't take long for them to find more puppets. Immediately, Yi-hyuk runs ahead, telling everyone to get out of his way, as he will be the first to attack the creatures. He starts striking them right away. Since Shin knows that attacking directly won't defeat these monsters but doesn't want to speak up, he moves closer to the mana distribution point for the dolls and asks Jae-hee if she can shoot where he's pointing. The girl says yes and does as he asks, successfully destroying the distribution object and easily defeating the dolls. After that, the group starts to advance, although they still don't understand how all the creatures were dying at once. Shin, however, is still behind because he's absorbing the corrupted mana. In this way, they move through the next room in the same fashion, and the first floor is conquered easily. Taehyun is at the front of the group and says that now they should head to the second floor. The sorcerer tells the swordsman that he already knew that, so he didn't need to keep acting like the leader. Taehyun ignores the loudmouth and tells Jae-hee and Jun to follow him. The gunslinger, fiddling with her weapon, is eager to teach the sorcerer a lesson, but her partner does everything he can to avoid it. Yi-hyuk, seeing the swordsman's reaction, gets frustrated and thinks he'll crush that pride within the dungeon. But for the moment, he decides to follow Taehyun after noticing Yoonji had approached. The sorcerer feels a pain in his arm and admits he had already exerted himself too much fighting the dolls, so he needed to stay calm. Meanwhile, Shin was still on the lower floor, watching everything unfold. After seeing Yi-hyuk head up the stairs with Yoonji, he admits that something was bothering him. Even though Taehyun had said there was nothing left, Shin decides to check a room next to the stairs for himself. Upon entering the room, he quickly notices several chains and corrupted mana on the floor. This only deepens his curiosity about what could be going on. Meanwhile, on the second floor, the group is engaged in an even tougher battle. The sorcerer, defending attacks, says that he hasn't had time to use his skill, but that's no different for Taehyun and his group, as they too can only defend. They were being attacked from all sides, but despite the difficulties, the swordsman asks if everyone's okay, as they were fighting a high-ranked invisible monster. June says he's fine. Jae-hee replies that she's also fine, but she hasn't been able to see the support who was supposed to be with them. Taehan is surprised, as only now does he realize that Jin isn't there, especially now that the battle is getting harder. Shin is still downstairs, absorbing the corrupted mana from the area. After finishing, he decides it's time to join the group. But as he's about to leave the room, a door opens, revealing a staircase. Seeing something approaching, he thinks it could be an enemy, but then notices it's actually a child holding a doll. This makes him wonder what she could be doing there. The girl, upon seeing Shin, asks if he's a hunter and runs off, asking him to follow her. The protagonist tells her to wait a moment and asks how she knew he was a hunter. The little girl says that Oni, who was downstairs, had told her a hunter would come to save her, and that they would leave together once that happened. Since he had reached that point, he must be the hunter who was going to save Oni. Curious about who this could be, Shin follows the girl downstairs. As they descend, the girl finds it strange that this hunter doesn't know Uni, as she's sure he's the one who was supposed to save them. When they reach the room, the woman is sitting, and the girl asks her to stand up, saying there's someone there. Shin notices that Uni is mentally injured, so he tells her he's been sent by the Hunter Association. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately stands up and asks if he's really been sent to rescue her. The protagonist confirms it, and though he's in a hurry, he wants to know what happened. Uni kneels, thanking him, relieved to be out of the situation. Though weakened, she begins to recount what happened. Uni had been part of the 4th escort sent to that portal. Since the first 3 teams hadn't returned, she was ordered to search for the missing ones. However, as soon as she entered, the dolls began appearing from all corners. Caught off guard, she tried to return the way she came, but for some reason, the door was locked and wouldn't open. Shin recalls that it was the same situation they had faced, so he asks if she knew what happened to the other scouts who were missing. Uni says she does, and that she called out to them at the entrance, but something was off, like they weren't conscious. Moreover, they suddenly began attacking her, so she fled and ended up finding the little girl, who helped her a lot. The girl says that Uni played a lot while she was with her. Shin asks the child what her name is. The girl replies that her name is Elizabeth, but she can call her Beth. The protagonist tells the child that they should leave the area now, as it's too dangerous for her to be alone. Beth asks why it's dangerous there when outside is even more dangerous. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, the battle continues. After a while, Taehan realizes that the opponent's stealth skill is slowly wearing off, and now he can tell it's a humanoid-type monster. Suddenly, in the middle of the fight, a card falls to the ground, and it's from the supposed monster. Jae-hee picks up the card and notices it's an ID from a scout named Cholsung, from the Assassin Hunter class. The man's face matches the document she had received from the missing scout. Immediately, she tells the guildmaster that these were the missing scouts. Taehyun and his group continue defending the attacks, as stealth is a skill that cannot be used for a few minutes after it has been used initially, and there's also the risk that movement speed will be reduced. The swordsman admits that they wouldn't be able to incapacitate the scouts easily, but it's just a matter of time. Yi-yuk is already preparing to use his skill, thinking it's some monster using stealth, and even after realizing they're scouts, he doesn't back down when their speed decreases. He charges forward to kill them all in the time of a single breath. Just as he's about to strike, a bullet fired by Jae-hee grazes the sorcerer's nose, causing him to stop and, enraged, ask what's going on. The gunslinger asks Yi-yuk if he's gone mad, because those people aren't monsters. They're the scouts they need to save. Moreover, there's a way to bring them back to normal. The talkative one asks why save them, as once he feels the murderous intent, there are only 2 choices: kill or be killed. And it doesn't matter who it is, anyone who shows murderous intent against him should die, and that includes whoever shot at him. But before he can do anything, the scouts resume attacking, heading straight for Yi-hyuk, who doesn't even attempt to defend himself, still furious, and repeatedly saying that if anyone stops him again, they'll be the first to die. Jae-hee calls him an idiot for doing this. Taehan intervenes and tells the sorcerer to listen to him. Yi-hyuk tells the swordsman that they must be blind for some reason, but he'll show them just how blind they are. In the middle of the fight, Taehyun says he'll make a deal. He'll give all the proceeds from the invasion and the funds he'd received to the Shinhwa Guild. With those terms, he believes the sorcerer might at least consider it. Helping his group once more, Yi-hyuk says this deal will only be for a limited time, and if he gets annoyed again, he'll kill whoever is in his way immediately. The swordsman thanks the sorcerer for agreeing, but thinks that, in reality, he's only bought a little more time. Jae-hee calls her master and apologizes for what she had done. Taehyun tells her to take responsibility for it later, and that, for now, they should focus on the battle, especially since they need to figure out how to save the scouts. Meanwhile, Beth asks Shin if he had seen those scary dolls when he first entered. She doesn't know exactly how, but all the dolls are attached to a purple string, and they won't die unless the strings are cut. Otherwise, they will keep attacking. Moreover, the strings are very resistant, so breaking them would be difficult. After explaining this, the girl tells the protagonist that it's really scary, but Shin only asks if the dolls can return to normal, because he wants the scouts to return to normal too. Beth says she's heard about this, and explains that in that case, the device attached to the doll's body must be stopped once the strings are cut. But if someone tries to cut the strings with force, the bodies will fall apart. Smiling, the girl asks Shin if she's helped. The protagonist was impressed by Beth, as even when asked a difficult question, she responded with a friendly and precise explanation. He then thought about asking her a few more things about this place. Back in the battle on the upper floor, Yi-yuk was already frustrated with everything and declared that 20 seconds after the stealth skill ended, all those scouts would die because he couldn't take it anymore. Jae-hee began asking her master what they should do now, as the attacks were increasing. The gunslinger asked Yuran if she could help by blocking the attacks with ice or something. The elemental master began to help, but told Jae-hee to push beyond her limits, as the situation was getting irritating. Yi-yuk continued his countdown, and while everyone else was still retreating and only defending, the sorcerer activated his skill with as much power as he could muster, preparing to attack the scouts when there was only 1 second left on the timer. But just as he was about to strike, he noticed that his skill was cancelled and felt the same pain he had experienced on the stairs returning. At that moment, Shin approached, telling Yi-yuk that his skill had stopped at the perfect moment, as they nearly wouldn't have been able to save them all. The protagonist was with Beth and told Yi-hyuk that from now on, he could leave it to him. Taehyun asked the creator why he had disappeared earlier. Shin explained that he had to check something, but it wasn't a big deal. The swordsman said they were still in a dungeon, so he asked Shin not to act so independently. Jae-hee noticed that the scouts had used stealth again, so she warned her master to stay alert. Taehyun told Shin to stay behind him, but he realized that the scouts had passed by him without attacking, while the fight continued. The creator could see the scouts because of the mana lines surrounding them. The possessed individuals started attacking the swordsman, who was still defending. Shin warned that he would mark the scouts, since he could see their weak points, but asked Taehyun to strike precisely where he marked them, so their bodies wouldn't break apart. Taehyun understood, and immediately saw the blue marks identifying the bodies. He attacked the first scout nearby, and noticed that it worked perfectly, but hadn't thought about the fact that these people could be marked that way. Shin pointed out that the circular device in the middle was the weak point, so the attacks should be aimed there. Chan also managed to hit one of those devices, causing it to break. Yi-yuk didn't understand why this was happening because before, nothing had happened when he attacked. But it didn't take long for Shin to mark all of them, so they could free the scouts. After the battle, the sorcerer was calmer, while Chan helped his companion. Taehyun asked the weapon creator what he had found when he returned to the first floor. The protagonist said it wasn't anything special. He was investigating the dungeon alone and had found a surviving scout, but she wasn't doing well, so she wasn't with him. Additionally, he had discovered a few things, including the weak point of the scouts. The master asked Shin how he had found that child. The protagonist replied that the girl had helped him find Uni, and it seemed like her parents had also gotten trapped in the portal. Yi-hyuk began looking at Beth more closely and said she was very suspicious. Jae-hee, being just a child, asked the sorcerer what was suspicious. Yi-hyuk explained what was wrong with what he had said, since, logically speaking, how could there be a normal child in this place? This was a secret and protected portal. Although there could have been a slip-up, the association had never taken their eyes off the portal, so there was no way anyone could have gotten in. Taehyun tells Yi-hyuk that he understands his logic, but it's not good to jump to conclusions too quickly. The sorcerer gets irritated with the swordsman, saying that he's obsessed with finding flaws in everything he says. Furthermore, he continued to mess everything up, and Yi-hyuk wasn't sure why he was holding back. He could just take this opportunity to kill every single member of the guild. Hearing this, Taehyun says that he didn't enjoy pointless fights, but now it seemed necessary to teach him a lesson so that they could have a peaceful raid. Everyone was being affected by the corrupted mana, and Jae-hee began to speak, saying that the Shinhwa Guild deserved a lesson since they thought they were so tough. Yoonji responded that they didn't just think it, they were tough, and she asked the gunslinger why she wasn't helping Taehyun, because if he died, they'd all be doomed. This argument continued to cause chaos between the members of the two guilds. pushing Taehyun and Yihyuk to the point where they were ready for combat. Shin, seeing all this, didn't understand what was happening and began to wonder why everyone's emotions were becoming so intense. But when he looked to the side, he saw Beth laughing, saying that all she did was stimulate everyone's emotions a little, and now they were fighting at this level. The girl began to thank her doll, which she called Appa, who started talking to Beth. He told her that he had easily used his brainwashing skill on those invaders because all he had to do was get close without raising suspicion. The protagonist admitted that when he first saw the girl, he was certain she was a monster. But now, he didn't understand when he started thinking of her as a normal child. After hearing the doll speak, he deduced that she had been brainwashed from the moment he first saw her. Shin hadn't been fully taken over yet, so he began acting to stop everything before they were all influenced to fight. But before he realized that the corrupted mana threads were not only tangled around him, but around everyone else as well, he understood that this was how everyone had been affected. He realized that Appa could use the mana threads not only to manipulate the body, but also the mind. Shin knew that he couldn't fall for the doll's lies, so he activated his passive skill, mana absorption, and thought to himself that Appa had chosen the wrong opponent. After activating his skill, the protagonist managed to absorb the mana threads from everyone. Beth started laughing and said to Shin that he knew how to absorb corrupted mana, and that it was fun. Seeing this, the protagonist realized that the child was a monster, and they all needed to attack her. But the girl stepped back and called for her mom and dad. 2 adult dolls dropped from the ceiling, and after landing on the floor, Beth told her parents that the people had been bullying her and therefore deserved to be punished. Yihyuk was already furious and charged at the dolls. Seeing this, Beth acted immediately and said that now it was time for her to show the show. After the sorcerer attacked Beth's father, he disappeared, leaving the loud-mouthed sorcerer completely confused. Taehyun, realizing that Yihyuk had acted too hastily, told him to be careful, but it was already too late. Yihyuk had been completely taken by the corrupted mana created by Oppa. Shin remembered that the mana he had felt from the sorcerer's hand when they were on the stairs was because of this. It turned out Yihyuk had been under Oppa's influence from the start. Beth laughed loudly, saying how amusing it was when allies became enemies, and asked Shin what he would do now that one of his comrades had turned into a doll. Taehyun began to act and said he would hold Yihyuk off for a while. He then asked his group to help him. Yoonji and Jae-hee immediately started helping the swordsman, but as they approached, something strange started happening. The gunslinger asked what was going on. Yoonji explained that this was the sorcerer's skill, which, when it sensed a life-threatening danger, made him impenetrable and unable to be interrupted for a period of time. But this could last for hours, and since Oppa didn't stop controlling Yihyuk, the group decided that, as they couldn't fight the sorcerer, they would focus on the other 3, Beth and her parents. As the group prepared for battle, Taehyun noticed that the energy the adult dolls were emitting made it clear they were different. They seemed to be on the same level as a high-level dungeon boss. The swordsman thought it would be dangerous to ignore those dolls and go straight for the girl, so it was better to face them head-on. However, something seemed off, and it could have just been his impression, but somehow Beth seemed different from the typical controller. Taehyun told Jun, Jae-hee, and everyone else to take care of the female doll, while he dealt with the male doll, and that they should use full force to finish the battle as quickly as possible. Everyone understood the orders and prepared for the fight. The male doll began charging at the group, and Taehyun activated his flame skill for combat. Meanwhile, Shin observed Oppa, who had the ability to turn opponents into dolls and control them. But the protagonist realized there had been a bug since the corrupted mana threads had been interrupted by Yihyuk's impenetrable chi. This was how Oppa turned hunters into dolls, but the more Shin thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He couldn't understand how the sorcerer's transformation had happened so instantly, especially after Shin had absorbed the corrupted mana from everyone using his mana absorption skill. Shin didn't understand why. Before using his absorption skill, when everyone was still tangled in the mana threads, Beth hadn't used the opportunity to turn everyone into dolls. But if, for some reason, she didn't do that, the protagonist speculated that she must have been just toying with them. While Jae-hee and Yoonji were attacking the female doll, but unable to inflict any damage, Shin couldn't help but wonder why Beth hadn't revealed herself earlier. What had been her purpose in leading him to the Lost Scout and teaching them the weaknesses of those who turned into dolls? What was even more perplexing to Shin was why she had only shown her true nature after gaining his trust, making everything they'd learned seem pointless. No matter how much Shin thought about it, everything felt very strange, because these weren't the actions of someone who enjoyed causing internal conflict. It felt as though the girl was being forced to fight. Beth's father was engaged in a fierce battle against Taehyun, who after a while of fighting realized that the dolls were incredibly resilient. However, with the weapon that Shin had made, he could channel his strength into it and maintain control. His explosion ability was too powerful for the doll to withstand. Although it was unfortunate, the Overkill Guild was prepared for complicated moments like this. Jae-hee also had her trump card, using a special weapon, even after June warned her that it was enough, since the doll no longer had any life. She used her enchanted cannonball-like bullet, making a huge hole in the chest of the puppet woman, finishing her off for good. Taehan, also using his special ability, managed to cut the doll into several parts and set it on fire. The master admitted that things had become more complicated than he had imagined. But even after defeating these dolls, he was surprised that they had only used physical attacks. Despite being cautious, he knew he had to deal with Beth, who had strong mental attacks. But as a berserker, he believed he could withstand them somehow. The master instructed everyone to prepare and be wary of mental attacks. The girl called for her father and mother, who had been defeated. Taehyun ignored the girl and charged for an attack, while she remained still, laughing maniacally. Before the swordsman could decapitate her, her last words were that it was perfect. Seeing that scene, June was paralyzed. As for Jae-hee, it was something expected from the master, an easy victory. Yoonra was confused, as the girl had acted as if she were all-powerful, but in the end, she was just annoying. Shin thought it would be better if things ended that way, and that his assumptions had been wrong, but he noticed something strange happening with the girl's body. Taehyun admitted that, even though he was a monster, seeing a child's body in that state wasn't a pleasant sight. When he thought everything was over, he turned and told everyone to fall back. But after that, the 4 hunters froze, not because of magic or mental attacks, but because this dungeon had something they had never experienced or faced before. With an overwhelming presence, the girl's body began to regenerate. Seeing this, Shin said that he had expected something strange to happen. The hidden boss was revealed, the ancient vampire Elizabeth Bathory. A message appeared, stating that the new main objective was to defeat Elizabeth Bathory, with the reward being the demon chains of control. The additional objective was unknown, as well as the reward. After appearing, the vampire thanked them for doing this, as she had been waiting for someone to kill her father and mother for a long time. Elizabeth said that her parents had betrayed her, managing to live forever with her power, being ungrateful rats who had trapped her in that useless body. But now, she finally felt alive, not even knowing how much time had passed, hating everything until she died. Yoonra, already preparing for battle, asked the gunwoman and June not to stand still like statues and to prepare as well. Even though Taehyun was talented, he couldn't fight a monster of that size alone. Seeing that no one had attacked yet, Elizabeth told the hunters they were being cute, but they were nothing but rats. Once again, everyone froze under her overwhelming energy. The vampire began using her essence drain ability to enjoy her first meal in a long time. Everyone was hit and began to have their blood drained from various parts of their bodies. Yoonra, feeling this, thought it was absurd, as she knew that high-level undead were skilled with absorption-type magic. But at that distance, and with that many people, she couldn't understand how the vampire was managing to suppress them all without any preparation or conditions. Even though he was hit by the ability, Taehan became enraged and used his fire skill to counterattack, channeling his strength into his sword. He struck at the vampire, but she stopped the sword with only one hand, leaving the swordsman stunned. Elizabeth told the master that he really was strong, and even in his current state, he could still pose a threat to her. And if he used all his power, the result might be different. Breaking the sword with a single hand, she declared that this wouldn't happen. The vampire then landed a powerful punch on Taehan, sending him flying. The master, shocked by everything happening and still injured, felt the blow he received and was left speechless when Shin asked him how much he thought he had left in terms of strength. The protagonist explained that he was talking about the power of the berserker's explosions, because he knew that the body and rationality couldn't endure if he used 100% of his power all the time. Shin had heard that Taehyun adjusted the power depending on the situation, and since this fight was getting tough, the power probably had to be higher. But as he was still a novice when it came to the explosion skill, he wasn't entirely sure. The protagonist told the master that when he killed the Arachne, the power he used was less than half of his maximum, and after that, he used even less. The master said that, even if that were the case, the strongest sword ever made had broken. Moreover, in his current state, he wasn't sure if he could use a power he had never used before, but he might be able to buy some time if he made another weapon. Shin said that now he wanted to monopolize his abilities, and even though he found it ridiculous, he felt that from this moment on, he would remain tied to Taehan. The master realized that the weapon maker was using corrupted mana to craft the weapon and was surprised to see that. While finishing the weapon, the protagonist remarked that it was important now for each of them to show how much they had evolved. Shin used his new skill, demon weapon creation. He used 100% of his accumulated corrupted mana and began searching for a suitable weapon in the demon realm. Elizabeth was preparing for another attack, but before she could act, the weapon was complete. It was the Leviathan demon sword. Shin told Taehan to take the sword, and that now it was his turn to show the true power of his ability. The swordsman was impressed with the weapon, and admitted that it was different. The mana he felt was truly distinct. He acknowledged that he would grab it immediately if it were a sword that granted several special abilities, but he felt something else, even though it was a weapon made by Shin. Despite not being completely sure, Taehan took the sword, emanating a massive amount of power, which everyone could feel. The vampire could sense the energy coming from the sword created with corrupted mana. She admitted that with the energy she felt, it must be a special fire attribute ability, and it was quite powerful. She told Shin that she was surprised by the weapon he had created with corrupted mana and flames, noting that it had a pretty good energy. But now, unfortunately, he was going to die. The vampire used her blood magic skill and created a bloody territory, hitting the protagonist even though he was far away. Shin was surprised by this area skill, especially with its silent absorption. And even though this absorption wasn't like the previous one, it was still a very versatile skill. The hunters had also fallen into this skill, where the manipulation of mana and the basic functions of metabolism were slowly paralyzed, melting the body from the bones to the muscles, nerves, and veins. Over time, the pain wasn't as intense. Taehan, still standing and seeing all of this, walked toward the vampire, holding his sword, intending to finish it once and for all. Elizabeth was surprised to see that the swordsman was fine, even after she activated her bloody territory. But it didn't take long for her to realize that he wasn't perfectly fine, and that, in fact, he was moving with the ability of the sword. And even with the power he had now, he seemed stronger. The vampire, even knowing she was facing a strong opponent, says it will be fun because she was tired of only destroying dolls. Taehan begins running toward Elizabeth and uses his blood magic again. With thirsty hands, he creates 2 demonic hands, attacking directly at the master who was approaching. The swordsman uses the power of his sword and easily cuts through the demonic hand. The vampire is impressed by this, but doesn't stop attacking, using her other created hand to strike. She admits that now, Taehan has double the strength compared to before, or maybe even more. Even from a distance, the master uses his skill, Explosion, which even surprises Shin with its power. The swordsman delivers his strike, cutting not only the demonic hand, but also landing a hit to Elizabeth's chest. The protagonist now realizes that Taehan had been supplementing his power for a long time, deducing that even he didn't know about it. A message appears saying the main objective has been completed, and the hidden boss, the ancient vampire Elizabeth Bathory, has been defeated. Shin receives a reward in the form of an item, and before opening it, hopes it is something related to mana recovery. The protagonist also dispels the materialization of Leviathan, and next time he uses it, this skill won't need to search for the weapon separately. He will be able to simply materialize it. Seeing this message, Shin now knows that the weapon's retrieval condition, when it was being created, is completely random. Taehan doesn't understand how the sword disappeared from his hand until the protagonist tells him that if he had been okay, he could have left the sword behind. But since he was so injured and had used a new level of power, it was impressive that he was still conscious. Shin then asks him to rest a bit, as it seemed like no one else's life was at risk. Shin approaches the vampire's body, and upon seeing him approach, she congratulates him on his achievement. The protagonist is stunned, as she had suffered a fatal wound but was still alive, even though it had appeared that the raid had been successful. Shin asks Elizabeth what her connection to that dungeon was, as he could feel that the same corrupted mana flowing from her was the same as the one controlling the dolls. Even though she had no control over them, they still continued to protect her. The vampire replies that it was clear they had to protect her because they were the precious source of power that helped keep them alive. Elizabeth explains that long ago, she had given herself to her then-parents on a whim. After defeating a creature to protect them, she did something she normally wouldn't have done, saved their lives, which were on the verge of drowning. But if that were all, it would just be a strange story. A woman approached her to thank her, and it was then that she realized they were just strange rats. The woman had said that she could let their savior go and insisted that she accept the invitation to go to the house where they lived. Elizabeth says that was the first time she had heard such a thing from a human. Then, after going to the house where those people lived, the woman showed her a crystal ball, while the man showed her the giant dolls he had built himself. The vampire admits that she didn't know when things started to change, and only realized that she was no longer a guest, but part of the family, and even though it was for a short time, she had been happy watching the child play with the dolls as puppets, until she realized that the real reason those people had accepted her as family was to manipulate her like a puppet. But Elizabeth says that the fault was hers. By giving them the chance to betray her and then control her, it was proof that she had become soft and weak. And it was also the way they managed to trap her in the body of a child, sealing many of her abilities, making her only supply the corrupted mana needed to protect them. Shin, curious, asks what they needed protection from. The vampire says she isn't sure either, and asks the protagonist if he has looked outside since entering there. Before Shin can answer, she says it's a fantastic scene, an endless, vast desert, and no matter where you go, it never ends. That wasn't a natural desert, but rather a barrier, a space created to protect that place. Elizabeth says she is sure her mother used her power to create it, to protect herself from the monsters that came out of the fissure. Shin is impressed by this story. The vampire notices his reaction and then asks if the world he comes from was also affected by the fissure. Before the protagonist can answer, she says she believes it was, and that's why he's here. For Elizabeth, the two worlds were affected by the same things. A fissure appeared in the sky, awakened humans with mana emerged, and more portals began to appear. Shin asks what emerged from the portals in her world. The vampire says they were monsters far crueler than she was. Knowing this, the protagonist asks Elizabeth how, in their world, they dealt with these portal calamities and how many years had passed since the first fissure opened. The vampire says that, unfortunately, she didn't get to see it for herself, as after being trapped in that body, she spent a dark period where she couldn't move. It was during this time that her world fell apart, and that place became isolated. Elizabeth says she only regained the ability to move recently, after receiving a message telling her it was an hidden dungeon mission, where she had to drive away intruders from various worlds. The mission's goal was to repel a total of 100 intruders, with the reward being her freedom from that isolated world. Shin is stunned to learn that the vampire also received a system window, meaning she too was a player. Elizabeth tells the protagonist that it seems like he has many questions, but she apologizes, saying she won't be able to answer them all, as she is about to die. As she is dying, the vampire says that death isn't as bad as it seems. Shin becomes desperate as he sees Elizabeth's body starting to disintegrate. Immediately, he takes the item he received as a reward, the demon chains of control. He opens the box, glad to have received such a necessary item at that moment, and before the vampire dies for good, he places the chain around her neck. This was a forced imprisonment item, which could be used on defeated monsters or those in a critical state. Shin says it wasn't a coincidence, and while he could have kept it for later use, he was personally interested in knowing more. A monster equipped with the chain would be healed from its critical state and would become a subordinate, like a familiar, to the player who equipped the item. The protagonist admits he had seen many players with familiars, but never something like this, because now he had a player as a familiar. Now the ancient vampire was under control, and a contract would be formed. Afterward, Elizabeth was registered as Shin's familiar, and he was surprised to see she had transformed into a different form, something unexpected. The vampire had turned into a cat instead of a bat. Even the collar had changed to fit her neck. Elizabeth was upset at having turned into an animal, but quickly returned to her vampire form, saying it was a joke that she had become a familiar. She tries to forcibly remove the collar, but can't. Seeing she has no other choice, she says that instead of enduring this humiliation, she would have preferred to die. Shin says it's unfortunate, but she must accept it, as she doesn't even have the option to refuse this humiliation. A message appears stating that if corrupted mana or mana is provided, the familiar's abilities can be unlocked. The protagonist still doesn't know how he will use Elizabeth, as now she is a familiar who can't even use transformation. Despite this, the vampire approaches the protagonist and says that she is now under his care. He picks her up in her cat form and lifts her, causing her to become furious and demand that he let her go. Shin is surprised to see that his familiar can speak in this form, though he isn't sure if that's a good thing. The protagonist tells Elizabeth that he's going to ask something unrelated to what they've been talking about, but he wants to know if she was truly betrayed by those people. The vampire, irritated, says she's already said everything and that she's not lying. Shin puts her down and says that, since she doesn't need to repeat everything, he has one question because, while listening to her, some things didn't quite add up. He didn't understand when Elizabeth said that those people stole her power to survive, because living as dolls didn't make sense. The protagonist says that he doesn't know exactly what happened, but her family didn't seem that refined. Moreover, it seemed like they had no rationality or ego. Instead of living beings, they seem more like dolls with their movements predetermined. Elizabeth, furious, says there's nothing strange about it, and that human mentality is made to change and fit the physical body, and that her family ended up like that because they used the force of corrupted mana, so it was clear that their rationality and ego would disappear. The vampire asks her master if he wants her to feel empathy for those people. Shin says not exactly, and that he's just saying that, if it were him or other humans, they wouldn't have any choice but to continue living that way. The protagonist approaches the doll father and thinks that, if he swapped bodies, there must be some item that could do that. He starts thinking about what it could be. Elizabeth, seeing this, begins reflecting on what the protagonist said, about how they wouldn't have a choice but to live that way. It wasn't making any sense to her. Shin finds a crystal ball and orders his familiar to come to him. The vampire begins walking toward her master, despite the simple order. The protagonist shows her the item, which is called the essential crystal, typically used for dark magic and similar spells, and it contains a bit of one's own mana and soul. Shin suspects that Elizabeth's parents took this item and placed it in the dolls, bringing their souls into them. He deduces that, although they were weak, they were very skilled. The vampire is staring into the crystal and listening to what her master is saying when, suddenly, she starts remembering the past of her parents, as if she were inside it. Jihi, sitting with her husband and son, says that she had seen hundreds or even thousands of different visions in the past few days, but the results were always the same. The collision between two worlds in recent years was only going to increase until it became uncontrollable. The woman says that, even if they delayed it as much as they could, in 5 years, it would be too late to defend against the monsters. Elizabeth, inside that memory, begins to recognize that this wasn't happening in the present, and that it must be a vision based on her father's memories. Juan asks his wife about a secret method, because if the theory of a different dimension that she was researching worked, at least their family could survive. Ji-hee, sadly, says that if they had Beth's help, they could at least separate the land around their house. But the problem would be later, because if the world they lived in collapsed, that house would be adrift in the space between two dimensions, until someone from another world found it, which could take hundreds, thousands of years, or even more. And in truth, they would only be waiting for a slow death. One considers it a catastrophe, as they had no way out. But their son Yong says that Beth couldn't die. His mother is startled and asks what he means by that. The boy says that, since they could only live a few more years. Crying, the boy says that Elizabeth was different from them, and then asks if they couldn't save her. He explains that the reason they were alive was because she saved them from the monster. Even though his parents were shocked by his thinking, the boy knew it was something they couldn't ignore, because he believed that at least one person from the family should survive. Even knowing that Beth wouldn't cooperate, they deceitfully placed mana strands on her so that she wouldn't revolt. The vampire, even seeing that her family was sad, thought that they had betrayed her by imprisoning her in the body of a child. After doing this, they used the crystal to transfer their bodies into the dolls, leaving their consciousness intact. One says this would only last for a period, some years, or even hundreds of years, but he wasn't sure how long the consciousness would remain. But after that, it would slowly fade, and after 200 years, they would probably forget who they were. But their son says that even so, they would still be dolls, and needed to do this, even if that dimension was isolated. They didn't know what dangers or things might appear, and this time, they would protect Beth from all dangers. Even though they didn't know how long it would last, they were willing to do it until someone from another world saved her. Shin saw all that memory, and then decided to give 50 corrupted mana to his familiar, unlocking her abilities for a short time. Elizabeth returned to her vampire form, and crying, wondered why her family hadn't told her about all of this. The protagonist tells Beth that if they did this, they would all die together, and that this was a problem they couldn't avoid, that she would choose to die with them. Shin decides to leave her alone with her family, and tells her to get up, because there wasn't much time. Elizabeth had a time limit to have her abilities unlocked. The protagonist tells the vampire that this wasn't a full recovery, and that he had only transferred 50 mana, which gave her just 3 minutes with her abilities. He wasn't going to waste his mana for her to keep crying, since it was her duty to finish everything, because they were the family who stayed all that time as dolls just to protect her. To Shin, now, in the end, Elizabeth should help her family rest. The vampire is desperate, and says that she can't do something like that. The protagonist turns to her and tells her not to be so pathetic, because even though her family knew they would die, they could only organize themselves to live their last moments happily. But that's not what happened, since they chose of their own will to live in eternal imprisonment, just for her future, which they weren't even sure they'd reach. Shin tells Beth that this wasn't for her, but rather a chance to show devotion to them, the least she could do. After hearing that, the vampire stands up, still crying, and looks at her family. who were now all dolls, remembering how they were happy in the past. Elizabeth uses her power to rebuild them, in order to give them a dignified end. After that, a message appears saying that the additional objective was completed, discovering Elizabeth's life, and the reward was the box of cursed treasure. Even though she was sad, the vampire now knew everything and recognized that she had done the right thing. Now, the narrative dungeon was 100% complete, and the additional rewards would be given. The group started to leave the portal, where several paramedics were already waiting for them. Taihan was helping Jae-hee walk to a place where she could be treated. A doctor was helping Jun, who was also severely injured. Yi-hyuk had to be carried out since he was very weakened. Watching all of this happen, Shin tells Beth that he felt like this mission took longer than he expected, even though he knew he shouldn't be saying that in front of her. The protagonist asks his familiar what she thought of this world. The vampire says that it couldn't compare, since the mana she could feel was weak. But since she didn't have the right to choose, no matter where she went, she had to do her best and live. After some time, Yunran was at home, unable to sleep after a tense day. When she entered the kitchen, she noticed there was someone there and asked why there was a rat in her house. Suddenly, the light turned on, and Dong-hae spoke, saying he wasn't a rat, and he had just been waiting for his colleague, even grabbing a glass of wine because she was taking too long. Yunran began to use her powers and asked the executor to explain why he was there, asking if he wanted to pay for the wine he was drinking, because even his life wouldn't be enough for that. Dong-hae told the elemental master that she was cruel, but it was obvious he wasn't there for personal reasons. He just wanted to know what had happened with the unconfirmed dungeon she had participated in. As she knew, the person they served was very interested in unconfirmed dungeons, so he wanted to know how fun it had been. Yunran recounted the part where she passed out. After hearing the story, the executor said he was surprised she hadn't seen everything, even though he didn't expect that from an untouchable queen. The priestess told him to be quiet since it happened because things had gotten a bit chaotic. Even though she passed out, she managed to confirm the results with her own eyes, seeing Taehan finish off the boss with 2 sword strikes, thanks to the support he had received. And even considering the power of berserkers, it was a level of power she had never seen before. Dong-hae slammed the table and, acting crazy, said that rank S people were really different, and now this swordsman deserved to be prey. Yunran told the executor not to rush because even though Taehyun had a strong presence, they should pay attention to his support. Dong-hae asked why, since he was just a rank D fish and all he did was use weapons. The priestess explained that the sword that was able to withstand Taehyun's full power was truly of great strength. The executor said that if they could get a resistant sword, it would be very useful, and he could even take such a weapon. But in the end, a tool was just a tool. If no one was holding it and using it, it would become useless. Dong-hae started heading for the door and said that the ability of those holding the sword was the purity of combat. Everything else was impure. Yunran told the executor that if he hunted Taehan, that impurity could be what caused him to lose him. Dong-hae didn't pay much attention to the priestess and said that she was just obsessed with a rank D support. And while he wasn't on the same level as Taehan, he was curious to see his strength. Before leaving, he said goodbye, telling her he would see her later, and by then, he should have already killed the swordsman and the impure support. A few days later, Shin was lying in his bed, having slept for several days in a row, but his condition still hadn't improved. He deduced that it wasn't due to the creation of the demonic weapon, but because of Beth's absorption skill. The protagonist started calling out to the vampire to ask a question about the skill she had used, wondering if there was a way to get rid of the side effects. But Shin received no answer and began to search for where she was. Seeing that the window was open, he guessed that she had gone out, curious to learn more about that world. He got up and knew that, since she was now his familiar, he could do a forced summoning, but as long as she didn't do anything strange, he wouldn't use it. Beth was on the street, exploring, when she was stopped by Hisu. Meanwhile, Shin went to the box of cursed treasure, still not believing he had managed to get it. But he knew that the box was a random reward, often given to players. Moreover, what came out of the box was random, not guaranteed 100%. The item the box granted was limited to something the owner of the box needed. However, the problem is that this function is like having one less screw, like giving a sharp and strong sword that can only be used for attacking and not for blocking, or a shield that can take any impact without recoil but directs the impact to a random person. Despite these extreme weaknesses, what makes this so perverse is that it's not an entirely useless item, as there have been many cases where people tried to use such equipment while meeting the conditions and ended up seeing blood. Shin admits that the item he needs right now is of only one type, something that increases his mana regeneration, or something that increases his maximum mana. The type of item that would come from the box was already determined, And the most important thing for the protagonist was to know what weakness the item would have. He opens the box of cursed treasure. The box then started selecting an item for player Shin. A bright light began to emerge from the protagonist's room until it faded, revealing the item Gula do Trader, Gluttony of the Traitor, which allows the user to use the mana absorption skill. Shin was outraged at receiving this item, with the mana absorption function being proportional to the amount of favor the target had toward the user. The protagonist threw the ring at the wall and said that it was useless to him. Beth had returned and saw everything happening. Shin acknowledged that mana absorption wasn't a bad option, even calling it a powerful skill. But the favorability condition made him realize that the name of the item was strange. The vampire told her master that she didn't know why he was angry, but it seemed like he had a visitor outside, and it was the idiot who had come here before. The weapon maker went to the window to see who it could be. A limousine was parked in front of the building, and Yi-hyuk was stepping out of the car. The chatterbox didn't like that neighborhood at all and started asking why Tai-han was letting his support live in such a low-level place. Clearly his type, acting like a generous person but, deep down, being a damn ingrate. Seeing that, Shin admitted that the idiot had really arrived. The sorcerer, looking for where the weapon maker lived, recognized that, even though it seemed strange, he was there. Shin was valuable enough for that, because, even though he didn't have Yunran's report, Yi-hyuk could feel how the situation had gotten out of control. And, at that moment, Shin had done something for Taehyun, and the energy that the weapon emitted afterward was enough to break through the barrier and feel how much power it had. The sorcerer didn't know why Shin was ranked D, but he recognized that he definitely had the potential to become rank A or even higher. This meant that Taehyun hadn't hired him for nothing. But now, even though the weapon maker was on Taehyun's side, Yi-hyuk would do everything to change that. The protagonist went downstairs and approached the chatterbox, asking how he had found out where he lived, since no matter how he thought about it, there was no way he could have found his address legally. The sorcerer said it all depended on the point of view. As usually in such a situation, many people were surprised, thinking it could be a contract with the best guild, and since he was there to see him, he must have been very impressed. Shin apologized, and said that wasn't why he was there, and that today was the day of his renewal for his part-time employment assistant certificate. He then began to walk away, leaving Yi-hyuk alone. Seeing that the conversation wouldn't be easy, the chatterbox said he would pay 3 times the amount, and regardless of what Taehyun had promised, he would triple it. Even knowing that, because of what had happened in the dungeon, it seemed arrogant. Shin stopped to listen to what the sorcerer had to say. Now he was offering the best treatment that no other place could offer. The protagonist said he didn't know he was so self-aware, but his answer wouldn't change, and he would give the same answer he gave to Taehyun. There was nothing he could offer him. This left Yi-hyuk furious, since, in addition to Shin refusing his invitation, Yunran had done the same the day before. The priestess had told the sorcerer that he and the Shinhwa guild were a bunch of idiots. Now, seeing the protagonist turning his back on him, Yi-hyuk declared that he would just wait for the moment when Yunran and Shin would beg to join the guild. As the protagonist walked down the street, he thought that taking public transport to the Hunters Association was a pain, but since most hunters had cars, it made sense that he should have one too. At that moment, someone bumped into his shoulder, and he apologized. The person looked at him and shook their head. For a moment, Shin thought his injuries hadn't fully healed, but when he snapped back to reality, he realized that the person who had bumped into him was walking in a straight line when it happened. It could have been intentional, and besides, their face didn't seem unfamiliar. But the protagonist thought this couldn't be happening, and as he looked back, he spotted the person again. He deduced that this man might be Hyun, who was standing on the other side of the street, observing his old friend. After Shin went to the association, he headed straight for a portal that had opened, where a raid group was already waiting. Seok, the tank of the group, told them that if they were ready, they would enter, and warned them that from rank C portals onwards, even high-level hunters could get hurt or die due to carelessness. He reminded them all to be aware of that, but since lives were at stake, it didn't hurt to reinforce the point. Hana, who was standing next to Shin, said she was nervous, as it was her first time going into a rank C portal. The protagonist tried to calm her down, telling her that the tank was a veteran, and if they followed his orders, they shouldn't have many problems. But as he was just an assistant, that wasn't something he could guarantee. The girl told Shin that, even so, he seemed to be very experienced. Dojin was at the back of the group, watching the protagonist closely. He knew that the weapon maker was a rank D support with crafting abilities, and that he had been a hunter for 2 years, but with only 1 year of practical experience. The assassin recalled that at the beginning of the year, Shin had been part of the Dawan Guild, his brother Hyung's guild. Dojin remembered a conversation he had with his brother while they were eating, before Hyung entered a rank D portal. The girl had asked her older brother why he was trying to compare a simple rank D portal when, with the capabilities of their guild, they could buy rank C portals, or even bigger ones. Hyung explained that while the portal might be low rank, it was big and resource-rich, and in dungeons like that, the profits were enormous compared to the labor invested. That's why bigger guilds tried to grab them. Dojin said it sounded petty, since with all that money, they could buy something better, and rank D dungeons should only serve as small change for the big guilds. Hyung agreed with his brother, but said that this wasn't the case for smaller guilds, like his, especially when he could do a lot with half of the expected profit. The then leader of the Dawan Guild explained to his brother that with the profits, he could upgrade the equipment of the hardworking members of the guild, as well as train them in exclusive training facilities, rather than training with other guilds, and that it wouldn't be long before everyone recognized Dawan as a guild to be reckoned with. But that didn't happen. Dojin remembered when he received a call from the association and couldn't believe what he was hearing about his brother. He went to the association building to speak with the investigator handling the case. While they were talking, Dojin said it didn't make sense because his brother was rank B, and even the veteran hunters were recognized. Plus, there was no way he could have died in a dungeon like that. Hoon said that it wasn't a normal dungeon, and that Hyung had entered an unconfirmed portal. The post-investigation results showed that it was a place with an absurdly high degree of danger. This left Dojin stunned, and at that moment, he realized that his brother's death wasn't just an accident. He then remembered Hyung had said the portal was purchased through an official auction. Dojin didn't know if anyone else was involved, but he was certain that Hyung wasn't the type to lie like that. The investigator even asked the young man if Hyung had said anything before he left, but Dojin only thought there was something wrong with all of this, and that someone had managed to manipulate the auction. He told Hoon that his brother hadn't said anything before he left, but still felt something beyond the simple had occurred. After explaining what had happened, the investigator told Dojin that Hyung's body would be transferred in 2 days when the investigation was complete. He said he felt awkward saying it, but it had been sheer luck that they had found his body, and since there was a survivor, it was easy to collect the bodies. This intrigued Dojin, and he wanted to know who the survivor was, asking who they were. Hoon said he didn't know all the details, but it seemed the survivor had been lucky. Back at the portal entrance, Seok said they would now enter and finish the raid without any serious injuries, if possible. As Shin and Hana crossed the portal, Dojin was the last to go through, still observing all of the protagonists' movements, as he still didn't know how his rank B brother and all the veterans of the guild had died. How had a rank D assistant survived? Even if it was luck, it seemed strange. No matter how much he thought about it, Dojin wanted to know if Shin had anything to do with his brother's death, and no matter what he had to do, he would uncover the truth. After all the members of the group entered the portal, a security officer from the association, along with some military personnel, noticed a hunter approaching, intending to cross through the portal. The officer asked him to leave since he wasn't part of the raid. Dong-hae, laughing, approached the agent and claimed he was also part of the group but had arrived a little late. He handed over a document, his permission slip. While the agent read it, the enforcer muttered, questioning what kind of crazy person would show up fully prepared for a portal raid they weren't even part of. After verifying the permission, the officer confirmed Dong-hae's participation. Dong-hae celebrated his success, but the agent overheard him muttering something. The enforcer remarked that Dong-hae had said, "Good thing I managed to get the entry permit." However, as Dong-hae walked toward the portal, he murmured to himself that if he hadn't gotten permission, he would have killed the agent. His real objective, however, was someone else, his prey, Jin. Dong-hae intended to test the capabilities of this aspiring hero. Inside the dungeon, the group had already defeated several skeletal soldiers when they encountered the Headless Duke, a B-rank danger-level monster. After a fierce battle, Seok announced that they had finally defeated the creature. However, Dojin, standing near the tank, suspected something was off. This portal shouldn't have been ranked as C rank. Even with an identification error, it should have been, at most, a high-level B-rank portal. He admitted that if he'd concealed his abilities until the end, it could have been disastrous. Seok praised Dojin for his performance, noting that he didn't think anyone in the group was as talented. However, the dealer humbly replied that, although he contributed, he didn't do it alone. Others were injured and being healed by Hana, who also played an important role. Looking at his weapons, Dojin recalled the fight against the Duke. Seok's weapon had been broken during an attack, and with only inferior weapons available, he couldn't contribute much. Then, Shin approached, offering to craft a new pair of weapons if needed. Shin warned Seok to forget about these abilities until they were out of the dungeon. The dealer noted that these new weapons, crafted by the support, were not only powerful, but had cutting ability and weight several levels above his usual gear. This left him intrigued. Someone who could instantly materialize weapons of this quality couldn't possibly be a D-rank support. Dojin confronted Shin, asking who he really was. Shin turned and cryptically replied that Dojin should be asking himself that question. The dealer admitted he didn't know Shin's name and had never given his own, but then Dojin began removing his mask, stating he had a different question. He asked if Shin knew Hyung, his older brother, who was also the guildmaster of Dawon. As he removed his hood, Dojin revealed his identity. Shin was speechless upon learning this connection. Dojin, however, angrily said he didn't care who the weapon creator was. All he wanted to know was what happened on the day his brother died years ago. He warned that if Shin didn't talk, he'd take justice into his own hands. Before Shin could respond, a wave of attacks headed their way. Realizing the danger, Dojin defended against the powerful strikes, dragging himself to shield the group. The dealer was stunned, not expecting any monsters to still be alive. At that moment, Donghae appeared, impressed by how events were unfolding. The enforcer commented that even with the rising star Dojin, whose best days were still ahead, there weren't many who could fend off such an attack. Donghae then melted Beck and the rest of the group who had been separated from Shin and Dojin. Shin stood behind his shield, which he had created instantly to defend himself. Dojin, surprised by the stranger's abilities, admitted that he was incredibly strong. He began to wonder if Shin could be a berserker or something similar. Regardless, he was undoubtedly talented and exceptionally powerful. Donghae, observing his targets, told them not to be afraid and to calm down. After Shin dismissed his shield, Donghae mentioned hearing about a D-rank support in the attack group, but now realized Shin was an impure. Shin didn't understand what Donghae meant, but the executor stated that he needed Shin to make Taihan's hunt more entertaining, though he couldn't let him live. Dojin started questioning how Donghae knew Shin. The executor, as if tapping into his abilities, told Dojin that if he truly had something special, this hunt would be enjoyable. He then attacked Dojin directly, who defended himself while realizing his opponent had immense strength. Dojin noted he could reflect such attacks only once or twice more. If he took the damage from even a few of them, the fight would end quickly. He also noticed that Donghae left openings when attacking, so he decided to dodge all incoming strikes and wait for the right moment to counter. As Donghae attacked, he mocked that Shin seemed like a useless fool and that this couldn't even be considered a 2-versus-1 fight. Shin responded, saying Donghae was wrong. At that moment, the executor froze, entangled in threads of corrupted mana created by Beth, who had appeared in her vampire form. Together with Shin, she declared it was now 3-versus-1. A system message appeared for Shin, stating that no corrupted mana was available, and the penalty would be a drastic drain on his stamina and mana. Additionally, the familiar Elizabeth would be forcibly dismissed in 10 seconds. Shin had earned a brief summoning by risking death, but it was temporary. Even as the mana threads began to unravel, it bought enough time to turn the tide of the difficult battle. After being freed, Donghae struck at the vampire, but she used her mist skill, becoming translucent and evading the attack. She taunted Donghae, saying it was a pity that purely physical attacks were nothing to fear. Although he resembled Taeheon, their levels were slightly different, and it was evident that the swordsman's weapon played a role in this disparity. Laughing, Beth told Donghae it was goodbye. While he was distracted by her, Dojin approached from behind. When Donghae tried to attack Elizabeth again, the dealer seized the opportunity to strike. During this moment, Beth's summoning ended, and before disappearing, she remarked that the ending was a bit lazy. With one arm severed, Donghae remained standing in a combat stance. Dojin was also prepared, knowing his opponent was difficult to defeat, but he took solace in having inflicted a serious injury. Dojin told Donghae that if he wanted to stay alive, he should drop his weapon and surrender, though the outcome would likely remain the same given his sins. With few options left, Donghae dropped his weapon. This act seemed like a clear surrender, but Dojin immediately sensed ulterior motives. After dropping his sword, Donghae began channeling corrupted mana into his wound. Shin found it strange, but couldn't understand what Donghae intended. The executor was using the mana both to heal himself and to prepare for teleportation. He acted just as Dojin approached to deliver a potentially fatal blow, but when the dealer got close, Donghae disappeared. He then realized that the magic circle might have been a means of teleportation. Shin approached Dojin, saying he should feel relieved that it was only an escape item, as if it had been an attack or debuff item. Regardless of the outcome, they wouldn't have made it out unscathed. The dealer realized the weapon creator was different from the person he had imagined. Now, after the battle, Shin told Dojin that he would explain everything that had happened a year ago with the Dawan Guild and Hyung, because, as a brother, Dojin had the right to know. After some time, they exited the portal, where the bodies of the rest of the group were being retrieved. Shin and Dojin watched the scene, and Dojin said he felt uneasy seeing those people. Even though they were defeated by a psychopath, they had lied, claiming they were killed by monsters. Shin explained that they had no other choice because, according to security, they believed there were 7 people in the group. As someone with an access card entered the portal late after the group had gone in, Dojin said that didn't make sense. Shin agreed but explained that something unbelievable had happened. A forged pass good enough to fool security was used. However, it might not have been a fake pass. It could have been real. As Shin had mentioned earlier, it was the same type of pass Hyung had acquired a year ago when an unconfirmed dungeon was openly auctioned in a certified auction. Shin admitted he didn't know the objective of those responsible for such acts, but it was impossible for a small group to pull off something like that. If the association caught any of them, their organization would vanish entirely. The people involved must either be important enough to evade capture despite deceiving the association, or powerful enough that being caught wouldn't matter. Shin told Dojin he was now certain that he understood the basics, and that the people they were up against weren't ordinary. There had to be a reason the association lied to the families of the guild members, including Dojin's. Perhaps someone among them couldn't accept the truth. Hearing this explanation, Dojin said he understood that if he reported what happened in the dungeon officially to the association, people would get hurt. If that was the case, he had one more question. Dojin asked Shin why his abilities didn't match his D-rank category, and why he was hiding. Shin said that explaining in detail would take too long, but revealed that until a year ago, his ability was useless. He could only create 1 or 2 swords, earning him the rank of D, a source of shame. However, during the accident in the unconfirmed dungeon, he awakened his new ability at the brink of death. Thanks to that, he was the sole survivor. But it was clear that his story seemed unreal and highly suspicious. If he were in someone else's position, he wouldn't believe it either. Yet, with the truth and the main culprit hidden, his plan was to reveal everything to the world and to the victims' families. Still, Shin admitted that this didn't justify hiding the truth. Bowing his head, he apologized to Dojin, saying that one day he would find the person responsible for Hyung's death and wanted to do it as quickly as possible. Seeing this, Dojin told Shin that finding those responsible might be impossible, and that he shouldn't act as if the burden was entirely his. Excluding the fact that Shin wasn't the culprit, Dojin admitted there was no acceptable answer for him. As he walked away, Dojin told Shin that now he wasn't any different from him. Even after seeing the truth with his own eyes, he was forced to hide it from those who deserved to know. But Dojin vowed he wouldn't stop until he made those responsible for Hyung's death pay, and that he would find them, no matter who they were. He made it clear to Shin that until then, he would be under his care, and despite everything, from that moment on, they could only rely on each other. That afternoon, in an abandoned warehouse, Dong-hae had been teleported to the location. Frustrated and enraged by what had happened, he vented until Yunran arrived. She mockingly remarked that she didn't know who he was talking to, especially since saying such things after being clearly defeated and fleeing was pathetic to witness. She added that it would have been better if the executor had returned either dead or alive, but rendered useless because in that case, she could have used him as a sacrifice. Dong-hae didn't take kindly to Yunran's comments, but she didn't care, continuing to taunt him. She told the executor not to cower because the one they served still had high expectations for him, even if she didn't understand why. The priestess handed him a strange creature, and Dong-hae, puzzled, asked what it was. Smiling, Yunran told him to eat it, explaining that the child would become his new arm. Dong-hae scoffed, calling her an elemental master and refusing to eat the bizarre thing. The priestess acknowledged the lack of trust between them but asked what he planned to do now since being picky only worked when someone was in a position to act. She pointed out that even though it wasn't his dominant arm he had lost, missing an arm could still be a significant disadvantage. Seeing her partner's irritation, Yunran commented that she didn't know how much losing an arm would affect him since she didn't use swords. However, she suggested that he could overcome it with effort, since he was so demanding. Dong-hae eventually took the creature and threatened that if anything happened, he would take revenge. Yunran replied that if he could, he was welcome to do so. The executor consumed the creature and was overwhelmed by unbearable pain as his arm began to regenerate. Watching the transformation, Yunran remarked that the new arm suited him better than she had expected, and that she had thought it would take all night for him to recover. She warned that this was only the first form, and that over time, the creature would adapt into a shape that fit him better. If he didn't like it, She said he could tell her, as the child was like a son to her, and she could adjust it as needed. Amid the excruciating pain in her words, Dong Hai resolved to defeat everyone, starting with Yunran, then Tai Han, and Dojin, who had severed his arm, and finally Shin. The next day, at the airport, Hisu and Taehyun were waiting for a flight. Hisu remarked that it seemed like a celebrity was arriving because of the cameras and reporters everywhere. Taehyun corrected her, explaining that it wasn't a celebrity, but a hunter from the Hyunmu Guild, one of South Korea's 3 largest guilds. Hisu said she had heard of them but wondered why they were flying in if they were from the same country. Taehyun replied that the news he had read stated they had recently received a special invitation from the United Kingdom, likely related to a very dangerous and challenging portal. The reporters grew excited when the guild members arrived, eager to ask Hyein, the Hyunmu guildmaster, how she felt after the successful raid in Dawn City, as rumors suggested she had received a significant payment from the British government. However, Hyein walked past them without responding. Her assistant Aryam stepped in to block the reporters, informing them that no interviews were being given at that time and that their questions would be addressed later in an official conference. Once they left the airport and were inside the car, Aryam informed Hyein that she had cleared her schedule until the following day and reminded her of an interview with the Sanha Guild representatives at 11 in the morning. She also mentioned that 2 days ago there had been a trace of the executor. This revelation startled Hyein, who immediately asked Aryam where it had happened. The girl explained that it happened in a dungeon where there had been an evaluation error, in Bupyeong. According to witnesses and the guards at the portal, someone arrived after all the other members had entered the dungeon, and their appearance matched existing descriptions of the executor. Furthermore, the association reported that there were 2 survivors. One was a B-rank assassin, and the other was a D-rank support. Hyein was surprised to hear there were survivors, especially a D-rank support. She questioned how someone like that could have survived against the executor, and wondered if the assassin's abilities were extraordinary. Aryam admitted she wasn't sure about those details and said that, for now, both survivors testified that the group's deaths were caused by an accident during the hunt. This intrigued Hyein, who began to question why they hadn't mentioned the executor. She speculated they might be allied with him, or had been severely threatened to ensure their survival. With growing doubts, Hyein instructed her assistant to schedule a meeting with the 2 survivors, as she was curious about what they would say. At home, Shin was researching information about users of greatswords in the Hunter Association's records, but, as expected, found nothing. He had some theories. First, the executor might not be an official hunter. Second, he might usually disguise himself with a different appearance. What Shin could confirm so far was that this person was linked to the annihilation cases in unconfirmed or misclassified dungeons. Additionally, the existence of unconfirmed dungeons might be orchestrated by the organization the executor belonged to. This theory aligned with the case of the mansion where Beth was. The executor could have killed all the hunters there, including Taehan. Based on their skills and potential, those hunters could have become future heroes, and their deaths would have been a significant loss for the world's future. Shin closed his computer and concluded that someone was forging dungeon ranks and sending assassins separately. This also suggested the possibility of assassination attempts outside dungeons. While Shin was reflecting on all these events, he received a call from an unknown number, but decided to answer. It was Yuran, who invited him to go out for a meal. That evening, at a restaurant in a high-rise building, Yuran was waiting for Shin. When she saw him, she remarked that she had expected him to wear something more formal, given the venue. Shin replied that he had never imagined himself in a place like that before, but now found himself increasingly concerned about the direction society was heading. He also noted he hadn't expected his address or phone number to be publicly available, especially not in the association's registry. Yuran feigned ignorance and asked if Yihyuk had reached out to him, commenting that it was obvious he had, probably with a greedy smile and unwarranted confidence. After saying that, the priestess reassured Shin not to worry, as she wouldn't say anything as dull as what Yihyuk might have. She explained that she had invited him because of a personal interest. She asked Shin to sit down, offering to buy them drinks. Shin responded that this wasn't the type of conversation where he could enjoy a drink and said that if she didn't have anything specific to say, he would leave. Yuran revealed that she was curious, as she hadn't seen the end of the dungeon due to fainting, and wanted to know what method Shin had used to defeat the vampire. She noted that even with Taehan observing the situation, Shin wouldn't have stood a chance alone. Shin replied that she should ask the swordsman, not him, since he was just a D-rank support with no combat abilities. All he did, he said, was use the remaining energy he had to create a sword. That was all he knew. Yuran, smiling, said she understood but now wanted to know what Shin had to say to her. The protagonist thought for a moment and replied that, as absurd as it sounded, it was funny. A crazy psychopath wielding a greatsword was on the loose hunting hunters. The priestess, after sipping her drink, asked if she could be the next target of this psychopath. Shin responded that, if his guess was correct, the mere fact that she had entered an unconfirmed dungeon made her a target since, among all the hunters, she was the only one not affiliated with a guild. Hearing this, Yuran commented that, in that case, everyone would now aim for her, because she lacked the protection of an organization. That scenario seemed plausible. Then she asked if Shin wasn't forgetting something important. She stood up and told him that while he thought about it, it wasn't just her who was unprotected. There was also a D-rank support who, like her, wasn't in a guild and was far weaker in combat. If this was all true, she said, it was he who was in a dangerous situation. Seductively, Yuran asked what Shin thought of her protecting him. Shin turned and replied that he had already done everything he needed to and was leaving. But before departing, he urged the priestess to take the situation seriously, as her life might be at stake. With that, the protagonist left the restaurant, leaving Yuran alone. She picked up her phone and called the executor, instructing him to do his best because this was an opportunity she had secured in exchange for favors. She ended the call by calling him a disgusting rat. Smiling, she thought about how entertaining it would be to watch the fight. As Shin walked down the street toward his home, someone behind him spoke, saying it would be strange to say they had missed him. The voice remarked that, despite knowing little, they recognized his courage, as they wouldn't have expected him to still be walking alone at night after everything that had happened. It was the executor, Dong-hae, standing behind Shin. After saying this, Dong-hae asked if Shin was a brainless idiot, warning him that yelling or trying to escape would be useless, as he was already trapped. Yuran, observing from atop a building, activated her skill, Dark Territory, creating a barrier that ensured no one outside would know what was happening within. Shin, unfazed, remarked that until either he or the executor was defeated, not even an ant would escape the barrier, and that wasn't such a bad thing. Dong-hae was stunned by the protagonist's calm demeanor. Shin continued, explaining that the barrier didn't just block entry, it created a virtual space that mimicked reality. Setting aside corrupted mana, he was already concerned because he couldn't sense any presence within, which led him to suspect that everyone there had already died. Turning to face the executor, Shin said he was relieved to see how capable Dong-hae was and how organized the group he worked for seemed to be. Dong-hae questioned Shin's sanity, but the weapon creator replied that he had been expecting this, knowing he would be targeted, perhaps even tonight, because, as someone had pointed out, he was the perfect target. Furious, Dong-hae retorted that a support who couldn't do anything on their own had no right to say such things. He drew his sword and launched an attack. An explosion erupted, and Dong-hae was shocked to see that Shin had created a sword to block the attack. This astonished him even more, as the strike he had delivered wasn't an ordinary one. Many combat-class hunters would have died instantly. Dismissing his sword, Shin remarked that this was the first time in a year he could fight without worrying about witnesses. While he might still be a support who couldn't act alone, he wanted to test if that was truly the case. As Dong-hae moved in for another attack, Shin activated his skill, Spatial Grid. Outside the barrier, Hyun arrived in her car. After getting out of the car, Hyun couldn't see any sign or indication of a portal, but she could definitely feel the corrupted mana in the area. Hyun's class was Santa, a high mid-tier support class that typically uses divine power in addition to regular mana. Divine power is considered the direct opposite of corrupted mana. As a result, some Santa classes might not be able to use corrupted mana, but they can sense it. Ariam asks her master if they should report this to the association, since there was a sign of corrupted mana in a residential area. Hyun responds that, for now, no. She grabs her weapon and tells Ariam that if she doesn't return or make contact within 30 minutes, she can report it to the association as she said. Hyun activates her skill and begins walking toward the wall where she was sensing the corrupted mana. Ariam, watching her, marvels at how Hyun had sensed something coming from a simple wall, but is shocked to see her master begin to pass through it, disappearing before her eyes. Ariam steps closer and realizes that it wasn't just Hyun's appearance that had vanished, but her presence as well. She couldn't sense her anywhere. Now Ariam was silently hoping nothing too serious would happen. On the inside of the barrier, Shin was in the midst of a fierce battle with the executor. The protagonist used his skill to control swords, making them attack from a distance, forcing Dong-hae to defend and dodge attacks coming from multiple directions. Dong-hae, growing tired of it, muttered that those tricks wouldn't work, but he was taken by surprise when he realized there was a KM-38 mana grenade behind him. This was a weapon used by the military to fight against giant monsters. Shin was controlling the grenade and made it explode before the executor could dodge. Watching everything unfold, Yuran admitted to herself that she had been wondering what a good support could do to even make Elizabeth bow her head. But now she realized that Shin was definitely an opponent who could give her trouble. While the weapons he materialized weren't anything extraordinary, just simple and sharp. The reason they were impressive was because you could only demonstrate special skills while holding them. These weapons needed to be created with durability in mind. What Yuran found remarkable about Shin was that he was using the weapons he created not just to throw them, but with speed, angles, power, and rhythm. This was enough for even an experienced executor to struggle. Moreover, the protagonist also materialized firearms and had a good sense of when and where to use them. This showed that he wasn't an extraordinary creator by default, but his application and use of skills would have been impossible without the experience of a true fighter or someone at a veteran level. Watching the fight and drawing these conclusions, Yuran wondered how someone so skilled had remained hidden all this time. Shin watched the executor, now dragging himself through the smoke after being hit by the grenade. The protagonist knew that mana bullets weren't very effective against monsters above rank C, but the same couldn't be said for humans, as their strength and toughness were completely different. Not to mention, being attacked from behind a low guard didn't help. Seeing Donghei's condition, Shin remarked that he didn't even want to imagine what it felt like to be hit by such a weapon, and asked the executor if he was ready to give up. Furious, Donghai began insulting the protagonist, to which Shin replied that he had only asked out of courtesy. Donghai prepared to defend himself as he saw multiple weapons pointed at him. Shin clenched his hand, controlling the swords to launch a multi-strike attack, creating a massive impact. Despite the dust hindering his vision, Shin was surprised to see that the executor was still standing. It was then that he noticed that Donghai had transformed into something monstrous, his arm having completely changed shape. This even left Donghai confused, not knowing what was happening. Yuran, who was watching, began to control the creature that the executor's arm had transformed into. She said that there was nothing she could do and that she didn't want to do it either, but since her colleague was in danger, it would be the right thing to help him. However, had she known this would happen, it would have been better for gathering information. The priestess ordered the creature to give its best, transforming the arm into a weapon. Shin, observing the executor's condition, had already found it suspicious how his arm was now functioning. After all, it had been torn off, and now it was perfectly fine, but the level of corrupted mana was too strange to ignore. The weapon creator didn't waste time and attacked again, throwing a large sword at Donghai, who had now turned into a creature. Using his arm as a weapon, he sliced the sword in half while simultaneously launching a long-range counterattack. Shin reacted quickly, creating a shield to defend himself, and in that brief moment, he came up with a plan. Yuran admitted that the battle wouldn't be easy for the support class anymore, as materializing strong weapons wouldn't be enough. Now, she was curious to see what Shin would do. The protagonist pulled an item from his pocket and remembered that it was a gift from Hisu to celebrate the contract with the guildmaster. This was an item Shin had been searching for in the land of Arachne. When he opened the box, Shin realized that it was the Bloodstone of Arachne, which contained the final screams of the boss monster Arachne. After consuming this item, the user would inherit the same class as the last person to land the final blow on Arachne for 1 minute. The abilities and rank would also match the user's. However, once the time limit expired, the user would lose 99% of their remaining stamina. Holding the item in his hand, Shin admitted that he never thought he would use it, but now, seeing his opponent, he recognized he had no other choice. As he swallowed the stone, the executor charged into an insane attack. Shin stood still, extending his arm to the side, and just as Donghai was about to strike, the effect of the Bloodstone was activated. Shin materialized a sword and blocked the attack. Now, for the next few minutes, Shin's class and rank were the same as Taehan's. The executor, now a monster, couldn't understand how the weapon creator had defended his attack. Shin, after creating and wielding the sword, felt the sensation of having a combat class, as he had blocked the attack easily. With little time left to end the battle, he said, "Now the second round begins." He then activated the explosion skill, making the sword burst into flames. Yuran was stunned, seeing that Shin was using the same skill as Taehan. She deduced that the item he had swallowed must have been for a temporary class change through an affiliation item, the Bloodstone. Now his physical strength and energy were temporary, but it was clear he had gained something significant. The priestess was even more intrigued by the weapon Shin was using, as she could feel corrupted mana emanating from it. Yuran began to wonder if the person she served might have given this power to Shin, as there was no explanation for how an ordinary hunter could use corrupted mana. After the raid at Beth State, the protagonist had 0 corrupted mana left. However, the small amount of corrupted mana contained in the Bloodstone of Arachne wasn't lost by Shin's skill, mana absorption. While inside the barrier, Shin activated his passive skill, absorbing 100 corrupted mana and adding it to his 20 accumulated mana. With this, he activated his demonic weapon creation skill, using the 100 corrupted mana to summon a weapon from the demon realm. Once the process was complete, the Fragorok demonic sword was forged. Now, Shin had to seize the moment. Shin launched into the attack, using his explosion skill to strike the executor, who managed to block by locking the sword with his arm. However, after that, he was dragged away, growing irritated. The protagonist didn't stop and attacked again, but Donghae managed to defend. Now close, the two engaged in a sword duel, with Shin using all the power at his disposal. Yuran, observing how the weapon creator fought, concluded that something was off. Despite Shin's class change, she wondered what had happened to his skills and movement proficiency. It almost seemed like he had been using a sword for a long time. The priestess's questions were reasonable. The Bloodstone of Arachne, while allowing a class change, didn't grant experience or proficiency. Moreover, in Shin's previous life, he hadn't been a warrior, so it would make more sense for him to have no combat experience. However, this was precisely why the Fragorok demon sword could shine. Compared to Leviathan, the weapon used by the guildmaster earlier, Fragorok was a step below in destructive power. Yet, unlike Leviathan, which specialized in firepower, Fragorok possessed the unique characteristics of a demonic sword. As Shin fought, he admitted that he felt as if he were in a trance. His senses and consciousness were intact, but it wasn't him controlling his body. Even the desire to strike seemed to come from the sword itself, a demonic sword that invades its user with its own will. Ironically, at that moment, the weapon was the most compatible with its user. After landing a strong blow on the executor, Shin made him lose sight of him. Now faster, the protagonist positioned himself behind Donghae and landed a precise strike to his back. Shin deactivated the skill and saw the executor on the ground, but he began feeling the effects of the bloodstone. With no strength left to hold the sword, he let it fall. He then felt intense pain, realizing the time granted by the bloodstone had ended. Kneeling, he noticed the executor was back on his feet. Shin knew that based on Donghae's condition, just one more hit would be enough to end it. When the executor charged again, the protagonist tried to create another weapon, but was surprised by a powerful light shining down on his opponent, rendering him immobile. Seeing this, Shin deduced that the energy was divine power, meaning there might be someone else inside the barrier. Hien approached Shin from behind and asked if he was the Shin she had been hearing about. She said there were many things she wanted to ask him, but that now wasn't the right time for a conversation. Noticing Shin's injuries, she told him not to move, as she would ensure the executor wouldn't escape, as he was trapped by divine power. Suddenly, Donghae returned to his normal state, no longer a monster. Seeing himself kneeling before Shin and Hien, he began to scream, asking the priestess what she had done to his body, leaving him in such a dire situation. The master didn't understand why the executor was calling out to someone, but he was desperate for Yuran to do something. From afar, Yuran declared that she had no choice and created a guillotine, placing her partner in it. No one understood what was happening, including Donghae, who, before he could ask anything, was decapitated. Shin and Hien stood stunned, seeing the executor's body fall to the ground. Yuran approached and remarked that it wasn't so surprising, but that she hadn't expected it to happen this way. However, Donghae had proven himself utterly useless until the end. Ripping off a nail to use one of her abilities, the priestess said that now she had disposed of the useless part of the executor. Yin then commanded Yuran to kneel and put her hands on her head, warning that any movement from her would result in her demise. The priestess finished pulling off her nail and began laughing. Seeing that Yuran wouldn't stop, the master used her skill to try to stop her, but was surprised when the woman said that she was truly frightening, and that this was divine power. If Chaos had been hit by that, she would have been defeated on the spot. Inside a protective bubble, next to the executor's body, she mentioned that it was good she hadn't been hit. Hien, seeing the bubble, couldn't understand where that divine power was coming from, but this meant there was someone else in the area besides Yuran and the executor. The priestess said that she was going to finish up for the day, as she had already given orders to Donghae, but wasn't planning to waste energy on a fight that her master had not commanded. However, when she came back, she would dress the executor in something much more glorious. She then used her teleportation skill to leave the area. Hien was left surprised by everything that had happened, but now she was standing next to Shin, who had passed out. The next day, the protagonist woke up in a room, alarmed because he had no idea where he was, not knowing how he had been carried when he was unconscious, or how much time had passed. But he was feeling surprisingly close to his peak condition, even though he should have been bedridden for a week, unable to move a muscle. Yet, he felt renewed. However, he noticed something was restraining his hands, and he didn't know what it was. Hyein entered the room and told Shin that she wasn't sure about his condition, but had done the best she could. She asked him to let her know if he felt any discomfort or something was wrong. The protagonist replied that he thought everything was fine, but first, he wanted to thank her for helping treat him, though he wanted to know why he was being restrained. The master sat down and said that from that moment on, she wanted them to answer her questions as honestly as possible. Hyein wanted to know why Shin was with those people, and if he answered her question, she would answer any of his questions in return. The protagonist, already surprised that the woman knew his name, decided to share what he knew. Shin didn't need to know her name to recognize the woman in front of him. Hyein was an S-class Santa, widely known not only by hunters but also as the leader of the Hyunmu Guild. For the protagonist, this was a problem in itself because of the memories he had from past regressions. The Hyunmu Guild wasn't one of the top 3 guilds, and the concept of the 3 major guilds had somewhat faded in his past lives. Showing itself as a virtual spectacle between 2 guilds, Overkill and Shinhwa, there was a guild called Soul Link. Unlike being a competitor on the same level as these two, this guild lagged behind them. But now, the Hyunmu Guild was different. One of the 3 great guilds that could stand up to Overkill and Shinhwa. The difference between this world and the protagonist's memories was so vast that he sought to understand how the Hyunmu Guild had come so far. The reason was Hyein. After hearing Shin's story, she simply said he was just heading home after his plans. The protagonist knew this woman was the best healing support, making miraculous progress from rank C to rank S. He responded that it was true, that he wasn't with those people, and that, in fact, he had been attacked. Shin recalled that in his previous life, far from being the guild leader, Hyein was just a mere support who stopped at rank B. However, the protagonist didn't know her personality well, as they had only met a few times when their guilds collaborated. From what the weaponsmith remembered, she wasn't weak, but she had a gentle aura and lacked the sharp personality she exhibited now. Her current demeanor showed many doubts about the story she had just heard from Shin. He couldn't pinpoint why her skills and personality had changed so much, but this change had undoubtedly benefited her. It gave the protagonist every reason to suspect she was aligned with the hero hunters, yet instead, she rescued him and faced those people. Hyein mentioned she had a few more questions. She wanted to know if the protagonist was familiar with the executor. Shin replied that it wasn't a question he could answer, but wanted to ask his first question, which elicited an unexpected reaction from her. The weaponsmith stated that she knew the executor well, and since she hadn't reported him to the association and was personally restraining and interrogating him, it seemed she was trying to track down the executor. The saint asked the protagonist why he was questioning her after she had saved him. Shin raised his arms and said he wasn't stupid, as he couldn't even use magic while tied up, so he couldn't predict her intentions. The woman replied that she had clearly stated she didn't want to hurt the weaponsmith, to which he responded that he couldn't trust her words. He added that even though she might have spared his life after fighting the executor, that alone wasn't enough for him to reveal everything he knew. After saying this, the protagonist suggested that she had seen for herself that it was possible those merciless killers might have sensed things were going wrong and fought the executor to rescue him. Or perhaps the whole thing was a setup from the start, abandoning the executor so she could extract information. Somehow, she had managed to bypass the barrier Donghae had created when he had claimed no one could pass through, and if she indeed knew about the executor, she would realize his suspicions weren't mere paranoia. If she truly didn't want superficial answers, she had the evidence that he had no connection to those people. The woman fell silent after hearing all this. After a while, she began to smile and said that conspiring with those criminals was extremely unpleasant to hear, so she would share more about herself first. Hyein revealed that she had an older sister named Jiyeon, who was very different from her, extremely talented and capable. Hearing this, the protagonist began to remember that name. If it wasn't someone with the same name, there was no doubt the saint was talking about the Blazing Lotus Jiyeon, who, in his past life, was one of those players called heroines. Shin hadn't known she was Hyein's sister. Hyein continued her story, saying countless guilds recognized her sister's talent and invited her to join, but she always refused. Perhaps it was because the saint was a burden to her sister, as she always wanted to be by her side. Then one day, 2 years ago, Jiyeon returned home excited, saying that if everything went well, they could start their own guild and that they were lucky. Hyein remembered how her sister had said this while showing a paper, a winning portal proposal, but it was a trap that claimed the lives of everyone there. After hearing this, Shin said that the winning proposal must have been forged and that the portal was likely unidentified. The woman was surprised by what the protagonist said and asked how he knew that. He was correct. It was indeed an unidentified portal and a high-risk dungeon. However, the saint explained that even if it was just a dungeon, her sister could have escaped. But on that day, the executor appeared. While they were fighting Donghae, he said they should at least remain loyal to the party members who had left before them, but that wasn't for them to decide. Jiyeon told the executor he was insane, then activated her speed and called him into combat, determined not to let him do whatever he wanted. The executor, seeing this, remarked that the blazing lotus was quite brave. He then struck, but his target was the defenseless saint standing behind her sister. Hien took the full blow. Afterward, he said he would start by taking out the small fry. The saint was thrown far away by the attack. Her sister began screaming as she saw her get hit, and that was the last time Hien saw the blazing lotus alive. Even after all that happened, for some reason, the saint survived. After recovering from the attack, she wandered through the forest and went back to the last place she had been before being attacked. When she arrived, she saw her sister lying on the ground. She ran desperately towards her, but when she got closer, she realized Jiyeon was already lifeless. The saint broke down crying at the sight. Afterward, she did everything she could to become stronger, honing her abilities as a saint desperately and joining the Hyunmu Guild, eventually reaching her current position. The saint said that when she suffered the attack, her abilities couldn't have been more pathetic. But, on the verge of defeat, something awakened within her. The only reason she managed to survive after being pushed off that cliff was because of the skill that awakened in her. No matter the injury, or even if she stopped breathing, as long as it wasn't too late, healing skills could bring her back to life. This skill granted her health and status beyond her wildest dreams, but it didn't bring her any closer to what she truly wanted to achieve. The cursed executor who defeated her sister and the identity of the organization backing him and orchestrating it all remained her targets. Seeing her resolve, Shin thought she was just like him, just as he could do nothing but watch his comrades die. Interrogating her after everything he had heard didn't seem right, so he said he understood what she meant and began recounting what had happened to him in the past. After sharing everything he had been through and all he knew, he thanked Hien for sparing his life and apologized for having been ungrateful in some way. The saint took the protagonist's hand and said that, after hearing all of that, if she were in his position, she would also be suspicious. But now, even if it seemed a bit rushed, she asked why Shin didn't join her guild. It was clear they were, in some way, aligned, so she believed they could be companions who could easily work together. The protagonist became thoughtful after hearing her words, but before he could respond, Nunim burst into the room, frantically saying he couldn't let that happen. Shin and Hien froze at the sight of him, staring at the man who was panting heavily, as if he had been running for a long time. The protagonist wondered why someone had suddenly appeared, but before he could say anything, the saint asked Nunim what was going on. The subordinate replied that he didn't know what was happening, but she couldn't go through with it. Hien said she never thought he would come running back, and with something seemingly serious, the saint mentioned that the Berserk and she had trained together at the Center alumni and had been assigned to the same group, which allowed her to receive a lot of help from Nunim. For those who awakened early, they underwent compulsory basic education before becoming hunters. Each semester had a class, and in 1 year, there were 4 classes where newly awakened individuals entered the training center. There, they learned the basics of using their abilities, managing mana, and the laws that all awakened needed to know. Hien said that they didn't see each other much after the training center, but after she joined Hyunmu, they frequently met, as Overkill and Hyunmu had maintained a cooperative relationship for a long time, and the executor is said to have been seen during the last incident and has since been searching for the sole survivor. Shin is left speechless hearing all this. The saint says that after investigating the other survivor, Dojin, she discovered that Overkill has set its sights on the protagonist. Hien privately messaged Taehyun, asking if he knew Shin, mentioning he was a support craftsman. The swordsman replied that he didn't know him. The woman was surprised to hear this but admitted it was the first time Taehyun had lied, as she knew the master of Overkill was very interested in the weaponsmith, which was why she had contacted him, especially since Taehyun had been spying on Shin's every move. Hien sent another message saying she had captured the protagonist and would take him to the office. The swordsman replied, pretending not to know anything. Seeing this, the saint thought there might have been a serious misunderstanding between them. Nunim stated he wasn't spying on Shin, but needed to explain the situation, which is why he wanted to know the weaponsmith's reason for being there. Hien asked if he remembered the conspiracy she had mentioned about Yihyuk some time ago. She reminded him that she had provided a summary of the information and requested his cooperation since a certain force was targeting hunters for various reasons, and they needed to investigate, mobilizing all 3 guilds. However, no guildmaster believed her. She understood why Yihyuk was skeptical, but Taehyun had said they needed more evidence. Hearing this, Shin now realized the information had already been shared with the masters of the three great guilds. Hien told the swordsman it made sense for them to gather more information, which was why they had called him there. She explained that the force that attacked the protagonist was one she managed to intervene against, disrupting the criminal's plans. Now Shin was there as both support and evidence of her claims. Taehan asked the weaponsmith if what the woman said was true. The protagonist confirmed everything, adding that those people had attacked him during the previous dungeon, and one of his attackers returned with a companion that night. The swordsman asked why Shin hadn't told him about this when it happened. Hien intervened, saying she knew Taehan well and had experienced this herself. Even then, his reaction showed how hard it was to believe. She pointed out that, leaving aside whether Taehan believed Shin, if the protagonist had come forward, he could have been marked by the association or labeled a lunatic. The burden of risk was too great for Shin to share this. Even though they had been in frequent contact, it was clear why he hadn't joined the guild yet. Taehan was left speechless after hearing all this. The saint then told Shin she wanted to hear his answer, as she wished to know if he would join her guild. The protagonist understood that such an offer wasn't simply for cooperation. Over the past 2 years, Hien had been investigating countless unsolved cases she believed were connected to the executor. The saint explained that shortly after she began investigating, she noticed a simple and obvious pattern. In cases involving overkill, Shinhwa, and other guilds meeting specific conditions, there were far fewer disappearances, no ranking errors, and no unidentified portal accidents. Shin remarked that it didn't seem to simply be about guild size, as these guilds and their members even influenced the association system. He suggested the reason might be the guild's density. The saint agreed, noting that in guilds with large memberships, there was a significantly higher number of suspicious disappearances compared to those without guild affiliations. Hien explained that when disappearances occurred in such guilds, they often covered up the cases to protect their reputation, making them easy targets. Shin asked if there were no other targets besides these cases. The woman confirmed, explaining that guilds with no disappearances all had high-ranking organizational power at their core. Even in small-scale guilds, strong organizational bonds meant members took care of one another. In such places, suspicious disappearances among guild members never went unnoticed, and even though she was openly tracking them, perhaps because they were linked to Hyunmu, it felt like these people were avoiding her, and even Yi-hyuk. Despite his personality, Yi-hyuk definitely cared for his people, which is why he was able to lead the Shinhwa Guild. Regardless, it was clear they were avoiding any union. For the saint, it was evident that this would continue indefinitely, as if it were the last item on the list. Even so, Shin could consider himself safe for now. Taehan agreed with her, but he stated there was no reason to think these assassins were part of Hyunmu. The swordsman approached and argued that Overkill's overall power was a step ahead of Hyunmu's, so to ensure Shin's safety, it would be much more reasonable for him to join Overkill. Hien countered, saying Hyunmu's combat power wasn't low, but she would set that aside. She asked Taehan if he wasn't acting like himself, wondering if he had grown weaker, or if it was because Shin hadn't spoken about the executor, leaving Taehan without an answer. The saint then pointed out that if the weaponsmith joined Overkill, how would Taehan explain it to the guild's high-ranking members? Would he tell them they had acquired a support craftsman that he desperately wanted? Hien clarified to Shin that it wasn't about him lacking skill, but it wasn't a decision to make impulsively. The protagonist replied that he understood and appreciated the offer, but wanted to make it clear he had no intention of joining any guild. Hien asked why, explaining that it might limit his activities, but guild affiliation would guarantee his safety. Shin responded that relying on a guild for safety was unnecessary, as it would only make him a better bait. Both guild leaders were surprised by this. Turning to Hien, he reminded her that she had said it herself. Their time had been postponed. Even if Hyunmu provided security, the enemies wouldn't stop. Shin explained that the criminals weren't targeting him yet, but someone would die in his place until nothing was left. Instead, he argued, it was better for him to be their focus, as it would keep others somewhat safer. Taehan asked if Shin was saying he would bear that burden for others. Shin replied that it wasn't about seeing it that way. Even with Hyunmu's capabilities, they hadn't been able to catch the criminals for 2 years, and now there was no evidence to expect cooperation from the association. However, as long as they had bait, they could at least predict the criminals' next moves. If another attack occurred, they might finally catch them or, at the very least, gather enough evidence to push the association to acknowledge the criminal's existence publicly. Hien told Shin that enduring this alone would require preparation. Shin reminded her that he had already told her everything, so the two leaders of the 3 great guilds couldn't just stand by without cooperating. He added that while he didn't know when the executors would return, he truly believed the leaders would respond immediately when called upon. After hearing this, the saint understood that Shin intended to lead, even with her cooperation. She didn't know what Taehan thought, but she realized she had to accept this. Before receiving a response, Shin said that his fate was now in their hands. By nightfall, in a building at the heart of the city, an unknown individual appeared. It was Yuran, the leader, and the executor. Both approached, and the priestess stopped to report her master's work. The unknown figure asked if Dong Hai had been caught by the weaponsmith. The girl replied that he hadn't, though his abilities were far greater than expected. Hien had interrupted the fight, rendering the executor unusable afterward. Judging the risk of information leaking, she decided to dispose of him. However, considering how uncooperative and impulsive he usually was, she deemed it better to prepare and use him again. After hearing his subordinate's explanation, the leader stated that if that was her judgment, she needed to prove she was right. Yuran was pleased to hear this. The unknown figure then assigned her to the hermit, instructing her to use it to fill the executor's role. The girl asked if she would have to handle it alone. The leader explained that his decision wasn't based on trust in her abilities, but because the hunt was an important task, and he wanted it carried out flawlessly. That's why he entrusted it to her. Hearing this, Yuran was surprised. She hadn't expected such a request from the leader. She assured him that she would do her best. The master then asked, aside from the intervention by the Hunmu guild leader, if the creator had any special abilities. As to his knowledge, the executor only approached those he found intriguing. Yuran confirmed that, contrary to what the association's records stated, the creator was far from average. His weapon materialization's quality and proficiency were both at least rank A. Using this, he had managed to hold his own against the executor in battle. The leader remarked that, based on this information, considering the fundamental differences between support and combat classes, the creator was at least 2 steps ahead of the executor in terms of experience. The priestess agreed, adding that it had been close, but the creator had used corrupted mana. However, it was vastly different from the methods she knew for wielding corrupted mana. The master approached and instructed his subordinate to recount everything that had happened, from beginning to end, with as much detail as possible. A few days later, Nunim was talking to Shin over the phone. He mentioned arriving earlier than planned out of caution since he was scheduled to have lunch with Taehan. The master had said he was freer at that time, so they could eat and conduct the interview simultaneously. Shin commented that it was a good idea and advised his friend to order the most expensive dishes, as Taehan wasn't one to skimp on food. Dojin replied that he didn't mind, but wasn't sure he could eat anything due to nerves, especially since he hadn't officially joined yet, even though he was collaborating with the guild to resist the criminals. Shin reassured him, saying he had great skill and to call if there were any issues. After ending the call, Shin thought that the boy would be safe for a while. Unbeknownst to him, Dojin considered himself talented enough to easily fit into one of the 3 great guilds. Moreover, he still had much room to grow, akin to an unpolished diamond. Even without Taehan's direct guidance, there were plenty of talented mentors in Overkill who could help him. Compared to working alone, joining the guild would greatly enhance his abilities. Shin didn't know exactly what the criminals were planning, but for now, he would act as bait until they started making moves. A few days prior, Hien had asked Shin what he was talking about. The protagonist replied that it was just as he had said. He would continue acting as a normal support, as if he hadn't revealed his true strength to anyone. Nunim pointed out that, since the priestess had disappeared with the executor, people would now think the creator was connected to the guild. The saint agreed with Nunim, stating that they needed to devise another method. Shin asked what the criminals would do if they suspected no such connection. This puzzled Hien. Shin explained that, with his abilities now exposed, it was a significant variable for the criminals. If they believed he wasn't affiliated with any guild, they would use any means necessary to eliminate him. If weeks or months passed without any sign, they would likely begin surveillance to confirm. Once certain, they would reveal themselves. Taehan asked if that meant they should wait. Shin affirmed, saying he would handle things until the time was right. Since the criminals were used to hiding, they wouldn't drop their suspicions until the very end. Therefore, it would be best if everyone stayed hidden until the final moment. This way, when the criminals acted with full force, they could counter effectively. Hien thought for a moment and agreed to the plan, handing a note to Shin and mentioning they would need to make some preparations as well. In the present, the saint stared at a photograph and remarked that the weaponsmith was undoubtedly hiding something. However, it didn't matter for now, as long as she could avenge her sister. The protagonist, while studying, admitted to himself that he hadn't told Hien about his memories from his past life. He hadn't fully organized them yet, and wasn't sure how much she trusted him. Still, he recognized that his current situation had led to a unique and coincidental career. As he reflected on this, he sent a message to the saint, who was on her way to meet him. Shin knew he had become a target after catching the criminal's attention, especially after getting involved with Taehan. While Hien was a reliable ally, she only needed to know so much for now. Suddenly, Jia arrived at the place where the protagonist was waiting. He was surprised to see her, recalling how she used to wear glasses outside dungeons and how her vibe had changed since their last meeting. Jia was the future goddess archer who had completed the dungeon with Shin the last time, after he helped awaken her abilities. Since then, the two had become close enough to stay in touch. Jia was often the one to initiate contact, checking on him or sending messages first. But even if they hadn't kept in touch, Shin wouldn't have minded hearing how she was doing. After awakening her abilities, Jia had quickly stood out, almost as if making up for her previously passive attitude. She had worked tirelessly, to the point of being nearly reckless, completing countless dungeons without showing signs of exhaustion. In a short time, news of her skills spread, and her fame grew as she emerged as a rising star among novices. Shin complimented her, saying he had read some articles about her and found it amazing that she had made it into the top 10 long-range dealers. Jia was surprised he knew about this and explained that she had received an interview request somewhat unexpectedly. She hadn't thought it would turn into something so big and credited it all to him. The weaponsmith replied that it would have happened eventually, even without his help, then asked if the boy with her was her partner. Jia, realizing she had forgotten introductions, introduced the boy as Sa-hyun, a rank C slayer. Shin was surprised and asked if she had teamed up with a slayer. He recalled giving Jia advice about the advantages of classes that could fight in close quarters, instead of relying solely on long-range attacks. If skilled enough, they could even handle solo hunts, though this required experience, agility, and the ability to identify safe zones. For Jia, still learning as a hunter, solo hunting wasn't a method he recommended. Instead, he had suggested finding a close-range partner, preferably an agile dealer rather than a tank. This type of partner could draw monsters' attention effectively, ensuring the safety of long-range dealers, who could then attack without fear. Shin introduced himself to Sa-hyun and said it was a pleasure to meet him. The boy, visibly lacking confidence, nervously shook his hand, trembling all the while. Noticing Sa-hyun's sweaty palm, Shin deduced he might have social anxiety. After the introductions, they began chatting. Jia mentioned she had started using the longbow, as Shin had suggested, though it had required relearning everything, from pulling the bowstring to aiming correctly. After some practice, she had gotten used to it. Jia explained she had initially been worried about finding someone to form a hunting duo with, but Sa-hyun had been looking for a long-range dealer. Although their teamwork wasn't perfect yet, it was improving daily. The shy boy confirmed this with a quiet nod. Shin noticed that Sa-hyun couldn't even maintain eye contact, worse than how Jia had been before. Curious, Shin asked Jia what favor she wanted to ask him in person. Jia admitted it was an early favor and said it wasn't something she could ask lightly. She revealed she was thinking of officially joining a guild. Shin was surprised to hear this. She explained that she hadn't made a decision yet but was considering obtaining a certification from the Infinite Sky Islands. As the name implied, the Infinite Sky Islands were large and small islands floating in endless skies. Although successfully completed by hunters, it was a special type of chaos where the portal didn't close and remained open even after all the monsters were defeated. New monsters would continuously appear from the endless portals on each island. The Korean government and the Hunter Association struggled with this dungeon for some time before eventually finding a practical solution. Instead of attempting to close the portals, they constructed a multi-layered facility with security protocols. A certification agency was also created to evaluate the skills of hunters under the association's management. Jia explained that, since it was a skills test, it would have been more accurate and fair to take it alone. However, there was a group composition requirement: one long-range member, one close-range member, and one support, making 3 the minimum group size for entry into the Infinite Sky Islands. She asked Shin if he could fill the support position. The protagonist thought this was a great opportunity. Just like Dojin, there were many chances to learn by joining a guild. However, the reason Shin hadn't recommended a guild for Jia was due to his memories of his past life. In that life, Jia had remained a solo player even after awakening as a hunter. He remembered her as a calm and confident person, an assured hunter whose personality didn't align with corporate life. Now, seeing her wanting to join a guild, Shin noticed a personality shift. Despite her similarities to the Jia from his memories, she had clearly changed. Jia told him that if it was too much, he could decline. Shin reassured her that he was just thinking things over and agreed. He pointed out that a certification like this would also be useful to him, which made Jia happy. He then said they should head to the Infinite Sky Islands. After some time, they arrived at the portal. Jiun, a security guard for the Infinite Sky Islands, explained the rules once more before their entry. She highlighted the bracelet on their wrists, which contained mana and served as their entry ticket and safety device. She emphasized that, as long as they wore the bracelet and followed protocol, they would be transported to the appropriate island for their test. The bracelet would also provide emergency protection if needed. Jiun introduced herself as a retired A-rank support with specialized barrier and rescue skills. However, She emphasized that her interventions required explicit communication and collaboration. If any issues arose or the participants felt incapable of continuing, they were to notify her immediately. Shin noticed that Sahyun was visibly tense. Even though he had worked with Jia a few times, it was clear from his demeanor that he was a complete novice. Moreover, Shin observed Sahyun's sword, which had an unfamiliar design, appearing to specialize in thrusts. Jun then announced they could enter and led the group toward the portal. They arrived at the Infinite Sky Islands, District 12, where Jun informed them that the first wave would begin in 5 minutes. Each wave would bring a certain number and variety of monsters, with the difficulty increasing as they progressed. To complete each wave, they needed to defeat all the monsters that appeared. The number of waves completed would be recorded in real time in the association's database. Jia asked about the maximum number of waves. Jun explained that during its dungeon phase, the maximum was 100 waves, achieved by combining the skills of hunters at the time. For the test, the maximum record so far was 73 waves, accomplished by the group comprising the current leader of Overkill, the leader of Hyunmu, and member Jaehee. Shin thought to himself that, even if Taehyun hadn't been able to show his full potential due to his weapon, reaching the 73rd wave was remarkable. He realized that this challenge might be harder than he had expected. Before departing, Jun assured them she would monitor their progress and intervene if she judged they couldn't continue or if they declared surrender. As she finished speaking, monsters began approaching, and the guard returned to her post. The creatures were already close, and the group braced themselves for combat. The first wave consisted of 30 gremlins. Shin knew that, given Jia's level, this number of monsters wouldn't even serve as a warm-up. Turning to Sahyun, he remarked that his thirst for vitality was nearly on par with the monsters. This surprised the boy, who then charged into battle with ferocity, managing to defeat several creatures. By the time they reached the fourth wave, which consisted of 3 orcs, the Slayer had taken them down. Observing Sahyun, Shin realized the boy had an intense vitality hunger, a feeling he'd encountered before when player awakenings began occurring randomly among those completing dungeons and hunting monsters. Back then, there had been a secret guild called Empty Fantasy, a murderous organization shrouded in mystery. No one knew its leader or objectives, but it had spent a long time hunting down defenseless groups of players until it was eradicated. Shin recalled encountering them during the formation of the Great Alliance, when players who had foreseen the end of the world banded together. He had once questioned a member of Empty Fantasy about their motives. Smiling, Tuan had asked Shin if he hadn't received the quest. Surprised, Shin listened as the assassin explained it was a secret quest to hunt other players. Enraged, Shin grabbed Tuan's collar and demanded to know what kind of reward justified killing people indiscriminately. The assassin burst into laughter, leaving Shin baffled. Tuan wished him good luck surviving because, as he put it, this was the end. A message appeared for Tuan, indicating the quest had failed and that he would receive a penalty. Suddenly, the assassin exploded right in front of Shin, leaving him frozen in shock. Now, watching Sahyun's actions, Shin resolved to uncover more about this connection. Jia commented to Shin that he seemed surprised by Sahyun's unique fighting style. Shin admitted it was true, especially since they were now on the 5th wave, facing 10 gnolls, and Sahyun had been fighting alone so far. Jia explained that Sahyun's class ability as a berserker made him highly aggressive in battle, causing his personality to shift drastically and making him dislike interference while fighting. Shin recalled that Sahyun's class was Slayer, but observing his movements, he noticed Sahyun's attacks were quick, focusing on thrusts, unusual for most berserkers. While Sahyun was fighting a monster, he was nearly struck from behind, but before the attack landed, Jia shot the creature with an arrow, saving him and clearing another wave. Shin noted that Sahyun's fighting style ignored blind spot attacks, focusing solely on offense. He remarked to Jia that Sahyun was better suited for one-on-one battles than fighting in groups against hordes of monsters. Smiling, Jia agreed, but Shin deduced that Sahyun's style was more tailored to combat against humans. Sahyun turned and apologized for his low rank, his lack of emotional control, and his sensitivity to others interfering during battles. Jia reassured him that it was fine. After the 5th wave, Jia pointed out that there was a 30-second interval between each wave and took the opportunity to explain their plan. She suggested that, since Sahyun was vulnerable to attacks on his blind spots, she should stay as far back as possible and focus on dealing with monsters targeting his weaknesses. Shin asked what his role would be. Jia instructed him to use his weapon summoning skill boldly if Sahyun encountered problems during dangerous situations. Feeling satisfied with their plan, Jia happily exclaimed that they were now working together. Shin noticed her unusual excitement but focused as the 6th wave began, featuring 20 giant wolves. Sahyun charged at the monsters, defeating them quickly, and they moved on to the 7th wave with 7 lizardmen. This time, Jia had to assist her partner, but they cleared it without much trouble. The 8th wave introduced 24 skeletons, requiring Shin to join the fight. It didn't take long before they advanced to the 9th wave, now facing 13 orcs. Once again, Shin had to step in, defending himself and fighting alongside the group. Until Sahyun had finished off all the monsters, Shin kept his eyes on the boy, carefully observing each time a battle ended. Jia commented that they had now reached the 10th wave and suspected the monsters would be elite. The protagonist admitted that the stamina consumption was higher than he had anticipated, and his mana was already running low. He knew that if he didn't manage it efficiently between the waves, he would soon reach his limit. He noticed that Jia seemed fine, but Sahyun was already quite exhausted from handling the earlier waves alone, highlighting that the group lacked both proficiency and experience, making them inefficient. Soon the monsters began to approach, and the 10th wave revealed 2 trolls. Jia told Shin that something was wrong, since she didn't expect to face such monsters so early. He agreed, acknowledging that the difficulty had increased abnormally, but concluded they could defeat the trolls if Jia aimed for their heads, preventing them from regenerating. However, he knew the problem was Sahyun, who could keep the monsters occupied for a while, but was rapidly wearing out. The monsters didn't take long to attack, and Sahyun quickly found himself in danger, dodging blows instead of attacking with his usual ferocity. Shin realized that the Slayer was struggling to withstand the attacks and, too preoccupied with evasion, couldn't counterattack. At this rate, Jia wouldn't be able to handle the situation alone. When the archer commented that Sahyun was in danger and that she needed to distract one of the trolls to help him, Shin asked her to wait, but Jia shot an arrow before hearing the weaponsmith. She hit her target, tearing off one of the creature's arms, but was confused to see the troll still standing and running toward them. Shin explained that trolls regenerated their limbs and that she should aim directly for the head. With that, he activated his creation skill, even though he knew he needed to conserve mana. Using spatial grid, he created a heavy rope with weights. He threw the rope, managing to tie the troll's legs, leaving it vulnerable to Sahyun. Then, he asked Jia to shoot the monster in the head. Before the archer could act, she noticed the other troll approaching to help its companion. Desperately, she shouted to the protagonist. Seeing the situation, Shin reflected on the abnormal difficulty they were facing and admitted he might need to use more power to defeat them. Before he could do anything, Jun stepped in, positioning herself in front of the group and using her ability to create a barrier that protected them from the monster's attack. She informed them that she would block the situation there and transport them to the lobby. The inspector explained that those trolls weren't supposed to appear in that wave and that something strange was happening with the portals in the Infinite Sky Islands. A portal outside the facility had opened, allowing the monsters to escape, and the area was now classified as a problematic dungeon. Shin was surprised to learn that the location had become a problematic dungeon, especially since he couldn't detect any corrupted mana. Jia asked Jun to save Sahyun, who was outside the barrier. Jun assured her that she would, and instructed Shin and Jia to flee. Using the skill emergency transport, Jun began to move the targets within a specific range to a designated location. While being teleported, a message from the Infinite Sky Islands security office announced that they were handling portals outside designated areas. Jun reiterated that Jia and Shin should leave the facility while she rescued Sahyun. The protagonist agreed and told the archer they should escape. Meanwhile, in the security room, a man announced an urgent communication about the newly formed portals, but he was being held hostage by assassins who had infiltrated the facility. Yuran approached, looking at the screens, and commented, surprised, that she saw a familiar face, even though she hadn't expected the support to be there as well. She told the executor that he must be quite pleased, given his history with Shin, and that if it weren't for the task at hand, she might have even said hi. Yuto, now her partner, told the priestess to stay quiet, as she might be breaking some rule with her behavior. Yuran replied that to her, it didn't matter. Meanwhile, on the island, Jun was running to save Sahyun, but soon noticed the trolls had vanished. She began to wonder what could have happened in such a short time. It didn't take long for her to find the Slayer. The veteran approached the boy and asked if he was okay. Sahyun, seeing the inspector nearby, asked her if she could also see the window about a secret quest. Meanwhile, at the Overkill headquarters, Hisu informed the guildmaster that she had received a request for reinforcements from the association. Taehyun, curious, asked what had happened. The assistant explained that there had apparently been an uproar because of portals that had appeared outside designated areas. Although the strike squad had been activated, reinforcements were still being requested. Taehyun questioned why this was happening at the Infinite Sky Islands, as such incidents were common there, and there should already be a security team on site. Hisu replied that the situation this time was different because communication with the Infinite Sky Islands office had suddenly been cut off. The reports had come only from evacuees. The swordsman was surprised to hear this. The assistant asked if she should form a support team. Taehan told her to wait a moment while he checked his messages with Shin, recalling that Shin had mentioned going to the Infinite Sky Islands. The swordsman confirmed that the weaponsmith was indeed there and deduced that Shin didn't want to act alone. He then asked the assistant if Jun and Jae-hee were available. Hisu replied that both were out. Taehan then inquired which team members could be deployed immediately. The assistant reported that there was 1 rank A, 5 rank B, and 3 rank C members available. Taehan acknowledged that this wasn't sufficient, but noted that he couldn't go personally if he wanted to follow Shin's plan. He asked if Ye-hyuk had also been contracted, and Hisu confirmed that he had. The swordsman decided that Hisu should form a support team and leave the entry to Shinhwa. Surprised, the assistant asked if it wouldn't be better to request help from the Hyunmu Guild. Taehan replied that Hyunmu wouldn't be able to assist, and instructed her to keep him updated on the situation. Meanwhile, Dongju and Seo-yul were in a car headed to the Infinite Sky Islands. The girl asked the leader what they would need to do there. He responded that it wasn't anything special, as they were just accompanying the Dungeon Maintenance Division of the Strike Squad to write a report. Seo-yul asked if they might need help, given that both of them were awakened. Dongju explained that they were just normal people, not even registered as hunters, and that he had never encountered monsters or learned how to fight. Soon, Dongju noticed that Seo-yul was carrying a staff and commented that she had never fought in a group before. He warned that if she got involved in a battle, she might end up being a hindrance. Seo-yul replied that she needed a way to protect herself. Nevertheless, she asked if she should also get rid of her taser weapon. Dongju, surprised, asked when she had acquired it. The girl didn't answer, leaving him worried. She only remarked that she would take it with her for now. Upon arriving, they were greeted by Shintai, the head of the Strike Squad's Dungeon Maintenance Division. Dongju introduced himself as the head of the Hunters Maintenance Division, and Seo-yul also greeted him, introducing herself as the division manager. Shintai laughed, commenting that his daughter was the same age as Seo-yul but was already married and living in America. The maintenance head informed them that they had contacted the 3 great guilds, but it seemed none of them had arrived yet. Shintai, the strike team leader, expressed confusion about the need for reinforcements. Dongju explained that they had asked the guilds to prepare for an emergency situation because no one knew what was inside the portal. Shintai dismissed the concern, stating that there was no need to go that far, as issues with the portals at the Infinite Sky Islands happened occasionally, and usually involved only weak enemies. Dongju countered, pointing out that while incidents did occur occasionally, this situation was different. Additionally, witnesses had reported that the islands had become a problematic dungeon. Surprised, Shintai remarked that this should have been verified and reported by the association. Dongju explained that something was amiss, as the association hadn't issued an official notification yet, and that someone had used the association's certificate to do so. He also mentioned that, according to the report, some people had been unable to exit the last portal, even though they were presumed to have made it out by now. This raised concerns for the strike team leader, who stated that they would first check inside. If anyone was missing, they would prioritize finding them. If any problems arose, they would retreat immediately. Dongju couldn't understand why the strike squad leader was speaking in such a way. Shintai explained that even if the 3 great guilds or rank A hunters were involved, if their teamwork wasn't good, they would only hinder the operation. He then turned to his subordinates and asked if they agreed. Dongju, upon hearing this, commented that something seemed off. Seo-yul stepped closer and asked why they were acting that way. The maintenance chief explained that the groups didn't want to lose the commission reward and that the medium-sized guilds contracted by the association needed to do as much as possible during their contracts. The girl then asked if they were some kind of interns. Dongju asserted that they were definitely veterans, judging by the way they handled their weapons. The chief added that normal weapons without mana didn't work against monsters inside the portal, but it was too expensive to imbue mana into every bullet. Even so, the Skeleton Guild insisted on using weapons by employing an exclusive enchanter, the same method the military used to apply those skills. Seo-yul was impressed by the chief's knowledge and asked how he knew all that. He gave her a light tap on the head and said she should also know it, as it was her duty to memorize such information. Even if not all hunters were involved, she needed to remember the guilds and hunters she frequently encountered. The manager, now, understood a bit more about her role. Dongju looks at the group and asks Seo-yul to keep an eye on them to ensure they don't take anything. The girl is startled and asks what he means. The man explains that this guildmaster was forcibly removed for engaging in illegal activities, even while in the military, being caught conducting unauthorized dungeon excursions. The manager says she understands and will watch them. While Jia was talking to the military and an association agent, Shin noticed something was off. Yuran, seeing agents from Sky Islands being escorted by the attack group, says she knew this would happen and that they shouldn't have followed them using the PA system, but should have just taken them all out in Sudirna. Eating, Yuto comments that he had already said multiple times that she thought it was easy to just take everyone down in Suderna, especially in a public institution. Being just a foreigner helping with the plan, he said they didn't even need to call him if the job was to kill people. Moreover, he wasn't a subordinate lapdog like her, or a pervert who enjoyed taking lives, which infuriated the priestess. She ordered the executor to threaten Yuto, but smiling, the nerd says Donghai is now two things at once. Yuran turns and tells him to remember that the second he's no longer useful to the boss's plan, he'll end up in the same state as the executor if he keeps flapping his filthy mouth. After the threat, Yuto says he understands and asks her to calm down. The priestess says that if he gets it, then he can delay the attack group. The hermit remarks that it's a threat followed by an order, yet he still won't help take anyone down. Yuran swiftly grabs the boy by his shirt, saying it seems he thinks they're equals, but she still needs more mana for her child to close the portal. So, if he doesn't want to lose his life, he'd better do as she says. Yuto responds that he has a rule. Suddenly, the attack group, along with Dongju and the manager, feels a strange energy accompanied by a tremor. Shinte tells his subordinates it seems to be coming from the security office and orders them to check it out. He tells Dongju that since they don't know the situation inside, they will search other areas for now. Noticing the maintenance chief picking up a phone, Shinte asks why. The man explains that he's recording for the report since there's no signal there, so they need footage of what's happening. The guildmaster starts smiling and says they can begin investigating now. Dongju thanks the attack group leader and, while walking, asks how many people need rescuing. The maintenance chief says it's an inspector, 5 security office members, and a rank C hunter. Shinte asks where the inspector and hunter were last seen. The maintenance chief says they were last spotted in the innermost potion room. The attack group leader asks his subordinates if they've reached the security office. They reply that they're nearing the corridor. Seoyul tells Dongju she heard inspectors are retired hunters, so the missing one might be hiding. The chief confirms this, saying she's an A-rank support. Upon arriving at a room, Shintai is shocked by what he sees and wonders what it is. The maintenance chief and the manager are also stunned to see several lifeless bodies. The attack group leader asks if these people were those reported missing. Dongju says, judging by the inspector and security office uniforms, it seems so. Shintai quickly radios to confirm the security office's status. His subordinates say they're scanning everything, but a strange noise is heard over the radio. He then orders the two with him to follow and protect the maintenance division as they head toward the security office. He also asks Feng to guard the rear, as the opponent didn't seem to be a monster, and someone was using the team's radio. Dongju asks the leader what had happened. Shintai explains that the radio transmission was odd, as they didn't communicate that way. He wasn't sure why, but something capable of using the radio was trying to deceive them, leaving the maintenance chief perplexed. The attack group leader says he's unsure but feels something strange about the building. Suddenly, an explosion occurs on the ceiling, and he realizes something is happening. A strong light rapidly descends upon them. Dongju asks the guildmaster if he's okay, but Shintai can't respond as he's defending himself from a creature he can't even identify. Meanwhile, outside, Yunji stretches, saying they've finally arrived. Her partner Wei remarks that she wasn't the one driving. She replies that she can't legally drive but is an unlicensed driver, which irritates the spearman. She then mentions it's been a long time since she last went to the Sky Islands, recalling her last certification at level 47. Wei dismisses this as low level. Yunji explains that it was when she reached rank A, but afterward, she was too busy to renew her certification.
Wei laughs, saying he surpassed her achievements, and they start debating who's better. Shin hears their voices approaching and recognizes them, going to meet them. He mentions they'd met in a dungeon before. Yunji recognizes the protagonist and asks if he's the overkill support. Wei questions the weapon's creator's intentions. Jia, confused, asks Shin who they are. Awkwardly, Shin tries to explain, aiming to form a team. Meanwhile, Shintai yells at his subordinates, demanding they shoot the creature. The men manage to hit the monster in multiple body parts, forcing it to retreat. They quickly assist the guildmaster while others search for the creature, but they fail to find it. Shintai warns them to be cautious as the monster might be behind them. Before they can react, the creature ambushes one man from behind, killing him instantly. Enraged, the attack group leader prepares to strike back, unaware that the executor is sneaking up behind. Donghai attacks one of the attack group members, catching him off guard despite his shield. Shintai quickly spots the ambush and uses his skills to strike the executor from behind. The attack group leader employs his elemental enchantment ability, Glacial Prison, successfully freezing the executor. Dongju, witnessing this, is shocked to see that the assassin has no head. Yuran starts laughing, catching the group's attention. She mocks the executor, saying this is why she never relies on him. he can't even defeat insects. Holding a security guard hostage along with the monster, the priestess declares she has gathered enough mana for her plan. Shintai urges the maintenance chief to flee, offering one of his subordinates in exchange. With 2 of his men already down, Shintai realizes this is an intentional attack and insists the chief seek help before everyone is killed. Hearing this, Yuran taunts the attack group leader for his bravery. When Shintai looks ahead, he's struck with disbelief. The portal has been closed. Meanwhile, outside, Shin was talking to Wei, who asked the weapons creator why he wanted to go inside after the problem they had, and whether that was really his only reason. The protagonist, seeing the spearman's reaction, admits it would be strange if that convinced him, as he couldn't even tell if his choice was the right one. The Sky Islands were a place where abnormalities occurred, and he hadn't received a mission or sensed any polluted mana. However, he felt strangely uncomfortable, as if something was there. Jia mentions that the group member who was with them still hadn't come out. Shin acknowledges that this was also a reason, then tells Wei they didn't need more mana but just wanted to search the area where their group member was. The spearman says that was something for the Shinhwa guild to handle. Not fully convinced, Yujin calls Wei, suggesting they go in together, not because she liked Shin, but because of what they had endured last time. Wei warns her that Yihyuk would scold her. Unbothered, the girl says it didn't matter since he wouldn't cut him off. The spearman remarks that, with her personality, he might, but since she insisted, they could go together. The protagonist and Jia thank them for agreeing. Wei comments that they barely greeted each other properly last time due to the guildmasters, then introduces himself. Yujin does the same. Shin and Jia also introduce themselves, stating they aren't part of any guild. An association agent approaches and asks if they were hunters from the Shinhwa guild, explaining they were having issues. The man says the portal in the Infinite Islands was shrinking. Shin is shocked to hear this. Inside, Yuran stands face to face with what remains of the attack group. The priestess orders the monster to attack, stating it's time to clean house. Shintai, ready to strike, says he didn't realize it was them, but that they shouldn't underestimate him. After attacking the creature with his axe, the guildmaster uses a pistol as a surprise weapon, firing at the monster when it gets close and forcing it to retreat. But the fight isn't over yet, as the creature regains its distance and charges back at full speed to counterattack. The guildmaster uses an elemental flames enchantment on a grenade, instructing everyone to cover their eyes before throwing it. Shintai throws the grenade toward the monster, causing a massive explosion. For a moment, Dongju remembers something he had forgotten, the system powering the portal in the Infinite Sky Islands. Even an unidentified monster couldn't eliminate the portal while the system remained active. If that was the case, even if small, the portal wouldn't disappear unless the mage's consciousness regressed. His thoughts were correct, and for a moment, the portal resumed its original form, giving some people an opportunity they didn't waste. Yuran isn't surprised to see Shin and his companions. Seeing they were ready for combat, she remarks that he was the support they had faced before. She quickly prepares to cast a spell, but before she can act, Shin attacks the priestess, landing a direct hit. The protagonist is surprised and admits his body moved subconsciously, and if he had hesitated for even a second, they would have been attacked. But it was better this way. Now that it had come to this, he needed to uncover as much as possible. Creating a sword above Yuran's head, he asks what she was doing there. The priestess laughs and remarks that it's frightening, then asks if he'd take her life if she didn't answer. Shin replies that if necessary, he would, as his priorities were first the people, then third-party actions, and lastly memories. Yuto appears on the upper floor and states the first rule is that the spearman must remain within his line of sight. The second rule is that from that moment on, he must obey him. The hermit is tense, realizing he'd have to reveal himself, as he held multiple identities, and would become a criminal if caught there. He decides this will be his last time helping the priestess. Finally, Yuto states that the third rule is, you will forget everything that happened, then activates his hidden ability, Hermit's rules. He applies an unreasonable rule to a target within his line of sight. The hermit informs the target of the conditions and rules, and the target is forced to follow them for a certain period of time. He cannot change the target or choose multiple targets at once. Wei, now under the influence, tells Yuto that he understands, but the hermit, seeing Wei's state, admits it was a mistake. Shin, Jia, and Yurin still don't understand why Wei is acting that way. 2 hours earlier, while Sayun was still on Sky Island with the trolls, he noticed everyone had left, but overheard people talking about the portal. They were too far away for him to hear clearly. In that situation, he considers hiding, but fears the trolls might remember and chase him. Before deciding what to do, he's startled as a portal opens near him, releasing monsters. This intrigues him, as he thought the Infinite Sky Islands only had one-way portals.
He wonders if this is what the inspector mentioned earlier, and without realizing it, a window appears behind him. Noticing the trolls acting strangely, he doesn't understand what's happening, as their disappearance seemed orchestrated. This deepens his suspicion. Turning around, he sees a window indicating it's a hidden mission with automatic acceptance. Sayun realizes this isn't an event, but a mission, though there's no button to accept. Suddenly, Jun appears, asking if he's okay. Seeing it's the inspector, he asks if she can see the window too. The woman, confused, asks what he's talking about. Sayun says it's the thing in front of him but is shocked as the text starts changing. It now states that the hidden mission's main objective is to assassinate Jun, with an unknown reward. The boy doesn't understand why he has to do this. Sensing something is wrong, Jun asks Sayun what's happening and where the trolls went. Suddenly, someone says there are still people there. They turn, startled, to see who it might be. Yuran approaches, asking why they haven't left yet despite the announcements. Jun asks who she is. The priestess begins laughing, and the inspector senses something is about to happen. Yuran attacks Jun, who manages to defend herself using a barrier. The elemental master comments on how impressive it is, admitting she didn't expect Jun to create a barrier so quickly. Even though Jun can't see polluted mana, she's clearly well trained. Jun admits that if she had been a second slower, she'd be dead, and begins wondering who this person could be. Yuran keeps attacking and laughing. She tells Sahyun that he can see polluted mana, and that even though he hasn't awakened yet, he must be an empty fantasy. The boy is shocked to hear this, but Jun urges him to stay composed as they need to leave. She then uses her emergency return skill. Seeing this, Yuran acknowledges that the inspector has a very useful ability. It doesn't take long for them to leave the area. Jun tells Sahyun to listen carefully, explaining that the woman they just faced was, at the very least, rank A or higher. She knows almost every hunter who has been certified there, but that woman was different. Before the inspector can finish speaking, she's attacked from behind. The executor strikes her, driving his sword arm into her back. The slayer is desperate seeing this but can't do anything. However, upon seeing Jun gravely injured, he starts attacking the executor, unable to land a single hit. Even so, he continues attacking to drive away the threat. Donghae manages to land a strike dangerously close to the boy's eyes, but the inspector uses another skill. Even while injured, she used Redemption, an ability that can be activated when the user's life is in danger. A strong barrier is granted to a designated target, and they are moved to the safest location based on the user's current emotions. Jun tells Sahyun to listen carefully. The boy, frightened, asks what it is. She says that once he escapes, he must report immediately to the Hunter Association that there is an awakened individual taking people's lives. The slayer is terrified hearing this, but before he departs, Jun reassures him that she's fine and can hold them off for now. Sahyun is impressed as he sees the inspector using the barrier to stop the bleeding. The boy promises to do as told and return. Before the portal closes, Jun bids him farewell. After the portal shuts, Yuran approaches Jun from behind, commenting that her ability is enviable. Jun remarks that Yuran is an awakened individual she's never encountered before and asks what her goal is. Yuran replies that she wants a base, and this place is perfect. Jun counters, saying Yuran picked an unlucky day, but recalls her past, when someone helped her, and admits she's lucky in this fight. Yuran dismisses the conversation, saying her child is hungry, and orders the creature to attack. The inspector is paralyzed, unable to do much as the monster attacks her. Meanwhile, Sahyun appears in a place where he notices a picture of Jun getting married, making him wonder if it's the inspector's home. Shaking off the distraction, he decides to contact the association first. Before he can act, a window appears with the message that the hidden mission Empty Fantasy has failed, and a penalty will be applied. Seeing this, the boy realizes what he saw wasn't an illusion. He's startled as the message changes to, "Everyone thinks it's the beginning." Sahyun is suddenly punched out of nowhere and thrown backward by the impact. A creature appears in front of him to deliver the penalty, telling him to make sure to complete the mission next time. A message appears stating that he will lose his life if he doesn't complete the mission. 2 hours later, in the present, Wei moves to attack, heading directly for Jia and Yujin, who dodge his strikes with ease. Shin notices that the spearman isn't using his abilities and seems to be just swinging the spear. He also realizes the priestess disappeared while they were distracted, and that the portal shrank after they entered. While thinking about how bad the situation is and how they need to stop Wei, he hears someone shouting for them to move aside. Shinte approaches, activating his ability, Elemental Enchantment, Glacial Prison. Wei notices the incoming attack and blocks with his spear, but despite his defense, he begins to freeze due to the ability. The leader of the attack group asks if they are part of the 3 great guilds.
Gia says she doesn't belong to any guild, while Yujin responds that she does. The man ponders the situation and asks for their help dealing with the assassins, warning them that the monsters they control are what sustain the portal. On the upper floor, Yuto tells the priestess that the executor, the creatures, and even the spearman are useless, and at this rate, he'll end up in jail. Wounded, Yuran threatens Yuto, saying that if he keeps rambling, she'll drain his mana first. She begins to consider how strange that support character is, as there's no reason for him to return suddenly. She decides she must get rid of him, even if it means using all the portals she had gathered for testing. Shin is stunned as another portal opens near them, making him question what's happening. Multiple portals open simultaneously, leaving everyone confused about what's going on. The protagonist states that the problem wasn't the number of portals, but the polluted mana flowing from all of them, as there was a theory that all the problematic dungeons so far were the work of these assassins. Yuto says he's not sure if that's true, as he fears what might happen if the boss finds out. Yuran says she can gather all the ingredients she needs as long as they dominate that place. The hermit asks the priestess if she knows they don't have time to waste. She replies that without those islands, they have no chance, but there's still a year left until the awakening. However, Yuran quickly notices something is wrong and says it's impossible for things to be happening so fast. Yuto asks what's going on. A window opens in front of the elemental master, who wonders why it's appearing. The message states that a multidimensional issue has been detected, triggering an emergency system activation. A welcome message for a new player appears. It's not just the priestess who is shocked by the sudden awakening. Shin recalls that the awakening of players wasn't supposed to happen for another 10 months, and only a few of the awakened would be capable of this. Most of those present have a window open in front of them. Yujin reads the message and panics upon seeing it. The message states that this is the main mission, to defend the Infinite Sky Islands with the primary objective of defeating waves of monsters, offering rewards such as new unlocked abilities and escape from the islands. No one understands what's happening, including Shin, who is even more confused. Suddenly, someone shouts for everyone to prepare themselves. Monsters begin emerging from the portals, and Dongju warns everyone to be careful. The first wave consists of 100 gremlins, 80 kobolds, and 60 goblins. Xiao Yul asks the chief where the monsters are coming from and what they should do. Shin starts running and tells everyone to follow him. Members of the attack group, running alongside him, warn to watch their backs. Dongju tells the manager to run faster as she's falling behind. Realizing they can't escape, Eugene turns back, jumps in front of the monsters, and quickly activates her shield. She admits she doesn't know what's happening, but wonders if defeating all the creatures will let them escape. Eugene uses her ability to expand her shield, creating a giant shield whose size and shape can be adjusted to suit the user's body and preferences. The executor remains frozen amid the chaos. Watching Yujin block the monsters, Shintai tells his subordinates to move to the opposite side and narrow the path as much as possible. Shin asks the master to wait a moment, then uses his creation ability to generate several shields alongside Yujin's giant shield, impressing her with his ingenuity. Shintai is equally amazed. Shin explains that now the monsters only have a narrow path to follow, and they just need to block it. Yujin says she understands the plan now. The attack group leader looks at his fallen men, momentarily distracted by the situation, but Yujin calls out to him. She says they have enough people there, and suggests he find a way to wake Wei if he plans to fight in close combat. While running, she notes that he's the best at large-scale battles. Shintai approaches the spearmen, considering whether his specialty in large-scale battles is due to his class. The monsters, furious, continue charging at full force toward the shields. Gia takes her position and decides it's the perfect moment to use her ability. She activates Golden Meteor, firing multiple arrows simultaneously and hitting several monsters at once. She doesn't stop attacking. Seo Yul, watching, is impressed by the professional hunters, noting how they operate on a completely different level when it comes to teamwork. Shintai approaches and tells the manager that she doesn't need to do anything because it's their turn now. He also asks Dongju if he was in the military before and hands him a rifle. Hidden, Yuto wonders what's happening, noting that the shield on the left seems like a high-level item, but the wall of shields on the right is something no ordinary person could create, likely a skill from the support. Yuran mentions that it was this support who defeated the executor. The hermit is shocked to learn that the person is so powerful. The priestess adds that his ability to summon weapons gives him a significant advantage. Yuto, aware that the protagonist can manipulate polluted mana, asks Yuran what she plans to do. The priestess, confused, asks what he's talking about. It doesn't take long for the second wave of monsters, 300 zombies, 200 skeletons, and 100 ghouls to appear. The hermit questions the portals,
reminding Yuran that she said she would gather all the monsters and end everything. Yuran responds that the moment the system activated, it was already too late, as it was her child who opened the portals, and she lost control of them. Yuto suggests letting the people go since the target was the Sky Islands, not them. Yuran reluctantly admits that could have worked. Watching Dongju hand something to the manager, she comments that if they hadn't done something so useless, things might have gone differently. The monsters continue charging toward the shields. Jia, still firing her arrows, admits that it's becoming a problem because she's using more mana than expected, especially since she didn't recover properly after fighting the trolls. Yujin appears and tells her to hold on a bit longer, offering to help. The archer says it's difficult since she's the only long-range attacker. Confidently, Yujin asks who said that. She claps her hands in front of the approaching monsters. Jia, confused, asks what she's doing until she notices the sound growing louder. Even after Yujin stops clapping, the sound continues. Yujin gathers the sound and uses it to unleash Wave Punch, a skill that overlays vibrations in the desired medium to deliver a long-range attack with a mana-charged final blow. With this, she defeats multiple monsters with a single strike. Jia, impressed by the attack, admits it's incredible and far stronger than she expected. Seeing Yujin in action, she recognizes her as a true rank A hunter. Dongju approaches with the rifle and says he'll help too. Shin tells the archer that if she's tired she can rest, and they'll defend for a while. Jia, frustrated, asks Shin if he's just planning to defend, knowing Sayun might be there. The weapons creator replies that there's a chance Sayun already escaped since the inspector went to save him, making it highly probable. The maintenance chief, surprised, asks if the inspector is even there. No one understands what he means. He then reveals he found her body in the room where the portal is. Jia finds it impossible. Shin asks if there were other bodies. Dongju says that besides the inspector, there were 3 security office members. The archer feels relieved, thinking they might still find Sahyun, but suddenly freezes as she notices something on the ground, asking if there isn't someone else nearby. Meanwhile, Elizabeth is walking through the streets and hears 2 people arguing. Takumi on the ground asks Feng why he's doing this. The man, holding a knife, doesn't respond, and instead questions if Takumi truly doesn't know. Feng demands to know where the money he lent him went, saying it was specifically for medical expenses. Takumi, unsure of what to say, pauses to think, and then asks if Feng's plan is to take his life so he can pay for the medical bills while in prison. Feng tells Takumi not to worry, as his mother had already passed away, and he was going to do it anyway. He just wanted to check if Takumi wasn't hiding anything. Takumi doesn't understand the reason behind this and asks him to wait a minute, but Feng doesn't listen and attacks, still teetering on the edge. Elizabeth admits that she thought the world was peaceful, but it seems incidents have been increasing. It doesn't take long for her to notice a child walking nearby, heading toward where the commotion is happening. Seeing the situation, she considers intervening and starts descending the building, thinking that occasional exercise wouldn't hurt. Meanwhile, Dongju is desperately searching for Seiyul, who has disappeared. He says it seems like she was kidnapped. Shintai admits he got distracted and forgot. Shin, confused, asks what happened. The attack group leader explains that the assassins use monsters through portals and gates. The protagonist is surprised to learn this, realizing that this is how the priestess vanished so suddenly. Jia suggests they split up to search for Sayun, but Shin, with a different idea, asks if they really need to find the boy. This shocks the archer, who wasn't expecting such a response. Shin explains that there's a high chance the Slayer already escaped, and if that's the case, searching would just waste time. Jia doesn't understand, believing no one could have escaped. The protagonist mentions that the inspector said she had a special rescue ability and that Skyward Ravine is a space dependent on portals, which have appeared frequently in the past. He argues that it's reasonable to assume the inspector had an emergency ability to send people out of Skyward Ravine. Jia dismisses this as mere speculation. Shin reflects that he's only saying this because of what he knows from his past life, but he knows no one would believe him if he explained. Jia comments that she thought Shintae came to find the Slayer. The protagonist replies that this was the plan initially, but it changed when the situation shifted. Now they're trapped in the isolated Skyward Ravine, and failing to open the portal would only put them at a disadvantage over time. Shin says he isn't sure if the search is genuine, but they need to clear the wave of monsters to leave the area. Now, a new wave arrives with 3 treants, 100 lizardmen, 100 trolls, and 100 goblins, all furiously charging to attack. The protagonist notes, based on the mission window, that the monster wave has 10 stages and progresses regardless of their will. He concludes that he can't waste time on an uncertain situation. Jia questions whether his reasoning is truly efficient, leaving Shin speechless. She accuses him of weighing the value of people's lives, even those he just met, without proper consideration. Reflecting on everything they've been through, Jia says that, honestly, it's disappointing. Hearing this, Shin admits he never thought he'd hear such words, and a memory of them starts repeating in his mind. He freezes, unsure of the origin of this unfamiliar memory. Shintai steps in, saying that fighting among themselves is a waste of time, and that the priority is saving Seiyul, as he has no intention of leaving before capturing the assassins. Suddenly, a portal opens near them, and everyone freezes at the sight. Shin notices someone calling him. Turning around, he sees Yuto, who tells him that if he wants to save the woman, he must come to him alone. The hermit, holding the manager's phone, is fiddling with it. Yuran asks if there was anything recorded. Yuto replies that he stopped recording and deleted the file, saying it no longer matters what they were trying to capture. The priestess admits she was worried they might have taken a photo of his face. Meanwhile, Seiyul begged for her life. Yuran commented that recording a video just for analysis was a nuisance, and said they should stop recording. She also admitted she didn't understand why the system had been activated. The priestess asked Yuto if he wanted to know the content of the mission. He replied yes, and, as expected, the reward was escape. Yuran then said they didn't need the woman, which sent the manager into a panic. As the monster gripped her head, she pleaded with them to wait, insisting she hadn't even seen their faces and that they didn't need to harm her. The hermit asked the priestess why they didn't use her somehow since the boss wanted to deal with the support. Yuran replied that it wasn't that she didn't want to end the woman's life, but Yuto could do as he pleased. Yuto thanked her for understanding, though in truth, he was only trying to confirm something about Shin. Now, in the present, the protagonist approached the portal after hearing that he could save the manager. Dongju remarked that it seemed like a trap and asked if everything would be okay. Shintai said there didn't seem to be any other way to save Seiyul. The maintenance chief, after some thought, agreed. The attack group leader told Jia there was no time to waste, pointing out that there was only one fighter holding back hundreds of advancing monsters and that they needed to support him. Yujin, though exhausted, remained standing. The next wave had arrived. 4 Treant warriors, 80 goblin archers, 100 skeletal knights, 20 skeletal warriors, and 150 skeletal archers. Seeing this, Yujin noted that it would now be more difficult with so many long-range monsters. Jia told Shin that if he was acting because of what she had said earlier, he didn't need to do it. The protagonist assured her it was fine, but as he looked up, he admitted it wasn't what he had expected, yet he needed to demonstrate his abilities at least once. Shin called Shintai and handed him 2 swords, instructing him to throw them as hard as he could toward the railing in about a minute. Shintai didn't fully understand the reason but didn't question it. Before stepping through the portal, Shin asked the others to promise him one thing. Then, he used his skill, payment of rent. After crossing the portal, Yuran said she hadn't expected this to happen. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what she wanted. The priestess warned him not to get cocky, threatening that if he made one move, the woman's head would be crushed. She then admitted that after some thought, she realized she couldn't simply defeat him, so he should stay quiet. Meanwhile, Yuto began using his ability, stating the first rule. Suddenly, Wei, who had been frozen, started screaming and desperately begging to be thawed. Shintai remembered what Shin had told him, to throw the swords toward the railing as hard as he could. Realizing the moment had come, Shintai prepared himself and hurled the swords upward with all his strength. As this unfolded, Shin admitted that ever since leaving Skyward Ravine, he had felt strange. The hermit was already on the 3rd rule, stating that Shin must share everything he remembered. The protagonist thought he couldn't return that way, as it felt like he was forgetting someone important. Activating his skill, Grid World, Shin realized, thanks to Jia earlier, that he now understood what that memory could be. As the swords approached, Shin deduced that it was Yuto who had been in his past memory. Calling out the hermit's name, he left Yuto horrified that Shin knew it. This distraction was enough for the thrown swords to go unnoticed and cut through the ground, allowing them to descend. As they fell, Shin told Yuto that he didn't know why he was with the priestess, but if they wanted to take what they sought, it wouldn't be enough. After they fell, Yuran remarked that she should have learned her lesson when he fought the executor. A potion appeared in front of Shin, leaving him confused about what it was. Protected within a magical barrier, the priestess admitted that she shouldn't have tried sparing his friends, but still needed his head for her research, calling herself foolish for underestimating him. A portal opened behind the door, and monsters began pouring out to attack him. Quickly, Shin created a protective shield, successfully blocking the attack. However, realizing the shield wouldn't last long, he dodged to avoid the creature. As he prepared to counterattack, using his mana to create something, he sensed something approaching him. Yuran was attacking him from a distance, but he managed to dodge without much difficulty. Without noticing, however, he began falling into the portal from which the monsters were emerging. Realizing this could be his end, he acted quickly, summoning a massive sword from the sky that fell directly onto the creature before it could capture him. Seeing the monster struck down, Shin took a deep breath, relieved he had narrowly escaped death, but he was shocked when a weapon appeared out of nowhere. 2 minutes earlier, Shintae was unfreezing Wei and, looking at the portal, remarked that this was the work of the support. Wei asked if a support could do something like that. Yujin scolded her partner, telling him to stop talking and help her, as another wave of monsters was coming. Jia, surprised that it still wasn't over, noted that the trolls they had faced earlier were returning. This was the 5th wave, consisting of a magic ogre, 10 ogres, and 20 trolls. Yujin asked the archer if she recognized the trolls. Jia replied that she didn't, but admitted that, even though there were many, she now knew how to fight them. She fired an arrow straight into a monster's head, successfully decapitating it in a single attack. She fired another arrow, aiming for a second target, but the monster ducked, dodging the attack. Shocked that the creature evaded her arrow, Jia warned everyone to be careful, as the trolls were intelligent. The monsters began picking up bones from the ground and throwing them at the group. A member of the attack group stepped in front of Jia to block the attack, but was overwhelmed, being pushed back as the bones struck his shield. Yujin wondered how the trolls had become so intelligent, especially seeing them clear a path for the magic ogre. The ogre began using a magical ability, letting out an incredibly powerful roar. Yujin ran toward Jia to assist her, but suddenly, the magic ogre was sliced in half. The trolls were terrified, as was Shintai, who questioned what had happened. Wei said the attack had come from Shin's direction. The warrior suggested they go help him. Yujin, still confused, stood up and saw that the ogre had been defeated, and the other monsters were distracted by something. Despite being weak, Shin told Yuran that he had warned her. Creating a barrier above himself to stop the massive weapon, he said she would have to do better than that. He then drank the potion that had appeared in front of him. After taking it, the protagonist recognized that it was already his second bottle. Yuran admitted it was impressive, as she had put all her strength into her previous move. The protagonist responded that he didn't believe her. Yuran replied that it was his choice and that both of them had many secrets anyway, but she could tell he was revealing his powers intentionally without attacking. Shin said nothing, wondering if he had been too obvious. Then he recalled when he received the gift from Hien, who told him those items could help with his plans and that he should always carry them with him. There was the twin ring. It carried the will of twins, allowing users to exchange thoughts through telepathy and teleport to each other's location. Upon receiving the item, Shin told Santa that, as he had mentioned before, it should appear as though he was acting alone. She replied that she understood, saying that initially he didn't want to be noticed, but now he had decided to change plans and reveal himself, which was why she believed him. However, since the executor wasn't working alone, he could ambush him and attempt sabotage through other means. Hien had explained that the ring could summon someone via teleportation, which would suffice to extract the bearer from a difficult situation. Shin thought about summoning Taihan to take down the priestess, but he knew it wouldn't be enough. He told her that he was only speculating and had no reason to answer her questions. Yuran agreed, but admitted it was problematic because, even with her child, she couldn't defeat him, especially after the hermit decided to flee and hide. Still, she couldn't let him go, as there was something she wanted to confirm. Shin asked what she meant by that. The priestess admitted it was frustrating because she hated revealing unfinished projects. Wei sensed something was wrong with the frozen executor but was suddenly struck with a powerful blow before he could act. Everyone turned quickly upon hearing the sound of the impact. The executor had now grown larger and stronger, and Yuran continued, saying that she had wanted to finish her task before dealing with Shin, but since he was already there, she asked how he planned to handle the situation. She wanted to see if he could face all these problems alone. The protagonist told her she had misunderstood everything, leaving her speechless. The weapon's creator stated that she was the only one he needed to focus on, and in truth, he wanted to see what she was capable of, because he knew someone like her. Hearing this, Yuran asked if he thought she would reveal her abilities just because he asked politely. Shin replied no, but she would have to use them if she wanted to survive. Yuran laughed, saying it wasn't a problem, especially since she was a villain and could use any means necessary. Hearing this, Shin replied while focusing on his creation, asking if that was the best she could do. Above Yuran's head, he conjured several weapons. The priestess started recalling her boss, instructing her that she had a task to fulfill. Tilting her head, she asked the boss what he wanted her to accomplish. He replied that he wanted her to discover the extent of what the creator could do with demonic energy. Yuran inquired what kind of extent he meant. The boss pondered briefly before saying she shouldn't worry about it anymore, as securing a new operational base was the current priority. Yuran then asked what she should do about the support. The boss replied that they could evaluate his abilities after the system was activated. For now, she should focus on locating gates to isolated areas and remember that time was running out. Yuran said she understood, but in the present situation, she admitted that what had occurred was unexpected. However, she considered it a good opportunity to gather information about the support. Still, seeing the weapons above her now, she didn't understand their purpose, as they weren't using demonic energy. Shin began recalling fragments of his past life, noting that Jia and Yuto were entirely different now. While their abilities remained the same, that wasn't all. There was something familiar about the hammer and shield the priestess had summoned. He started to think about where he had seen them before. Deciding it would be best to keep the priestess immobilized in ice and observe her other abilities and capacities, he resolved to take her life if an opportunity arose. Yuran then asked Shin if he was serious about those spears. The weapons creator responds affirmatively. The priestess prepares to attack, saying, "So be it." However, as she moves to strike, she realizes she cannot move her weapon. The protagonist is using the skill link, which allows him to connect to a weapon and control it against the wielder's will. The skill doesn't work on targets whose power surpasses the user's. Yuran shouts for her creation to kill the woman. The monster obeys and moves to attack Xiaoyul, but the protagonist, seeing this, fires one of his spears directly at the creature's arm, severing it. The priestess's child is stunned and looks up to see several spears pointed at it. Realizing it must act quickly, Shin begins launching multiple spears at the creature simultaneously. Yuran notices that the weapons creator has unleashed his weapon's full potential. She considers attacking him while he might be distracted, but decides to delay him further instead. Before the priestess can act, however, a spear lands in front of her, blocking her staff. Shin advances, warning her to be careful where she steps. Yuran realizes she's fallen into a simple trick. Seeing the weapon approaching her, Yuran spreads her wings, unleashing her power and hurling the weapon's creator away. A bright light begins to emanate from her, blinding even the monsters nearby. Dongju and the attack group member, as well as Jia and Yujin near the executor, are all unable to see due to the intense glow. The executor is visibly shaken by the occurrence. The light gradually fades. The protagonist deduces that Yuran, sensing danger, activated a skill. However, she denies it, confused about what just happened. She begins questioning the situation. Shin hypothesizes that it could be the priestess's anchor skill, a latent ability triggered under extreme conditions, which explains her startled reaction. The weapons creator sees an opportunity to end her for good. However, he admits that her ability feels strangely familiar, but doesn't realize the executor is preparing to strike him from behind. Shin is only alerted when a massive explosion occurs near the priestess. He wonders what is happening and is astounded as the dust clears. A portal has opened behind Yuran, striking directly at the executor, who was approaching her. A mysterious figure appears, addressing the priestess and commenting that she seems to be in trouble, even carrying her unfinished work. Spotting Shin, the stranger asks Yuran if this is the creator she mentioned. The protagonist, stunned, wonders who this person could be, as they radiate an immense amount of demonic energy. The stranger tells Yuran that he had instructed her to investigate the creator, but to prioritize protecting the base. He remarks that he thought both tasks could be achieved since she had captured the hermit and integrated her experiments. As he speaks, the executor tries to attack. The stranger criticizes the priestess, saying that despite her resources, she failed. Seeing the executor's approach, he uses magic to counter the attack, stating that the executor didn't even recognize its master. Yuran says the executor still retained some traits of the executioner, with a tendency to challenge more powerful beings, but that wouldn't be a problem once the work was complete. The boss agrees, noting that he will handle it using his abilities. He also remarks that it seemed the creator wasn't using demonic energy, then asks Shin something after observing everything happening. The protagonist wonders if everything could really occur using only demonic energy. The stranger asks the protagonist how much he knows about demonic energy. Shin says nothing, leaving the master of assassins intrigued. Dongju, readying his weapon, asks what was wrong with those monsters. Jia responds that she didn't know either. They noticed the trolls suddenly began running toward them and were already close to attacking. The maintenance chief couldn't understand what was happening but started shooting wildly at the approaching monsters. Yujin approaches and asks if that was his ability. Dongju replies it wasn't, saying it was just the rifle he got from the guildmaster, loaded with enchanted bullets by Shintai. With those bullets, they could use elemental enchantment explosion skills. Yujin admits that without those explosive bullets, they would have been defeated. Jia apologizes, saying she shouldn't have gotten hurt and could have helped the shield girl. She adds that she's in terrible shape and that her colleague could have assisted if he weren't unconscious. Dongju says they have no choice and will hold them off until the guildmaster brings Xiaoyul back. Yujin notes that's why they hadn't seen him. The maintenance chief says Shintai left to rescue the manager a while ago and hopes everyone is okay. The leader of the attack group approaches Shin, who is facing the stranger. The protagonist asks what he's doing there. The warrior says he came to help while the trolls were being destroyed and now wants to know where Xiaoyul is. The master of assassins asks Shin if they're looking for the girl with them, putting everyone on edge. The man says she's still alive. The warrior demands to know where she is. Shin points to Xiaoyul, surrounded by spears, after the protagonist defeated the monsters. The stranger says she could have died because of those spears. Furthermore, the priestess's son could have destroyed her if he hadn't been dismissed. Shintai asks what he means by that. The master of assassins reveals that Shin used the woman as bait, shocking the warrior. The stranger adds that the priestess's son must have been an easy target, because he was ordered to hold the woman. Hearing this, Shintai accuses Shin of using a hostage to create the perfect opportunity for himself, asking if he really did that. Kenji starts laughing, saying it's great and telling the warrior that he doesn't know who she is, but he can tell Shin makes rational decisions, so he'll give him a chance. Shintai points his weapon at the demon chief's head, who promises rewards if he helps with the plan. The attack group leader becomes furious, saying it doesn't matter what they're planning. Shin tells Shintai to calm down, but as the warrior declares he won't let it happen, his arm starts disintegrating, followed by other parts of his body. His axe falls to the ground as he becomes lifeless. Shin simply watches without reacting, then looks at Kenji and asks why he did it. The man says it's a strange question, given Shintai was about to put a hole in his head. The protagonist asks how he did it, surprised. Kenji retorts, asking if Shin plans to keep asking questions instead of avenging his fallen comrade. Shin says it's impossible because he could see how powerful Kenji was. Moreover, he wasn't his comrade. Even though he seemed like a nice guy, he was reckless and, despite having a useful skill, wasn't worthy of becoming a hero. In reality, Shin couldn't do anything, which is why he said those things. After all, it was Shintai who made his choice and faced the consequences. Kenji responds that he likes that attitude and confirms that he was right about everything. Shin asks how Kenji knows so much. The demon leader tells the weapon maker to stop, saying he's not in a position to ask questions, and that he's the one who should be asking them. Kenji asks Shin how much he knows about demons, but doesn't wait long for an answer before starting to use his magic, claiming he made a mistake. Shin doesn't understand what Kenji means. Preparing to attack, Kenji says he should have ended that pathetic joke first. Watching the situation unfold, Shin feels hopeless and can only observe, stunned, as the demon leader launches his attack. Kenji's attack slashes through everything. Dongju, seeing this, finds it impossible to believe as the monsters are cut in half. Jia tries to block the attack to prevent it from reaching them, but, realizing she's not strong enough, throws herself to the ground along with the maintenance chief. The attack's power is so immense that even the monsters continue being sliced apart. Akira, seeing the attack heading his way, tries to block it with his shield, causing a massive explosion. On the ground, Jia asks what just happened. Yujin replies that it came from where Shin was. Looking back, Jia sees that Akira was hit. He couldn't stop the attack with his shield and was sliced in half. Dongju, witnessing everything, wonders how it happened. Even the monsters were all cut down, leaving him completely bewildered. After delivering the attack, Kenji says he had collected those gates because they needed something, but since he lost control, it didn't mean anything anymore. Shin, watching, admits there's no way to fight or defeat Kenji because he never imagined someone could do such things using demonic energy. Preparing to drink another potion, Shin recognizes that he must act, but first needs to replenish his mana. After consuming his third potion, he knows it will no longer be as effective, and he starts showing signs of addiction. Shin now realizes that the priestess was following Kenji's orders, but admits that even summoning Taihan wouldn't be enough to defeat him. He resolves to focus on surviving alongside Jia and the others who deserve to become heroes. However, Shin doesn't know how to proceed, given that Kenji, despite showing interest in him, could easily defeat him as he did Shintai. Suddenly a message appears stating that demonic energy is unavailable due to interference from an unknown entity. Shin acknowledges that if he could use demonic energy, he might have helped a little. The demon leader notices something strange. Jia asks Yujin if she's seeing the same thing. Yujin confirms, noting that polluted mana is flowing from the portals to the same place. The shield girl says this wasn't happening before, and the archer agrees, stating they can't just wait and must help Shin. Yujin points out that she's injured and unable to shoot arrows. Jia approaches Dongju, asks for his permission, and then requests to borrow his rifle. She reloads the weapon and begins walking toward Shin. It doesn't take long for Yujin to notice an information window appearing nearby. Upon approaching, she realizes something is wrong. She can't read it properly until she notices all the portals have been destroyed. Kenji tells Shin that they can finally talk in peace and that he can now answer his question. Shin asks if it's about how much he knows about energy. Unfortunately, Shin admits he doesn't know much. It just happens that he possesses it. The demon leader didn't like hearing that and asked if Shin had memories of the past. This left the protagonist frozen, as he never expected anyone to know about that. Kenji told Shin that he simply couldn't possess demonic energy and that he hadn't trusted the priestess when she spoke about the weapon creator. Hearing this, the weapon creator thought the man was trying to provoke him with his questions. The demon leader told the protagonist not to worry, saying he was only trying to save the world from destruction and needed help because they might truly be working toward the same goal. Shin, seeing the man's power, started thinking but couldn't stop him. Unfortunately, Kenji believed that sacrificing a few who stood in the way of the greater good was necessary, as time was short, and he needed as many allies as possible. That's why he was asking for help as a favor. Shin wondered why the man was talking about allies, but as they spoke, a noise caught everyone's attention. The priestess turned to see what it was, and so did Kenji, telling everyone to stay alert. Jia was behind the demon leader, commanding him to raise his hands and do nothing. The protagonist couldn't believe what he was seeing. Quickly, he created a weapon, not expecting the archer to appear there. Seeing the man use demonic energy to attack Jia, Shin admitted he couldn't let her lose her life, even though he didn't want to fight. The protagonist launched an attack, aiming to stop Kenji before the demonic energy could reach Jia. Despite getting close enough to strike, Kenji dodged. The weapon Jia was holding began to dematerialize, leaving her terrified. The demon leader counterattacked, calling Shin slow, and punched him, throwing him to the ground. Kenji remarked that he'd heard Shin was good with skills but not with physical abilities, pointing out that mastering one's body was essential to enhance skill power, though that wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Yuran tried to protect her master's back as he continued lecturing Shin, saying he might have defeated enemies with skills until now, but he would never improve without training his body. Shin asked why Kenji was saying all this. Kenji revealed he knew about Shin's memories and thought it might help, adding that he was now interested in him. Jia noticed something happening. The demon leader noticed it too, but before addressing it, he told Shin his offer still stood, and that he would wait for an answer next time. The weapon creator realized Kenji's demonic energy was spreading and heading toward a rift. The demon leader began opening a portal, aware of the danger, as he hadn't expected to be tracked through a rift. Before leaving, he removed his hood and told Shin his name was Kenji, urging him to consider the offer as it might help. The priestess followed her master as Jia ran toward the fallen protagonist. She asked if he was okay and what had happened. The weapon creator replied that it was a long story. The archer noticed a window appear in front of her, indicating that the main mission was to defend the floating islands, survive 10 waves of monsters, and earn a new skill as a reward. The protagonist mentioned they still needed to defeat a boss monster. The girl admitted she had no means to fight anymore. Shin acknowledged he was also out of mana, having barely managed to create a small dagger, but he noticed something emerging from the portal. A demonic bird flew out of the rift, heading straight toward them. Both were shocked to see it. The monster landed in front of them. The protagonist was unsure what to do, as this was a creature he'd never seen before, nor did he know where it had come from. But for a boss monster, that creature seemed very weak. Jia remarked that it didn't look like a final boss, and confidently said she'd take it down easily. Shin urged her to stay calm, but immediately began feeling unwell. He deduced it was a side effect of the mana potion. Despite his weakened state, he realized from the reaction that the creature was highly likely to be a magic user. If it had abilities similar to Kenji's, Jia would be in danger if she attacked it carelessly. As Jia moved to strike the creature, it began to speak, saying it had found what it was looking for. The archer immediately halted her attack. The bird turned and said it had returned, addressing Shin directly and declaring it belonged to him. No one understood what was happening. The creature explained that it had taken something from the protagonist, promised to return it, but hadn't, and now time had run out. Seeing the creature approaching Shin, Jia thought about intervening. Shin raised his hand, admitting his theory was correct. Even though he didn't know the creature, he was sure it reacted to magic. As long as Jia didn't do anything reckless, the monster would focus on him. However, the issue was that this creature was the mission's target, and Shin didn't know how to subdue it. The bird asked Shin if he was listening. Observing its behavior, Shin noted the magic didn't seem immense, but still refrained from attacking immediately. The bird greeted Shin with a hello, surprising him. The creature asked if Shin hadn't heard its earlier requests for return, But now that it was demanding payment, Shin was paying attention. The protagonist couldn't help but suspect the magic Kenji used came from this monster. The bird claimed it had plenty of resources but had given away most of them, and now had almost nothing left. Asking where everything had gone, Shin replied there seemed to be a misunderstanding, suggesting it was targeting the wrong person. The bird disagreed, insisting there was no mistake, as Shin had definitely used what it had provided. The protagonist began hitting the monster, denying responsibility and saying it shouldn't be demanding payment from him. Suddenly, Yujin struck the bird hard on the head, knocking it unconscious. The girl asked if she shouldn't have done that. Shin reassured her, saying she had done very well. A system window appeared for all three of them, indicating that the Skybreak defense mission was completed, and the rewards had been distributed. Seeing this, Shin realized that since the rewards had been distributed, unconscious participants or bodies wouldn't receive anything. Everyone standing began to float, and then abruptly fell to the ground, finding themselves in a new location. Now surrounded by more people, everyone started discussing what was happening. A police officer present explained that those outside reported seeing a system window appear before their eyes, but no one understood what it meant. Jia approached Shin, asking what was going on. He replied that he didn't know, though he suspected it was related to the sudden appearance of the system window. The archer questioned an association agent, trying to get answers, while Shin observed the unconscious individuals who had also been transported. He noted that they seemed to have received their rewards despite being unconscious. However, the lifeless bodies hadn't been saved, and Shin hoped the guild had a way to recover them as he pondered the situation. An agent approached Shin and confirmed his identity before starting a conversation. Thanks to the group that survived the isolated portal, the chaos in the hall had turned into a sense of duty and responsibility. During the investigation, Shin learned that a minor reaction occurred in the rift, just seconds before they crossed the portal. Alongside the anomaly in the crack, some awakened individuals began experiencing visions, but the rift quickly lost its light, as it always did. The protagonist realized that the mission had been completed inside the portal just seconds ago. However, unlike previous chapters, all the awakened individuals were now registered as players, marking a significant change. He deduced that he needed to completely abandon his original plan, as defeating the priestess's master was impossible at the moment. Remembering Kenji's advice to train his physical abilities first, Shin acknowledged that there were many opportunities to do so now that the system was active. The weapon creator was deep in thought about everything that had happened. After taking a potion, he admitted there was much to address, as the current situation wouldn't work as it was. The commotion caused by the system window lasted for a minute. Most people accepted it with mild discomfort. Once ordinary lives were awakened, it was due to the mysterious connection to the rift. News reports covered the unfolding events, but some people started proclaiming it as the end of days, saying the rift was a gateway to hell. The White Bone Guild naturally dissolved after the death of its master, Shinte, an A-rank enchanter. During the investigation, authorities discovered that the guild had been involved in illegal, unreported dungeon raids and the theft of items. Most of the guild's earnings had been sent to Shinte's wife and daughter, who lived in America. D and C rank awakened guild members, with nowhere to go, retired from hunting. Meanwhile, assassins returned to the location of the lifeless bodies and confirmed the survival of Quan, who had been rescued from the Skybreak Guardian's residence in the United Kingdom. All survivors consistently reported on the awakened priestess who used black aura, prompting the association to investigate her identity. The association also ceased discussions about compensation for the accident, noting that the guardian June had no immediate family. Her only relative, her husband of a few years, had died in the line of duty while working as part of a rescue team. At the hospital, Dongju told Seoyul that he had shared everything he had managed to investigate. He asked her why she had asked him to provide that data. She responded that he should remember as much as possible, even if it wasn't everything. The maintenance chief said he understood, but then asked if she intended to continue in her job, leaving Seoyul surprised. Dongju remarked that her work was dangerous, with no guarantees something similar wouldn't happen again. Seoyul replied that she would keep doing it because no one else would, except for people like them. Dongju admitted they truly did something remarkable. Seoyul started listing tasks they needed to address, such as rankings, reward payouts, and more. Then she asked if it was true that someone had tried to impersonate an association member to empty the Skybreak. This caught Dongju off guard. Seoyul remarked that it felt like some kind of villain, perhaps a mafia or a large corporation, was behind it. Hearing this, Dongju tapped her on the head with some papers, telling her that if she wanted to play detective, she should at least recover her strength first. After leaving the room, Dongju walked to a trash bin, pulled a paper from his pocket, and tore it apart, ensuring no one could see it. As he walked away, He wondered why he had a lingering feeling that he might lose his life someday. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a portal began to open, and a monster emerged. Enraged, the creature, now fully outside the portal, spotted a distracted passerby and prepared to attack. In another part of the city, a portal also opened, and Hiroshi stepped out, walking calmly. Moments later, a system window appeared before him, indicating an active mission, but with no additional information. The young boy didn't know what to do in that situation, but noticed something unusual happening nearby. A goblin was attacking a citizen who was terrified and lying on the ground. The creature leaped to strike, but before it could land its blow, it was hit by a knife square in the forehead, sending it flying. Hiroshi called out to the boy, asking if he was alone. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, after hearing Shin's story, asked if he had really taken 3 mana potions and pushed himself that hard. The protagonist could barely respond, exhausted. She approached and asked how he had managed to return alive. The weapon creator explained that if Kenji had wanted them dead, no one would have returned. Beth wanted to know if their master's abilities were now exposed. The protagonist confirmed that had been the plan all along, to make the assassins target him. The vampire remarked that since she'd seen Taehan's face, it had been a success. Shin asked if she wasn't being a bit shameless with her teasing. Beth then asked about Kenji, saying she could understand his actions, but the others? That left the protagonist confused. Elizabeth clarified that she was talking about the people who had entered the portal with him, as they might have seen his abilities too. Shin reassured her that she didn't need to worry about that. Before passing through the portal, he had used the skill rental pay. After ensuring he took care of the priestess Yuto and rescued the manager, he requested in return that they not share what they had seen. When the system activates, all players receive benefits based on their class and abilities. Typically, long-range classes get accuracy corrections. Physical combat classes experience reduced pain, mages can summon familiars, and supporters gain a wider variety of benefits depending on their skills. Shin's benefit as a production-type supporter was rental pay. When used conventionally, rental pay allows the user to impose a specific request when lending a weapon. However, at a rank or higher, it becomes easier to resist or bypass the request. Still, as proficiency increases, it creates a binding force under the system that cannot be ignored or resisted. Using rental pay for unconventional purposes, such as memory deletion, was possible because Shin's skill proficiency was remarkably high. A secure deal guaranteed by the system, free from fraud. Even for an A-rank hunter or higher, there was a strong possibility it wouldn't work. The protagonist admitted that the early activation of the system had been helpful. Now, other players would begin adapting to the change. Beth, unfamiliar with the system, opened a window and asked if that was what he was talking about. Shin was surprised and asked if she also had a system window. The vampire confirmed, saying she had been a player since her time inside the dungeon. The protagonist recalled this detail and noted that now all awakened individuals had become players, though he still didn't understand why their memories and circumstances differed so much. Elizabeth asked what exactly the memory aspect meant. The protagonist was unsure why she asked. The vampire explained that she didn't understand what prior execution meant, but memory could signify things she had experienced. However, everything was fragmented and inconsistent. What she truly had were only skills called techniques, which she had never trained. After explaining all this, Beth asked if those were considered memories. The question left the protagonist speechless. Elizabeth continued, saying that, based on the circumstances, it seemed her world had also met its end, but she had no memories of that world. She wanted to know why Shin had such memories. He began recalling his past life and admitted that he had already mentioned falling into something strange within a dungeon. Beth says that if this happened in his previous life, there must have been a method to transfer the memories. The protagonist is impressed by this information, but the vampire asks if it might just be an illusion. Shin firmly denies it, stating that those were his true memories. Elizabeth then asks him to explain. Shin recalls Kenji asking if he too had memories. He stands up and says that the demon leader's question implied that others also had memories. The vampire asks if he plans to look for them. Shin replies that he cannot find them, and picking up a book, adds that he must deal with unresolved issues. He notes that Yuto was definitely a companion in his past life, but now stands on Kenji's side, leaving him intrigued about what might have happened. Shin remembers the demon leader saying not to worry because he was only trying to prevent the end of the world. If this were true, Yuto likely knew about it, meaning there was a strong chance they shared their memories. However, it wasn't something Shin could resolve immediately. He needed to focus on his current problems. Shin calls Taehyun, who reminds him they agreed not to contact each other. The protagonist responds that plans have changed and they need to meet to talk. Meanwhile, Hiroshi is sitting with Tuan, asking if they were playing Valorant. Tuan replies yes, mentioning he's very good at it but needs to head home. He thanks Hiroshi for saving him. Hiroshi bids him farewell, advising him to be careful. Tuan agrees but doesn't notice a van approaching. Soon, he senses something is wrong as the van pulls up beside him. Hiroshi watches as Tuan is kidnapped. After the incident, Hiroshi resumes using his phone, commenting that he needs an allowance. Shin waits for Taehan to arrive, which doesn't take long. The swordsman quickly asks if Shin is okay, mentioning that he hadn't received any news from him. Shin confirms he's fine and says their original plan is no longer relevant. Taehan asks what he means. After hearing what happened, the Overkill Master is shocked and asks if Shin really encountered the priestess's master. Shin confirms it and says he also confirmed the gap between their abilities was impossible to bridge. Taehan asks why he wasn't called. Shin explains that had he done so, they all would have been dead by now. He tells Taehyun to trust him because Kenji isn't an opponent they can face with their current level of power. Taehyun asks if Shin saw Kenji's face. Shin says yes, but Kenji wasn't registered as a hunter and might not even be awakened. This revelation leaves Taehyun tense, prompting him to ask what Shin means. The protagonist explains that it's not just Kenji's name that's strange, but his abilities are bizarre as well. Kenji doesn't use mana at all, yet his magic is incredibly destructive. Furthermore, Kenji has Yuto and the priestess on his side. While Shin can somewhat understand the hermit being involved, Yuran wasn't in his memories. However, her abilities felt strangely familiar, creating a gap in Shin's understanding of who the priestess might have been in his past life. Taehan calls out to Shin, noticing his expression suddenly changed, and asks if he's okay. The swordsman recalls a conversation with Hyein, who mentioned that Shin was hiding something. When Taehan pressed her for an explanation, the saint revealed that when she first met Shin, she sensed a peculiar aura around him, something only she could detect. She described it as an alien energy, different from magic, and since the system had been activated, not just her, but most people could now see this energy. It was the same aura she had felt from Yuran's ability. After hearing this, Taehan asked for an example. The saint explained that she didn't believe the protagonist was colluding with the assassins. In fact, they had been confronting each other until she intervened. That's why she wanted Taehan to take a closer look, believing the creator would trust him more. Taehyun told Shin it seemed like he was worried about something. The protagonist reflected that his initial plan had completely fallen apart, and hiding his abilities was now pointless, since the system had been activated. He wasn't even sure if recalling memories of previous sessions was the right way to describe it. Taehan said it seemed Hyein didn't fully trust Shin, but he was different. He explained to the creator that, even though Shin's rank and abilities didn't align in a suspicious way, it seemed they had contact with the assassins. Listening to this, the protagonist thought that wasn't the case, but the swordsman, frustrated, demanded that Shin lay everything on the table, no matter what it was. Taehan insisted that Shin didn't need to worry, and could be honest, as he didn't have to handle everything alone. After hearing this, Shin admitted he might have been overly cautious, wanting to help prevent the end of the world while withholding trust from them. Taehyun assured Shin he could trust them and share everything freely. The protagonist then revealed that God was arriving and the world was about to end, leaving the swordsman stunned and unable to comprehend the meaning. Just like the moment of his first awakening, the day of judgment had come suddenly. A system window appeared, announcing the final chapter mission, the end of the world. The main objective was to assassinate God, with the reward being survival in the world. No one in the group understood what this mission entailed, and they were all curious. Shin noticed something strange happening. A group member pointed to the sky, urging everyone to look. Kwang froze in shock. A rift had opened in the sky, and a creature began emerging from it. Everyone stood paralyzed, witnessing something no one had ever seen before. System windows began appearing, announcing the title of Hero had been granted, and an exclusive mission had been assigned. This was the final chapter. Heroes were tasked with the main objective of finding a way to kill God, with a time limit of 167 hours. One of the warriors picked up a feather falling from the sky and asked why they were descending. Suddenly, he exploded just by holding the feather. The entire group was horrified. A week later, players and heroes were desperately searching for a way to kill God. Exactly 1 week later, the world came to an end. After hearing the story, Taehyun said he now understood. Shin admitted he didn't think Taehyun would believe him so easily, but the swordsman grabbed the creator's arm and insisted they first go to the hospital. Shin, however, asked him to wait and listen until the end. He continued recounting how, a week after the descent, gravely injured, He realized the final boss required finding a way to defeat God. He admitted that if he had realized it a bit sooner, he might have been able to save everyone. But now, seeing something emerge before him, Shin admitted it was too late, since a being stood right in front of him. Shin concluded by admitting that if he had another chance, the heroes who had been defeated earlier were the key to stopping it. His memory ended with the creature taking his life. After hearing the entire story, Taehan said the creator's memories ended with destruction. Shin confirmed this, explaining that's why he believed the mastermind behind the executor hunting the awakened might be connected to God. The swordsman asked what trick could be used to defeat God. The protagonist admitted he didn't remember. Taehan is unsure what to do next, but asks if Shin remembers the names of the heroes or the number of people. Shin says there were hundreds when the heroes first gathered, but he only remembered about 10 who stayed until the end. That's why he suspected someone had erased people's memories on purpose. Despite hearing all this, Taehan remained unconvinced. The protagonist realized the overkill master still didn't fully trust him, but that was an expected reaction. Shin admitted that, since he needed Taehyun's help, he should have approached the matter more carefully. Taehyun handed him a ring, saying they needed to work together. Shin was surprised by this reaction, not expecting him to believe the story. Taehyun explained it wasn't a matter of belief or disbelief, but rather one of trust. He asked Shin if he needed someone he could rely on. The creator replied affirmatively. Taehyun said he would trust Shin, but in exchange, he wanted the same trust in return, handing over the ring. The swordsman thought that whether Shin's words were true or not, recruiting him to the guild would be a significant achievement. Deciding to bring up the idea of him joining the guild slowly, he was surprised when Shin placed a book on the table, explaining it was the reward he had received from the collapse of the celestial portal. Shin asked Taehyun if his system was active. Taehyun confirmed it was. The protagonist explained that obtaining the first skill book to appear was significant, and giving it to Taehyun was a gesture of trust. S-rank items were priceless, even on the market. This skill book had an S-rank difficulty to acquire, and its skills varied based on the target's class and style. Taehyun asked why he was being given such an item. Shin replied it wasn't anything special, but Taehyun needed to grow much stronger than he already was. If Taehyun could give something in return that might help, that would be even better. Taehyun promised unlimited support to Shin and asked what he needed. The protagonist said the first thing he required was a dissolution agent for geode. Taehyun, knowing that solubilizers were simple, only asked about the quantity. Shin said he needed 5 tons. This irritated Taehyun, as it was a massive amount, and he jokingly asked if Shin planned to build a pool. But Shin had more requests: Monkey King fur, Skywalker's beard, Desert Witch's mucus, Night Demon's blood, and the Ant King's helmet. Frustrated, Taehyun told Shin to wait, pointing out that not all these ingredients were top tier, but none of them would be readily available in a few days. He wanted to know the plan behind all this, asking if Shin had done this in his past life. The creator hesitated before responding, explaining that these materials would provide mana-related components, and he simply wanted to identify the highest grade classification. Taehyun was shocked to hear this. Later, Hisu arrived with a purified elemental core, an A-rank difficulty item. The core contained the power of a once corrupted spirit. Taehyun explained it was a byproduct of an S-rank dungeon, purified by Hyein. Hisu, a B-class support, had the ability to create a subspace within a container or cover. Shin commented that it should suffice, but before he could take it, Hisu picked up the core and held it like a small dog. The protagonist didn't understand why she did this. Smiling, Taehyun explained it was complicated to handle, so they would take it wherever it needed to go. He then asked Shin if he intended to use the solvent first. The creator confirmed and asked for it to be sent to the address he had provided. Before leaving, Shin asks the Overkill Master if they can have a quick private conversation. Taehyun agrees, and the protagonist says he'll explain everything that happened on the Celestial Islands. After their conversation, Shin boards a bus and heads to his hometown. He carries gifts and some fruits as he walks to his mother's house, finding her tending the garden. Hearing Shin announce his return, Hana immediately rushes to her son, asking how he's been. One day, a fissure suddenly opened, releasing mana. However, mana was not beneficial to everyone. Those sensitive to mana became awakened and gained abilities, but for those with weak sensitivity, mana was toxic. This condition, later termed multiple mana immunity disorder, in severe cases, led to loss of life, and even survivors were left with lingering effects. Shin asks his mother if she's been feeling well lately. Hana says it's been more comfortable recovering in a place with fresh air. The protagonist then asks about the goods that were delivered. She explains she stored them as instructed, asking the delivery workers to place them near the warehouse. Hana mentions that the delivery workers said it was from a guild and that Shin was awakened, finding the whole thing incredible. Seeing the delivery, Shin hadn't expected Hisu to manage it, but seeing the amount, he admits she must have worked hard. He also acknowledges that, thanks to Taehyun, the opportunity arrived much sooner than expected. Opening the warehouse door, Shin recalls how in the past he could hardly wait for a chance to use a magic stone, and now he stood before a vast quantity of them. At Shinhwa's base, Yujin tells the guildmaster she heard he'd found something. Even while injured, she had gone to meet Yi-hyuk, who was surprised to see her. He asks if she went to Heavenly. Yujin confirms and reports everything to the secretary. The guildmaster says he read her report. Awakened anomalies and monsters creating portals had attacked, but then suddenly vanished, and a mission appeared. Meanwhile, at the association, Cheolmin listens to Dongju's account, where he mentions an unknown power and the presence of dark energy. The maintenance chief explains that while he saw this, he couldn't confirm the individual's appearances due to the monsters. Cheolmin asks if anyone saw the assassins. Dongju replies that the 3 hunters with him, Shintai, Jia, and Shin, witnessed them. Yi-hyuk, after hearing his subordinate's story, finds it unbelievable that the creator had appeared there. He asks what else happened, but the girl says she's already shared everything and didn't see the assassins up close. The guildmaster remains curious about the events. Meanwhile, Dongju tells Cheolmin that he had to face monsters while dealing with injured hunters, so he couldn't properly confirm anything. Afterward, he was preoccupied with caring for unconscious individuals, which allowed the assassins to escape. Cheolmin says he understands but asks if Dongju investigated the 2 hunters who were witnesses. Dongju confirms, saying both testified they didn't recognize the individual. He reflects that as long as the association leader doesn't mention anything about the contract's contents, there shouldn't be any issues. When the maintenance chief questioned Shin, he was aware of the contract between players, which prevented mentioning certain details about the contractors. Dongju mentions that being forced into a contract could block someone from speaking, but Shin explains that with dedication, there are ways to convey information without penalties. He adds that there's a reason why he's trying to silence him. The chief remarks that he has a hunch and believes there must be more than one suspicious point, and he said he had completely forgotten, but they had met about a year ago, and from that moment, he had found it strange. That's why he wanted to know how Shin knew how to silence people using the system. Shin asked if he really wanted to know, adding that he probably wouldn't believe him. Dongju asked if it was something like the world ending. The protagonist explained everything he knew, but made Dongju agree to a contract. Shin told him that if he broke the contract in any way, he would have to do something for him. This left Dongju intrigued but with no way out. Shin had made a similar contract with Yujin, who remembered when the creator told her that even if he claimed the world was ending, no one would believe him. During their conversation, Yujin asked Shin what he was trying to do. Was it something small, or maybe something strange involving her? Embarrassed, the protagonist denied her assumptions and offered her some good equipment instead. This caught Yujin's attention. Shin then explained that he knew her to some extent and thought he knew what would be necessary for a special enhancement. The girl asked if Shin was basing this on his past memories. After explaining, Shin said there was one condition. Yujin asked what it was. Shin clarified it was nothing major. He would give her a small mission using her abilities. There would be no penalty for failure and no deadline, only a reward. Yujin thought it over but ultimately accepted the mission, which was to enhance her skills and defeat the Banshee of Despair. The reward was an item created by Shin. Excited, she agreed immediately. After Yi-hyuk read the report, he asked if everything was true. Yujin confirmed it. The guildmaster pointed out that the report stated the guild's support had failed, that she had blown up the equipment provided to her, and that she hadn't even seen the attacker's face. Furious, Yi-hyuk demanded to know if it was all true. Nervously, Yujin admitted it was. Continuing to read, Yi-hyuk noted that she hadn't fainted, meaning she had received all the mission's rewards. Yujin confirmed this but worried they might try to steal her reward. The outspoken Yi-hyuk stood up and told her she should have mentioned this earlier. Embarrassed, she asked if he was after her reward. Yi-hyuk asked why she'd think that, stating that she earned it with her power and that he wouldn't take it. This cheered her up. Before leaving, Yi-hyuk told his secretary to prepare the car and commended Yujin for her good work, telling her to rest until her arm healed. Happy to hear this, Yujin said that when she returned, she would handle all the rejected monster requests for a while, even if she disliked some of them. As Yi-hyuk exited the room, the secretary asked why he hadn't yelled or scolded the guild members. He replied that it wasn't a gangster's office. Kim, a B-rank mage of the secret druid class, was pleased to hear this. Walking down the corridor, She told him the car was ready and asked where they were headed. Yiyuk replied they were going to the home of the retired hunter from the White Bone Guild. Meanwhile, Dongju had just finished telling Chilman everything he knew. Watching him leave, Chilman pressed a button under the desk, directly connecting to the leader of the park team. He said the story seemed strange and asked them to investigate. Ahmed agreed to first look into the two hunters who had witnessed the attacker and assigned Zhang, the leader of the response team, to monitor Hunter Jia and Hunter Shin. Chilman said that was exactly what he needed. It was already night, and Elizabeth was out for a walk, feeling bored. The last time she had vented her anger on those guys fighting over money, it made her feel better. While wondering if something like that might happen again, she noticed a system window suddenly appear. She was surprised, as it was an unexpected quest. The mission's main objective was to locate the hideout of suspicious individuals she had previously encountered, and the reward was 5 minutes of free action. Beth checked what free action meant, as she had forgotten. The item, intended for familiars, allowed them to act freely, independent of their masters, for a specified time. She was surprised, as it was the first time she had received a mission in that world, but its sudden nature felt strange. Thinking about the mission, which involved finding someone she knew, she wondered if it was related to the guys from last time. Unsure of what to do, she began questioning how she would proceed. Looking up, she noticed an arrow pointing in the direction she should go. Although she found it a bit suspicious, she decided it would be better to check it out. Meanwhile, Hiroshi was at a hideout, boasting about having done a good job, saying there were lots of games on the phone he had taken. His partner, Bao, holding the phone, agreed, and mentioned they had brought the kidnapped boy to their place. Hiroshi asked about the money. Bao replied that no calls demanding a ransom had been made yet. He added that after checking, it seemed the boy was from the neighborhood and not from a wealthy family. Even if they demanded money, they wouldn't get much. Hiroshi acknowledged this and said their group had grabbed a random boy because it didn't matter if he was rich. Money in that country could be tracked by the police. Bao agreed, acknowledging that such tracking likely existed, but asked why Hiroshi would use traceable money. Hiroshi explained it was personal, saying he only needed the money for one thing. His partner didn't understand and asked what he meant. The criminal replied that in any case, this was a fake world meant to be destroyed, so the form of the money didn't matter. Scared, Bao said he understood. Suddenly, they realized something was happening. Corrupted mana began to rise in the area, and Hiroshi suspected it might be a mage. Beth reaches the place where it could be, but realizes the mission isn't over yet. She thinks she should look for their hideout. Suddenly, she hears someone say they sensed a strange energy and decided to take a look. She's startled to see a man emerging from the shed, asking who she was. The vampire begins to wonder how the man could see her. Then, a message appears saying the mission was completed, and she would receive a reward for finishing it. Still, she considers it an unpleasant surprise and wonders if this was the temporary freedom pass, since she didn't know what to use it for, being just 5 minutes. Mark asks if cats can become players in this world. The vampire gets ready for an attack. The man approaches, saying she probably fought someone from his people. He was hiding a blade on his back and says that, otherwise, she wouldn't have received this search mission. Elizabeth asks who he was and how he saw her system window. Mark says she didn't need to know that, as she would lose her life anyway, adding that he had someone powerful watching her back. The vampire is speechless. Then, a mission chain message activates, but she doesn't know what that is. The man pulls a dagger from his back and charges at Beth, who is distracted by the system window. After reading it, she begins to walk, saying she now understands, but doesn't realize she's about to be struck. Suddenly, an explosion happens, and something shoots up into the air. The vampire returns to her normal form, saying this was what the pass was for. Now she has another hidden mission, to subjugate suspicious people for a fragment of source reward. Mark, seeing the woman, says he thought the system was activated later in this world, as there couldn't be people dodging his blade. Beth ignores the assassin and only wonders what a fragment of source is, getting increasingly curious about how everything works. She tells Mark that he offers a good reward. The man begins to feel uncomfortable, realizing he was being treated like a monster. But he remembers what he does and says maybe he is. Beth asks if he's from the Guild of the Empty Fantasy, and that she would like to ask more questions, but she didn't have time. She adds she never said anything about taking his life, so maybe she would just break his leg. Mark, even hearing that, says he could take his own life if he wanted. The vampire is surprised to hear that. The guy adds that she seems strong, but he didn't want to waste energy on someone who wasn't a target. Beth asks if she's hearing right, if he's offering to take her life. The assassin asks if the mission would end if he were brought down, then he would do it. The vampire asks why he attacked her, or what changed his mind. He replies that he thought it would defeat her, but didn't expect her to dodge like that, and that he never works unless his boss considers it a job. Suddenly, a message from the system appears in front of him saying, "You little sly bastard." This boosts his confidence even more after seeing the rest. A personalized mission with the main objective to eliminate the player in front of him, a 5-minute time limit, and a 10 billion won reward. He starts laughing at that. Beth says she doesn't care, and would rather torture him than continue with this pointless conversation. Mark says it's too late, as his boss gave him a job to do. He receives another sword. The vampire doesn't understand that. Then the message appears that all players in the area accepted the mission and the dimensional isolation would begin. She wonders what that is, until suddenly a barrier begins to form, leaving her startled at how long it's taking to close completely. Mark tells her not to worry, as it's just a PvP battle zone, and no one outside will know what's going on here. Elizabeth, seeing his reaction, says he has some serious problems. But after finishing her sentence, her neck is slashed by the assassin. She's impressed by the speed and admits she would have been defeated if she had vaporized a moment later. Mark, however, doesn't claim to have felt anything from the blade. He uses his magic, the plasma bath territory. The man continues attacking, saying she didn't need to. Quickly, Beth also uses her ability, Thirsty Hands, trying to grab her opponent, who is surprised by it. The vampire says she's got him now. Mark acts quickly and manages to cut off one of her hands. He throws his sword into the air and jumps, managing to kick his blade, cutting off her other arm, standing on his other sword, and then going for the attack, saying she wanted to lose her life. Beth uses her magic to defend herself and throw her opponent away. Mark feels the blow and falls onto the Thirsty Hands skill. Realizing he was about to be captured, he says something feels strange about this place, so he tries not to step on it. He also notices that the red hands only exit that place and has time to think if this is a prerequisite for her abilities or something he can't avoid. After noticing all this, he deduces that she might be a vampire, but he heard that such mages are extremely rare. Still, he doesn't give up, stretches his arm and some knives fall into his fingers, still wondering how she knew about the empty fantasy. Now, with many questions, he attacks the hands, thinking he shouldn't have said he would defeat her. Even so, he easily cuts through the hands. Beth, seeing how her opponent could do that with just daggers, wonders how it was possible. Mark drives the blades into the ground, throwing them and charging forward. He manages to grab his sword and states that Beth is not physically strong, but is a unique mage who can easily dodge physical attacks, though he still has doubts about whether her area skill can really cause damage. Then, he touches the plasma and starts making smoke rise. When he lifts it to see better, Beth asks what he's doing. Suddenly, the assassin puts his finger in his mouth. The vampire can't believe he did that and asks what's happening to him, who couldn't stop laughing. Mark now knows that his opponent casts a spell on the ground so she can't step on it, avoiding all close range and ranged attacks through her summoning abilities. But now the question is whether she can dodge things she can't see. The vampire says he has several problems and doesn't know why she has to fight him since she just wanted to vent. Mark says that's nice. 2 monsters, Beth retorts, since she's not a perverted monster like the one in front of her. The swordsman puts on a mask and tells her not to say that. He disappears, leaving an impact after jumping. Elizabeth starts looking for him. Using his sword, Mark advances without stepping on the skill. The vampire claims she can feel her opponent there. To her surprise, when she turns around, he's about to cut her neck. Beth can't dodge and is injured by a quick attack from Mark, who stands on one of his swords, saying that she vaporized while cutting and that it wasn't fair. Beth admits she couldn't see him, even though she was vigilant. She then says she knew he wasn't human, but there was something else. Mark says she seemed to be a monster with incredible powers, as strong as his. The vampire tells him to be careful with what he says, as she didn't deserve to be called a monster by him, activating another of her skills since she couldn't bring him down with simple attacks. She says her opponent could have run and made her run out of time, but since he was determined to bring her down, he didn't think it through. After recovering from the cut, she recognizes she's going to be attacked, so she only has one option. Hershey admits that the vampire is almost invincible against short-range attacks that don't use mana, and that's why he couldn't complete his mission alone. Then he remembers he still has them, and since his opponent seems easy to provoke, that gives a way to defeat her. He should trick the other monster into bringing her down, so he asks how much time she has to complete the mission. At this point, Beth realizes he's changing his strategy, but doesn't mention that there are only 1 minute and 27 seconds left. Mark disappears, saying to catch him if she can, and calls her Lady Monster. Beth gets annoyed and tells him not to call her that. She activates her magic skill of flames and the executioner's hands holding 2 swords, ready for combat. The assassin starts laughing and says it's amazing, and that a monster should be able to do that, then jumps for an overhead attack. The vampire tells him to shut up and activates another magic, the Impaler's territory, summoning several sharp tentacles. But this was Mark's plan, to make her use up what she had. He yells to take her life already. As he was about to give up, Beth doesn't realize that more people have arrived, managing to disarm her skill with 59 seconds left. The masked man is standing on the sword, unharmed. Choi arrived first, and besides disarming the skill, attacks the vampire. But since he couldn't see her, he thinks he managed to bring her down and doesn't realize Beth is about to attack him from above. She grabs the man's head and smashes it into the ground. Seeing that there are 2 more people there, she knows her opponent has company. But, while distracted, she notices Mark has disappeared again to attack her. He appears behind her after managing to cut Beth's throat, thinking he succeeded. But the executioner's hand blocks the second attack with the sword and counterattacks, pushing the masked man away. The vampire admits that the cut was deeper than she expected, and there are 46 seconds left to finish the mission. Suddenly, Kale slams his shield into the ground and charges forward using his sword.
Realizing the quick attack, Beth states her skill is still not ready. Then she thinks about vaporizing and dodging the strike, but doesn't realize she's also being attacked from the side. She freezes when she sees the flaming hands in front of her and ends up having the sword driven through her back. Even though she's stabbed, Beth starts using her mana, surprising Hans. Using thirsty hands, she grabs the mage by the head and slams it into the ground. Kale, even with the sword still lodged in Beth's back, starts choking her. Mark disappears again, saying it's better to hold her tightly. Using his swords, he gets close without touching the ground. When he's near, he warns the tank that if she escapes, he will take him down. But just as he's about to strike, the assassin is shocked by what happens next. The vampire is smiling, with 29 seconds left to finish the mission. Mark swings his sword to decapitate his opponent, but suddenly she disappears and transforms back into a cat, causing the masked man to kill his own partner. Quickly, she returns to her normal form, holding her mana threads, and thanks her opponent for being so predictable, especially being such a bizarre monster. Now there are 19 seconds left to finish. Mark realizes that demonic energy is rising from the ground. Beth activates her puppet skill, servitude strings, managing to grab the assassin still in the air and remove his mask, slamming him into the ground with force. Using the mana threads, the vampire keeps her opponent immobilized on the ground. Mark asks if she's using the skill to hide demonic energy. Beth responds affirmatively, stating he already mentioned that himself. Stepping on him, she says she set a trap and waited for him to get close. Then she asks if he thought she'd be so easily provoked. The assassin, smiling, says he lowered his guard and lost to a weakling, adding that he could have won if he had better teammates. But it's going to be fun hunting her down. Beth wonders what that means. Mark tells her to have a good game and hopes to see her next time. Suddenly, something happens that leaves the vampire even questioning what kind of absurdity this is. It's even hard for her to know. With 7 seconds left, despite being immobilized, Mark takes his own life, allowing Beth to complete the hidden mission too and receive the rewards. The next day, already in the protagonist's apartment, the boss who appeared on the islands is outside. Meanwhile, Shin asks Beth if she has any idea how shocked he was to see her injured, and that he had to insist to the veterinarian that she wasn't hurt. The vampire asks why he was scared if nothing was going to happen. The weaponsmith remembers the scene when he saw her and says there's no way he wouldn't be surprised to see her in that state. Beth says he makes it sound like she really was a cat. The protagonist, hearing this, says that's pretty much why he treated her like that, but he wants to know what happened while he was visiting his mother. She replies that she fought against the Void Fantasy Guild. The protagonist is stunned to hear this and asks if she's sure it was really them. The vampire replies yes, and she could even say they used to take people down, and remembers when the protagonist mentioned not knowing when the Void Fantasy Guild started. Shin confirms that, which is why he explains that's the reason many players left without becoming heroes. Beth says the subordinates were easy to defeat, but one of them was very strong, and it was because of him that she got injured. The protagonist asks where this guy is and if she remembers where this happened. The vampire replies yes, but she wouldn't find anything there. Shin confirms she's right, and they've probably already fled. He says maybe he should give Taehyun a sketch so he can find this guy, but Beth asks what he's talking about since she defeated them. The weaponsmith even considers this but acknowledges that she can't fight in this state. He's surprised when Beth jumps on the balcony railing, saying the quest wasn't so bad. Suddenly, she transforms into a vampire and says that thanks to that, she can now be herself again. Then she starts telling him that she saw the mission had a fragment of origin as a reward, but she didn't know what it was, and at the time kept wondering. The protagonist wanted to know if she had recovered all of her abilities. Beth replies that only a fifth of them, but it was better than nothing. Shin asks about the guy she fought that day. The vampire says that maybe some congratulations are in order. The creator says he's not joking and wants to know what happened. She answers that she tried to keep him alive to ask questions, but he suddenly killed himself,
which shocks the protagonist. He then asks if he exploded or something like that. Beth responds that yes, but asks how he knew. Suddenly, someone starts banging on the door, making a loud noise. Quickly, the vampire transforms into a cat and asks Shin if he's expecting someone. He answers no, but begins to think that someone might have followed Elizabeth when she was coming home. He then opens the door slightly and is surprised to find no one there, until Dadoon appears, saying he found the protagonist, who quickly shuts the door, terrified, as he didn't expect this. Beth asks what it is. The protagonist says it's a monster, and the vampire is confused. It doesn't take long for the creature to start shouting, saying it wants its payment back. Shin doesn't know what to do, while the irritated vampire keeps asking what kind of monster it is and warns that the neighbors are going to hear all that noise. The creator starts thinking about what to do. The neighbor next door opens the door and asks why all the noise, but notices there's no one there and even asks if someone is playing pranks. Shin, agile, quickly grabs Dadoon and pulls him inside his apartment. The creature says to the protagonist to return it, but he wonders what kind of monster would act like this, or if he can even say this is truly a monster. Shin doesn't respond to Dadoon, who starts thinking and asks to be fed. The protagonist, hearing this, thinks it's ridiculous, but still opens a can of cat food for the creature to eat. The creator says he came back that morning and that there's nothing else to offer, mentioning he bought this for a parasite that lived there but didn't want to eat it. Beth says she would never eat that, but continues talking to Dadoon, who wants to ask something after he finishes eating, and says that if he doesn't like it, he could go to a convenience store to buy something else. But quickly, the creature eats and says she can ask anything. The protagonist doesn't understand why it suddenly became polite. He then first asks how Dadoon knew he would find him there. Dadoon says he can always locate what's his. Shin extends his hand and asks if that's what it is, to which the creature answers yes. The weaponsmith, looking at his hand, says that for some reason, he can't use demonic energy on the floating islands and asks if that's why he made it appear. Dadoon starts thinking and says he didn't know. The protagonist begins wondering what he expects to gain from this, but says he hoped to get some answers, but it's just a waste of time. Still, he says he has one question and thinks there's no way to say what monsters can do, since he's outside the gate. So, he wants to know how he escaped from the floating islands and thinks about getting rid of the creature after asking this question. Dadoon says a friend took him out of there and remembers that the boy told him not to faint and sent him there because a player broke the game rule and he had to make the game fair again. Then, he tells the protagonist that the boy said he was the trick. Shin is stunned hearing this and has a vision of fighting a golem. While defeating the creature, he says that maybe he could be smart, but he's just an NPC, and after taking it down he says that wouldn't work. That was just another of the many monsters he had defeated. He states that he needs more players to make the weapon. While walking, he recalls a story told to him about a black bird that would appear at the end of times and grant wishes to those in danger. But now he doesn't remember what he wished for, or what he offered the bird in exchange, only remembering trying to hold on to the demonic energy flowing. But now, as he has a separate dimension, he no longer needs to cling to it, and he doesn't remember what he intended to do with it, but he knows what he has to do: save the people who turned into his toys and destroy this childish system. To do that, he needs to create a weapon that can defeat God. A few days later, Hyein asks Taehyun if Junseo really said that and what all this talk about a past life and the end of the world means, because it's impossible to believe. The Master of Overkill says that he also finds it hard to believe, but if he thinks about it, none of the things they've been going through make sense either, since people awakened their abilities after the rift appeared 20 years ago. And now there's something called a system that refers to the awakened as players, and on top of that, the person controlling the executioner and the priestess appeared and revealed mysterious powers, not to mention the comparisons. The priestess, hearing this, deduces that the protagonist managed to find the culprit. Taehyun says it's not just about what Shin said, as it seems like some evil god is turning the world into some kind of game. Hyein asks where these culprits are, and she's going after them. The swordsman tells her to take it slow, as he just said they had incomparable powers. The priestess then asks what the plan is. Taehyun says that Shin passed by again a few days ago with unbelievable stories, showing a photo of a monster that came to his house out of nowhere. The swordsman recognizes the creature and asks if that wasn't the boss of the floating islands. The protagonist answers yes, and apparently he tracked his demonic energy because he thinks Dadoon is the source of all the demonic energy. Taehyun asks where this monster is and hopes they've already done something about it. Shin says there's nothing to worry about because he already made a deal with it. The guildmaster asks why he's telling him this. The weaponsmith says he was planning to make use of the creature, but the swordsman retorts, saying it's a boss monster that came through a portal. Still, the protagonist says it was for a good reason because he said it was the trick. Taehan is surprised to hear this. Shin says that, based on his experience, poorly rated dungeons are often protected by monsters with powerful demonic energy, and if the creature could identify it, it would be easier to clean up. The swordsman says that means it could attract assassins. The protagonist says yes, but it would bring more people to the dungeons. Now Taehyun doesn't understand why. The creator says he's going to join an affiliated guild of overkill. The master says there's no affiliated guild. These are smaller guilds with low-level awakened individuals who clean dungeons of rank B and below. There are 3 categories of affiliated guilds. They are like subsidiaries of the main guild, which focuses only on cleaning S-rank to B-rank dungeons. The protagonist says that Overkill forms an allied guild around this time in his vision. Shin asks Taehan if he remembers the unconfirmed dungeon he helped the association with last time. He then says that everyone who entered that dungeon was taken down, except for him. Even Iyok was defeated there, which leaves the master paralyzed. The protagonist continues, saying that the Shinhwa Guild was dissolved after losing all its S-rank and A-rank awakened members, so Overkill formed an affiliated guild to gather the dissolved members. Taehan, hearing this, thinks it was probably unconscious, but it seemed he didn't take it seriously, as he had forgotten that Shin knew what would happen in the future. Shin presumes that the swordsman will use the affiliated guild to bring the future heroes into the network, and he's glad he can see this. The master of Overkill asks if he can ask something because he wants to know what happened to him in the vision. The protagonist says that he ends up being taken down about 3 months later. Something overtakes him, and he's found decapitated in broad daylight. Taehyun is paralyzed hearing this, and tells the whole story to Hyein, who asks if it's true. The swordsman replies yes, and the creator said that the culprit was never found in his vision, and it seemed like he was waiting for this question. He also said that the protagonist had given him an item to fight against the attack. He then unsheathes his new blade and says this should save him some money for a while. It's the Flame Edge Sword, an A-rank item, made from cold materials specially designed to withstand the flames contained in the mana of its wielder. When the protagonist handed over the sword, he said he thought a lot about why their weapons broke so easily, and it wasn't due to durability issues. It was that they simply couldn't contain the mana. Unfortunately, he couldn't use the Levitine unless he's around because it can only be summoned through demonic energy. So, he created a single-edged sword, like the ones he used to wield. The protagonist says that he doesn't have much mana, so he couldn't create a higher-level weapon, but this one would be able to withstand 3 times the power. Taehyun says he admires the gift, but wants to know if Shin is going to make weapons for everyone he meets. Shin responds affirmatively, as he is, after all, the weapon creator. The swordsman tells Hyein that this is everything the protagonist wanted her to know, and also asked her to be aware that he might ask for a favor soon. The priestess mentions that he should have brought this up earlier, as it's a favor for someone from the future, since he'll be going on a business trip. Taehyun asks why he would be traveling again. She responds that there aren't many rank S healers around the world. The swordsman, knowing this, says there's nothing more to be done, and that it's better for him to focus on helping the affiliated guild for now, as he's keeping an eye on the awakened Jake. A few days later, the protagonist is with the group alongside the boy, who asks if they're sure this isn't a scam. He is from the Bounce Injector class, rank B. Jake continues saying he thought he'd see something good when he heard that the Overkill affiliated guild was doing tests, but they were just a B-rank assassin and a D-rank support. Ron responds that this is just the beginning and that he's part of the main guild. Pill bumps into the boy and tells him to move instead of standing there, warning him that if he doesn't want to be there, he can just leave. He's a rank C mage from the teleport class. Ron tells the protagonist that he heard he needed a pair of hands, but wants to know if they need to go through dungeons with these two. Shin says there's a problem. The assassin says it's obvious, as it's clear they're about to fight each other. And besides, for some reason the ranger is wearing tank equipment and the mage is carrying a sword. The protagonist says they are wearing the appropriate gear for their skills. While they're talking, a monster is perched on a tree, observing, but Shin notices the creature's presence while talking. Meanwhile, Yaik asks Pill what the problem is after bumping into him. The mage says there's no problem, and that he started crying even before they entered the dungeon and hasn't stopped since. He remembers that Jaik wanted to see the guild's records and speak with the Overkill master, and kept asking if the dungeon was safe. The boy, hearing this, asks if he really thought that. Since a headhunter made a random offer and they know their skills are nothing special, he finds it suspicious, since they didn't say anything about the test. Pill says that when he was an athlete, he had to deal with crybabies like him, then turns around when he senses something approaching. The creature is about to attack, but before it can do anything, it's blocked by a giant shield created by Shin, which holds Ron as the monster tries to run to do something. Suddenly the creature disappears. The The protagonist then says he made that offer and invited them for 3 reasons. The first, they needed money and would probably join the guild while there's money to be made. The rookies are surprised to hear this. Shin says the second reason is that they can work as a team, and the third, he remembers his vision where he spoke with those two, saying they should go through a horde of monsters for the heroes to reach the middle of the destroyed city. Pill wonders if it's because of the place they have to go through, while Jaik says it's suicide. In the vision, they look at each other and start walking, saying that if necessary, they have no choice, as it's what they do best. And that's why he's now trying to convince them to accept, saying that he won't accept no for an answer, since he's already shown what he can do, and they won't be defeated as long as he's around. The creature is behind the rookies, who notice the movement. The protagonist warns them that this will be the test. They must fight the monster, which is a humanoid creature that feeds on humans in dungeons. Its high intelligence and speed make it a tricky opponent. Shin throws his backpack into the air and says there's a condition. He wants them to use those weapons. After the backpack falls, Pill notices there's a baseball bat and a tennis racket. Yaik says this is a joke since they're not weapons. The monster is getting closer. The protagonist then says the test has started. Quickly, Jaik grabs the baseball bat and asks what he should do. Shin says he should first check the item's skill. The boy wonders why, but still begins to check the bat's B-rank skill and learns that it can alter the trajectory of a target hit by the item once. As for the racket, it adds a strong impact when hitting an object with the item. After seeing the abilities, Jaik says there's nothing like a ball, so he wants to know what he should do. The protagonist tells him he should make one since he has the shape transformation ability. The creature approaches while the boy talks. He manages to block the attack with the shield, saying he has no creativity to create anything but uses the bounce injection ability to push the monster back, which, using its claws, manages to stop. The boy asks what he's supposed to do with a bad ability that only creates a ball for a few seconds. Shin says there are no useless abilities, just those that one doesn't know how to use, and that might seem confusing, but the protagonist asks him to trust him because today they would show monsters to them because Jaik earned the ranger class. The boy replies that it's fine since the protagonist insists. The protagonist knows that the ranger, before he appeared with Pill 2 years later, wandered through low-level groups with unsuitable tanking. Unlike the mage, who needed to grow, the ranger was a weapon and a partner who could fully leverage his characteristics. The friend still wasn't confident, and starts staring at the protagonist, asking if it's really possible to win with those weapons. Shin says that weapon skills are the same as awakened abilities, so he just has to trust it. The monster starts screaming madly. The protagonist realizes that more creatures are approaching from behind. Ron says he's an assassin and that he can handle it. These were Naga warriors of threat level C, but if there's a chain of command, the threat level increases. The protagonist asks Ron to take care of those monsters for a moment and asks Pill if he's ready. The mage replies that he is. Shin then tells Jaik to show what he's got. He attacks, using his transformation ability to create a ball. The boy throws the ball into the air, saying that this is what he wanted, and using trajectory correction, he prepares to hit it, asking what's going on. He then strikes the ball with all the strength he has. Meanwhile, Ron charges at the Nagas. The ball is about to hit the humanoid. As it gets closer, the ball transforms back into a shield, striking the monster directly. The boy is surprised that this worked. The protagonist creates another shield and tells Yaik to prepare for the next one. Ron has been holding off the creatures so far, even getting help from the ranger who hits another ball towards the Nagas, which amazingly manages to dodge the surprise attack. The protagonist says that now it's time for Pill to attack. He uses the fishing ability, teleporting a short distance. After that, he also activates the dirty ball skill, causing the ball to curve in the direction of the mage, who is ready to hit. Pill uses another skill, the heavy strike, making the ball even stronger against the Naga, which, even seeing the attack coming, can't avoid it, and is hit directly. The other remaining creature is surprised by the attack, and before it can react, is struck by 2 swords pierced into its back. Yaik is impressed with Shin and the way he took down the monsters, but the protagonist explains that, since monster rankings are based on group hunts, it would have been impossible to win in a simple one-on-one. But with a partner who can perfectly time things and hit the ball back, even at this level, they could handle the situation easily. Shin continues saying it's tricky to use, but with help, one could aim to be a high-ranking hunter. The boy says it would be impossible without that weapon, and that he's never heard of putting abilities into a weapon, so he wants to know how the protagonist did it. Even asking, the weaponsmith says it's confidential information. Pill says that the country's 3 largest guilds kept the know-how. The boy agrees with the mage and says that the weapon, the way of using abilities, and even a partner seem to be accepting some kind of personalized training. The protagonist says it's similar, and that currently, Overkill is the best at understanding the system. Shin tells Ron that the test is over, and that the two rookies can wait in front of the gate. The assassin asks if the weaponsmith is going to fight the boss alone. He replies that he is, since he has some business with the monstrous boss. He then starts walking toward the boss gate. Upon reaching it, he tells Dotem that he can leave now. The creature, which was hidden in his pocket, now appears. It starts flying, and the protagonist asks if this is the place he was talking about. The trickbird replies that yes, and increases its size now that it's alone. Shin says that now it's time for him to fulfill the contract, the one they made so the protagonist could gather the mages. Dotem explains to the creator that the system wanted him to gather his mages from the beginning. The protagonist is confused, since even though this creature is the trickster, it's hard to blindly trust it without knowing its true nature. He then asks what Dotem plans to do with the collected mages. Dotem replies that once he gathers all the mages he's looking for, he will return and then leave, as that is his role. The protagonist thinks about this and starts staring at Dotem. He then asks what he would get in return if he helped. The creature says there is a final reward. Shin looks at the mission's reward again, which said that after the ease, he could explore the new area, Dungeon's reverse side, unlocking the final reward by accumulating mages. Still, he wonders what that final reward could be. He then confirms the mission to know what it is, and a message appears saying that it would be possible to create a weapon capable of defeating a god. Now the protagonist is at the first gate after making the contract with Dotem, who guided him to this place, leaving the others behind, saying that this place was perfect for him. Therefore, he activates the skill Dungeon's Reverse, where a hidden reverse side can be found in some common things. The discovered reverse side contains stronger enemies and rewards, and other elements may appear. Shin doesn't know what to expect, but he feels like he is definitely going in the right direction. Dotem begins to break the barrier with his beak, and after opening a crack, the protagonist says it's time to go, so they walk together toward the reverse side of the dungeon. After passing through the crack, they arrive at a place with a large amount of corrupted mana. The protagonist, seeing the place, deduces that it's a copy of the dungeon. Suddenly, a message appears saying that it's unable to absorb demonic energy since it's contaminated, so he must defeat the master of the present energy to undo the contamination. It doesn't take long before the boss starts moving behind Shin, who can now see why the darkness brought him here, so he prepares himself, holding his item. The Naga is about to attack him, and at the exact moment of the attack, the protagonist uses his item, which transforms into an arrow that lodges in the top of a stone, allowing him to hold on to the rope attached to it, staying in a place out of the attack's range. That boss was the contaminated Naga Raja, with a B difficulty level, but it could control all the Naga groups, and the contamination of demonic energy caused mutations, making the Naga Rajas larger and stronger. It has an additional skill, demonic energy cloaking, which allowed it to camouflage itself in the environment. Back on the ground, Shin prepares for the attack, still holding the cleanse rope dart, a weapon forged with a purified spiritual core and a large number of mana crystals, with versatile use. The item's abilities are aura cleansing, recovery, and transformation. The boss says the protagonist has an interesting weapon. He doesn't pay attention and uses the world grid skill, launching several knives at the Naga, hitting many of them. Still, she uses the skill Mana Decay, making those weapons disappear. The creature tells the protagonist that the amount of mana he has is pathetic. He agrees, saying he knew that wouldn't be enough to take her down, but tells her not to worry because he has other moves. He then creates a demonic weapon, the Frangaranch. The monster is surprised to see that, as it's a weapon made of demonic energy. She knows it's a deadly weapon, so she decides to dodge the attack. But after Shin strikes, he uses the World Grid skill again, managing to cut the Naga's arm, which starts screaming desperately. She calls him a rat, about to receive another attack. Before she finishes saying she would defeat the protagonist, he tries to cut her in half. Even though she's surprised, the boss manages to dodge. Shin continues attacking anyway, forcing the Naga to dematerialize again. After landing the attacks, the weaponsmith realizes that the monster's ability allows her to disappear into the demonic energy, so he deduces that he must trap her before defeating her, and starts focusing. But before he can do anything, the Naga attacks him, spitting venom. The protagonist reacts quickly and blocks with a shield, but upon touching the item, the venom causes an explosion. Shin realizes that it was a cloud of venom, so he covers his nose to avoid poisoning himself. He then uses the dart again to escape the cloud. With the aura of cleansing skill, he purifies all the venom and negative energy below rank B. A message appears saying that the monster's Mana Decay ability causes the poison cloud to drain the protagonist's mana. Quickly, he throws the dart into the air to switch places, but after the item lodges into the stone and Shin begins to climb the rope, the Naga charges at him. Unexpectedly, he's struck in the back, causing the dart to loosen and him to start falling, feeling the blow. On the ground, he tries to use another ability but has insufficient mana. The creature begins laughing and tells the protagonist that now he's out of mana. It then moves to attack, saying that he should stay still so it can eat him. But Shin says she doesn't understand, that he's the predator here. Quickly, the creator uses the recovery skill, fully restoring his mana. After that, he regains control of the sword, attacking the creature from behind and also activating World Grid. The protagonist manages to embed the sword into the monster's head before being attacked, delivering a single lethal blow. Immediately, a message appears saying that he defeated the master of the demonic energy, causing all energy to be cleansed, clearing the other side of the dungeon, increasing the demonic energy absorbed by Shin, and earning 200 energy, accumulating a total of 450. Finally, the protagonist gains new abilities and must now choose between disintegrate or making a combination. Seeing this, he thinks that he can put the new abilities to immediate use, but first, he decides it's better to keep the most important item there, the poisoned fang of the contaminated Nagaraja, a B-level rarity. This fang carries an even deadlier poison due to the contamination of demonic energy. Dotem approaches and says that he knew this, and that it hurts a lot if hit by it. The protagonist says he knew, and plans to turn it into a booster shot using the ability he just gained. The Disintegrate skill makes disintegrated materials be stored in a dedicated space where they can be used to create new weapons. The Combine skill merges materials and items to create new materials and items that can be preserved by using specific combination formulas. In case of failure, items will be lost. The protagonist uses the Disintegrate skill on the rope dart, obtaining 3 mana crystal solution cores and a purified spiritual finger from a giant's foot. Shin says that now he has to combine the Naga Fang with a spiritual core, so he uses the combination skill, succeeding in gaining a purified poisonous fang of the Nagaraja. Now, that fang has an added rarity, with the power of an elemental spirit and divine power, purifying the fang to make it even more potent. Injecting the purified venom gives a significant unique boost to the mana and abilities of the user. The protagonist says that he did this in his past life, but didn't think he would end up doing it again. Then, he drives the fang into his chest, feeling a sharp pain. Falling to the ground, he becomes severely contaminated by the venom flowing through his veins. His entire body feels the effects. Suddenly, a glow begins to emanate from his body, growing stronger, but soon it returns to normal, allowing him to get up and say that now he can say he's ready. The protagonist asserts that, thanks to absorbing the venom, his hand grew nearly twice its size, and his body became lighter, making him much more agile. He grips the sword lodged in the Naga's head and pulls it out with ease, saying that his strength also increased tremendously, and if he considered only strength, he'd be at the same level as a B-rank warrior. He then begins to view the status windows. The item, Purified Naga Fang, grants boosts to strength, agility, and magical power. The special ability, Purified Venom, increases magical power and mana recovery, as well as physical skill, boosting aura acquisition. Now, the character information for Shin shows: Rank C, Weapon Creator, Summon Creation Style, with Special Ability, Second Chance, and Title Counterattack. Seeing this, Shin admits that he still has a long way to go to be satisfied, but he thinks that if he accumulates more items, he could speed up his growth. He watches the lifeless creature on the ground. Something begins to emerge from within his body. The protagonist grabs it with his hand. It's the essence of the Naga, with a difficulty rating of B+. He says that with this, he's obtained all the necessary items from the Nagaraja. Meanwhile, a girl is running non-stop. She's fleeing from something very dangerous. After a while of running, she starts walking and deduces that she's no longer being pursued. She doesn't notice the strike cutting through the trees behind her and ends up having her head decapitated. Mark was the one hunting that girl and had just completed the main mission: eliminate a hero candidate, earning 500 million won as a reward. He says that if a mission had appeared from the start, he wouldn't have gone through this ridiculous kidnapping drama. The assassin asks for the store to open. An exclusive window for Fantasy Union Guild members appears, with a mana potion worth 8 million and crystal communication invocations worth 15 million. Mark asks to immediately upgrade to the advanced store, the menu is reloaded, and soon the window opens, welcoming the player. In this window, there are items like a frenzy potion costing 500 million, and even a rank S gatebreaker costing 100 million won. But to him, those things are ridiculously expensive. Suddenly, a chain mission appears. generated after meeting certain conditions. Seeing the message, he already starts thinking about how much he would pay. He's surprised when he sees that the reward is 1,000,000,000 won. The assassin states that with that, he could buy a rank gatebreaker. This item has a purchasable acquisition difficulty, a crystal that can destroy dungeons of rank B or lower. After being installed in a dungeon, monsters will pass through the portal after a certain amount of time. He's wondering what the target's name is so he can start, but when he's busy, he's closely observed. Beecrox now confirms that it's true that there's a crazy person taking down players, but admits that he's not someone he can handle alone, so he first needs to request backup. But before he does anything, he's grabbed by the neck, leaving him terrified. Mark is already behind him, asking if he should report this somewhere. Before Beecrox can say anything, his neck is sliced with a single blow by the assassin, who now says it's time to make some money. At the Overkill building, Tehan calls the protagonist and says that they have a problem. He replies that it's true. The master says that a guild member who had been monitoring some hero candidates, as requested, was found dead recently, along with the candidate he was monitoring. Shin says that in previous interactions, similar murders and disappearances frequently occurred around this time, and the Hunter Association, concerned about the hostility between the awakened and regular people, tried to hide it until it became impossible. Taehyun says that it's not much different now, as the losses weren't properly reported, and the scene was quickly cleaned up. The protagonist says that the Hunter Association hasn't received any help yet. The swordsman says that the guild needs to solve this problem and asks how Shin knew about it. Shin responds that a major incident happened around this time, and if they protect the target, they will certainly come after them. To be prepared for what's coming, they need to protect this person, but this time, he'll do it alone. Taehyun says he will go as well. The protagonist says no, because he wants him to take care of something else. That night, Yuki was heading home with her dog. Someone was watching her from the rooftops. As she neared her house, the man approached and started laughing. The girl kept walking but tried to go faster until she stopped and asked him to leave, saying he had been following her since she left the company. Now she could say it. The man starts approaching and appears, asking how she knew. Yuki, surprised to see John, replies that it would be strange not to know if someone suspicious was following her, and that it's not a declaration of war or anything. So why does Overkill have business with her? John says that since things have reached this point, he has no choice but to tell her, and admits that he was asked to protect her. The girl asks who asked, but before he can answer, her dog starts barking incessantly upon seeing Mark approaching, about to attack Yuki. John reacts quickly and manages to block the attack with his shield, but still ends up getting injured. He tries to counterattack but is unsuccessful. The assassin says it's a pity because he could have done everything at once, but lately, he feels that small things are interfering. John asks Yuki if she can escape, and she replies that no, because at that speed, she would be caught. Still, he prepares and asks her to wait a moment, as he would finish this quickly. He then activates the stone skin skill and charges forward. He attempts a direct attack, breaking the wall. As he gets closer, Mark uses his first form, a sword, to start the fight. Yuki watches everything through the hole in the wall. With a single blow, the assassin defeats John, then positions himself behind the girl, delivering another strike to finish her off. But it is stopped by a shield created by the protagonist, who also creates a sword, disarming Mark and forcing him to retreat. The assassin starts asking where these strange guys are coming from. Shin says that he doesn't need to know, as he's going to be defeated today. Mark, seeing the large number of weapons coming toward him, says he's never seen a weapon summoner before, but if he maintains his focus, he'll be able to avoid it, even though it's a sufficiently threatening attack. While dodging, the assassin thinks that his opponent and the vampire weren't players since they were at a very high level, and seeing the calmness with which Shin attacked, he wonders what the hell he is. The protagonist says that it was as expected, knowing that Mark was fast, which surprises the assassin. He then asks if Shin is with Taehan. Shin replies that if Mark wants to know, he should figure it out himself and starts laughing, saying that he lost to a cat. Mark activates his mask and agrees, saying it makes sense since the protagonist and the swordsman were together. Shin prepares to block the attack and creates a shield, recalling what Beth had mentioned about the guy she fought during her mission. The assassin rushes toward the protagonist's back and says he's slow, but to his surprise, Shin says it was as expected and snaps his fingers. The grenades that were on the ground near the opponent are activated, causing a huge explosion. Mark screams, saying his eyes are burning. The protagonist wastes no time and uses his ability to combine skills, consuming materials from his storage to create items. Even without being able to see, the assassin notices something approaching. Using his sword, he manages to deflect the weapon creator's attack and counters, saying that one of his kind is already enough. The protagonist begins to laugh and says he's not alone. Yuki, who was behind him, starts her animal communication ability, infusing mana into a suitable target to strengthen it. Her dog is now extremely strong and very fast, catching Mark by surprise and attacking directly at his chest. Shin takes advantage of the opening and also attacks, throwing his dagger into the assassin's shoulder, who reacts by striking the dog. Now his vision returns, and he declares that it's time to end the fight, but then receives the message that he's been poisoned by Naga Raja venom contained in the dagger. And before he could do anything, the protagonist, using a longsword, was already close to striking him. Even startled, Mark manages to dodge. Quickly, Shin begins to create weapons around him. He creates several spears pointed in all directions. The assassin, seeing this, is amazed, as it's an attack covering even the blind spots. When the attack is launched, it causes massive damage to the buildings around them. The protagonist, seeing that his opponent dodged, is surprised that, even in poor physical condition, Mark is still able to fight. Mark is about to deliver an overhead attack, activating his skills, making his sword absorb his mana, saying he wants to see Shin hold on to that. This is the double-edged herbivore sword. The assassin delivers the attack to Yuki, surprising everyone. Shin quickly runs toward the girl. That attack approaches, destroying everything in its path. The protagonist reaches the girl first and quickly creates several shields. Yuki, seeing that, is impressed, as she's never seen anything like it. After stopping the attack, the protagonist admits that he used almost all of his mana just to block a single attack. But now it's the time when the poison would have completely spread, and now he just needed to use his last remaining method correctly. Mark, looking at the protagonist, wonders what his identity is, as he's acting as though he knows everything that's going to happen. It's as if he's strategizing for someone who's only been a player for a few months. He then goes for another attack. The protagonist thinks it's impossible since he was waiting for the effect of the poison, but at the exact moment, he uses his final attack, the design skill, and binds the weapon of a desired target to control it at will. Using the assassin's own sword, Shin cuts his arm. After being injured, Mark recognizes that his opponent is hiding his final strike, but he collapses to his knees in front of him. The protagonist says that he couldn't use mana because of the poison. Yuki approaches, thanking him for the help, but says the situation is chaotic. He replies that he'll give a detailed explanation later, as he now has other matters to attend to. A butterfly approaches the assassin, and he notices, deducing that it could be the guy. The protagonist asks the girl to contact Kim first, as he will call an ambulance to take Mark, but after the butterfly lands, something surprising happens, leaving them stunned. Several flowers begin to bloom, covering the assassin and teleporting him to another place, fully restored. Hana tells the boy that he was in bad shape, but Mark tells her to shut up, saying he doesn't need her help. The vampire tells Mark not to be too upset about losing, as it doesn't change much by trying to maintain pride, and anyway, he couldn't do anything immediately after reappearing. The assassin asks what she's doing here. Hana asks if it's not obvious that she just wanted to help, but Mark says that her being here probably means someone summoned her. The vampire replies that yes, and among the Fantasy Union Guild members, there was someone who completed the summoning mission, unlike him, who could only appear by starting the game. It's about the level of an intermediate boss. The boy agrees but asks what good that does. The vampire says that either way, he's still running around doing strange things instead of focusing on the game, so she wants to know if she should help him a little. She then extends her hand, showing a B-class gatebreaker, but the assassin wants to know her hidden motive. Hana says that while he's playing around, that person has been through a lot, so he should at least do the basics. Mark asks if she's trying to use him as a messenger boy. She asks if he has another choice, since there's only one respawn left. The boy takes the gate and says he'd better be careful since this world is somehow different. The vampire says she will be careful. At the Naseong Central Hospital, Yi-hyuk runs desperately upon hearing the news. He's surprised to see that Yuki is fine. The protagonist is with the girl and is also surprised to see him. The magnate asks what the protagonist is doing there. The assistant says that the weapon creator and Overkill saved her. Yi-hyuk, hearing that, says there's no need to exaggerate. Shin starts walking and says that he explained the important details to Yuki and that the guildmaster could get more details from Taihon. Seeing that reaction, the magnate asks the protagonist to stop. He says that one of his guild members was attacked and barely survived, and now he's going to leave without an explanation. The protagonist says that even if he explained, they wouldn't believe him. Yi-hyuk says that he will be the judge of that. Then he asks how Shin knew exactly that Yuki would be attacked. The girl's dog jumps onto the magnate's back, and he gets irritated, saying he's in the middle of a conversation, but she tells the leader not to frown because it makes him look like a criminal, and explains that Overkill has been independently investigating the recent losses and disappearances. and that Shin had said he should know about it from the guild leader Hyunmoo. The magnate says that, yes. The protagonist adds that they didn't know exactly who they were, but there's a chance that they are targeting Yuki again. Yi-yuk doesn't like hearing this. The weaponsmith asks him to keep an eye on his assistant to prevent anything from happening, and warns that because of this incident, he requested her abilities when needed. The magnate asks who made that promise. The girl says it was her, as she received help, so she must do this. The protagonist turns and says he's done what he needed to do, so he's leaving now. Yi-hyuk asks him to wait. Shin asks what he wants now. The guild leader says that he knew he saw him as a bandit who only trusts in strength and despises others, but he has to say, thank you for saving his guild member's life. The protagonist wasn't expecting that reaction, and shakes his hand. After leaving the hospital, Beth is summoned. She asks why she was called. Shin shows her a photo and asks if she recognizes that person. Upon seeing it, she asks where that came from. The protagonist asks if she knows that technique. The vampire replies that it's a plasma technique, and as far as she knows, only one mage uses the red flower, Isabel, a vampire who learned magic from the same master she did. Shin asks if these people might be players from another world like her. Beth replies that she doesn't know, but it's not impossible. The protagonist now knows that their opponents are at the same level as Elizabeth before she was sealed, so he admits that it would be difficult in his current state, since his mana capacity is too low to face them, and says that if he hadn't increased his stats, he wouldn't have been able to resist the attack. But solving this problem is the priority. Although it's still unknown, new types of dungeons are appearing all over the country. Besides the gates, hidden dungeons where those who pass the test can obtain special relics. Shin goes to a place where there's a dimensional crack. He knows that originally, only hero candidates could enter, but now that he has a master key, he can use it. Datum comes out of the protagonist's pocket, saying that it's here and can wake up now. Shin asks the bird if it can open it. It replies that yes and starts flying toward the crack, opening it even wider. A mission window appears, requiring the protagonist to complete the first test by defeating the Guardian and obtaining the relic. After the creator passes to the other side, a message appears. Player intrusion detected. The Guardian is awakening. The protagonist hears that this is not his place as a profane intruder, and since he hasn't yet earned any qualifications, he should pay the price with his life. This was the Black Tiger of the Cursed Forest, with a danger level of Unique Entity B. Quickly, the protagonist creates a sword to duel, saying he doesn't have time to waste with a mere gatekeeper. The tiger is about to launch its attack. The protagonist throws the sword at it, managing to slice it in half. However, the Black Tiger splits into slightly smaller entities when it takes a certain amount of damage. There is only one original, but the clones are indistinguishable from the real one, possessing physical strength. The standard strategy is to identify the original through subtle differences in the patterns and attack it. The protagonist creates several swords to counterattack, saying he didn't need to do that. He easily defeats the monster, even though it keeps splitting into more entities. Finally, there is a smaller one on his back. Shin realizes he is about to be attacked. The tiger prepares to bite him, but the protagonist doesn't react. The monster manages to bite his arm as it's at a size that no longer poses a danger. He tries to shake his arm to make it release, but since it doesn't work, he creates a sword and cuts the monster in half. The tiger, which had already split into several, surrenders and shows a portal to the protagonist, saying that if he goes through that path, he can move to the next stage. A message appears saying that the secondary mission, Dimensional Rift, Relic Acquisition, is now moving to the next test field. The protagonist knows that after passing through the dungeons, the rift will be complete, and the second mission starts with the goal of performing the second test to defeat the Guardian and obtain the relic. But the protagonist freezes after encountering someone who stares at him. Suddenly, she starts concentrating mana and uses the World Grid ability against the protagonist, creating several swords. This was Shin's doppelganger. The danger level varies depending on the abilities of the target being cloned. The protagonist also uses the same abilities and says it's the same as what he saw in his vision. The doppelganger starts attacking, just like Shin. A huge explosion occurs when their attacks collide. The protagonist notices that his opponent has both the abilities and physical capabilities identical to his, so long-range combat is just wear and tear. Still, he has a plan, and prepares to create a new weapon. His doppelganger charges for the attack and is shocked by what Shin created. He knew there were things that couldn't be copied, so he uses the passive ability of his sword, which makes the will imbued in the blade consume the body of the wielder while wielding the weapon. The proficiency of the weapon increases to the maximum. The protagonist manages to cut his opponent with just one strike. Even though the doppelganger is cut in half, it begins to regenerate, but the protagonist knows that the next step is to use the Naga Raja dagger. It doesn't take long for the doppelganger to be revived, and due to the effect of the trait, all of the doppelganger's stats have increased by 150%. Now, he's able to create a longsword and charges for another attack. The protagonist tries to position himself to block. He manages to stop the attack, but the doppelganger keeps advancing. Shin realizes that the physical specifications have improved, but that's all. The doppelganger tries to strike the weapon creator in every way, but lacks abilities, becoming just a sword swinging uncontrollably, making it easy to defend against his attacks. It doesn't take long for the doppelganger to start having trouble in the combat. Then, he retreats, as the protagonist is now counterattacking. The doppelganger even tries to maintain the longsword, but his body starts to tremble. The protagonist notices this and asks why he's staggering and if something's wrong. The doppelganger even tries to use World Grid to buy some time, but it wasn't very effective, as Shin hardly had to exert any effort to block. The protagonist thinks that the poison has finally been fully delivered, preventing him from using abilities. He then says that he placed a special dagger on his body when they fused earlier. After explaining what he did, he uses the Skill Grid World skill, successfully drawing the doppelganger in forcefully, embedding the sword into his chest, and splitting him in half. The mission is completed, receiving the worn bronze mirror artisan as a reward for the dimensional rift. The destroyed doppelganger won the battle against itself and acquired a skill enhancement scroll. The items appeared in front of Shin. He used the skill enhancement scroll, having to select the skill to upgrade. He lifted the item to create a new one. This caused the skill's rating to increase, allowing him to add an attribute. The protagonist chose electricity. After completing the selection, his sword now had electrical abilities, but he sheathed it and noticed Dotem was returning. After the creature sat on his shoulder, it asked what that vial was. The protagonist said it was for item creation. Those were the remains of the doppel. He then stored it, saying it was very important. Dotem, seeing the medallion, remarked that it seemed like a useless artifact. Shin agreed with him, stating that, in his view, the item hadn't even shown properly and had been sold to collectors because of that. But its true value would be revealed once he gathered the remaining 2 artifacts. After leaving, the protagonist defeated other guardians, with the 1,000-year-old fox acquiring the item Song. Soon after, he also defeated the goblin guardian, obtaining its hair as an item. Now, Shin had gathered all the useful materials, and the next item he needed to combine with the 2 others was now in his hands. He placed it with the others, as it was the key one. The items began reacting to each other. A bright light emerged with the fusion, forming the item Angel's Band. This item gave the player who acquired it a chance to become a hero with the Ruler of the Heavens skill. By calling the name of a target with an equal or lower level, the player could copy their skill, which would last for 1 hour. If the copied target was defeated, the skill would disappear. The protagonist held the item, the work created from the correct combination guiding him to a new stage. He now learned about the Kaon's Hero Advantage. After seeing this message, the protagonist admitted that it had been a while since he'd heard that name. Dotem asked what a hero was. Shin explained that, among the chosen players, candidates for heroes, only those who completed the final mission just before the apocalypse, entered the rift, and faced God, all failing, were considered heroes. But that wouldn't happen this time. The protagonist also had the item, the Gluttony of the Betrayed, which allowed the user to drain mana. Using these 2 items, the protagonist made a combination, acquiring the Greed of the Ruler with the Just Claim ability, usable once per day. By touching a target with an awakening rating equal to or lower than his, he could copy their ability and absorb their mana. The protagonist said that, with this item, the mana problem was solved. After equipping the item, he gained the chance to become a hero. Following that, Shin obtained the qualification to proceed with the main mission. He accepted to move forward, and remembered that Cheon's son, the Lord of the Apocalypse, Demon, Life, Shadow, and Wind Hero, in his view, had only been discovered before the apocalypse arrived, but no longer. He would find all those discovered, and even those hidden after accepting the mission, moving into the hidden dimension. The hero's path, with the main goal, was to pass Cheon's judgment and be reborn as a hero who defends his name. The reward, the item, Cheon's son's bow, and a benefit. The place was filled with immense energy. After the teleportation ended, Sobi, seeing the protagonist, said it had been a while since they had received a visit, and asked what he wanted there. She was one of God's descendants who had descended from heaven, possessing a strong sense of ownership and a desire to collect. The protagonist knelt and said he was there to take the test and become Cheon's hero. The entity approached and said he was arrogant for daring to say he would become a hero with only sea-level abilities, and clearly saw that he wouldn't pass the test she prepared. She warned that it would be better to give himself a chance to save his life, as he didn't want to lose it. But the protagonist said that if he valued his life, he wouldn't be there, as to become strong through shortcuts, guarantees were needed. Sobi began to laugh and said that he didn't know his place and continued acting recklessly. If he thought he would get anything just with his miserable life, he was wrong. Shin said another preparation was complete and asked her to just watch, as he would prove it. Sobi, one of the 6 heroes of the Vision, was a deity specialized in granting abilities that either removed powers or compensated for weaknesses. If one knew the method, entering the deities that required several opportunities and secrets, the difficulty of the encounter wasn't high, and there were no classification restrictions to becoming a hero. The protagonist thinks that the difficulty of the hero test could be greatly reduced with a specific item, and now this deity is more suitable for the moment. Sobi says she liked Shin's courage and was curious to see if he was just a young fool or if he truly possessed the qualities of a hero. She then explains her test, which is to defeat the Calamity Beast Hunden and its followers. The entity asks him to show his abilities as a hero candidate. The protagonist says he understands. Still in that temple, there were creatures called Nati, with an individual threat level of B, a giant yokai beast type with immense size and strength. The creatures were surprised. Seeing that Shin was trying to pass by them alone, he responded that he was indeed doing so, and that they should just move so they could lose their lives. The Nati began to talk among themselves, saying that he was strange and arrogant, so they went on the attack. Quickly, the protagonist used his crafting ability, combining goblin hair, a giant's toe, and melted magic stone. With this combination, the weapon crafter made a shield, easily blocking the attack. It was the Ogre Mask Shield, a form containing the soul of the goblin that could be released to drive away or devour all evil, interrupting the progression of certain powerful and unique curses. The Guardian of the Ogre had a chance to induce fear in yokai-type monsters and automatically attack them. The yokai's attributes were reduced by 50%, and they were consumed by fear, yet the creatures continued to attack. But before they got close, the shield began to instill fear in them. Minions began to approach, saying there were intruders, and that the doorman had been attacked. They destroyed the gate to advance. The minions headed toward the protagonist, who used his World Grid ability to attack them, creating several daggers, managing to stop them. But there was still the mage-type monster behind the attacking group. The protagonist was pleased to see that he had found it faster than he expected. He then quickly approached and grabbed its head, activating the item ability Legal Claim, draining mana. With that, he claimed that, even though he didn't have much mana, this item was quite useful, as there were still more creatures to fight. They began advancing toward Shin, who used his large-scale production ability, imbuing attributes. All the weapons began to be struck by electricity, which was being transmitted through the arrows created above. The protagonist activated the Link ability, causing the number and control method of the weapons to depend on the amount of mana and how it was used. A large electric discharge was launched against the group. Even while attacking, the protagonist continued to drain the mage's mana, using the new abilities he had acquired. A creature appeared behind the protagonist, saying that it had been quite a spectacle and that he seemed very experienced in combat, stating that it had been a while since it had such a pleasant hunt. This was the Calamity Beast, a powerful yokai with a mixed beast and human form. Shin wasn't intimidated and said that he was about to hunt someone anyway. The creature said that this wasn't a hunt, but a fight, then used the curse, Owner of Yanmei. The curse, Echo of Yanmei, resonated after the dog raised its vessel. A warning was given that the boss gimmick had been activated. If Yanmei wasn't interrupted within 60 seconds, its soul would become part of Yanmei. The protagonist noticed that this was the boss's trick. Quickly, he activated his new shield to counter that trick. The ogre's guardian reacted to Yanmei and began attacking. The ogre shield's effect was able to cancel the echo of Yanmei. The ogre guardian's effect reduced the yokai's attributes and curse effects by 50%. The dog was surprised, seeing that, and asked the protagonist if he had also brought a countermeasure for Yanmei. With those peculiar abilities, it recognized that he was incredible. The effect of the Guardian's attribute reduction on boss monsters was weakened and applied by 25%. Even so, the monster told the protagonist that he was within its reach and attacked, causing the weapon crafter to retreat. But the protagonist quickly counterattacked, landing a strike after activating the item ability Combat Experience. After the impact against the other weapon, he was dragged away. He noticed that the sword was still vibrating from that movement. The dog told Shin that he had just twisted the trajectory of the blade to do that, which showed his impressive sword skills. Then it said, "Show me more." The protagonist easily blocked the attack and thought that, even with the debuff, The strength difference was significant, and he was still taking damage, even though he let some attacks pass. The dog continued attacking, forcing the weapon crafter to defend himself. He used the Soul Curse ability, causing the souls of his minions to leave their bodies and attack the protagonist, who used his electrically charged arrows to defend himself. The creature noticed that Shin was using the throw he had invoked earlier, seeming to know what he was about to do.
The protagonist moved to the attack, activating the Attribute Imbuing ability, increasing his attack power by 20%, and Attribute Penetration was allocated to his weapon. He managed to injure the creature and claimed he had hit it dead center after driving his sword into its chest. The dog held the blade, laughing, and asked what he was going to do now. The protagonist released the sword, saying that he was going to end it. Then he grabbed its arm and activated the Legal Claim ability, copying Yanmei's ability. Using it right after, he made the echo of the curse resonate. The dog, removing the sword, told Shin that he was becoming an annoyance. But now, if Yanmei wasn't interrupted within 60 seconds, his soul would be gradually drained and become part of the curse. The dog managed to pull out the sword and started fighting against its own ability. But the protagonist activated World Grid, recreating his sword, managing to cut off both of the creature's arms, enraging it, and asking if Shin thought that stealing control of Yanmei would change anything. Now transformed into another creature, it attacked, saying it needed to defeat the protagonist and destroy Yanmei within the time limit. Shin asked if it was serious, and activated the Ogre Shield to defend himself. Even so, he started dodging to the side, knowing he needed to rest for about 50 seconds, and now all he had to do was hold on with his remaining means. Then he began counterattacking, managing to push his opponent back, who used its Black Gravity spell, creating an extremely powerful field. The protagonist didn't waste time and activated the item ability Ghostly Guardian, forcing the creature to retreat. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Shin was pushed back, and when the smoke cleared, he was being attacked by the Tiger Attack spell. Quickly, the protagonist reacted using the Ghostly Shield spell, reducing the power of the spell by 25%. When they collided, it caused a great impact, but the dog didn't stop and advanced again. With his creation ability, the protagonist made a chain, managing to attack from above, delivering an electric discharge. Additionally, he managed to wrap the chain around the creature, activating the electricity attribute imbuing again. Even with the advantage, managing to knock the dog down, he still needed 35 more seconds. After recovering, the monster was enraged, and using its claws, it managed to break the chains. This worried Shin. Soon, the dog used the Destructive Wave spell, launching a strong lightning strike at Shin, who dodged to the side. The attack's power was enormous, but the protagonist realized that it had no control over its strength and was starting to become desperate. Then, he used the shield again, as he still needed 15 more seconds. The dog attacked again, saying it would take him down, then let out a maddening scream and activated the self-sacrifice skill, losing a paw. It did this to use the Black Spike curse, but the protagonist quickly realized this and already had a plan. He let himself be hit by the attack, suffering the effect of the curse, which sealed all mana-consuming abilities for an hour. The dog didn't waste time and advanced, saying it was over. Now close to the protagonist, who was on his knees, thinking he still had 10 seconds left, the dog opened its mouth to bite him at once. Quickly, Shin snapped his fingers, activating the family summon. Beth appeared, using her ravenous hands, managing to stop the creature, saying it wouldn't happen if she could help it, and asking who said the dog could defeat her master. The monster began attacking the hands, not believing it, but the vampire attacked more intensely, managing to hold the dog in place. The dog, activating its ability, said that even if this meant its defeat, it would still bring Shin down, then used the Destructive Wave spell. After hearing this, the protagonist said that it was wrong, as from the beginning, it was the dog who should have been defeated. The time was about to run out, and Yanmei was close to possessing the dog's body, and before it could do anything, the time ended, and the soul fire began to absorb the sacrifice. The creature screamed, saying it didn't think it would lose to mere prey. The protagonist watched everything, and when the first item from his opponent fell to the ground, he picked it up, acquiring the cursed doll. The item's performance is adjusted according to the player. Shin says that he couldn't afford this item last time because it was destroyed, but this is an unexpected harvest, increasing the effects of curse, spell, and necromancy abilities by 200%. The protagonist tells Beth that it worked out very well, and she responds that she hadn't really done much. The weapon crafter starts walking toward the deity to receive the hero privilege. Upon seeing him, the woman admits she thought it was just youthful bravado, but it seems she was wrong, and it was an impressive performance for someone who is only level C. It was as if he knew all the cards.
On his knees, the protagonist says he only used the knowledge he had. Sobi says such knowledge cannot be obtained anywhere, or he's deceiving her. The protagonist says he wouldn't do that. She then asks if he had something he didn't know about, and the protagonist asks what she means. With her finger near his forehead, she uses her magic to find out. She sees a spirit that astonishes her. After seeing that, she says she now understands that she misjudged him from the beginning, as he was chosen by a revelation greater than hers, and his choice must just be a small step. She then asks him to rise, as he has proven himself worthy of being a hero, and as the deity who governs heroes, she declares him the hero of 1,000 hands. A strong light emerges, descending from the sky to the earth, focusing entirely on Shin. The message appears that he has completed the Hero's Path mission, and due to the effect of the advantage, all of the player's stats have increased beyond their limits, acquiring the advantage, Hero of 1,000 hands. Sobi snaps her fingers and says that now is the time for him to receive the reward corresponding to his qualifications. 2 items appear in front of the protagonist. The Bow of 1,000 hands, which converts all bow attacks into a bleeding attribute and adds a range equal to 150% of the damage dealt. He admits that this will be very useful in the future. But Shin approaches the other item and says that this was the true reward, the Sky Leech Flower Seed, which can gradually absorb its owner's magical power to bloom, and this process can be accelerated by absorbing items infused with mana. The protagonist thinks he should keep the seed safe until it blooms. After handing over the rewards, Sobi opens a portal and says it will take him to a special place. Shin thanks her and says that in fact, he needed to return quickly. She asks if someone is waiting for him, and the protagonist says not exactly, but they won't need his help. Yet things out there must be chaotic by now. A rift had just opened near a street in the city, and a being from another world appeared. People were wondering if it was an angel or a monster. Suddenly, a system window opened for everyone. The being says that it is there to send invitations, and the people, frightened, were surprised by its voice, but when they saw its face, they fell into despair. The creature says that only those who are qualified can respond to the invitation, and those who are not will be discarded immediately, activating its ability, Night of the Departed. Desperate, people started running, some falling to the ground due to the chaos. A girl who was left behind, seeing the creature approaching, began begging for it to do nothing. Suddenly, a sword with flames appeared, attempting to cut the monster. Taehyun, with his flame ability, arrived just in time to save the girl. He tells her to leave quickly, and remembers Shin's words, when he said that a monster would appear from below when the rift started glowing. The swordsman moves to attack, and just as he's about to strike, the creature uses its bone spear ability, and spears begin rising from the ground near its target. At that moment, the monster activates Explosive Bone, hitting Taehyun and knocking him back, admitting that it would be hard to break through his barrier with medium-level production. The otherworldly being starts attacking, using Bone Shard, launching several sharp bones at him. In response, the opponent activates the explosion ability to counter with a fiery attack, and immediately tries another approach, but is stopped by a barrier. Even so, the creature says it would be different this time, activating Maximum Explosion Exit. The power of his blade was greater and increased more with each strike. The barrier began to crack until it broke, unable to withstand the explosion of the blade. After the attack, the monster was on the ground. Taehyun says it was stronger than he expected, and was at least rank A, but admits that without the weapon Shin had given him, it could have been easier, and he thinks there might be more of them, so he should evacuate the citizens first. Suddenly, the creature activates the Return of the Deceased ability, bringing it back to life. Upon seeing the swordsman with his back turned, it prepares to attack, but before it can do anything, it is struck by an arrow from behind. Taehyun hears the sound and quickly looks back. Shin says that Apocalypse Angels have the ability to return to life unless they are completely burned or hit with a divine attack. The Guildmaster is surprised to see him. The protagonist continues saying that he did a good job, and thanks to him, the hunt started without any casualties. An item appears in front of him for being a hero and defeating a monster. It is the Black Key. A system window appears for Taehyun. It's a main quest, the world's calamity, Night of the Deceased. An infinite number of deceased will travel to the real world, and the hero player must be ready, and depending on the player's roles and classifications, they will receive tasks. Over time, it will become more difficult and must be completed in 7 days. Taehyun is shocked to see this message about the global calamity, while the protagonist says that this is a mission shared by all players when the hero player appears, and as long as they prepare well, it won't be hard, thinking to himself. That night, at Mark's hideout, he wonders what is happening in the world as he receives the quest, Empty Fantasy, Calamity World. The hero player has appeared, triggering the first main scenario. Prevent the progression of this scenario, and stop the hero player if you can. For the hero, he would receive the opportunity to obtain the final reward. The assassin claims it doesn't make sense, since it hasn't even been half a year since the system was activated, yet the hero player already appeared. Seeing the protagonist's picture, he thinks that this is bastard support and that he has surpassed him as a mere C-rank player, but admits that Shin knew about Empty Fantasy and had already obtained the hero benefit, as if he had been moving after knowing everything in advance. He then thinks that if it's like this, Shin must know what is necessary to easily defeat the world calamity, so he decides to buy the dimensional fissure generator from the store. After the purchase, holding the dagger, he says that if the protagonist knows where he needs to go, he will wait for him. The fissure generator is a blade that can create a dimensional fissure and allow entry into a portal, but only one person can enter. At the Temple of the Fanatics, a boy shouts that he offers his life to protect the sacred relics. The protagonist is fighting several minions, using World Grid. He shoots his swords at the group, easily hitting them, defeating them. Soon, an item in the center of the temple catches Shin's attention. He approaches and picks up the object, saying that the interior was basically organized, but to finish cultivating all the resources, he wouldn't manage to do it in time alone. It is the vampire's goblet, which can be used to produce special items through various combinations. The protagonist states that in order to get the item for Elizabeth in time, he needs someone to help. Suddenly, a side mission window appears. Temple of the Fanatics of Proton. If you eliminate the hidden boss, you will obtain a better reward, Vampire Essence. He then activates the Summon Familiar skill, calling Elizabeth, who, upon arrival, asks what happened. Shin says it's a job with a pickaxe and those mana stones with divine power inside them, so he asks the vampire to explode them. Beth gets annoyed and asks if she was summoned to do pickaxe work for him. The protagonist says they need to get as much as possible to complete the Night of the Deceased mission, and explains that when time passes, the hidden boss will escape. They need to quickly make his item. The vampire wonders why it's his item. Shin creates a pickaxe and says that they don't have much time, but will explain the details later. Beth doesn't believe it. Still, she starts breaking the crystals with her ravenous hands, saying that she won't forget this shame. Meanwhile, the protagonist looks for something on the wall, as according to his memories, the hidden door should be there. It doesn't take long for him to find the button that triggers the door. After entering, he says that in his life, the monster group was appearing from somewhere there, but he is surprised by what he sees. There is a group of people knocked down right at the tunnel entrance. As he approaches, he realizes they were just recently defeated. Walking toward the door, he wonders who could have arrived before him until he hears that he's late and that they've been waiting for a long time. Immediately, the protagonist recognizes the voice. Upon entering the next room and seeing Mark, he asks how he got there. The assassin responds that, seeing how he disappears somewhere immediately after obtaining the hero benefit, it seemed like he was faithfully following the strategy of the judgment, and adds that he also thought Shin wouldn't miss the hidden dungeon boss. Mark was holding the ancient vampire essence and continues saying that he's just warning in advance that he won't fall for the same method twice. He then points his sword at the protagonist, saying that he's not the only one who knows how to analyze his opponent. Mark charges forward, saying that Shin won't have time to think of any tricks. Quickly, the assassin unsheathes his sword and strikes. After passing by his opponent, he says that if he doesn't give him time to respond, he could easily win. However, he notices an item created beside him, with the protagonist's voice saying how he thought someone like him could think of winning this duel. The item tears, and the protagonist steps out, saying to Mark that if that's all he can do, he won't win. The assassin, seeing Shin now, deduces that his stats increased after obtaining the hero benefit. Even close to taking a blow, Mark starts laughing, saying that there's still nothing special in close combat, and quickly dodges the attack, moving behind the protagonist, saying that he couldn't keep up with his speed. The weapon crafter says there's no need, and activates his skill Formation, creating several spears to counterattack, forcing his opponent to defend. Even so, while dodging, Mark says that he won't fall for those cheap tricks again, but quickly the protagonist advances with another attack, saying he wants to see if that's the case. He then strikes again with his longsword, but his opponent blocks it. Even though he couldn't land the blow, Shin claims that it was enough. The assassin counterattacks, delivering multiple strikes, but while fighting, he admits something strange is happening, as even though the protagonist received the hero benefit, he shouldn't have gotten strong enough to keep up with him. He realizes he's about to be attacked from behind, and despite the surprise, he manages to dodge the arrow fired from the god's bow. Mark says that after the protagonist's item was summoned, Attacking by surprise made him lose time to counterattack, and now there's no more room for him to do so. Seeing a shield in front of him, the assassin begins to say that something is wrong, as his calculations weren't correct. The protagonist counterattacks with the shield to push forward at his opponent. While the assassin is on the ground recovering from the attack, he recognizes that the swordsmanship Shin uses is similar to what he knows, but before he could do anything, he realizes he's about to be attacked again. He blocks, but thinks about what might happen now, as he noticed Shin wasn't controlling the sword, but without realizing it, the protagonist was behind him. He manages to place his hand on the assassin's head, using the do rights ability to copy his opponent's skill. The protagonist copies the flying swallow sword skill, which takes the swordsman to an extreme speed. He admits it was as he expected. Mark quickly turns, trying to counterattack, telling Shin to take his hands off him, but before he can strike, he is hit by the poisoned dagger with Naga Raja venom, which significantly reduces his physical abilities. Quickly, the protagonist counterattacks, asking where he got those skills. The assassin locks his sword and asks what Shin is asking about. He answers that he wants to know about the secret book containing that skill, which hasn't been released yet. Mark strikes again and backs off, saying that if he wants to know, he'll have to defeat him to ask. The boy quickly opens the shop window and buys an explosion potion, spending all the funds he can. Even after buying this item, the assassin says that he didn't want to go so far as to have to use that. The potion explosively increases the user's stats for an hour, growing stronger the lower their classification and stats are, but the stronger they get, the more sanity they lose. After drinking the potion, the protagonist is surprised to see how his opponent is now. He's walking, admitting that he never thought he'd have to use so much for a bastard like him. Now, all the assassin's stats are increased by 200%. He prepares to use the basic technique, the third sword form, and warns the protagonist that he will cut him into pieces. Then, he charges forward, activating the annihilating and crazy ghost storm. Shin charges toward his opponent, saying that after all that talk about defeating him, he wants to know if this is really all of Mark's power. The protagonist, activating the exclusive Fragranche ability, the battle proficiency, increases the weapon user's proficiency, tells Mark that if he can't even use half of his abilities correctly, increasing his stats is useless. Still walking toward the fight, he says that it may seem like a random attack from a storm, but there are fixed rules and a sword path within it. He also activates the flying swallow ability, maximizing the swordsman's proficiency. Seconds before the final combat, he thinks that, since he knows the ways of the sword, he can respond accordingly. And this storm is actually easy to destroy. Mark is close, using everything he has. Still, the protagonist manages to attack him, landing several blows, leaving his opponent wondering how that happened. A large explosion occurs with the force of the attacks, and the assassin is knocked down, severely wounded after the battle. The protagonist begins to approach, telling him to give up, as there is no one there to help him this time. Mark is crawling, trying to do something. He raises a dagger, saying that he couldn't go out like this. With a simple strike, Shin cuts off his hand and realizes that it was the dimensional divider blade, deducing that Mark might have been trying to run. So, he asks the assassin if he has more lives. Mark responds that he thought the protagonist knew everything. The weapon crafter places the sword at his neck and says that if he wants to live, he should answer his questions. Mark says there is no choice for those whose souls have been taken as collateral. The protagonist is surprised to hear this. The assassin continues, saying that considering the way Shin is speaking, he doesn't know the exact details about them. He then starts explaining that they were bastards who chose to become monsters to survive, and all of them betrayed the players in their worlds, bringing destruction to this one. Soon, everyone will see these bastards as well. While the protagonist is preparing, his group isn't playing around, and soon, everyone will know. After saying this, Mark explodes in front of the protagonist, who returns to where he left Beth. Upon seeing her, he freezes and then asks if she had mined all of that. She is furious, saying that making an old vampire like her do that kind of work while he comfortably hunted made her feel humiliated by this terrible act. Hearing this, the protagonist activates his item crafting ability and, using the vampire's goblet with ancient vampire essence, creates a new item and hands it to Beth, who asks what it is. Shin says that it would help her increase her stats differently from the restoration fragment, and that he did it because he values her help in the future. He also warns her that she could obtain the Saint Stone from other sanctuaries, but that it's something that can only be obtained in that dungeon. Elizabeth thanks the protagonist for doing this for her, taking the essence and feeling its effect immediately. Her body starts to grow stronger, and wings sprout from her back. The protagonist asks what she's feeling. Beth says that it's definitely effective and must be similar to the restoration fragment. A message appears that a player with their power sealed has been detected, and the vampire's plasma stone was unassigned. The vampire asks if she can have more of that. The protagonist answers no, as items that increase someone's abilities are unique, but she doesn't need to worry, as there will be much to do in the future. Beth asks if this means she has to work more. Shin turns his back and says that, anyway, they're done there. The vampire doesn't like any of this. The weapon crafter picks up the dimensional divider blade and says that this is an unexpected achievement, and now it's time to head to the world's calamity dungeons. In a rift in the sky over the city, monsters are trying to come out, and they're expanding the hole more and more to get through. The protagonist, along with Beth, steps through the portal. He says he needs to join Taihan, as he promised to provide materials for the guild, but after finishing his sentence, he's shocked by what he sees. Giant skeletons have come through the rift, causing massive destruction. The protagonist begins to wonder if the calamity has already been triggered. A system window appears in front of him. It's the main quest, Calamity, the giant vomiting poison, Stage 1. The calamity was activated due to an unknown event, with a giant emerging from the rift, beginning to corrode the surrounding area while exhaling poison. Players were supposed to form a group to clear the area in 72 hours. Shin realizes that the calamity began as soon as he entered the dungeons, and upon seeing the news, they realize that it's happening in several places. There were posts from around the world about the calamities appearing globally, such as in France, the Tree of Life had grown; in China, the Palace of the Eternal Winter; in England, the Pinnacle of the Dark Mage. The protagonist, seeing this, states that these are the same locations and content of the calamities, and the events that should have happened 2 years later have already started, leaving him even more confused. Mundojin appears and calls out to the protagonist, who asks how he recognized him. He replies that the guild leader had mentioned him and was waiting to take him. The protagonist asks where Taehyun is, and the boy answers that he left with the members of the Myth Guild about 3 hours ago while waiting for his return. And before leaving, he said that people were in danger, so he tried to stop the giant somehow. Hearing this, Shin takes out his phone, leaving Mundojin surprised. Then he asks what he's waiting for. The protagonist says they can't defeat this giant, and even if they could, it wouldn't be the end. The guild leader's phone signal is unavailable. The weapon crafter asserts that he needs to stop it somehow. He then remembers the twin rings he had received. Quickly, he starts looking for it, saying that if Taehyun was still wearing the ring, he would contact him. The protagonist finds his ring, which disappears after a single teleportation. In another part of the city, Yihyuk asks the swordsman if they're about to start. He tells him to wait, and using the ring, he manages to talk to Shin and asks what's happening. The weapon crafter tells him to come back immediately, because they can't defeat the giant at their current level. Taehyun says that if they leave the giant, the smoke it exhales will spread even more. The protagonist insists that there's nothing they can do, as this giant is just a ship releasing smoke. The main body is somewhere else. The swordsman is surprised by this news, and Yihyuk becomes curious about what's happening. Taehyun says they have to return. The magnate is confused. He asks what Shin is trying to do, as he insisted on going to help, and now he wants them to go back. After all of this, the Master of Overkill says that this wasn't his decision, and Shin's opinion impresses him. Taehyun asks the protagonist what they need to do, and Shin replies that they should head to the nearest station while he goes to Overkill, and then joins him afterward, using the twin rings. But he wants to know if the item he requested earlier is in the building. The Master replies that it is, and will be waiting at the nearest station. The protagonist tells Mundojin to go to the guild building. They both start running quickly to arrive soon. Shin asks the boy if he's there alone with all this chaos, and he replies that yes, as he was the only one who could move discreetly. Suddenly, the protagonist tells them to stop, and notices how many people have been taken down. Mundojin says that's why he had to go alone, as after the giant and the mass appeared, a group of awakened hunters started hunting other hunters, and people say they suck them dry like vampires. Beth, seeing those bite marks, deduces it's Isabel. She looks at the protagonist and confirms that it was indeed the bite of a vampire. After confirmation, Shin says they might be here, so it's better to hurry. Suddenly, someone starts launching long-distance magic attacks directly at Mundojin, who is caught off guard. But quickly, the protagonist creates a shield, protecting the boy. He starts shouting for him to be careful of his back, as there's a vampire about to strike him, saying that since he managed to block the attack, it was very good. Then, he strikes again, but the protagonist creates a shield, which cracks with a single blow. The vampire, seeing that his target is unprotected, prepares to strike again, but before he can, he receives an attack that pierces his chest. Beth starts using her abilities and manages to defeat Ren, throwing him away, saying how a humble vampire like him dares to attack her master. Suddenly, another vampire appears behind Elizabeth, and she quickly uses her wither ability, dodging the attack. There's another member of the group on top of the building, watching the entire fight. She's furious, saying that they can't do anything right. Mundojin tells the protagonist that it's that group of vampires causing the chaos, but seeing Beth, he doesn't understand why they're fighting against her. Shin says she's his familiar. This surprises the boy, but the weapon crafter says he'll explain later and asks him to deal with the mage on the building while he takes care of everything else, then heads to attack, using his sword. The protagonist starts attacking the vampire fighting against Beth, who manages to block the attack with her sword. Shin realizes there's something strange in this fight, as this guy fights like a novice. But his strength and agility are at least on par with Aiko, who's on top of the building, preparing to attack again with her magic. But before she can strike, a dagger alters the trajectory of her staff. She quickly grips it tightly, and seeing that Mundojin is there, tries to strike him with the attack. However, after casting the magic, she realizes there is no one else at the location, and begins to wonder where he went so quickly, not noticing the assassin behind her.
Meanwhile, the protagonist manages to stop Amit and tells Beth that these guys have great physical abilities in proportion to their combat skills. The familiar responds that it's because of their vampire ability, which allows them to absorb status through plasma. Suddenly, Mundojin approaches, running, saying that the group is attracting criminals and using them to attack people, as when he saw the mage, he recognized her from the internet. Those three had escaped from prison after being arrested for murder. The protagonist, knowing this, deduces that they are turning awakened people with ambiguous abilities into vampires and freeing them. It doesn't take long for Mundojin to receive a call. He realizes it's from Hisu, and when he answers, she says to come quickly, as something terrible has happened. Strange awakened people suddenly appeared and were attacking the guild. But after saying this, two people find the assistant, saying that there's still one rat hiding. Looking at the boy, they say they expected more from the top 3 guilds in the country, as they seemed like a bunch of rats. They warn Hisu not to speak ill of them, as they eat rats. After a while, in the Overkill building, Mundojin arrives with Shin and Beth and is stunned by what they see. There are several lifeless bodies. The protagonist says he's seeing signs that their plasma has been drained, but he doesn't see Hisu. The boy says that when the guild leader took the guild members outside, he went upstairs, saying he had something to get. Shin then says it's better for them to split up and search for the assistant. He tells Beth to search the path leading to the first floor, and if she encounters any enemies, she should not fight but instead return. She says she understands. The protagonist tells Mundojin to search as he arrived in the world, while he searches the top floor, where the guild leader's office is. Quickly, Shin begins to ascend the building, and upon reaching the leader's room, hears someone saying that he's there. Hyun, an A-rank vampire, the fallen guardian, tells his partner that this might be the person the girl called. The vampire Hye, the fallen priestess, says that this guy isn't very strong. The protagonist notices that the bag the priestess is using is Hisu's. He then prepares for combat, asking about the assistant. Hye asks if he's talking about the owner of the bag, while Hyun says that if he's curious, he should find out for himself. Then, he moves to attack. Shin positions himself with his sword, and as he nears them, the vampire changes his position and tries to kick the protagonist, who blocks it by creating a shield and quickly counterattacks with the god's bow, shooting an arrow into the vampire's chest, pushing him away. Upon seeing the wound, the vampire says that he would have been defeated by that sacred attribute if it weren't for his armor. His partner tells him to be careful. Hyun notices that several arrows are fired at him again. He goes crazy and creates a shield that absorbs 80% of the damage directed at him, while saying that the protagonist is better than those rats from before. The arrows are nearly hitting him. The protagonist uses the World Grid ability, making his attack target from various directions. Hye, seeing this, activates her black shield, protecting her partner from the attack, who thanks her for the help. Shin quickly advances to attack. Hyun asks how he dares do that, and blocks the weapon crafter's attack using his shield, even managing to disarm him while asking if that was all the protagonist had. His arm is surprisingly cut off. Shin, using the longsword, gains the advantage and prepares to deliver the final blow, activating the ability to grant electricity and combat proficiency, delivering the final strike, which is blocked by Hye, who steps in front of her partner using the skill Divine Aura. She asks if the protagonist thought she was just support from behind, then kicks him, pushing him away, gaining time for Hyun's arm to regenerate. The vampire, now recovered, says that this is more exciting than any other fight he's had. The protagonist, seeing this, wonders if body regeneration is another advantage of becoming a vampire,
and deduces that he needs a strong holy attribute to break through the regeneration barrier. However, in this case, he already has a plan and begins to use his create ability. Suddenly, both vampires charge into the attack, but as they get close, the protagonist begins his creation, managing to stop the attacks of his opponents, who are surprised to see the giant goblin shield. Still using the create skill with 100 kilograms of Philosopher's Stone and 300 of melted magic stone, he teleports behind the vampires. Surprising them, he quickly begins attacking with regular arrows. He says that such weapons won't work against them, especially with the shield reinforcement they've activated. The protagonist, who already had a plan, asks if that's really the case. After the arrows embed in the shield, Hyun says it's nothing and doesn't notice the divine bow on his back, about to fire an arrow. When it shoots, it hits him squarely in the back. The protagonist had created large holy arrows, increasing the holy attack power and magic penetration by 150%. Hye is startled by this, and even tries to use the black shield to defend against the arrow, but forgets about the protagonist, who charges at her, managing to cut her leg. After she falls to the ground, Shin says that since it wasn't a holy attack, she would regenerate quickly, so he places the sword at her neck and tells her she will answer his questions. Suddenly, Mundojin appears, carrying Hisu along with Beth. The protagonist is surprised to see him, as he didn't expect to find the assistant. The boy says that Hisu was a few floors below and was just tied up. Shin says they need to keep her alive, and that those vampires were after Overkill's items and materials, and it seems they traded them with Isabel to become vampires. Beth is shocked to hear this, and asks how he knew all of this. The protagonist starts thinking and says that they probably wouldn't want to know the method, but anyway, he would take the items when the assistant recovers. Then Taehyun starts communicating with him, asking if he can hear him. Immediately, the protagonist says yes, and the swordsman says that vampires are appearing everywhere, and that he needs to go to the meeting point right now. Shin tries to use the item ability, but the effect of the rings is blocked and cannot be used. This leaves the weapon crafter confused. Taehyun is in the middle of combat against several vampires and uses his rampage skill to attack them. Yihyuk is with him, asking where all these vampires are coming from. The swordsman says he doesn't know, but they're intent on attacking them. Suddenly, Isabel appears, asking if they were wondering who was behind all of this. Seeing her, the swordsman asks who she is. The vampire says that she expected a little more from an S rank, but they are very weak, and that's concerning. Yihyuk, furious, asks if she's the leader of those guys. Taehyun asks him to wait, but the magnate doesn't listen and activates his gauntlets, saying that these things usually end when you defeat the leader, then charges at her. Isabel asks if he thinks he'll defeat her with just his abilities. Before Yihyuk can strike, he suffers an attack, leaving the swordsman perplexed. The magnate is easily defeated, but the abilities that use flowers, that's plasma magic, spider lily, allow the vampire to control the dealer. She places her hand on his shoulder and says that before attacking someone, you must first understand their abilities, and that's why this happened. Since he had no abilities or plans, she brought a group of vampires who were awakened to S rank, but there's one person above everyone in that underdeveloped world. After hearing this, Taehyun thinks that maybe the vampire is talking about Shin. Isabel tells her that now it's his turn, and that she will use him for a while, and then turn him into a vampire subordinate. The swordsman starts laughing, saying that doesn't sound like a very good plan. Surprised, she asks what he means by that, and suddenly, Yihyuk uses his skill, Abyssal Strike, breaking free from the vampire's control, and manages to strike her. He says not to underestimate humans, and that he wasn't thinking they didn't have a plan, but to his surprise, Isabel says it's unexpected that he resisted that magic. She activates Butterfly Feast, managing to dodge the attack, transforming into several butterflies flying all around. Suddenly, they begin to merge, transforming into an energy sphere. They begin to wonder what that was until a system window appears, stating that they are under the influence of the ability, their vision and breathing are restricted, and the power of attack skills is reduced by 30%. Yihyuk starts attacking the energy field, asking what they are going to do with the smoke. After delivering the attack, he manages to disperse the energy, and they see a type of cocoon. Taehyun says that attacks without enthusiasm won't work, so they should gather the injured and the guild members inside the smoke and escape as quickly as possible. The magnate asks how they're going to escape if there's no way out. The swordsman says he'll figure out a way to open the path and activates his skill, Rampage Maximum Exit, delivering a strong fire attack, clearing the exit. He tells Yihyuk to go recover, even though a message pops up saying the durability of the sword has been severely damaged. The magnate asks what Taehyun is going to do. He replies that he has a way, but if they stay there, they'll get involved in it. Suddenly, Isabel appears again, asking who's going to let them go. The swordsman attacks again, telling his partner to run. He starts running as fast as he can. The vampire, with a fire barrier in front of her, says it's cute but doesn't change anything. She easily stops the attack, saying she wants to see what he's prepared. Taehyun activates the Descend of the Tyrant God of Wildfire skill. This is the highest skill he acquired, which boosts his stats by 150 beyond the limit. The swordsman says it's the first time he's using a ranked skill, and along with the new skill, he also activates the Flame of the Celestial Fire. Isabel, seeing that, says that he has a hidden card and that this is concerning. The Berserker's flames engulf the area. Meanwhile, in the Overkill building, Mundojin asks if they shouldn't save the guild leader. The protagonist says the ring is deactivated, so even if they go, it'll be too late, and they should trust and wait a little longer. The boy asks if, in case Isabel attacks, Shin says they don't need to worry, as they made a substantial investment in Taehyun. He then realizes he's receiving a call from him. When he answers, he asks if everything is okay. The swordsman replies that yes, and that there are no serious injuries. He explains that he couldn't get in touch properly because of a sudden attack by a group of vampires. The protagonist asks if he confirmed that she is the leader. Taehyun answers yes, and that she's a vampire wearing a suit. Shin affirms that, as expected, it was Isabel. The guildmaster, looking at what's left of the sword, says that thanks to the new items, they managed to stop them with minimal damage, and especially the S-rank skill book was a great help, and it was his first time using the effect. Something incredible. The protagonist says that's because S-rank abilities are effective for S-rank awakened ones. The weapon crafter warns that at the moment, he won't be able to use his ability. Taehyun agrees and says it would be difficult to cooperate with the dungeon strategy they originally promised. The protagonist says he understands, since they don't know when they'll be attacked again. So he asks to return to the base, and that he will tell him what to do next. The swordsman asks if there's a lot to do. The weapon crafter answers yes, and since the group started activities, he couldn't avoid the damage alone. Sihu shows the item to the protagonist, and says that this is the item the leader promised, and explains that it was obtained accidentally years ago, and he thought it was nothing, but the vampires were after it. Shin says that this is an item to prepare when a disaster happens. It's the sleeping jewel of the dwarf. Suddenly, a hidden quest message appears. Awaken the sleeping jewel of the dwarf, which reveals its true value when the world faces a crisis, in addition to defeating the field boss in the affected calamity area. When the awakening is complete, the recipe to create the weapon to defeat the giant will be acquired. The protagonist tells the assistant he will make good use of the item, until Mundojin calls him and says the fog has thickened in the meantime. Shin says it seems like it's about to start for real. Another system window appears, saying that the mission details have been updated. The main quest, Calamity, the poison-vomiting giant, Stage 1. As the giant's poison strengthens, monsters begin appearing all over the world. Seriously, contribution points can be earned by defeating monsters, and the points can be exchanged for rewards. After reading that, Mundojin says it's like they're telling each other to fight and monopolize the rewards. The protagonist agrees and says that if even the monsters are starting to run wild, it will be difficult to protect the place. He then uses his creation skill, utilizing 5 kilograms of Saint's Stone and 10 kilograms of melted magic stone, and hands the item to the boy, saying it helps expel the poison and that he will make more of them. He then warns that Taehyun will be back soon, but they need a base where the guild members, and even he, can trust. Mundojin says he knows what he means. After passing on the instructions, Shin starts walking with Elizabeth, saying he's going on a mission. He heads to where the field boss, the messenger of the departed, appears. The objective of the quest, Awaken the Dwarf's Sleeping Jewel, is updated. The protagonist, seeing that place, is surprised, but Beth says that it's the right place and explains that the messenger of the departed is a field monster that blows a trumpet every 3 hours, spreading a requiem that hypnotizes everyone nearby, and no matter how it is defeated, it resurrects in a different location. As Shin opens the door to the place, he now understands that the monster just repeats the same pattern of gathering souls, and that's all. Beth says that many people believe this to be the case and warns that something is strange. Quickly, the protagonist also notices and is shocked when he sees that woman.
The girl starts coughing, but Shin quickly tells her to be quiet. Frightened, she asks how he got there. The protagonist says he should be the one asking that. The archer explains that with all the talk about calamity, the mist suddenly spread, and she was helping other hunters evacuate people to a safe place. But suddenly, awakened people with pale skin ambushed them, and when she came to, she was there. The protagonist asks if they deliberately brought her to that place and if they said anything else. Gia says they mentioned something about a ritual, and that's why she could still hear a faint sound coming from there, using sensory amplification. Shin tells them to head toward the sound, knowing they already understand the conditions for the field boss to appear. The archer says she understands. In the corridors of that place, corrupted mana could be felt. Rituals were being performed using humans. That was a ritual of negation ability. The vampire says he was nearly done with the mission that would allow him to survive the apocalypse. The main quest, the opportunity for ascension, summons the Bishop of the Dead with the end of the world. A new opportunity had come to him. Someone who introduced themselves as an outsider gave him the gift of becoming a child of the flames. He had to defeat the Herald of the Dead and acquire the Herald's horn, along with 666 human sacrifices to summon the bishop. In the middle of the ritual, Bao notices someone entering. One of his servants is attacked. Seeing this, he can't believe there's an intruder at such a crucial moment after all this time. But before he can act, he's also attacked, an arrow piercing his chest and leaving him gravely wounded, since it was a weapon with holy attributes. The protagonist, seeing that they had already defeated the Herald and were proceeding with the ritual, says he had to act. The vampire asks how he knew about the place. Shin says it was a mission where he just had to defeat the Herald, but since he did, he had to find the respawned target again. He then fires another arrow, but Juhia jumps in and blocks the arrow, asking if the protagonist was alone and saying he should have chosen his battles more carefully. About to be attacked from behind, the protagonist says he knew. Jia, positioned elsewhere, attacks the vampires before they reach the weapon crafter. He then says he had companions too. He quickly activates the grid world and prepares for battle. The girl also starts attacking, telling him not to get cocky just because he took down a few. A strong shock occurs when their swords clash. The vampire activates the lightning aura skill and admits Shin is skilled with aura abilities. She tries to surprise him with a move to his back. Once again, Juhia activates lightning skill and strikes at the protagonist's back. She thinks she hit him, only to realize a shield protected him. Quickly, the protagonist turns to counterattack. But before landing the blow, the vampire activates electric bait, dodges, and ties an electric rope to the sword holding the protagonist. The vampire tells her subordinates to attack. They quickly rush Shin's back, but Jia was ready, saying it wouldn't work. She hits 3 arrows into the vampire's chest. Then, Beth appears using the Piercer's domain, defeating the nearby subordinates. Juhi is surprised to see that ability, but before she can react, she's also hit and defeated by Elizabeth. Jia approaches them and says all the other guys outside were dealt with by snipers. Shin thanks them for their work, but now it was time to get the people out. Suddenly, a message appears saying the ritual conductor sacrifices his body to speed up the process, completing the ritual. A hidden boss appears, and the mission objective is to awaken the dwarf's dormant gem. Bao starts laughing, saying he won, but those were his last words before dropping dead. A powerful energy begins pouring out of the magic circle, and the protagonist doesn't like what he's seeing. He tells Beth to grab Jia and get out of there fast, but before they can move, the bishop tells them to stay quiet. He then starts to appear, saying he smells fresh souls, a hidden boss monster that can only be found in a world plagued by disasters. He absorbs souls from the surrounding area, turning it into a land of twisted dead. The vampire activates soul absorption and begins attacking them. He says he'll feast after so long. The protagonist realizes that to stop the sacrifice, they have to stop him, but he's grabbed before he can act. He quickly uses the ring since he still had that method. Then he manages to escape and goes on the offensive. The bishop says he would absorb his soul a little later, after eating that first. The protagonist says he couldn't absorb anyone's soul. A message appears that a rare material registered in the previous round was discovered, activating the second chance perk. The rare material found could be turned into a weapon. Shin uses materials to craft weapons. The vampire is surprised to see this. A strong glow begins to appear after creating the weapon. The protagonist says it's time for the old man to become the sacrifice of his quest. The item Soul Echo was created, rank S, a sword made from the combination of human souls. It can inflict soul attribute damage, which is effective against specific monsters, dealing 250% damage, and when a monster is defeated, the souls are returned to their original owners. Haydn says those souls should have been sacrifices for an important task, and asked how the protagonist dares to make toys out of them. The boss failed to absorb souls. The boss monster's stats are reduced by 30%. Most of the boss monster's abilities are restricted. The vampire calls Shin a foolish brat and says he'll personally play with his mud and won't even be able to fall into hell. The protagonist says that, as a creator, those words hurt to hear. Due to the effect of a skilled craftsman, the properties of the material are reflected in the weapon, along with its properties. A dedicated ability was granted to the weapon. The property of the item Soul Echo, the properties of the materials used in the weapon, are transferred to the finished weapon. The soul, being the material, can be freely split and absorbed into various objects. The item's ability, Soul Release, can be used with weapons and objects containing souls. Shin says to come at him that he'll show what he can do with it. Haydn tells the protagonist not to be arrogant. then attacks. The protagonist prepares and activates the weapon's ability, infusing all the souls into the weapon, increasing the soul release power by 150%. Thus, he manages to cut the boss's attack. Even so, the vampire says it's a very interesting ability for a toy, then charges again, but Shin manages to dodge, surprising the vampire with a surprise attack. The boss manages to block using his arm and says it doesn't matter how many times he attacks, it won't work. The protagonist shifts position again and says it's not a toy. The souls in the item were infused into Fragarak. The item deals soul attribute damage. And with the item's ability, combat proficiency, he manages to cut off the vampire's head. A message appears that the boss monster's body is damaged but will soon revive. Now, the protagonist must find another way to completely defeat the monster. Shin realizes it won't be that easy to finish, and that no matter how much he uses the soul sword, if he strikes the weakness, it will keep reviving. And the longer the fight drags on, the worse it is for him, since he uses mana to defeat it only once. He'll need to push it and make it reveal its weakness. The vampire comes back to life and says that's why he said the sword was just a toy. And if he swings a sword 1,000, 10,000 times and can't defeat his opponent, then it's not a sword but just a stick. Haydn says the protagonist can keep swinging his sword forever if he wants, since that's all he can do, but after that he'll turn him into his toy. Then he uses the ability to resurrect the corpses. The resurrected undead lose their original form and revive in a distorted state. Shin says he's ready for the duel. The souls were behind the protagonist, who is surprised to see them suddenly appear, attacking by surprise. Even so, he manages to block. The boss also starts attacking, saying he'll crush them together. Quickly, the creator activates the grid world, but when attacking, he can't hit the souls with his sword. The protagonist is perplexed seeing this. The vampire, about to strike him, says it's too late, but to his surprise, a stone alters his movement, giving Shin time to grab his sword and attack, delivering multiple strikes, cutting the boss into pieces. Even after that, the monster revives, saying that won't have any effect. The protagonist can't believe it. But Haydn is attacking again, saying he'll take the protagonist's soul, who dodges the blow, activating the skill grid. Moving weapons with souls to the specified coordinates, they merge with rocks and go toward the boss, activating soul release. The protagonist manages to hit him again. The bishop was seriously wounded and asked Shin if he placed the souls in the rocks and scattered them in the air as a weapon. The creator responds yes, because that was enough for someone like him. The vampire says that Shin was the first person he had seen use souls in that way, and because of that, he wouldn't be an easy opponent to defeat in battle. So, he would have to use another method. Then, he begins to open his own chest with his hands and says Shin had no idea what was inside. He activates the skill Underworld Anchor, trying to open a dimension to the underworld and fix it into reality. Once the skill is cast, the land within a 3-kilometer radius would be permanently transformed. The vampire laughs, saying the protagonist couldn't break the barrier with that insignificant toy, and asks what he planned to do. The protagonist says he had planned this from the start and begins to retrieve the scattered souls to create a new weapon. The boss is surprised. Shin says there's no need to save materials or mana and uses his skill to create weapons from materials. He manages to create the sacred soul bow. Now he must use a large amount of holy stone, increasing holy attribute damage by 50%. All souls are infused, increasing soul attribute damage by 250%. And due to the skilled artisan effect, the material's properties are reflected in the weapon. The weapon is imbued with the lightning attribute, increasing damage by 20% and granting piercing power. Shin tells the vampire to go ahead and try blocking the attack. Then he fires the arrow, causing a massive explosion as it hits the barrier. The arrow gets lodged in the barrier, failing to reach the vampire, who laughs and says the end is near. But before finishing his sentence, he is caught off guard. The protagonist activates the item's skill, Soul Release, infusing all the souls into the weapon and boosting the soul release power by 150%. That is enough to finish off the boss. Shin says that at that point, the vampire couldn't even recognize his own trick item. Then, a message appears stating he defeated the field boss, earning 2,000 contribution points for the main quest, Awaken the Dwarf's Sleeping Jewel. The hostile force's mission progress in the soul area drops by 20% due to the field boss's defeat. The protagonist isn't sure if this message refers to the Phantom Guild since he had never seen that notification before. He states that he needs to check on the others first. Juhia begins to regain consciousness. Shin approaches her, now wanting to know about the Phantom Guild. A message appears for the vampire girl that the field boss was defeated, and the corruption around where it appeared is starting to fade. She absorbs the field boss's skills and wonders who could have defeated him. The girl activates the weapon-devouring sword demon as she realizes she's about to be attacked from behind. She grabs the boy's hand and manages to devour his weapon. Then, Aoki cuts him in half, saying they would meet again someday. The protagonist asks the girl if they absorbed the monsters. Juhi replies she was just hired as compensation to become a vampire, so she didn't know the details but had heard they were going to hunt hunters. Shin, knowing about hunters, states that Lesto also did similar things before the calamity and that it was clearly related to the Phantom Guild. The protagonist asks what she plans to do. The girl says she had nothing left to do, as her contract was only to summon the field boss. But since the mission failed, she'd have to survive on her own. Still, she thinks that once she gets out of there, she'll return with her companions and take the weapon creator's head first. He laughs and says she would return to Isabel, whether she wanted to or not. Scared, the vampire asks what he means since she failed the mission and the boss had also been defeated. Shin says she was the only survivor, and since she confirmed the truth, she wouldn't be killed and would return with more allies to get him. Juhia asks how the protagonist knew that. He replies that it honestly doesn't matter since he really wasn't going to let a human trafficker who kidnapped over 600 people go free. So, he activates the rental rate, shocking the girl. The protagonist says it was an unfair contract and in return, he'd save her life, and she just had to meet his demands. The vampire girl starts saying it's hot and asks to be released. Even so, Shin continues using his ability and tells her not to disclose any information about his abilities and no matter what weapon he uses or makes, to say she saw nothing. Besides responding immediately when he contacts her, since he wanted to hear information about the Phantom Guild, and also find out where the guy who absorbed the boss monster was, he leaves a mark on the vampire's forehead and tells her to use honorifics when speaking to him. He warns that the penalty for breaking any of the rules is death and that now she has mortgaged her life to Isabel and to him. The contract between players was registered, the contract terms were subject to mutual agreement, and penalties for breach were applied unconditionally under system control. The protagonist asks Juhia to tell him everything about the demon of the sword. After a brief conversation, the vampire begins to leave, and Shin deduces that the mission objectives had also changed. The mission window appears. Hidden's Calamity, awaken the dwarf's sleeping jewel. You accidentally obtained a small, unidentified gem by defeating the boss that appeared in the Calamity. The gem's value has started to reveal itself gradually, and once fully awakened, the player will acquire the blueprint for crafting a weapon to defeat giants. The protagonist notes that, since there was no separate notification, it seemed the mission goals remained the same and gaining a spy to plant in the Phantom Guild was an unexpected harvest, but now it was time to check the true reward. The boss's core, floating above the body, triggers a system message. A player with a special system applied has been detected. The reward will be adjusted. Suddenly, Yue appears and lands on the protagonist's shoulder, saying she could sense it and they had to open it quickly. Shin realizes the message refers to the mages. He obtains the item Twisted Mage Crystal, a consumable item that can be obtained by defeating the hidden boss monster, Bishop of the Twisted. Upon use, he can acquire 1,000 mages and choose either a skill or an item blueprint related to the bishop's abilities. The protagonist says that this is no small amount and could fulfill the accumulated value all at once. He activates the passive skill Mage Absorption. A message appears stating that 1,000 magical energy has been accumulated, now totaling 1,450. The accumulated magical energy strengthens existing skills. The number of times he can use the skills Disintegration and Combination increases to a maximum of 10 times per day, and he acquires a new skill, Inheritance. Shin says this is good news, as the skill Decomposition was strengthened, but he doesn't yet know what the other skill does. The Inheritance skill allows the user to infuse the magical equipment's ability into a weapon of their choice, consuming 10 magical energy. The amount of accumulated magical energy is 1,160. Unlike summoning magic, it consumes energy each time the skill is cast, with a duration of 1 hour. The protagonist realizes that with this, he can easily handle the next boss, the Sword Ghost. Next is the final reward, the skill Summon Twisted. Dead. You can only have one corpse at a time, and it has its own abilities that can be continuously developed. There's also the item Soul Anchor, which allows you to bind an enemy's soul to a desired location. Even high-ranking souls can be bound, and the strength and duration depend on the amount of mana used. The protagonist recognizes that binding the soul could be used in a much more useful way, and if he could give it a weapon, it would be worth it considering the twisted deads. But structurally, that wasn't yet possible. The team would help maintain the target's bind, but if his guess is right, it would be much more useful than its original purpose. This is the right path. As a monster hunt reward, the item Soul Anchor Staff was selected. The protagonist states that the rewards are done and now it's time to go to the next monster. That afternoon, a lady who had been there as a sacrifice thanks him before leaving. Gia tells the protagonist that when the souls returned, everyone who was sacrificed woke up, including her. and it was all thanks to Shin. But he replies no, since in a way he also received help from others. And either way, he would proceed with the next mission. The archer says she'll help too, but the weapon maker says she had something else to do. Gia asks what it is. The protagonist explains that those who were captured by them were awakened, but they were no different from ordinary people, much less hunters. And as time passes and the fog gets denser, various problems will arise, so she should take the people to the Overkill Guild before movement becomes difficult. After saying what the girl should do, Shin says he was already leaving. Walking through the city in chaos, Mundajin tells his partner that the area seemed safe. He replies that there had been sightings of a black ghost in that area since morning, so they shouldn't let their guard down. The boy says that it's a boss monster that only targets hunters and the awakened, and in such a situation, a system notification would appear. He had also been watching him for a while, but before he could finish speaking, a system window appears. Seeing it, Mundajin wonders what was happening. A warning about a field monster, sword demon weapon devourer, appeared. The nearby area was defined as a boss zone. This left him terrified. Suddenly, a vampire attacks Bao. Mundajin quickly activates his stealth skill, wondering where that came from. Aoki charges in, saying it's useless for the dealer to hide. Even scared, he realizes that the girl wasn't human, but a monster. But he ends up being struck from behind. The vampire says she didn't know there were already so many rumors about her, and that somehow she hadn't seen any prey since yesterday. Mundajin wonders who she was. Aoki says it didn't matter because what mattered was that she needed him. Then she prepares to strike again. But before she can land the hit, the protagonist starts attacking, throwing his swords, managing to stop the vampire's attack. She notices Shin approaching, saying he had found the sword ghost. He starts striking her, but she manages to block and begins to wonder who that guy was, since he wasn't a normal opponent. Mundajin gets up and is still wondering who that person was. The vampire asks Shin if he was the one who defeated the bishop, since his weapon was quite unique. The weapon maker replies that he was and that he would give her a gift. He activates his creation skill, creating a grenade near Aoki, surprising her. Then the grenade explodes, injuring her, but she's still standing, and knowing that the protagonist had the ability to summon weapons, says that their compatibility didn't seem good. Quickly, the vampire returns to her normal form, saying that Shin wasn't the one who defeated the bishop, as he wasn't that impressive. The protagonist asks if she knew what a weapon was, leaving her confused. He manages to move behind the vampire, preparing to attack. The protagonist lands a punch, consuming 10 magos to use the inheritance skill, and the Fragara combat proficiency ability is inherited by the new weapon. Shin was using studded gloves, rank D, gloves with small embedded spikes, with no distinct features or abilities. Some may consider them weapons, but most do not. Aoki gets injured after the hit. She wonders how the protagonist could be so strong using weapon creation, a support skill. But she soon sees him approaching again, saying that he was already worried since she absorbed the monster's abilities, but he was weak. And just before landing another hit, the protagonist continues saying that he thought it would be a big deal, but it wasn't. The vampire quickly acts, stating she didn't know who her opponent was, but admits he was dangerous and that if she acted carelessly, she could get hurt. She then starts counterattacking, using the monster she controlled combined with sword attacks. Shin is surprised by her reaction but moves quickly, landing another hit on the vampire and throwing her against the wall. The protagonist states that if it had been the sword demon from the previous round, he wouldn't have been much affected by that level of attack. He hadn't fully absorbed the ability. The vampire was still standing. She says she now understood why the bishop was defeated by him, as he wasn't a normal player. But now she was going to take his weapon, so she activates the Black Arsenal ability, managing to control more weapons at once. The protagonist was surprised to see that she didn't just absorb the ability, but also turned the sword demon into a familiar and was fattening and feeding it with weapons for control. The weapons Aoki was controlling were approaching the protagonist, who, using the copied enemy skill Black Arsenal, the Grid World ability, reacts with the Black Arsenal, gaining control over all weapons summoned by the Black Arsenal. The abilities can be used on acquired weapons. The blade was close to Shin. Even so, he manages to take control of them. The vampire is surprised and begins to ask what he had done to her weapons. The protagonist states that those were the Mountain King's axe, the enchanted sword of the Magic Knight. He also admits he could see silhouettes but recognized some of her weapons. These were the weapons of those who tried to prevent the destruction, and it must have been the same as that time. Even if their achievements were smaller than the last time, they would have protected the people. Then he asked the girl if those weapons were hers. She couldn't move and couldn't avoid Shin's strike, which threw her far away. Immediately, he used the creation skill, managing to bind her with a chain, pulling her back, landing another blow, and pinning her to the ground. This left her even more injured. The protagonist didn't stop hitting and said they could have become true heroes if not for him. Mundajin, seeing the weapon creator, was shocked because he wouldn't stop hitting the vampire. Beth approached the boy and asked him to move his hand because she would stop the bleeding. The dealer thanked her for the help and said, thanks to her, he'd stay alive. But when he looked back, he was startled to see that the woman was a vampire, but she asked what that mattered. The boy pointed his sword at Beth and said the protagonist wasn't a hunter since he had a monster as a companion, but the sword Mundojin was holding began to be pulled back. Beth noticed something was wrong. Aoki reacted again and managed to grab the protagonist's hand, saying she admitted he had arrived there without a proper weapon, but now his arrogance would end. Mundojin couldn't hold the sword anymore, so he let it go. That's the digestion skill. It absorbs nearby weapons, completely dismantling them. Stats increase based on the quantity and quality of weapons absorbed, with a current stat boost of 135%. The vampire said she would take the weapons back, but Shin started laughing and said that if she wanted, he'd feed her until she burst. Then he created several weapons around Aoki. When she realized it, she started telling the creature to stop eating, as something felt suspicious. There was a stat increase, now at 175%. The protagonist managed to cut Aoki's arm, then said it was time to explode, so he activated the attribute grant skill, causing an electric discharge on the vampire with the strength of a lightning bolt. Aoki fell to the ground after taking the attack. Even so, she asked if he thought things would change just because he won, as her comrades would come after him. But before she could finish speaking, the protagonist cut off her head and collected her soul, saying to come try it, if they could. Mundojin approached with bow and thanked Shin for saving his life and said he remembered him from somewhere, then asked if he wasn't the hero player. The boy said that shortly before the calamity happened, there was a system notification and he saw the video and he was the hero. The protagonist said he couldn't understand the misunderstanding, but he wasn't a hero, though there was no need to be disappointed, and asked if there weren't other people in the video. The dealer said that, thinking better, Taehyun was also there, the master of the Overkill Guild. The protagonist said he was just one of the people cooperating with the guildmaster to stop the calamity. Mundojin, hearing that, said the hero must be the Overkill Guildmaster. Shin said now that he knew he should go to the guild and if he had other companions, he should tell them all to go there. The boy thanked him, but before leaving, asked if the protagonist was Beth's companion. She overheard everything and, annoyed, said she wouldn't keep repeating that, and besides, she healed his bleeding. Smiling, the creator replied yes, and he was one of her most trusted companions. The vampire blushed hearing that. The rookies started heading to Overkill, and after they left, Beth asked her master if he was sure it wasn't too early to reveal he was the hero player. The protagonist said it was in times like that when a hero was needed, and Taehyun was more suitable with his skill and recognition. So he intended to act as his companion for now, and if the rumor spread, those who suspected he was the hero player would also be confused. Then a message appeared saying the protagonist completed the mission, Awaken the Dwarf's Sleeping Jewel. The dwarf jewel revealed its full secret. Shin's chest began to glow and a message appeared saying he discovered a new opportunity. The opportunity, the Sealed Necromancer King. The protagonist said it was a pleasure to meet the necromancer deity. That was the king of the dead, Hremer. He asked Shin if he was the one who released him from the seal, and judging by the surroundings, it seemed his body caused it. The weapon creator knew that the king of the dead, sealed by the bishop and the sword demon he subdued, was the one who granted him the hero privilege when the two field bosses were defeated. His soulless body was now emitting a black mist, and if it continued for 3 days, the power of the calamities would intensify, and the areas covered by the mist would transform into the underworld. The protagonist said he needed Hrimmer's help to end it. The creature said the underworld wasn't so bad once you got used to it, and if that was Shin's wish, he would help. Then he began using his abilities and said that from that moment on, in the name of the King of the Dead, he granted the title of hero to the protagonist. And now all death creatures would obey his command, but he now had to defeat his masterless body according to his will. A light began to appear after the protagonist did so. A message also appeared. You acquired the perk, Hero of the Dead. All stats increased by 1 beyond the limit due to the perk effect, acquiring the passive skill chosen by the King of Death, and the active skill, Undead Reinforcement. The passive skill chosen by the King of Death, by becoming the Hero of the Dead, made all undead-type monsters obey him. Now he could have 1 undead follower and, when used, the target stats would increase by over 50% and would also benefit from the passive effect of the King of Death's chosen. As a reward for completing the quest, Awaken the Sleeping Dwarf Jewel, he could now create the Sumerbrander Harness, a weapon to defeat the giant, and could acquire it automatically by using the harness creation skill when necessary. You discovered a way to defeat the giant and earned 5,000 contribution points. The protagonist stated that his stats had increased again and he was now General Rank S and should use the Undead Reinforcement skill. He then began searching for the items necessary to use the harness creation skill. Shin said there was a way to end the calamity. The Sumerbrander harness, known as the giant slaying weapon, was also the only way to attack the heart of the poison-spewing giant. In the quest to end the calamity, the protagonist obtained Sumerbrander and had a way to defeat the giant. Now he had to find the heart's location and pierce it with it. That was the reward and the end of the Night of the Dead calamity, freeing the restriction placed on Jagdor. Shin acknowledged that the system provided the player with the necessary rewards, and this was clearly something he needed. But there was no way to verify its effect. So first he should clear the quest and check the effect later. In the center, there was still a sealed portal. 70 hours had passed since the beginning of the calamity. Due to the influence of the thick black mist, undead-type monsters' stats had increased by 200% and, after 76 hours, would increase further every 24 hours. Isabel said it was time to secure the place and leave. She told her group that if no one appeared after so long, it was safe to assume no one would. The one-eyed man asked if she would take care of Tehan. The vampire replied yes, and that her stats had also increased by 200%, so she should be able to easily subdue that rank S guy. A guy like that would be worth using as a body when their sponsor manifested. Wei asked about Yiyuk, who was with the swordsman. Isabel said she would suck his plasma until he was completely dry. That should boost her stats significantly. The portal began to show interference. Then Liang told his master that someone had interfered. She asked if it was a lost person or a player who received the quest. She actually hoped it was the latter so she could obtain some useful plasma. But before she could do anything, Shin approached and said that a certain little vampire he knew had said that gaining power through plasma was a method used only by low-tier vampires, or a method used only by power-hungry vampires who were desperate to expand their clan. Upon seeing him, Isabel asked if he wasn't that brat from earlier, and that Juhia should be chasing him to stop him. The protagonist said she probably didn't know what happened inside the portal. Then he warned that he had taken down the vampire as she had chased him to the gate. The leader was shocked upon hearing this. She ordered her subordinates to attack, but everyone was paralyzed with fear at the thought of attacking Shin. They said a system window had appeared and they couldn't move. It said they couldn't attack the target due to the passive effect of Hero of the Dead. Isabel was surprised to learn that. The protagonist said that maybe older vampires weren't affected by the perk. The woman, not believing he was the hero of the dead, said he had grown too much in just a few days, then charged to attack, saying it didn't matter how many hero perks he had since just one fight would end it. Shin stands still, waiting for the woman, who is stopped mid-attack by Beth. She says Isabel seems to know a lot about the hero privilege. The vampire, upon seeing Elizabeth, asks how she dares to stop her. The blonde says she heard everything that happened in their world while she was asleep. The vampire leader backs off and says she has nothing to say to someone who became a human lapdog. After retreating, she prepares again and says she held back from approaching that brat because of him, but she never dreamed the protagonist would grow so much in so little time, especially since the only version of her they knew was the one before she lost her powers. Isabel says she'll take down Beth and her master and take their plasma, then attacks with Butterfly Flash, causing a huge explosion. But to her surprise, Beth is standing and tells her opponent that, although she's unhappy with being part of that family, thanks to them, she survived and got a second chance. Shin activates the undead reinforcement skill, helping his servant, who immediately counterattacks. But Isabel manages to dodge, claiming the Black Mist buff is full of other raw power skills, and in that sense, Beth is slightly superior. But in terms of compatibility, Isabel is better. Managing to dodge again and saying it doesn't matter how much the protagonist supports Elizabeth, she knows the gap between them can't be closed by something like that. Suddenly, her arm becomes paralyzed. Isabel starts wondering when Elizabeth got such a skill. She's impressed to see it's the Curse Orb, rank A, an orb created by mixing the Death's Bamboo Hat and the Soul Anchor Staff, increasing the user's magic attack power by 50% and allowing skills to hit enemies by ignoring their transformation or evasion techniques. Elizabeth manages to neutralize her opponent, tying her down. The protagonist approaches and says he'll leave the questions and treatment to his servant and, standing before the portal, says it's his turn. With the black key, a sinister item that appears when the calamity begins, revealing to those who know its true value the place where the calamity can be ended, the protagonist begins to insert it into the portal and something begins to happen. Upon crossing the portal, he states that only 3 days have passed. In the previous run, it took over 3 months to barely reach this place, and during that time, the scale of the calamity grew insanely. Because of that, Seoul was completely turned into a city of the dead, but now it was just the two of them. Shin, with his sword, prepares the attack and pierces the heart, saying it was easier than he thought. A message appears that he completed the mission, End of Calamity. The giant halts its actions and no longer emits black mist, and the player restriction is lifted. The protagonist is terrified, not knowing where he is, as everything has changed. A child calls him brother and says he's been there for a while and asks if he made it to this point in the game, and even with the trick given, that was too fast. Shin asks who he is. The boy says the protagonist's memories haven't returned yet, then stands up and says his name is Odin, and he was the one who gave a second chance and transferred some skills from the previous run. The protagonist asks if he was the only one who gave a second chance. Odin replies that he's right because, to be more precise, the power of the hero privilege he granted was activated and asks if he really doesn't remember. Shin creates a sword and throws it at the boy, saying that if he's going to lie, he picked the wrong person, because he knows everything about that game and never heard of a god named Odin. And even if he were a god he never met in the previous run, privileges like turning back time don't exist in the system, so he'll ask again who he is. The boy calls him brother and says that no matter how many times he asks, the answer's the same, because the one who sponsors a certain creator, the god of war and creation, and all the knowledge the protagonist has was passed down by him for having created that system, and, from beginning to end, all of this. So setting up a save is totally possible. Shin is still doubtful. Odin explains why he created the system. It was because a guy claiming to be the last remaining god appeared. The protagonist says that's the name he saw in the mission back then, the last remaining god. Just like the name suggests, he's someone trying to become the only god by taking down all the others. The boy strikes the sword and says he originally created the system to produce warriors to oppose that guy, even favoring useful ones by calling them heroes in the name of God. As for the protagonist, he honestly felt sorry but sent him back to create those heroes, since he knew who would become a hero. So he told him to make some weapons and support them, but he truly didn't know he'd become a hero himself. The protagonist asks why he bothered creating warriors and heroes instead of dealing with it himself. Odin replies that he can tell just by looking at him that before he could gather all the heroes, that guy attacked first and had also created his own heroes within the system Odin made, destroying worlds, and applying the system to them one by one so no one could escape. In fact, he had already been ambushed before that and barely survived, but in the end, had to make a choice to activate the save. So, he used up his last remaining power and chose Shin, thus becoming a child and hiding in an isolated dimension. The protagonist, knowing he was an old man in a child's body, asks why he was chosen as a hero, since he vaguely remembers being useless. Odin says he's right and wasn't useless. Even though he was the dedicated supporter of Yoon, the shadow hero, the title sounded grand, but he was just a rank D supporter who acquired consumable daggers. Fortunately, by entering the Dawan Guild early on, he could at least observe the members' backs, wishing to become one of them, always thinking of that but never achieving anything meaningful. In the end, even during the apocalypse, he couldn't even reach the heels of his comrades. The protagonist wasn't expecting this. Odin says that was the main reason. Being a hero isn't determined by strength or usefulness. He happened to notice in Shin a lucky chance that comes to those who prepare and try hard. The deity continues explaining that the protagonist was just another useless person watching his comrades fall but still desperately try to help until the end. That alone is enough to create a hero, and honestly, the results so far had exceeded expectations, which is why he could now call those comrades. The members of his old guild were all there, leaving Shin speechless. But he asks what Odin wants. He replies that it's to keep doing what he's doing since he's thinking about saving the world, but if he wants a reward once he recovers, his powers might even make him a new god. A window appears in front of the protagonist. This is the main quest, Path of the Hero. You've received a request from a weakened deity, the one who created the system and the players, who has lost almost all his power and seeks salvation through your hands. The objective is to eliminate the last remaining god. No time limit. Reward is undetermined. If desired, you can become a new god. The protagonist admits he's not interested in gods, but can accept the request. After accepting the mission, another message appears. Due to the effect of the advantage, the creation skill was enhanced, increasing weapon durability by 150%. Also, due to the advantage, an additional effect was granted to the Link skill. It now has the added effect of learning. Odin says now he should give the gift he couldn't give in the previous round. Gungnir, the spear used by Odin, the main god of Northern Europe. It penetrates all defenses 100% and pursues its target with intent once thrown. According to some legends, it serves as the base for creating a powerful weapon. The item's property, God Weapon, when imbued with the lightning attribute, transforms it into a special form. Odin says this is the spear he favored, the base weapon necessary to create the item he needs. The protagonist, surprised by all of this, grips the weapon firmly, and then a message appears saying the restriction imposed on the player has been lifted. He then exits the portal, returning to the city. He's surprised to see all the vampires kneeling. The protagonist asks Beth what the situation is. She replies that she absorbed the remaining familiars after dealing with Isabel, and now those guys follow the master's orders. Shin says that means these guys are his personal soldiers. Bao was with Miku. The protagonist looks at them and asks how many people they defeated. The girl says they were the reserve unit, so they had no reason to hunt actively. The weapon creator, hearing this, admits that now, looking closely, all of them have decent base stats either from working out or living as hunters, so the plan was to conquer Seoul instantly with doubly inflated stats. Then he tells Juhee to stand up and declares that from that moment on, she is the leader, and orders the other vampires to fly to all parts of Seoul to deal with the undead emerging from the mist. And if anyone asks, they should explain that Taehan defeated the master vampire by breaking the mind control. Juhee says she understands. The protagonist tells Elizabeth that they should move separately since Seoul is done, but the calamity must have started in other regions too, so they begin walking to put an end to it. In another dimension, Lesnam says he has finally found them all, the hero players from other worlds. Yuren congratulates his boss and says he will finally achieve his goal. He says it's not over yet, and in the beginning he searched for hero players in that world, eliminated those with low potential, and used the useful ones while waiting for the heroes to awaken. But it took too long. In the end, the alternative he chose was to borrow heroes from other worlds. The elf was frightened by the situation. Lesnim, preparing to attack, states that the important thing wasn't him, but what he could do. He attacks the girl, managing to bring her down. He claims that with a small flaw, the Gate of the Sky Archipelago can be transformed into a gate that leads to a completely different world, and the result is the weapons of the hero players. And now, all the materials for a weapon capable of defeating a god have been gathered. He looks at the system window. The main quest, with the goal of securing a skilled creator, requests the creation of a weapon as a reward, a weapon capable of defeating a god. Lesnim asks his servant to bring the hermit because he needed to meet the creator he found back then. Euron asks what if he doesn't comply, and the man says there's no time to consider his circumstances and he will force him to obey. At the Overkill building, Taehyun was exhausted. His assistant handed him a coffee, saying he would need it, since they had been incredibly busy for weeks due to the endless flow of refugees. The boss said that at first, he didn't understand what was going on, especially after hearing that the vampires had spread those rumors. He couldn't make sense of the situation. Hisu said that thanks to Junseo, she got in touch and explained everything. Her master said that thanks to the protagonist, he was able to focus solely on the refugees, and if it weren't for him back then, it would have taken much longer to subdue the undead monsters. Taehyun was surprised after receiving the message about the calamity Night of the Dead, which had begun in Seoul. Each participant would receive a suitable reward based on their contribution points. At that moment, he began using the communication item to speak with the protagonist and explained what he had done. But only Seoul had been resolved, and there was still much to do. The master didn't understand what that meant. The protagonist said he had sent the vampires to his location to help with the monsters scattered throughout the city. Taehyun asked how Yunseo knew all this, but he simply said he was moving to another region and that there was something the swordmaster had to do. He explained that those rank S skills he had learned, each one led to an opportunity to become a hero-class player. Taehyun wanted to know what opportunity that was. The protagonist continued, saying that once the consequences of the calamity were dealt with, he should team up with Jia and Dojin and follow the instructions he would give them to form a group. Taehyun grew thoughtful about this hero player, because according to Hunseo's explanation, it might not be a dramatic change, but it would still be a big help for what was coming. Therefore, he should handle what he was originally doing. If he couldn't resolve that first, his mind would be too clouded to think about anything else. Then he asked his assistant if there had been any contact with vampires. She said that communication and the internet were down. The master had forgotten that communication was impossible due to the influence of the black mist. Suddenly, Hai appeared entering through the window, saying she was back after dealing with the monsters and had told people she met along the way about the hero of Seoul. A month later, around Asan Bay, in the city of Hwaseong, the protagonist was walking through the desert and, after finding the city, began observing it. Soon he heard a noise coming from the ground. A monster started to emerge from the sand and tried to crush the protagonist with its hands. The god of the sands was controlling that creature and claimed that this guy was nothing special for someone who hunts calamity bosses, so he would pierce him. But after the spear pierced the sand monster's hand, Anubis recognized that the sound of impact was strange, until he saw a shield coming out through his hand and then a giant arrow hitting the monster's arm, tearing it off. The god wondered what that was. The protagonist said he had also absorbed a calamity boss monster, but it was hard to even call him human. Anubis realized he would be in trouble, so he attempted a new attack, but the protagonist landed a strike first, slicing the monster in half and leaving the god of sand defeated. The protagonist stated that if he had raised his absorbed abilities to that level in just a few weeks, in about 3 months he would have reached half the original boss's stats. But he realized their growth was slower than his, and, at this pace, it might make it easier to drive out other calamities. The magical bird on his shoulder said that was exhausting and wanted to know when it would eat. The protagonist said he was done and could stop. Yu deactivated her magical wings, finding it comfortable. Junseo knew that many things had changed since the restriction was lifted. Suddenly, a message appeared stating that an appropriate reward would be given to the player who contributed the most to stopping the calamity. The ability manifested by the protagonist was Azure. Junseo knew this was another change. A weapon had been created that increased both durability and power. But there was something more. The crafting ability was beginning to be imbued with mages, and the weapon's durability and power had greatly increased. The more mages he collected, the stronger the effect became and more information was unlocked, and this meant it wasn't a skill present in the system from the start. That didn't change anything, but even knowing the skill's source, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The protagonist thought about contacting the guildmaster, but then heard someone calling his name. It was Kang, asking if he was okay. Junseo said he didn't seem to recognize him back at the Sky Archipelago, but now he appeared to have regained his memory. The boy apologized and claimed he didn't think it was the same guy, but if he was the same pathetic Rank D creator he remembered, then he wouldn't be capable of doing anything other than trembling behind his companions. The protagonist realized he wasn't there to fight, but wanted to know how he had found him. Kang said he had just defeated a boss, so a notification was sent to the entire system. Junseo asked if Les was the one who sent him there. The boy said he was right and that his boss had some business and asked him to retrieve him. And since he was kindly there, he would devour him, as there was a greater cause than the sacrifice of a few individuals. But time was short, so he wanted to know if he would help him. The protagonist said he was sorry but had to refuse his request. But Kang replied that he hadn't even said what the request was. The protagonist said that if someone casually talked about sacrificing others for the greater good, it couldn't be a normal request. Besides, he had his own way to stop the calamity, but seeing how he had grown, it was understandable to leave him be since the calamity would end soon. Kang said refusal wasn't an option. The protagonist asked if he was really trying to fight and said that even together with the monster, they had no chance against him. The boy said he knew that better than anyone, but he never said anything about taking him by force. Immediately, the protagonist realized he was about to be attacked from behind while distracted, but quickly activated his shield, managing to block the strike. Junseo, seeing it was the executioner, said he thought he had been taken down, but the butcher replied that he was clearly alive and there to finish the fight they couldn't complete last time. Kang said the priestess seemed to have worked hard to make this happen, even removing the useless parts. The protagonist stated that judging by the atmosphere, it didn't seem like they wanted to take him, so he asked if they were planning to kill him. The boy answered yes, since he wasn't interested in stopping the calamity, and as it was too much to explain everything, he would be brief. He was the traitor of the previous round. The tension grew even stranger, and the protagonist asked what it meant to have been a traitor. The butcher charged, saying he didn't have time to find out, but the protagonist managed to stop him with just one hand. Activating a skill, he took the enemy's weapon and controlled it, telling him to stay out of it. This shocked the monster as Junseo quickly counterattacked. The executioner grabbed the protagonist's leg, calling him trash for throwing weapons from afar, then hurled him away, asking how he dared go into melee combat and rush toward the weapon creator to finish it. Junseo spoke to the darkness, saying it was time to do something, but the creature replied it hadn't eaten yet. The executioner launched his attack. With those stats, the protagonist wouldn't lose to most rank warriors, showing that the executioner hadn't only changed his appearance, but Junseo also knew that if he wanted to hear the full story from the hermit, he had to deal with these guys first. So he summoned the magic blade Fragarach, seeing the monster approaching to strike. The protagonist said he knew he would show up, then unleashed several attacks in his direction, managing to take him down easily. Kang was impressed by that. With the god-slaying weapon, the protagonist said the next would be the executioner and threw the spear at him. The butcher blocked the attack with his sword, saying that kind of weapon wouldn't even scratch him, until he realized the spear was moving. The protagonist took advantage of his distraction and said he'd try to hit properly. After creating several swords, he told his opponent to wait eagerly, as this would be different. He knew that normally the inheritance effect could only bring skills embedded in the tool, but ever since he gained the ability to work with mages, he could copy the magic tool itself and apply another skill together, such as Link, which connected all summoned weapons with the same effect. By replicating the magical tool, Lyavatane, onto the created weapons, the attack became even more powerful. The executioner was surprised. The protagonist began controlling the blades toward his opponent. The flaming swords approached the butcher, causing a massive explosion upon impact. Kong was impressed by the pressure of that attack and started to wonder if that was truly an ability a player could possess. Seeing the damage done to the ground, Kong even guessed the protagonist had used some kind of missile. But the protagonist stated that, unlike Fragorok, which increases melee combat proficiency, Lyavatane had an ability that maximizes the destructive power of the sword itself. And if that was the case, there were many combinations to experiment with. Kong began to use his rule ability on Shin. His second rule was that the protagonist must obey his words. This was a hidden ability that applied irrational rules, where the hermit must specify the conditions and rules for the target. But before he could state the third rule, the protagonist used his creation skill, saying the activation was taking too long. Suddenly, the ground began to shake and a cobra-like demon appeared with the magical tool, the spear of the god Yuequan. It transformed into a monster, revealing its true form. Kong was caught by the monster. The protagonist said he finally had a moment to talk. The boy, terrified, asked what he was, since it hadn't even been half a year since the system was activated. Junseo was shocked that he still wanted to talk, but Kong said it didn't matter, as it would be the same whether he died there or during the apocalypse. The protagonist replied that in that case, he'd better open up and talk, activating the FA skill of Rental. This began to frighten his opponent even more. After Shin and the hero players disappeared beyond the rift, the remaining people could only wait for the apocalypse to end. But the hero players failed, and those who remained on the surface were slowly slaughtered in agony. One of the gods found Kong alive and said it was perfect timing, as he needed a living player and would grant him a hidden ability along with a second chance. If he wanted to stay alive, he just had to follow his words. The protagonist, knowing it was the hermit who manipulated the Awakener Association by sending the official warning, heard the boy confirm that yes, that man, known as the last remaining god, wanted this Odin system to be created, but his influence wasn't strong enough. A message appeared stating that abilities were sealed due to an unfair contract, and under the contract terms, Party B must unconditionally speak only the truth in response to Party A's questions. Kong told the entity that he brought the man named Les, who eliminated the hero candidates, causing the calamity to start early. The protagonist was surprised to hear that information. The boy said his boss was reckless and tampered with the Sky Archipelago Gate, claiming he would create a weapon capable of slaying a god, and the system detected the cheating behavior, triggering the calamity ahead of time. Since Les had the ability to manipulate gates at will using mages, he didn't know how he managed to do it. Shin stated that he hadn't expected that manipulation of mages. Then he asked the bird what the system had to do with magic power. The creature responded that it didn't know because when its friends sent it, they only left what was necessary, saying it had to be enough not to break the system's rules. So it only remembered collecting its things. Kong said they were caught by some god and were being used as pawns, so they only did what they were told. The protagonist stated that if he hadn't followed Dojin into the rift, it could have been him in that position, so he wasn't sure whether it would really end once they defeated the last god. The hermit asked what Junseo would do. The protagonist asked if he could guide him, since he said he had all the materials needed to make a weapon capable of killing a god. The boy said he could guide him, but he had one condition. The protagonist approached the executioner's body and, seeing a strange object, confirmed with Kong whether Les's ability was really to open portals, because if so, he might be able to use that dimensional cutting dagger. At the Overkill building, Hisu said that since the guildmaster wasn't there and there were few staff, they needed help, but then noticed a portal opening in the middle of the room and the hermit being thrown through it. Meanwhile, on the floating islands, Les noticed the protagonist's presence and said he was late, but wanted to know where Kang and the executioner were. The protagonist threw part of the monster's arm to the ground and said that was all that was left, and anyway, he had heard there was business to discuss. Les was surprised to learn the hermit had betrayed him, but the protagonist explained they had a connection, though it seemed the last remaining god had already made a move, and perhaps the priestess too, so it was possible she had been used from the beginning. But Shin figured that if the hermit was involved, Les was also somehow connected to them, and there was no telling when he might turn against them. But Lesnim told the protagonist that he seemed uncomfortable and claimed that while the hermit might have been involved, the priestess was not, as she was someone he created using his ability after arriving there, which was possible through Magi. The protagonist thought that if this guy was telling the truth, Magi practically allowed someone to transcend the system's limitations, having far more potential than he had imagined. Les said the priestess was a part of him. However, if there was someone capable of manipulating the system, there was no way to know what other tricks had been used. But Junseo asked if the same couldn't be said about him. The corrupted sorcerer asked what he meant by that. The protagonist said he had felt it ever since he entered. The mages Les had when they first met didn't have even half that amount of mana, and most of it had stagnated in the Sky Archipelago like mist. It seemed almost deliberately scattered, and he even wondered if Les had been brainwashed and set a trap. Lesnim said that was an interesting idea and explained that it was the hermit's suggestion to introduce the Sky Archipelago, and he had gone there thinking he would be taken down by the toxicity, and that the Dark Bird, if it weren't for it, they both would have shared the same fate. The protagonist didn't understand why he was saying that about the darkness. Les said that the oldest memory he had was fighting the Blackbird, but he didn't remember the exact details, only that he had been granted a wish, and his answer was that he wanted to end the system. The protagonist doubted he would have obtained such an immense number of mages for something so trivial. Les said that the price to get them must have been great, but unfortunately he couldn't remember what he had offered. The number of mages he received was immense, and their uses were endless. But it was too much power for a single human to contain, and in the end, the toxicity of the mages made him look like someone with a terminal illness. Eventually, following the hermit's advice, he occupied the Sky Archipelago, releasing all the mages that had been isolated beyond the gate. In the end, the protagonist didn't get any critical information about the mages, but he wanted to know what the system had to do with him. Les added that, as he had said before, they both shared the same goal, preventing the end of the world. So all the protagonist had to do was help him on his quest, and his own goal would naturally be achieved. And he stated that this wasn't a request. He just needed him to create a weapon capable of slaying a god. The protagonist asked where he got the information about that weapon. The sorcerer said he had been searching for that weapon from the start and even detailed which materials were needed and how to make them. The materials were the weapons received by heroes chosen by the gods, so his plan was to wait until the individuals chosen became hero players. But since there was no time, he chose a different method. The protagonist was stunned upon seeing it. There was an enormous number of weapons. Les said he obtained them by taking them from players of other worlds, those who had been called heroes in their respective worlds, and that since he had prepared all the materials, he just needed to create the weapon with them. The protagonist said they might not be as powerful as Froggerach or Lyavatine, but it was an immense number of weapons. Junseo asked what had happened to the owners of the weapons. Lesnim said that the gates of the Sky Archipelago appeared randomly and it wasn't easy to find the same coordinates again, so he properly recycled the ones who remained. The protagonist called him a crazy bastard and asked if he would kill him if he refused to help. The sorcerer said that, unlike last time, defeating him didn't seem easy, but that wouldn't be the right choice. The protagonist realized he was leaving room for negotiation, trying to look like he had the upper hand. And although the way the weapons were acquired was problematic, he had no reason to refuse. Still, he needed to show him reality, so he made a decision and proposed a deal. Les was surprised and asked if there was any trust between them. Shin said business wasn't based on trust, but on mutual interest, and activated the Fey skill of rental. Lesnim asked what the conditions were. The protagonist said he would create the weapon, but retain ownership, and would lend it for one-time use only. The sorcerer said that was unfair, but he accepted. However, if his goal wasn't achieved, the contract would be nullified. Junseo said no, and that Les should hand over all the mages he possessed. But Les didn't like hearing that because it would make him no different from a normal person in that dying body. The protagonist said that was his karma, not his problem, but assured him there was no better creator than himself, and that's why he had neither the time nor the choice but to rely on him. So it would be strange if he didn't offer an unfair deal. Lesnim said it might take some time, but by using mages, he could defeat him, and there was no guarantee he wouldn't. Shin started laughing and said that Les himself had claimed that there was a greater cause, more important than individual sacrifices. Les, even surprised, confirmed he had said that and admitted it was a good decision to keep him alive back then. He then warned that if he kept his promise, he would agree to the contract. The protagonist said it was a contract backed by the system, and no matter how unfair it was, he would fulfill his promise. The sorcerer said it was fine, so he would give up all his mages. Then, a message appeared for the protagonist asking if he wanted to proceed with the contract with Nameless. Les accepted the contract, but it was denied, and both were startled to see a rift opening. They immediately became alert. A lightning bolt struck where they were standing, and after backing away, the last god appeared, saying that directly interfering because of the system wasn't beneficial, but that he had created it that way, so they should know when to stop. The protagonist was surprised to see the last remaining god, but stated that something felt off, as in the previous round, he wasn't like this, not even his appearance. Suddenly, a message appeared for the protagonist saying that, due to the player's ability, the item's skill had been sealed. The boss said there was still a usable face, so he would just observe for now, and since that guy had trained a lot, it should be enough. The protagonist was shocked to see Cyan and asked what he was doing there. The boss said he was pretending not to know and that he had suspected him since the first moment they met. And since that boy resembled members of the Phantom Guild, he made it so. After saying that, Cyan rushed in to attack, putting the protagonist in a tough situation. Quickly, the boy moved behind Shin, but even so, he managed to block the strike by creating a shield and counterattacked, only to realize his opponent had vanished and that he was too fast to catch. The boss said he had found something interesting before showing up and revived the executioner again. The monster said he would finally get the protagonist, attacking him as soon as he appeared. But Shin, after blocking the attack, said that this weapon, Smith had recycled something tossed aside like trash, and it was ridiculous. He warned that no matter how many times he came back from the dead, such a brutal attack wouldn't work. Using his skill, the protagonist began to control the enemy's weapon, but the butcher created another arm from his shoulders, saying he wouldn't fall for such provocations. Even so, Junseo said he was a fool and moved toward the monster, creating a sword and managing to block its attack. Sahyun tried to attack the protagonist from behind, but because he had already read his movements using Froggerok, he wouldn't be pushed back in close combat. A message appeared saying that the item's skill, combat proficiency, couldn't be used. Even so, he struck the boy, who dodged and continued advancing, but realized he had no control over his blade. The protagonist activated the grid world. He stated that he almost drew Froggerok out of habit and it was a close call. Using the create skill, he made several webs to restrain Cyan, but the entity said that wouldn't work and granted a buff to the target, preventing the designated player from being affected by any other player's skills for a specific duration, 9,999 hours. The protagonist, seeing this, couldn't believe it was possible, but it allowed his opponent to escape the attack. Shin stated that it wasn't just an overwhelming buff, it was also a debuff that disabled weapon skills exactly the same as last time. That's when he realized it was this boss who had interfered back then. The protagonist began wondering where his opponents were. The butcher took advantage of the distraction and tried to approach, but the protagonist sensed him in time and countered quickly, managing to slice him in half. After the executioner was defeated, only Quan remained, but suddenly the creature grabbed the protagonist's leg, saying he wasn't done yet. The god said he had made him that way because he was otherwise too useless, in exchange greatly extending his lifespan. Shin told the darkness it needed to act. The bird created wings for the protagonist, allowing him to start flying. The executioner asked where he thought he was going since they still had things to settle, especially since he was just a supporter who couldn't do anything alone. But the protagonist activated the grid world and managed to cut off the monster's arm. Knowing he had unlimited resurrection and skill nullification, ignoring the system, the protagonist considered creating something to finish him off for good, thinking that if he was only interfering with buffs, he wasn't disregarding the system, but using it to its fullest, meaning it still wasn't time to completely ignore the system, and that Less's mages might be able to break the buff. The entity said he was trying to target a wider area since direct attacks were difficult, but warned it wouldn't work and applied a debuff to the target, limiting the number of summoning skills the target could use. However, the ability was cancelled after the boss was attacked from behind. Les said grabbing someone else's dog and suddenly barging in to interrupt a deal was disgusting, but that the unlucky face he was making was even more irritating. The god asked how a mere insect managed to crawl up to him. The sorcerer said he couldn't recognize anything with those nearly non-existent traits. The protagonist took advantage of their distraction and began attacking, but Sahyun dodged the blades, realizing there were more openings in his opponent's attacks than he expected, and that if he could dodge them, he could counterattack. But he soon noticed something odd. The protagonist began crafting a new weapon from an existing one, creating several grenades. The boy realized he couldn't dodge that, but when the grenades started exploding, he jumped and managed to escape, saying that if he had delayed, it would have been bad. The protagonist said that if he was floating in the air, he couldn't move, so he approached to attack again after activating Grid World. Shin struck his opponent, knocking him unconscious to the ground, but the god told him to keep breaking him, since he would simply revive him again. That's what he came to witness. The protagonist stated that he couldn't intervene directly against those who used Magi, so he would keep going, fighting alone without mana, and even if he summoned Beth, it wouldn't be enough. The executioner began reviving again. The entity said he wanted to make a bet on how many times Shin could defeat him alone. The protagonist, staring at the boss, said he refused. He didn't like gambling. Meanwhile, the bird managed to approach Les, who had been nearly defeated by the god, and began absorbing the target's mages. As a result, the protagonist gained new abilities. The entity, seeing that the protagonist now had more energy than usual, was stunned. Shin activated Curse Nullification, assigning a weapon to ignore curses or debuffs applied to the target. Even against powerful debuffs, at least one weapon would remain effective. The executioner tried to strike, but The protagonist stopped him by instantly creating a rift. Taehan was stunned to see that rift. The god immediately tried to take control of the portal and began closing it, triggering an explosion afterward. The butcher said he would finally catch the protagonist, but then heard another voice saying it was truly unexpected that their first meeting after so long would be here. He was surprised to see that woman, saying she'd arrived at the perfect time since she now had the chance to take revenge for her younger brother. The protagonist was shocked to see Hyein. He hadn't known she was back, but the woman asked if the guildmaster hadn't told him. Taehyun said it had been a while since he'd had the chance to see Runseo. Hyein explained that thanks to the gathering of many rank S hunters, she was able to respond quickly to the calamity, yet it still took over a month to finally arrive. The executioner said that if he had stayed quiet, he could have saved her brother's life. The woman told him to shut up, because from that moment on, she was planning exactly how she would kill him. The butcher didn't like hearing that. The boss told the monster that he couldn't see it was his own fault, so he should listen. And it didn't matter how many times he returned from the dead, they would all be dealt with here. So he gave a new buff, his final chance for someone as worthless as him. The executioner received the buff Blessing of the Fallen God, which increased all his stats by 300%, and this value exceeded the upper limit. The protagonist warned his companions that the executioner had a broken buff and kept reviving even after being defeated. Hyein said she had never heard of that buff before, but had a method that might work. Shin wanted to know what method she was thinking of. The woman handed him an item, the Hwarion Bloodstone, containing the player class Jiyon, which, when consumed, allows the user to use that class's abilities. The effect lasts for 1 hour, and the bloodstone disappears after one use. With that item, no matter how many times the executioner resurrected, if he were turned to ashes, he wouldn't be able to return. The protagonist was surprised to learn that she'd been like this ever since her brother was taken down, but he regretted to say it and warned that it wouldn't work. The woman asked what the hell he was suggesting and if there was another way. Sahyun didn't waste time and began attacking, heading straight for Taehyun. The swordsman acknowledged that this guy's speed was greater than any other player he had seen, yet he managed to block the attack, though he was impressed that such a thin rapier held so much power. The boy received the Blessing of the Fallen God buff, which increased all his stats by 300%, exceeding the upper limit. The protagonist whispered to Hyein what the plan would be, and she was surprised to hear that something so precious would need to be used, but he warned it was the only way. The executioner began to approach them to attack, demanding to know what they were whispering about, but the woman activated the holy protection. Even so, the sacred shield began to crack. Immediately, the protagonist used the grid world skill and tried to strike the executioner, but he dodged. The protagonist was surprised to see he had accelerated unexpectedly. The monster appeared behind him, saying he was just a support and should act like one. Stay out of the way. But the protagonist created a shield, managing to block the strike. Even so, his opponent shattered the item, but the protagonist replied that he was underestimating him just because he was a supporter, and he had no idea what supporters could do together. Hyein activated the Divine Blessing, the greatest blessing that can be granted to a melee weapon, converting all its damage to holy type and increasing the weapon's stats by up to 300%. The executioner admitted he was going to have problems with that weapon, as it carried a ridiculous buff. The item was the Saint's Fists, gauntlets modeled after the fists of a saint who trained his body to the limit, resembling a solid chunk of stone made from a large amount of holy stones. Before the butcher could say anything, the woman started attacking him, landing a punch on his face that left him startled by her strength. The butcher had chains on his legs but managed to break them and prepared to counterattack, saying he wouldn't be brought down by a pathetic strike. Still, Hyein kept attacking, landing another hit, saying that one was for the families of those he had slain. The divine blessing had been used 3 times, but one was still left. The butcher got angry, saying he would take her down. Even so, Hyein struck him again, saying it was her personal grudge. After that, she bit the bloodstone, gaining more power. Saying it was for her younger brother, she grabbed the butcher's head and delivered another blow. But a notification appeared stating that the player had resurrected using remaining lives, and 9,997 still remained. As soon as he returned, he said that once her regeneration ended, he would take her down. But the woman raised her staff, saying she would save him with her own hands, using the resurrection skill from the Saint class, which brings back a target who died within the last day. The executioner, terrified, asked what she was doing. Hyein began using her skill, bringing the man back. As he looked at his body, he began to question what was happening. The protagonist said he had replaced the resurrection skill with another, and that now he was no longer under the last god's buff. The saint finished by saying that meant he was now nothing more than human trash. Then she unleashed a powerful attack using holy magic, which, upon contact, turned the man into ashes. The protagonist asked Taehyun if he was all right. The guildmaster said there was no problem there, and it seemed like Sahayan had lost the will to fight. But Shin found that strange, since moments ago the boys seemed to be fighting reluctantly. Then he began to search for the boss who had suddenly disappeared. The protagonist warned Hien that the boss vanished along with Les, and that he had probably gone to find a player to use as his vessel. Even while wounded, Sayan said that Guy's goal was to become a player.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.